Chapter 541. Imperial Messenger C. At noon the next day, Xiao Baiyan woke up. The food he ate last night was too close. And what Zhu Xiaobao brought out was actually more mellow than Xiao Knife. Xiao Baiyan, who had always been known for his drinking capacity, turned out to be. The main reason why he was drunk was that the dishes at Zhu Xiaobao's place were so popular that he had probably never eaten them. How could a person who likes to enjoy delicious food like him resist such temptation? So he got drunk without knowing it. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Baiyan was still thinking carefully about what he had said last night. But in the end, he had to smile bitterly and shake his head. He really couldn't remember. Duan Muqi and Zhu Xiaobao were so enthusiastic yesterday. There is too much to say. But Xiao Baiyan is not worried at all. What he knows is limited. So even if he tells it, it won't be a big problem. After washing up, Xiao Baiyan felt refreshed. But he was even more interested in Lingyu Mountain. And also very interested in the British King Zhu Xiaobao. I bet this prince is really a chef. Even the servants under my command were happy to be there, and had no intention of going back in a hurry. They were all looking forward to staying in Lingyu Mountain for a few more days. What is even more surprising is that Zhu Xiaobao did not restrain Xiao Baiyan, and even gave him a stack of gold exchange coupons, allowing him to visit places in Lingyu Mountain except the military camp. Even my subordinates have a few silver exchange coupons. For 3 days in a row, Xiao Baiyan was stunned. But he still had not finished his thoughts, and had no intention of leaving at all. It turned out that he had temporarily changed his mind, and wanted to go back to the royal court with Zhu Xiaobao. 2 days ago, Jialanga received 20,000 tons of food from Lingyu Mountain, which solved her urgent need. She also received 3 beggar chickens as a friendly gift. Eating Jialanga brought tears to her eyes. It was a bit delicious to enjoy. She was almost sick to death these days. Jialanga ate 2 of the 3 beggar chickens, and gave the remaining 1 to Mukue. In Jialanga's heart, only Mukue was the most trustworthy. Of course, Jialangi also knew in her heart that the 20,000 dan of food sent by the other party was actually an invitation to her to go on the road. You can't stay here shamelessly anymore. Just stop it when you're ready. So the army began to pack up and prepare to withdraw. Ha ha! Brother-in-law, are you a little reluctant to give away 20,000 tons of food? Duanmuki asked with a smile while holding the tea bowl. No, I don't care about this small amount of food. And I can also see the intention behind it. On the surface, it was a free gift of 20,000 dan of food. But it actually created a gap between King Ming and Jialanji. King Ming must now suspect that Jialanji is secretly suing for peace with us. Besides, this also gives Xiao Baiyan a huge face. We only sent out the 20,000 days of food at Xiao Baiyan's request. This move can be described as kill 3 eagles with 1 stone. I have understood it a long time ago. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said thoughtfully. Then you are absent-minded. You seem to have something on your mind? Tell me and I will listen and give you some advice. Duanmuki nodded approvingly. Zhu Xiaobao's brain is definitely good enough for these potential intentions. He can already see clearly, which shows that Zhu Xiaobao has matured a lot and is focused on business. I was wondering why the national master Qiu Baisheng wanted to see me in Jumei, and he insisted on us coming over. In fact, he can come over too, and his identity is really a bit scary. Even though he is Qian Du, he is a registered disciple of the Venerable. But he is also a disciple of the great martial lord. Also, when passing through the realm of Jialanji, he is not so safe. After all, Zhu Xiaobao is still very worried about his own safety. Now, he is not worried about his people. Less. Ha ha ha. My 1,000-year-old king of England. Don't worry about this. I have already made a prediction for you. This trip will be risk-free, relaxing and comfortable. And there will be unexpected surprises. Unexpectedly, Duan Muqi laughed loudly. Smiled. Seriously? Then how many people should I take to the royal court? Do you think 10,000 is enough? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little relieved. Duanmuki's judgment was always correct. And his calculation index was also amazing. It was said that it had never been forgotten. Although Zhu Xiaobao doesn't really believe it in his heart. There's no need for so much. 500 is enough. And it has to be done with great fanfare and luxury. Anyway, the news that you are going to the royal court cannot be hidden at all. Just treat it as a sightseeing tour and appreciate the exotic customs. Now! Even the sandstorm can't stand still anymore. Yesterday, a messenger was sent to show us goodwill. Duanmuki waved his hands with determination and said with a smile. Duanmuki did not express his stance on Xiaobao's show of goodwill. He only politely responded with some gifts. But he took the opportunity to publicize it. His intention was very obvious, which was to let King Zhua and King Ming know that they would not dare to target Lingyu Mountain again. Otherwise, if Lingyu Mountain and King Yu join forces, they will be echoing each other, and will definitely be a huge threat. Especially for Jialenga. It would be a dilemma for her to be attacked from both sides. Therefore, Duanmuki decided that Jialenga would never dare to touch the little treasures. On the contrary, he would try his best to protect them to show his sincerity. Sure enough, just as Yu Xiaobao said, King Ming was furious in the main hall. Jialenga received 20,000 dan of food, but he had no intention of giving half of it to himself. What's even more irritating is that Jialenga had already begun to withdraw his troops. So he sent someone to inform him. But he didn't come at all. How annoying! This bitch doesn't even want her daughter? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill her daughter? Prince Ming yelled angrily in the hall. All the civil servants and generals did not dare to speak out. But they didn't agree with this invasion of Lingyu Mountain. Not only were the troops and generals lost, but now the food supply in the Ming King's fiefdom was very tight. And the 4 counties were beginning to become unstable. In addition to the 150,000 garrison troops in Shiyuan City, there are less than 300,000 civilians left. And I am urging food every day, because horses are already being killed there to help out the emergency. Forget it. This is Duanmuki's trick again. If we really fall out with Jialenga, then we have fallen into Duanmuki's trick. The plan for now is to remain calm and quickly stabilize the unstable factors in the fiefdom. Well, not only can we not make enemies with Jialenga, but we also have to go and see her off. How about this? I will personally go and see her off. There was no improvement in the main hall. Even though she vented her bad breath, Princess Ming was still very happy when she returned to the inner palace. She is calm. And she is also very wise. She can immediately see the meaning. Duanmuki wants to use 20,000 dan of food to break up their alliance with Jialenga. Therefore, it is even more necessary to treat this matter calmly at this time. Humph. A slave really thinks he is a prince. If it weren't for the help of an old guy like Duanmuki, I would have killed him long ago. Madam, this time Duanmuki stays at Lingyu Mountain. Isn't this a good opportunity? We can send people to assassinate Yu Xiaobao. By then, Lingyu Mountain will be destroyed without attack. King Ming suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. He suddenly said a little excitedly, Many people think so, but they all hope that others will do it. But you want to do it yourself? Let me tell you. Don't say that you can't kill Yu Xiaobao at all. Even if you succeed by luck, then we will be in disaster. Now! Lingyu Mountain, Princess Island, and Northern Zirwei Kingdom will rush over at all costs. These forces are gathered together and are stronger than us. Moreover, they are also good at naval battles. It can be said that it is easy to attack Shiyuan City. At that time, the people who will benefit the most are the 6th Highness and the 1st Prince. Princess Ming looked at King Ming coldly, a bit like she was looking at an idiot. She never expected that such a stupid idea was actually thought up by King Ming. She has made little progress in these years. No. My temper has increased quite a bit. Ha. I just said that casually to vent my emotions. Prince Ming also felt that his idea was stupid, and said with a smile. He also wanted to hug Princess Ming and get close to her. But she was disgusted by Princess Ming. She was thrown away. Ever since she got slapped in the face. Princess Ming has never slept with Prince Ming again. Princess Ming personally brought people to see her off, which made Jialenga a little surprised, a little guilty, and a little touched. Unexpectedly, Princess Ming also brought 2,000 dan of food, which was a help in times of need. Originally, the two of them had a grudge against each other, but now they are extremely affectionate and talk about everything. Princess Ming saw her off for a long time, and she was still reluctant to part with her before parting. She was quarreling with her some time ago, but now she looks more like a sister. King Jialenga was moved to tears, but when they broke up and turned around, they both turned cold and snorted disdainfully. I bet everyone is very good at acting, and would return to their normal expressions once they broke up. After listening to the spy's report, Duanmuki was a little depressed by Princess Ming's behavior. Unexpectedly, Princess Ming was not fooled at all, and she gritted her teeth and gave Jialenga 2,000 dan of grain. This made Duanmuki, I have to admire Princess Ming's shrewdness and wisdom. For Prince Ming to develop so smoothly, it can be said that Princess Ming deserves the most credit. In terms of resourcefulness, Princess Ming is superior to the 7th princess. Here in the prince's mansion, Everyone is busy and nervous. The King of England is going to the royal court. This is a big event and cannot be taken lightly. And he only brought 500 bodyguards with him. Now they are all fighting for these 500 places. And they are all clamoring to go. This was quite unexpected. I thought that these female warriors and guards would have some scruples. After all, luck and misfortune are unpredictable. But I didn't expect them to be at loggerheads. Even Qiu Baiyan was dumbfounded. What kind of prestige is this? It actually makes these female warriors and female guards fearless. Consider this a supreme honor. In the end, because there were too many people vying to go, Duanmuki relaxed the number of followers to 700. 500 female warriors and 200 female guards. The martial arts of these 200 female guards were outstanding. Not among those female warriors. Down. Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Yu Li, and Wu Yu were not among them. They really wanted to go. But they couldn't get away. Wu Yu had to rush back to the Princess Island with 200,000 horses immediately. Because now Zhu Xu bows for this stronghold. Princess Island is the weakest. If these 200,000 troops are removed, there will be great hidden dangers. So as soon as Wu Yu saw Jialanga withdrawing his troops, he rushed back immediately. Yu Li wants to lead the northern Zirwei kingdom and bring out 200,000 troops. Zhu Xiaobao is not here, and Tong Wuxin has not come. So Yu Li can only lead the troops. However, these 200,000 horses did not leave Lingyu Mountain. They would not leave until Zhu Xiaobao came back from Wangting. Not to mention Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, the two most important generals in Lingyu Mountain. The situation is still very delicate now, and they cannot leave. So this time, the leader of the team was actually Yu Qing, who had had a small dispute with Zhu Xiaobao on Luofeng Island. After a few years, Yu Qing was already 22 years old, with outstanding qualifications, and had already reached the first level. Although she is not a martial artist, she is highly regarded by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. So her fighting power is comparable to that of a great martial artist. And the reason why Yu Qing is allowed to lead the team is because Yu Qing is very careful and introverted, not very public. And Zhu Xiaobao does not need a team leader for him to cause trouble everywhere. Zhu Xiaobao has not been idle these days. He has been busy in the processing room. He must be fully prepared. After all, he is traveling far away, and his life is still very important. So he processed and made a lot of things in the processing room, and also modified several super powerful crossbows, specially used to launch simple missiles. We also prepared a lot of advanced equipment for the accompanying guards. Qiu Baiyan was a little stunned when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's battle formation. 8 of the dozen or so carriages were serving Zhu Xiaobao alone. There are also a few cars loaded with necessary gifts. What Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmuki didn't expect was that Hachitu actually asked to go with them. He saw the opportunity keenly. With so many female warriors protecting him, he could resell on a large scale again this time. Forget about the bodyguards. He prepared a lot of carriages. Enough for 10 carriages. There was no way. Toilet paper and burning knives took up a lot of space. Not to mention a large amount of tobacco, which was enough to hold 3 carriages. Besides, Hachitu never forgets to enjoy himself when he goes out. He usually takes at least 4 women with him. This time, because of the lack of transportation, he only took 2 women with him. The happiest people are probably Jumei and the 2 giant men. They all like to go out and hang out. Needless to say, Jumei is the protagonist this time. But the 2 giant men had no suspense. They only recognized Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei, and they didn't buy the others. Finally, the day of departure came, and Yu Dan led people to see Zhu Xiaobao off with a face full of reluctance. Among everyone, the one who least wanted Zhu Xiaobao to go to the royal court was Yu Dan. She just hoped that Zhu Xiaobao could stay in Lingyu Mountain safely. How well Lingyu Mountain is developing now. Why bother to open the inheritance place again? Although Zhu Xiaobao has been working very hard these days, he ensures quality and quantity and pays full taxes every day. But the more this happens, the more Yu Dan is reluctant to leave Zhu Xiaobao. But Yu Dan also knows that Lingyu Mountain is still too small, and Zhu Xiaobao needs a wider space. He has now shown that he is getting stronger and can compete with the princes. I have the domineering power to look down on the world. Originally, the scene was a bit difficult to separate. But unexpectedly, when Zhu Xiaobao left, the people of Lingyu Mountain spontaneously came to see him off. The scene was quite spectacular, and Yu Dan was very proud of it. This is the man I have found is already very popular. After leaving the city gate of Lingyu Mountain, which is still the boundary of Lingyu Mountain, kings with Jialanga's men and horses have already withdrawn. Along the way, Many people from the Shijua and Daxia kingdom were seen constantly, dragging their families with them to defect. Lingyu Mountain. Everyone wants to seek a stable life in Lingyu Mountain. Xiao Baiyan also nodded secretly. From this point of view, it is reasonable for King Zhou and King Ming to jointly attack Lingyu Mountain and fail, because Lingyu Mountain not only has Duanmuki, female warriors, but also the hearts of the people. The group's speed was not very fast. At this speed, it would take about 15 days to reach the royal court. They would first reach Shahu City, then go to Jialanga's territory, and then go north to enter the royal court. Fortunately, the crisis in Lingyu Mountain has been resolved now, so Zhu Xiaobao is relatively relaxed. There was no rush along the way, and I was very particular about what I ate and drank. Besides, with Hachitu and Xiao Baiyan accompanying them, talking was not boring at all. But this good mood disappeared after just one day. Just after leaving Lingyu Mountain and before entering the desert, Zhu Xiaobao was shot. Originally, with the hexagram that Duanmuqi was going to be auspicious, Zhu Xiaobao was very relaxed. Unexpectedly, he had only been out for a day, and an arrow had already been shot from a distance. But something strange is that the range and accuracy of this arrow don't seem to be very high. And the assassin is not a master either, although he was mixed in with the civilians who were migrating with their families before leaving. Yu Qing was immediately noticed as soon as he made a move. The backhand was an arrow, but it killed the opponent cleanly. Master! I didn't mean to shoot him! Yu Qing said a little remorsefully, because the other party was already dead, so there was no way to find out who sent him. Yu Qing felt a little nervous about something. It was the first time she took on such an important task, and she felt uneasy. Yeah, I know. This is not your fault. Do I still blame your archery skills for being too accurate? This is an instinctive reaction. Besides, even if they are left alive, I am afraid these people are dead soldiers and will not confess. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands and said with a smile. Speaking of which, this girl is a few months younger than him, and her performance in the past few years has been quite outstanding. There is an arrow stuck in Zhu Xiaobao's carriage. His carriage is specially thickened and reinforced, and only a huge and beautiful gold and stone bow can shoot through it, and it's quite recommended. Even the huge rocks thrown by the catapult can't penetrate the ceiling of the carriage because there are steel bars inside. But Zhu Xiaobao started to analyze while sitting in the car. Who was itching to assassinate him? Could it be Jialanga? Zhu Xiaobama rejected this idea. Jialanga's subordinates would not be so bad, and she had no reason to cause this trouble for herself. Entering the desert, I didn't expect to encounter a second assassination attempt. This time, the opponent was ambushing underground and wanted to appear in front of Zhu Xiaobao unexpectedly to assassinate him. Chapter 542, Low-Level Killer. This assassination was carefully calculated, fully prepared, and quite professional. It can already threaten Zhu Xiaobao. It was the morning, and Zhu Xiaobao was not in the car, but was riding a horse to enjoy the scenery along the way. Although it was an endless desert, it still felt spectacular to Zhu Xiaobao. And at this time, Jumei was walking in front with two giant men, while the old apprentice was busy preparing his delicious food. In this endless desert, it should be safe, right? Even if you want to get close to yourself, it's impossible. You can't hide your whereabouts at all. Zhu Xiaobao was still thinking this while walking. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jumei, who was walking in front, let out a loud roar. The two giant men around him also reacted quickly. They took action with the maces in their hands at the same time and smashed them hard on the ground. I saw that the place where the mace hit suddenly collapsed, and a blood mist more than 3 feet high shot up from the ground. It turned out that the two killers lurking below the ground had been smashed to death. But a killer among them still rushed out quickly, leaped high, and flew towards the direction of Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. They didn't expect the assassin to come out of the ground, and holding a repeating crossbow in his hand, he pulled the spring towards Zhu Xiaobao. This is a 3-shot stainless steel crossbow with excellent workmanship. The crossbow arrows are extremely fast, but the crossbow arrows are not long, only about 1 foot, but they shoot towards Zhu Xiaobao with no sound. At this time, the big bear and the second bear had no time to lift up the mace in their hands. The two of them cooperated tacitly and reacted quickly. They each took a step across. Their bodies approached each other, and they actually used their own bodies to block the 3 crossbow arrows. 2 crossbow arrows were blocked by the shoulders of Big Bear and Air Xiong, but another one shot out from the gap between their necks and hit Zhu Xiaobao's face. When? There was a crashing sound, and sparks were aroused in front of Zhu Xiaobao. The kitchen knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was already lying across his face, blocking this fatal arrow. But this time it was not the kitchen knife that automatically protected it. But Zhu Xiaobao relied on his quick reaction to draw the knife and block it in one go. He also accurately judged the trajectory of the crossbow arrow and blocked it very accurately. Hit this arrow. But Zhu Xiaobao was broken into a cold sweat. If Big Bear and Erxiong hadn't blocked the other 2 crossbow bolts, could he have blocked the 3 crossbow bolts? 3 crossbow arrows were shot out, and the killer had no chance. Jumei had already turned back from the front. Before the killer could land, Jumei's golden hammer had already come out of his hand and hit the killer hard on the back. On the back. With a scream, the killer fell in front of Zhu Xiaobao's horse. "Tell me about it. Who sent you here?" Zhu Xiaobao himself was a little surprised. Facing this killer, he was not very angry. He wanted to know the mastermind behind the scenes. "Kill me! We don't even think about going back alive!" The killer's injuries were extremely serious. Jumei's blow had basically broken more than half of the bones in his back, and his heart and lungs were also damaged. Severely injured. "It's just that I still have some breath for the time being." "Oh, why bother? Isn't it good to live? I can heal your injuries." Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, "If I live, my family will die. If I die, my family can live in peace." The killer sat up tremblingly and pulled out another dagger from his waist. "Look at this, I want to commit suicide." There is still a kind of relief in his eyes. "Humph. Just die if you want. I'm afraid the result may not be as good as you think." Zhu Xiaobao didn't stop him. Based on past experience, such people will not reveal even a word. Many of them committed suicide. Method. Many people spend their whole lives just for such an assassination mission. No matter whether they succeed or not, they will never live again, because only the dead are the best at keeping secrets. The killer obviously hesitated for a moment, and then decided to believe in his choice. The dagger was inserted into the chest hard, and he died instantly. At this time, the guards had dug up the ground in front, revealing the structure inside. It was obvious that it had been fully prepared. The ground below was actually made of solid wood, although the place was very small and could only accommodate 1 person. But the structure is strong, so the horses of the guards in front did not collapse when they passed by. If it weren't for Jumei's super sensing ability, they could have waited just a moment longer and appeared directly in front of Zhu Xiaobao. 2 more corpses were dug out from the ground. Their internal organs had been smashed to pieces by the big bear and the 2 bears. They were also holding a repeating crossbow in their hands. At this time, Hachitu and Qiu Baiyan hurried over. Hachitu rarely left his carriage after the first assassination, and only had fun in the carriage. He cherished his life very much. Yes, with so much money, you must spend it with your life. Qiu Baiyan, on the other hand, was busy with his old apprentice. He was completely attracted by the delicious food. He was not afraid of assassination. He had martial arts skills, and he also knew that he was not an important person and no one would come to assassinate him. So he was following his old apprentice to learn new things. For example, he was very amazed by the briquette stove that the old apprentice was using now. This thing was so convenient. The old apprentice could easily ride on another carriage. When cooking, there is no need to collect firewood outside to light a fire. What's the situation? What's the situation? Another killer? Qiu Baiyan ran over and said, a little embarrassed at the first sight. He repeatedly promised that the road would be smooth and safe. But he didn't expect that in just 2 days. He had encountered a second wave of killers. Humph. Is this what you said has been arranged? According to this frequency, there will be more than a dozen waves of killers along the way. Zhu Xiaobao snorted. He had already dismounted and wanted to hack Big Bear and Air Xiong. Anesthetic. Because both guys were hit by an arrow. And they were injured because they were trying to shield themselves from the arrow. Zhu Xiaobao was quite moved in his heart. The 2 stupid guys were loyal and recognized themselves as their masters. Therefore, as a master, you must also take good care of these 2 silly guys. However, what Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that these 2 silly guys didn't need any anesthetic at all. They pulled out the crossbow arrows by themselves and brought down a piece of flesh. But the 2 silly guys didn't need any anesthetic at all. Not only do they have very strong skin and flesh, they also recover twice as fast as Superman and bleed very little. This might be an accident. And the killer's abilities are limited. He definitely won't be able to hurt King Cantiusi. Qiu Baiyan avoided the important and took the easy, patting the horse and said, Who do you think wants to kill me so much? Zhu Xiaobao did not blame Qiu Baiyan, but he also did not accept his flattery. I don't know. It depends on how many enemies you have. With all due respect, if you start from Daxia Kingdom, go to Liu Mountain, Luofeng Island, then to Princess Island, and finally Zerwick Kingdom. I'm afraid there will be people who want to kill you. Quite a few. Qiu Baiyan said with a bit of stupefaction after recounting the development trajectory of Zhu Xiaobao. After such an arrangement, Zhu Xiaobao covers a really wide area. Well, yes, I am traveling around the world. Zhu Xiaobao also said helplessly. Master, why don't you go back to the car? It will be much safer that way. The old apprentice said a little apologetically, but he was also very puzzled in his heart, and whispered to himself. Duan Muqi didn't say this trip sit back and relax. Why doesn't his good luck prediction work? Don't tell me. Old man Duan Muqi, what good luck hexagrams are. It's not nonsense. I have to add one sentence at the end. At most there is a near miss. Anyway, any situation can be justified. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately angry. He said, in fact, at first he thought this trip would be a very easy trip, but unexpectedly it turned out to be an adventure. At this time, Yu Qing also rushed over from the front of the team. Zhu Xiaobao was assassinated. Of course, she was the most anxious and angry. This was the first time she led a team to perform such an important task. But she did not expect that she would encounter them again and again. Assassination. Yu Qing was very angry. My brother, you'd better get back in the car. If you're bored, I can ask my maid to perform a belly dance for you. Don't show yourself outside. You are a big shot now. Achita nodded repeatedly. This guy came in a hurry, with rouge and lipstick marks on his face, and his body smelling like a fox that is unique to Western women. Go away, Hachitu. If you want to have fun and let me indulge you, I won't interfere with you. Just shut the mouths of these two women for me so that they can stop howling and screaming, which can be heard 8 miles away. Zhu and Xiaobao saw Hachitu. He became extremely angry. This guy was too indulgent along the way. The key is that the two Shiju women were indulgent and liked to howl so loudly that even Zhu Xiaobao could hear it. Well, please ask the British King Chitos to return to the car. Unexpectedly, Yu Qing also whispered at this time. She was completely thinking about safety. Zhu Xiaobao's car is thick and sturdy. Very safe. And Zhu Xiaobao's car is very safe. It would be easy to keep him safe if he was in the carriage. Humph. Even if you open the way ahead, I still don't take these assassins seriously. Zhu Xiaobao snorted with some displeasure. Then he returned to the carriage a little disappointed. It's not because he's afraid, but because he's no longer in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Hachitu was so thick-skinned that he actually brought 2 belly dancers to Zhu Xiaobao's carriage to let Zhu Xiaobao appreciate this exotic scenery. Moreover, they also brought freshly grilled mutton skewers and kummis. Enjoying the exotic customs. Even the food and drink must be paired with each other in order to have a good feeling. Although the carriage was a little crowded, Zhu Xiaobao still enjoyed a very distinctive belly dance with great interest. It was really a skill. The 2 belly dancers also tried their best and performed extremely wonderfully. Zhu Xiaobao also clapped his hands and cheered. And in the end each of them was rewarded with 10 taels of silver. After Hachita left with the dancer, Zhu Xiaobao began to think carefully about who wanted to kill him. But there are too many people I can think of. From Zhu Xiaobao's point of view, the one who wants to kill him the most is the Southern Zerwei Kingdom. Not only Yu Shichang wants to kill him, but also Yu Wanqiang. Now the Northern Zerwei Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger, and it has begun to surpass the Southern Zerwei Kingdom. With Ruigui in ruins, the war between the North and the South is just a matter of time. Now that Zhu Xiaobao is far away in Shijue, it is best if the assassination can be successful. Even if it fails, he will not think that Nanzarui Kingdom has sent people all the way to assassinate him. The othermost suspects are Ji Jixing and His Highness 6th Prince. Both of them have a rift with him. And Zhu Xiaobao strongly supports the 19th Princess, which makes it possible for the 19th Princess to compete for the throne of Daxia Kingdom. So these 2 people are also very suspicious. Even if the assassination fails, the situation can be disrupted, which is what they want to see most. Finally, there are those who hate Zhu Xiaobao. The Muda tribe, King Ming, and even King Yu, who do not want Zhu Xiaobao and kings with Jialanga to reconcile. After thinking about it, Zhu Xiaobao began to feel depressed again. This was the reason why he had been unwilling to participate. It seemed very glamorous and domineering. But there were too many things to consider. and the risks he faced also increased significantly. On the third day, when they were about to leave the desert, Zhu Xiaobao encountered the third wave of killers. To be precise, there was only one person. However, before this killer could take action, he was captured alive by his old apprentice. It turned out that the old apprentice was also a little guilty, so he paid extra attention on the third day. He noticed a faint murderous intention from afar. He sneaked over quietly and successfully captured the killer. This killer did not commit suicide, but also revealed his identity. It turned out to be a killer from the killer hall. He had accepted the mission, but it was not known who wanted to kill Zhu Xiaobao. The killer hall had rules. Look at the price, regardless of origin. So the killer had no idea who his employer was? Killer hall? Okay. Tell me, how much is my head worth? Zhu Xiaobao asked excitedly. He had always wanted to wash away the shame of being given away as a freebie. So at this time asked excitedly. I don't know the exact amount of money, but according to the level of the task, it is a level 3 task. This level of work is generally quoted between 10,000 and 30,000 taels of silver. The killer replied honestly. Only 30,000 taels of silver? Isn't that too little? What is the price of the second level mission? Zhu Xiaobao asked again, a little disappointed. The second level missions are generally for assassination targets of the Great Martial Master level, and the price ranges from 50,000 to 100,000 taels of silver. The first level missions are for Super Great Martial Masters or Martial Master level Masters, and the price depends on the target. Yes, usually it starts with at least 10,000 taels of gold, the killer said yearningly. He was only a first level martial artist and could only accept third level tasks. What? Go back and let your intelligence department figure it out. I'm a great martial artist now. And yet, you listed me on a level 3 mission? Zhu Xiaobao was hit again and shouted angrily. Road. However, the manager said that your martial arts skills are low. Your vision is low, and you have no actual combat experience. So you can only be assigned to the third level mission. This killer was an honest man, and told Zhu Xiaobao exactly what the manager said. What? A high-minded person, but a low-handed person? And yet, he has low martial arts skills? Your manager is derelict in his duties. It's nonsense. Come on. Let me show you today whether I have low martial arts skills. Someone, give him the weapon back. Listen up. If you can beat me, I will let you go back. If you can't beat me, you will die. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, and angrily asked someone to return the weapon to the killer. Yes. The killer immediately became energetic and jumped up. Don't try to persuade me. I'm going to kill someone. Get out of my way. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Sure enough, no one dared to stop him. Everyone watched from a distance as Zhu Xiaobao angrily put on soft armor, held a pair of iron claws in his hands, and a kitchen knife in his waist, and walked to the center of the field aggressively. Sure enough, although this killer only has the cultivation level of a first-level martial artist, his kung fu is biased toward dexterity and swiftness, relying on speed to win, and he has extremely rich practical combat experience. Although his cultivation level is still a big step below Zhu Xiaobao, it turned out to be a bit confusing for Zhu Xiaobao. But after 10 rounds, Zhu Xiaobao adapted to his style of play, and slowly began to take the initiative, and the offensive in his hands became more and more fierce, making the killer a little unable to resist. Without paying attention, Zhu Xiaobao was about swiped upon, but Zhu Xiaobao felt that the tiger claw did not hit the real spot. But the opponent actually took several steps back, jumped up in panic, and hid behind a tree. Come out. The fight isn't over yet. Zhu Xiaobao was getting ready to fight, and couldn't help but shout loudly. But there was no movement at all behind the tree opposite. How? Want to use a hidden weapon? Or do you want to wait behind the tree and plot against me? Zhu Xiaobao was also careful not to move forward, just in case. Alas, Master, they have run away a long time ago. What are you waiting for? It seems that they are very accurate in classifying you as a third-level task, the old apprentice said while shaking his head. He had already seen the problem, but he didn't take action. Why is this like this? Do you still have any professional qualities? You just say that you can't beat him, and you just run away? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in embarrassment. It's normal for him to run away when he gets serious. What else do you want? To make him wait to be killed by you? The old apprentice shook his head and sighed. His experience in this world is too bad. Well, Okay. Now I declare that this competition ended with the killer escaping. The final result is that I won the final victory. Zhu Xiaobao looked depressed. But he was still very responsible. I made an ending. And finally threw myself into the carriage, not having the nerve to come out again. Those female warriors covered their mouths and had fun. They didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was still so funny. No different from before. They were not interested in Zhu Xiaobao's victory or defeat. What they liked was the rogue Zhu Xiaobao. Precious. Finally walking out of the desert. He saw Shahu City in the distance. Zhu Xiaobao took a telescope and looked at Shahu City in the distance. But as he looked, Zhu Xiaobao saw a group of people wearing clothing with patterns of flames and lightning. Clothing and holding strange things in their hands were lined up, as if they were waiting for them. Apprentice, look! Who is that person in front of you? Huh? People from Perak Hall? Who are they waiting for? I guess I was just waiting for you. Chapter 543 Muzishu. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the battle formation in Perak Hall. It was really big. There were more than 1,000 people. They were uniformly dressed and full of confidence. The little treasures of Perak Hall have long heard about it. Now Shahu City is actually the territory of Perak Hall. It was originally managed by several sections. However, with the rapid development and expansion of Perak Hall, other sects either moved away or recognized Perak Hall as the boss of the hall. He only operates in Shahu City, pays taxes according to regulations, and no longer has management rights. Especially in recent years, Perak Hall has developed rapidly and has been renamed as Perak Sect. It is divided into 4 branches and has over 10,000 disciples. Now the leader of the Perak Sect, Lei Zhenzi, is also the #1 figure, and his cultivation level is also very high, reaching the level of martial master. The person standing in front of Zhu Xiaobao now is an old man. He is the uncle of the head Lei Zhenzi. His name is Mu Zishu. He is also the most important backbone of Perak Hall, because almost all of the new products that have emerged in recent years are from his handiwork. He belongs to that kind of research madman. That is, a workaholic. And his research on various firearms has reached the point of obsession. Now Mu Zishu just wanted to ask Zhu Xiaobao for advice. But he first displayed the most proud products of Perak Hall here, hoping to compete with Zhu Xiaobao. Dare I ask, is the King of England 1,000 years old? Lord Zhu Xiaobao? I'm here, the elder of Perak Hall. Mu Zishu wants to have a discussion with Lord Zhu Xiaobao. I wonder if I can give him a favor. Mu Zishu saw the leaders of Zhu Xiaobao and immediately bowed. He cupped his hands and said, ever since Zhu Xiaobao set off, Mu Zishu had received the news. He was immediately excited and wanted to compete with Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. It turned out that he had never figured out how it was possible for Zhu Xiaobao to invent so many novelty gadgets at his age, each of which was unheard of, especially the last time in Jialanga's camp. After Mu Zishu was blown to pieces by those landmines, he thought about it day and night when he came back, and did countless experiments without sleep or food. But he never found anything. It can achieve the effect of Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, the rapid development of Pillaman in recent years is also due to these inventions and creations of Zhu Xiaobao. Pillaman also imitates cats and tigers, and has successively launched knockoff versions of missiles, fire bombs, and bullet crossbows. Although the lethality is far less than the genuine ones, it is also extremely popular, allowing Perak Gate to make a lot of money in recent years. How dare you! Why don't you kneel down when you see the 1,000-year-old King of England? Yu Qing immediately stood up and shouted loudly, because Mu Zishu's etiquette was too simple. He just bowed his hands and looked arrogant. So Yu Qing immediately scolded him with dissatisfaction. Ha ha! The King of England is only granted by the Northern Zirwik Kingdom. This is the territory of our Perak sect. This elder already respects the King of England for 1,000 years. Mu Zishu said with a faint smile. Over the years, he has held a high position in the Perak Hall. I haven't been so polite in a long time. In Shahu City, except for Venerable Duobao and the leader Lei Zhenzi, Mu Zishu can almost cover the sky with one hand. What's more, even if he is the leader, he still needs to be called Uncle Master. Yu Qing, come back! Zhu Xiaobao frowned and called Yu Qing back first. Then he also cupped his hands and said lightly, it turns out to be Elder Mu. I have admired you for a long time. I have admired you for a long time. But the so-called exchange of ideas is not necessary. I have seen all those things of yours. The damage is limited. The flammability is acceptable. And it is still quite powerful when used in fire attacks. Although Muzishu displayed a lot of exquisite works in a mess, they are basically the same. That is, things that can ignite quickly, but the power is different, and the way and time of ignition are different. Nothing new. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. Even the female warriors showed disdain in their eyes. This made Muzishu feel a little bit crazy. Humph. Zhu Xiaobao. Those naval guns and red-coated cannons of yours are indeed very powerful. But I'm afraid the cost is not low. Otherwise, Zhuang Jialanga wouldn't have attacked the city this time and launched 3 rounds of a siege battle. Right? Muzishu hummed unconvinced. This time Jialanga went to attack Lingyu Mountain. Although he did not go to watch the battle, he was indeed very concerned about the development of the battle. So he was very concerned about the battle situation. It's quite understandable. Well, more or less. The cost is not low. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with your sect. Right? Besides, this time I won the battle with Jialanga. There are many things that don't require fighting. I cut off their food. I have already won. Zhu Xiaobao said disapprovingly, not bothering to argue. These things of his will not be sold at all. So the cost and reputation will not affect anything at all. And he knew that Muzishu was so persistent in wanting to compete. And more importantly, he wanted to know the formula of gunpowder. The gunpowder they used was missing the most critical ingredient. This was Muzishu's biggest purpose. No. Progress can only be achieved through communication. Xiaobao, you and I both have our own advantages. It is beneficial for everyone to communicate and command each other. Don't you think? Come here. Show it to King Chatos of England. Let King Chatos of England see the power of our Thunderbolt Gates missiles. This is my latest development. With the missile crossbow, the range can reach 200 steps. And the accuracy has also been greatly improved. Muzishu said very proudly. Also regardless of whether Zhu Xiaobao wanted to or not. He had already started to let his disciples start operating. These were carefully prepared by Muzishu. And their power should not be underestimated. The preset target 150 steps in front was immediately hit, bursting into a ball of fire, and then began to burn rapidly. This preset target quickly burst into flames, and the performance effect was ideal. The disciples of the Perik sect also cheered loudly. Muzishu's face was even more triumphant. This was his latest research result. Well, not bad. Elder Mu, I have already read these things of yours. They are very good. Can we enter the city? Zhu Xiaobao nodded calmly, and then said nothing further, wanting to go into the city to rest. Got it! This makes Muzishu want to scold her. I have worked hard to prepare for several days, but with such a dead expression. I say it's good, but it sounds more like I'm perfunctory. What's even more annoying is that Zhu Xiaobao doesn't even want to look at other things. He just wants to go to the city. Hey, Xiaobao. Since this is a discussion and exchange, you have to bring out something for us to see. Could it be that those things of yours were also bought with money? Muzishu suddenly became a little angry. Cried. Alas. I have already said that our things are not comparable. Whatever. If you want to see it, let you see it. Jiumei. Shoot an arrow and let them see it. Pay attention. Zhu Xiaobao said a little helplessly, and then asked Jiumei to come out. Oh. I know. Jiumei took off her golden stone bow and took out an arrow. This was a special arrow, thicker than the one she used before. But when paired with this golden stone bow, it's not that obvious. The disciples of the Perik sect who saw this were all astonished. I have never seen such an exaggerated big bow. And such a strong and tall female man. Yeah. Just the tree 250 steps away. Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly casually. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge and beautiful arrow was shot out, carrying a strong wind. Even people with sensitive ears could hear the sound of the arrow cluster violently rubbing against the air. Puff. Jiumei's arrow hit a tree 250 steps away. The arrow cluster passed through the tree, but the arrow shaft remained in the trunk. Suddenly, the tree, which was not very thin, exploded from the center of the trunk. Then the upper half fell to the ground, and the lower half began to burn. It turns out that the arrow cluster is coated with a material similar to a match head, and the arrow shaft is filled with gunpowder. When the arrow is flying, the friction between the arrow cluster and the air has ignited the coating, and at the same time it has also ignited the coating. The fuse leading to the arrow shaft was ignited, and the gunpowder in the arrow shaft was also detonated the moment it was shot into the tree trunk. The gunpowder in the arrow shaft was not small. and it was easy to blow up this not very strong tree. Jumei did not fully draw the bow this time, so the arrow stopped in the trunk. "Oh? What is this? Why is it so powerful?" Mu Zishi was stunned and murmured to himself. And all the disciples of the Parak sect were speechless. They were stunned. On the contrary, the female warriors were all cheering for Jumei. Jumei had absolute prestige among these female warriors. Many people admired Jumei very much. "I've already said, our things are not the same thing. There is no comparison at all. Let's go to the city as soon as possible." Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be very unwilling to waste time with Mu Zishu here, and said a little impatiently, "Wait a minute. I still have some more. Look, this is a palm thunder. It produces smoke. It can be used to block the enemy and then escape. This is explosive. It can be used to hurt the enemy." Mu Zishu was a little anxious. He shouted impatiently, and his disciples immediately started to demonstrate on the spot, regardless of whether Zhu Xiaobao wanted to or not. He had already thrown out several pills. These things are only used when traveling around the world, and their lethality is limited. What's even more ridiculous is that 2 palm mines fell on the ground for a while before they started to explode. It took a long time before the smoke was emitted. This is because the lead wire of the Thunderbolt Gate is made of cotton thread wrapped with explosives. Although the combustion is stable, the time cannot be accurately controlled, and this error often occurs. Alas, I have already told you that it is fuel. It burns too violently. It is of little use. If you use it to burn the granary, I am afraid that as many people as there will be killed will die. Okay, apprentice, show them my inconspicuous gadgets." Zhu Xiaobao was really not interested. But now, he had no choice but to send Mu Zishu away as soon as possible so that he could enter the city early. "Okay, brother, watch out." The old apprentice is very excited. He is the only one who can show his face every time. The old apprentice now enjoys this highlight moment. But the old apprentice did not take action immediately. Instead, he took the cigarette pot and lit a pot of cigarettes for himself. However, this inconspicuous little action already made Mu Zishu a little dumbfounded. The old apprentice didn't know what he was holding, so he casually scratched his body, and it caught fire. Then he lit his eyes, took a nice breath, and walked out leisurely, holding the cigarette rod in one hand. He flicked it casually with the other hand, and a match hit the clothes of a disciple of the Parak sect. The old apprentice's technique was very clever, and the match first rubbed his shoulders on his clothes. Then it started to catch fire at the collar, and the hair on the back of his neck was also on fire. The disciple was frightened and jumped repeatedly, and finally put out the fire. "Did you see that the highest level of ignition is to start catching fire as soon as it reaches the opponent's body? Then there is no need to calculate the ignition time, and there is no need for your kind of fuse," Zhu Xiaobao said disdainfully, and casually with one stroke, a match also caught fire in his hand. Another stroke, and another match burned. Mu Zishu was stunned. Is this thing too magical? What on earth is it? Ahem. The King of England is 1,000 years old. Lord Xiaobao. This is indeed very magical. But I wonder if you can sell this formula to me. Don't worry. The price is whatever you want. 100,000 taels of gold. What do you think? Mu Zishu after regaining consciousness. He asked with a smile on his face. Ha ha. Elder Mu. Would you like to sell the formula of your Pili-Sex missiles? As far as I know, only the master and you know your formulas, right? Do you think I will sell them? Zhu Xiaobao, he said with a faint smile. Well, how about you reveal the formula of the explosive that just exploded in the tree trunk? That's fine. I'll still pay you 100,000 taels of gold. Mu Zishu was feeling itchy now. If he mastered these formulas, then the Parak sect will definitely rise to the next level again, and will definitely become the #1 sect in the world. Thinking further afield, it is possible to create a small country. Sorry, not interested. I'm not short of money. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, 1 million taels. 1 million taels of gold. What do you think? Mu Zishu went a little crazy at this time, and suddenly increased the price 10 times. All Xiaobao trembled when they heard. 1 million taels, 2 gold pieces. This Parak Gate is really rich. I'm sorry. I told you. I won't sell it. Zhu Xiaobao resisted the temptation and said calmly, These things, when they get into the hands of Pili Hall, will be murderous weapons. When the time comes, they will be produced in batches, and the consequences will be it's very scary. Maybe one day I will be bombarded by a bomb of my own invention. Hey, Since King Chatos of England doesn't bother to do this business with me, I'm sorry. You can't enter Shahu City. According to regulations, you are not allowed to bring weapons into Shahu City. You must either hand them in or deal with them outside the city. Drop. And Shahu City is not allowed to lead troops to enter. You should have heard of these rules. Right? Mu Zixu suddenly turned into a non-smiling person and said, and his disciples were also on full alert. Begins to become hostile. Mu Zixu, don't talk nonsense. This time Jialanga was able to lead his troops through you. And you didn't stop him. It's not like Jialanga's 1.5 million horses bypassed Shahu City. Right? At this time, Qiu Baiyan shouted angrily. It turns out to be Mr. Qiu. How is the Imperial Master? I really miss the Imperial Master very much. Mu Zixu was still a little wary when he saw Qiu Baiyan. So he cupped his hands and asked with a smile. Not only is Qiu Baisheng the national master of Shijua Kingdom, but Qiu Baisheng single-handedly managed Shahu City into what it is today and developed it into a trade center. Qiu Baisheng was the city lord of Shahu City at the beginning. 10 years ago, because of the disputes between the various sects in Shahu City, Qiu Baisheng went to the royal court and became the national advisor. So Mu Zixu is still very afraid of Qiu Baisheng. What's more, it was rumored that Qiu Baisheng left Shahu City because he became a disciple of the great Venerable Thousand Poisons. Even Venerable Duobao couldn't keep Qiu Baisheng back then. Nonsense. Of course the Imperial Preceptor is very good now. King Chatos of England was invited by the Imperial Preceptor. How dare you stop him? Qiu Baiyan shouted angrily. Haha. It's not that we won't let him go. But there are indeed such rules. And these rules were set by senior brother. Mu Zixu also threw back the words cunningly. Humph. Then why can Jialanga lead troops to pass by? Qiu Baiyan asked angrily. Well, of course there is a reason. Jialanga gave us a county in Perak Gate. If the King of England Chatos pays the same price, I can let him go immediately. Of course, if you Qiu Baiyan wants to go there, you will definitely not be able to go there. If there is a problem, I will let you go immediately, and I will send someone to take care of you. Mu Zi said with a fake smile. He was very sure that Zhu Xiaobao would not be able to take out such a county's territory. Besides, it was Zhu Xiaobao who agreed. Yes, he also has other ways to make things difficult for him. You? Qiu Baiyan was immediately speechless. It was simply impossible to ask Zhu Xiaobao to come up with a county. But now it seemed that Mu Zixu was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Zhu Xiaobao. It seems that Elder Mu is determined not to let me enter the city? Zhu Xiaobao frowned and asked. Hee. There are indeed rules. And it's your first time in Shahu City. So we don't dare to be careless. Not to mention your magical weapons and powerful firearms. Even these hundreds of female warriors can make you. Our Shahu City is bleeding like a river. I have to guard against it. Muzi said with a fake smile. And then leaned closer and whispered. Chatos-sama, if you can get that formula. Forget it. We will camp outside the city today. I'm a little tired. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Zhu Xiaobao interrupted Mu Zixu without thinking, and actually stopped going into the city. This made Mu Zixu feel a little crazy. This guy didn't follow the normal routine at all. He immediately started setting up camp if he refused to leave. This made Mu Zixu a little embarrassed. He had to send people to keep an eye on him. He didn't know what Zhu Xiaobao wanted to do if he stayed outside the city. Mu Zixu returned to Perak Gate in a depressed mood. He had just lit up a pack of cigarettes. But he also fell in love with this newly popular flue-cured tobacco. But Lei Zhenzi, the head of the Perak sect, hurried over. Uncle Master, you stopped Zhu Xiaobao outside the city? You have caused a big trouble. Oh, nephew, you don't know. His formula of burning powder is simply extremely powerful. And the kind of fire starter that catches fire as soon as it is rubbed is also extremely useful to us. Mu Zixu is still there to this day. Don't forget these things that make you crave so much. But we can't be enemies with them, Lei Zhenzi said angrily. Don't worry. The only way for them to go to the royal court is through Shahu City. I don't believe they can go around it, Mu Zixu said very confidently. Uncle Master. You, Lei Zhenzi suddenly called out hesitantly, looking behind Mu Zixu with some unbearable eyes. What's wrong, nephew? Mu Zixu suddenly felt something bad and immediately turned around to see what was going on. Snapped. A slap has already hit Mu Zixu's face. Chapter 544, Shahu City A. Mu Zixu suddenly became furious and was about to explode. But when he saw the person who beat him, he immediately lost his temper and asked with a sad face. Great master. Why did you hit me? Hit you? Little bastard. You dare to refuse my friend from outside the city? It's good that I didn't kill you. Of course, the person who came was the great venerable Duobao, who was in charge of Shahu City. He was wearing reading glasses at this time. He was holding a green cigarette rod in his hand, and was kicking Mu Zixu angrily. Even though Mu Zixu is over 50 years old, in the eyes of venerable Duobao, he is really just a little brat. So of course Mu Zixu didn't dare to have an attack. Little did he know that Zhu Xiaobao and venerable Duobao still have a relationship. The reading glasses now worn by venerable Duobao were given by Zhu Xiaobao, and a magnifying glass was also given as a gift. With these two treasures in hand, venerable Duobao didn't go out for half a year after returning to Shahu City. He was finally able to carefully appreciate and play with all the treasures he had collected. Therefore, the great venerable Duobao is still very grateful to the little treasures. And now venerable Duobao has another hobby, which is smoking. He also specially made this priceless cigarette rod with a piece of top-quality jade. He smokes every day and appreciates his treasures. The most enjoyable moment for his holiness. So when he heard that Zhu Xiaobao was coming to Shahu City, the great venerable Duobao was very happy. But unexpectedly, he was turned away by Mu Zixu. Therefore, the great venerable Duobao came to investigate the crime without even thinking about it. Got it. Lei Junzi next to him was also a little unhappy. Mu Zixu didn't even discuss it with him. So he took his disciples to mix with Zhu Xiaobao, and even planned to forcefully buy Zhu Xiaobao's formula. This was obviously just a dream. How could someone sell such an important formula? So Lei Junzi shook his head helplessly. Speaking of it, Mu Zixu was not a treacherous person, but he was a little too obsessed with studying these firearms and explosives. And sometimes his ideas were too simple. To put it bluntly, he is a nerd and a research geek. But the Pai Lai sect can reach today. It is really inseparable from Mu Zixu's painstaking efforts. Uncle Master, why didn't you discuss it with me and just made the decision on your own? Zhu Xiaobao can only try his best to make friends, but he must not make enemies. You even turned him away from the city. Don't even think about it. Among the products in Shahu City now, the best-selling ones are Zhu Xiaobao's high-end products. If he cuts off the supply of goods to those merchants in a rage, then we, Shahu City, will suffer the most. Although Lei Junzi was very anxious, but he still respects Mu Zixu. After all, he is his uncle. That's right. If nothing else, I can't live without this kind of tobacco. Just listen to me. If my tobacco breaks, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Lord Bao put another bag of cigarettes in and said angrily. In fact, Mu Zixu is even more addicted to smoking than venerable Duobao. Whenever he is studying those firearms and explosives, he never leaves his hand with a cigarette. Alas! You don't know. There are so many novel things in Zhu Xiaobao's hands. I really feel hot looking at them. Let's not talk about the firearms. Just the small wooden sticks that caught fire when I saw them today. It's very valuable. And what's more, Mu Zixu said about his excitement, and started dancing again, his eyes shining. Stop talking nonsense. Please first think about how to invite Zhu Xiaobao to Shahu City. Venerable Duobao interrupted Mu Zixu and shouted angrily. Oh? I haven't thought about this. Senior, what do you think we should do? Mu Zixu asked a little dull. At this time, it was almost evening, and Zhu Xiaobao and the others had already set up camp and were ready to take a good wash. They had been saving water for the past few days and did not dare to be too extravagant. Now that they have arrived at Shahu City, they can use the remaining water as much as they like. Used up, every camp was filled with the scent of soap, as well as the cheerful laughter of female warriors and female guards. At this time, we have left the desert, and we can see a lot of green and large pastures around us. Under the setting sun, from a distance, Shahu City still looks a bit primitive and vicissitudes of life. And its city walls are different from Lingyu Mountain. It's an earthen city wall. There are also many small tribes settled here on the periphery of Shahu City. They have more or less connections with Shahu City, so they can live here without having to rely on King Zhuo or King Yu. Compared with other tribes, their lives it can be said that it is much more stable. Zhu Xiaobao was very curious about these small tribes. But the people in these small tribes were also very curious about them. Many girls came on horseback just to see the rumored female warriors and the weapons they used. These soaps. People were watching from a distance and refused to leave. Some of the braver ones wanted to exchange this soap with the female warriors. Although many shops in Shahu City sell it, It is not something they can afford. And usually they can't just enter Shahu City casually. Seeing the envious looks of so many people, the vanity of these female warriors was greatly satisfied. Someone actually took out soap and exchanged it with these girls. Suddenly, this lucky girl became the envy of everyone. Master, why are you not in a hurry? What should we do now that we can't enter Shahu City? Yu Qing asked with a sad face at this time. She was still used to calling Zhu Xiaobao master. This is the first time she has led a team on such an important mission. Wouldn't it be a failure if she failed? So Yu Qing was very anxious. Afraid? Why should I be anxious? I can come to Shahu City because I think highly of them. Humph! This Mu Zixi will regret it sometimes. Besides, there is an old friend of mine in Shahu City. Isn't that right? Old disciple? Zhu Xiaobao hummed nonchalantly and asked his old disciple casually. What kind of old friend is that? I don't want to see this person again. Master, give me your kitchen knife. This guy is already here. Of course the old apprentice knew who Zhu Xiaobao was talking about. But he didn't wait until halfway through his words. He sensed that Venerable Duobao had arrived. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect that my little friend would come to our Shahu City, and I would be so far away to welcome you. Old Nine, long time no see. Why don't we have a discussion first? Even though he was still far away, Venerable Duobao shouted with laughter. Rode. Venerable Duobao actually rode a donkey. Don't look at this little donkey. It was covered in gray and had 4 small silver hooves. It could run faster than an ordinary war horse, and it was very stable when sitting on it. It is the most beloved mount of Venerable Duobao. Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of you? The old apprentice immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed towards him. Since the fight with Venerable Duobao on Luofeng Island, the old apprentice has become very confident in his martial arts. Now he also wants to practice with Master Duobao again. Unexpectedly, the two elders, both older and younger, started fighting as soon as they met. Venerable Duobao's Duobao flywheel took action again, but in the face of the old apprentice's chops, he was still a little confused. And this time, the old apprentice has an additional skill. An endless stream of matches are constantly shooting at Venerable Duobao, and they will catch fire when they touch Venerable Duobao. Even if he cannot touch Venerable Duobao, the flowers, plants and trees around him can still ignite the matchsticks. Although it obviously had no lethality, it still frightened Venerable Duobao. He had never seen such a hidden weapon before. As a last resort, Master Duobao's other Duobao flywheel also took action, which turned the situation around and gained a slight upper hand. However, this time the two mainly focused on fighting, not fighting for their lives. They laughed until the end of the fight, then put away their weapons, and came to Zhu Xiaobao's place, and sat on the ground together. Venerable Duobao is not polite, and plans to have dinner with Zhu Xiaobao and the others. But Mu Zixi, who was following behind, was a little embarrassed at this time. No one paid any attention to him. Those female warriors were even more on guard, not letting Mu Zixi and others get close. Yu Qing! Let them come over! Elder Mu! Ha ha! We meet again so soon! Zhu Xiaobao smiled and waved to Yu Qing, and then said to Mu Zixi with a smile, Well, I have met the King of England, Chateaus, and I acted recklessly. Please forgive me for my actions. Mu Zixi bowed deeply in annoyance. The courtesy this time was very respectful. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I know people like Elder Mu. They are addicted to certain things and can't extricate themselves. They often act simply and whimsically. Please sit down. Zhu Xiaobao also stood up and returned the salute, and then smiled and invited this person. Let's take a seat together with all the elders. Thank you. I offended many people outside the city today. Please forgive me for your forgiveness. Mu Zixi said gratefully. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was quite easygoing and did not embarrass him. Mu Zixi waved his hand, and the servants following him immediately presented gifts. They were all jewelry, jades, and rare medicinal materials. In the end, there were 2 twin girls, who were only 14 or 15 years old. I dare not think of such beautiful girls in this era. Giving it as a gift is a very common thing. Zhu Xiaobao is now well informed and is not surprised. Anyway, just accept it and leave it to Zhu Rong to handle. But Zhu Xiaobao would never dare to keep it secretly with him. Zhu Rong was still very strict about such special gifts. Elder Mu is so polite. Come and get some good tea and tobacco for Elder Mu. Zhu Xiaobao knew that this was a thank you gift prepared by Mu Zixi personally. So he reciprocated the courtesy and asked Lu Tong to get some practical ones. Gifts are coming. It can be seen that both the great venerable Duobao and Mu Zixu have cigarette sticks in their waists. They light up a pack of cigarettes as soon as they sit down. They are already experienced smokers. No. No need. I have a merciless request. And I ask the King of England, Chateaus, to fulfill it. Unexpectedly, Mu Zixu waved his hands and said with some expectation, "Oh? You still want my formula?" Zhu Xiaobao was also surprised. Is this old man so persistent? Isn't this too ignorant? No. No. Now that I think about it, I want to ask for a pair of reading glasses like Guobao-senpai. And a magnifying glass. Alas, my eyes are actually not as good as Guobao-senpai. I often have to borrow Guobao-senpai's reading glasses. But Guobao-senpai Senior is also in great need. Mu Zixu sighed and said, he overuses his eyes. So he is about the same age as Duan Muqi. But he is already an old man. In this era, the eyes of people with a little bit of cultivation will not start to age until they are 60 years old. Oh, so that's it. This is easy. Go back and ask my second apprentice Mu Chuanyi to make one for you. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that this was what he wanted. But now that Mu Chuanyi is not around, he can only return to Zirui Kingdom and process it for Mu Zixu. Who? What did you say your second disciple's name was? Unexpectedly, Mu Zixu suddenly became very excited and asked after hearing Mu Chuanyi's name. Mu Chuanyi. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked, suddenly thinking that both of them had the surname Mu. Could they be related in any way? Although Mu Chuanyi has been following Zhu Xiaobao for several years, she has always kept a low profile and is not as famous as her old apprentice in the outside world. Few people know that Zhu Xiaobao also has a female apprentice. Does she have red moles behind her left ear? Mu Zixu asked very excitedly, his voice even trembling. Not bad. It seems that she is someone very close to you. Zhu Xiaobao knew that Mu Chuanyi had a red mole behind his left ear. The two of them had been working together for so long. So of course Zhu Xiaobao had seen it a long time ago. She is my daughter. I have been looking for her for 18 years. Back then, the Thunderbolt Hall was washed away by King Yu's sandstorm. And we were separated. Since then, there has been no news about the mother and daughter. I didn't expect that she is still alive. Then is her mother okay? Mu Zixu suddenly cried bitterly. Well, I don't know. Mu Chuanyi was taken in by Lingyu Island. But she was alone all this time. And she never mentioned her life experience. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, Oh, I understand. I understand. I'm afraid something unexpected happened. Mu Zixu whispered sadly. Although he was a workaholic, he also knew that any woman who was captured would not have a happy ending. It was only because Mu Chuanyi was still young at the time that he survived. It turned out that the batch of fire and thunder bombs customized by Pilotang for King Yu Xiaobao did not meet the requirements of Sandstorm. That time, Xiaobao suffered a loss in the battle with Jialanga. So he vented his anger on Pilotang. At that time, Perak Hall was still a very small sect and was unable to withstand the iron cavalry of the Sandstorm. It was beaten to pieces and fled to Shahu City. If the great venerable Duobao hadn't been stationed in Shahu City and scared off the iron cavalry of Xiaobao, Perak Hall would have been wiped out. Otherwise, venerable Duobao could teach Mu Zixu such an unceremonious lesson. And Mu Zixu would not dare to have any objection at all, just because venerable Duobao had saved their lives. At that time, Jialanga also happened to send troops to encircle and suppress the people in the sandstorm, which saved the Perak Gate. Therefore, Perak Hall has always maintained a good business relationship with Zhuang Jialanga. Ha ha! So, you can't even stop King Yu's sandstorm. And now you actually want to threaten my little brother. Do you think you've got carried away? Venerable Duobao next to him also said with a smile. Yes. Yes. Senior taught me a lesson. Mu Zixu wiped his tears and said respectfully. Ha ha! I'm so happy to find my daughter. Come on. Let's have a bowl. The old apprentice also said with a smile at this time. He didn't expect that his junior sister actually had a father, which made the old apprentice very happy. Happy for Mu Chuanyi. He has a tacit understanding with this junior sister. And Mu Chuanyi usually takes good care of his old apprentice. Although the meal was relatively simple, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Several smokers present lit up their cigarettes. Fortunately, it was in the open air, so Zhu Xiaobao didn't suffer too much. But venerable Duobao stretched out his hand and said, My little friend, can you get some fire sticks like this? Don't think I don't know. This is not a hidden weapon at all. It's just a fire starter. But it's quite good convenient. It turned out that the old disciple had shown off again just now, lighting his own bag of cigarettes with a match, and looking a little triumphantly at Venerable Duobao blowing the fire stick to light the cigarette. This made Venerable Duobao feel a little embarrassed. So now he reaches out to ask for it too. This thing was worthless at all. Zhu Xiaobao generously gave Venerable Duobao a large package with more than 200 roots. This made Venerable Duobao overjoyed. Little friend, this time you come to my sandbox, Lake City. You must stay a few more days. I can show you my treasures. They are all rare treasures. Okay. No problem. I still have some questions to ask the Great Venerable. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said he wanted to know more about the Venerable Thousand Poisons. But now that Qiu Baiyan is also here, so it's a lot more vague. This time when I went to the royal court, the person who worried Zhu Xiaobao the most was the Venerable Thousand Poisons. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao and his men were grandly welcomed into Shahu City. Zhu Xiaobao was the first to be greeted by the Great Venerable Duobao and Lei Zhenzi in person. After entering Shahu City, Zhu Xiaobao looked around and carefully observed this famous ancient city outside the Great Wall. It is indeed more prosperous than Luofeng Island, with more shops, roads, and various vendors than Luofeng Island. The population of Shahu City is several times that of Luofeng Island. After all, it has many years of heritage, and Luofeng Island is still incomparable. However, what makes Zhu Xiaobao a little secretly proud is that his products are the best-selling ones. And the prices have also gone up again. No wonder Hachita likes to run here when he has nothing to do. The profits are high. Of course, when Zhu Xiaobao came to Shahu City, the first place he visited was the treasure cave of Venerable Duobao. And only Zhu Xiaobao could enter with his old disciple. Even the old disciple occupied Zhu Xiaobao's cave. Otherwise, Venerable Duobao would not let his old disciple enter his treasure house. Facing the dazzling array of rare treasures, it took Zhu Xiaobao a long time to begin to adapt. Living in this cave, one really needs a magnifying glass. There are too many things in it. No wonder the Venerable Duobao can't usually find enough. After leaving home, it turns out that you can have endless fun here. However, the main purpose of Zhu Xiaobao's trip is to ask about Venerable Qiandu, because Venerable Duobao knows Venerable Qiandu quite well. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Venerable Qiandu was fine. But Venerable Duobao asked Zhu Xiaobao to pay attention to another Great Venerable Man Wang, because the Great Venerable Man Wang is actually at the first prince's place now. Chapter 545, Shahu City B. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is not very interested in the many rare treasures of Venerable Duobao. These are dead objects and have no meaning in his opinion. The main purpose of his trip was to understand the situation of Venerable Qiandu. Among the 9 great sages, Venerable Duobao has some friendship with Venerable Qiandu, because Venerable Qiandu's weapon Thousand Poison Snake Staff is one of Venerable Duobao's most proud collections. Venerable Qiandu wanted to spend a lot of money to buy it, but Venerable Duobao gave it directly to Venerable Qiandu. For this reason, Venerable Qiandu owes Venerable Duobao a huge favor. So whenever Venerable Duobao or Shahu City are in need, Venerable Qiandu will secretly help. When the Great Venerable Man Wang challenged Venerable Duobao, he was struck by Venerable Duobao's luxurious hidden weapon, which contained a poison pearl. The Great Venerable Man Wang was unaware of it, and was poisoned. And then Venerable Duobao took the opportunity to defeat him. Later, it took the Great Venerable Savage half a year to force the toxins out of his body. Therefore, although Venerable Duobao is ranked 3rd, he is not absolutely sure that he can win the Great Venerable Man Wang. Fortunately, the Great Venerable Savage was defeated by the Great Venerable Wu Wei, and the Great Venerable Ice and Fire one after another. He has been dormant for nearly 10 years, and has not shown up. But the Great Lord of the Savage Land has always been a hidden danger in the hearts of these great lords, because his cultivation speed, his own physique, and his super strength have exceeded the limits of human beings. Over time, he will be a very terrifying existence, because the Great Lord of the Wilderness is ferocious and vicious, takes pleasure in killing people, and is an absolute devil. The only Great Lord of the human demon who is interested in him also fled back after being beaten to pieces, and never dares to provoke the Great Lord of the Wilderness again. It is such a leading demon who has now appeared in the eldest prince's fiefdom. I heard that he is getting along very well with the eldest prince. It is understandable, because the Great Lord of the Wilderness can also eat people. These two people, but they have the same temperament. Senior Duobao, This great sage of the wilderness doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Does he? I haven't sinned against him at all? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little doubtfully. Does the great master of the wilderness still need a reason to kill people? The reason why I remind you is because from Shahu City to the north is the realm of Jialanga and the eldest prince. You'd better pass through Jialanga's realm. Lord Bao nodded solemnly. He was also worried these days. If Lord Manwang came to cause trouble again, would he be able to stop this big devil? But it is impossible to move your Duobao cave to a safe place in a short time. Humph. I'm not afraid if we really encounter it. Many things can't be solved without force. Right. Old disciple? Zhu Xiaobao snorted. Not causing trouble, but never being afraid of it. This is Zhu Xiaobao's with a consistent purpose. Not to mention the magical weapons and various weird methods in his hands. Zhu Xiaobao still felt quite confident. Yes. Of course I'm not afraid of him. Master, as long as you lend me this kitchen knife, that'll be it. The old apprentice also hummed domineeringly. But the last sentence still showed that I was unsure. Back then, he encountered the great venerable man of the wild, who went on a killing spree, and was massacring the village. Although he couldn't bear to see it, he didn't dare to take action, and could only avoid it quietly. Because it's free to go up there. But now, he is somewhat confident. As long as he has this kitchen knife in his hand, he can at least save Zhu Xiaobao and escape. This old apprentice is still very confident. After coming out of Venerable Duobao, Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice prepared to take a good walk around Shahu City to understand the business conditions here and absorb some other people's experiences. Of course, I also want to find a better restaurant to try the food here. Neither of them had much to eat. But the food at Venerable Duobao's place was extremely simple. Moreover, Venerable Duobao always cooked by himself. He was full of treasures in the cave, so he never had to be served by servants. It was all done by himself. Take action to make sure no one steals his treasure. But the food was too simple. I didn't expect Venerable Duobao to make do with it like this. Zhu Xiaobao and the old disciple were grinning after eating, and left in a hurry after eating only half full. After walking around in Shahu City, the two of them were wearing casual clothes, and were not very conspicuous. They walked around very casually. Zhu Xiaobao found that there were many more varieties of business here than on Luofeng Island. And it was very lively with people coming and going. But everyone's purpose was the same, which was to do business here, either buying or selling. On the way, I also saw several shops of Hachitu. This guy can be considered a big merchant in Shahu City. He also opened a pawn shop. His shop is doing a booming business now, because half of his goods are from Zhu Xiaobao's products are very popular. So how else could Hachitu hold Zhu Xiaobao's thighs so tightly? However, Zhu Xiaobao also discovered some markets that were not acceptable. That is, the slave trading market. Business was booming here. The buyers were picking slaves like animals, especially the female slaves. Bargain. The slaves had blank eyes, hoping to be sold to a good master. Otherwise their lives would be miserable. Zhu Xiaomao suddenly remembered his own life experience, snorted heavily, turned around and left. He was still saying angrily, "If I take power in the future, I will definitely abolish this deal." What made Zhu Xiaobao even more annoyed was that just as he was about to leave, he heard Hachitu laughing unscrupulously and still bargaining with others. Upon closer inspection, he found that this guy actually had his eye on a 15-16-year-old boy, the 20-year-old girl. Although her body was thin, but her features were delicate and beautiful. She stood there shivering. Hachitu is now very wealthy. Not only has the price of goods increased this time, but he has also received a lot of orders. This guy wants to do something new again. If you dare to buy, don't even think about buying from me again. Zhu Xiaobao walked up behind Hachitu and said viciously, "Ah? Brother! My brother!" Hachitu suddenly gave up the bidding and hurriedly caught up with Zhu Xiaobao. "Brother? What's wrong with you?" "Oh, I understand. But my brother, take a good look at it. If I don't buy it, who among the other buyers will be as kind as me? If it falls into their hands, I'm afraid they will really suffer." Zhu Xiaobao stopped immediately. Hachitu was right. The other buyers couldn't compare to Hachitu. He had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and he was not a good person at first glance. So he said angrily, "Then you go buy it. Then let her go." "Huh? Isn't this just because she's full? She will probably be caught and resold by then. These people basically have no family or relatives. Even if you let her go, it won't help." "Huh? Maybe if you encounter robbers and bandits, you'll just kill them when you're done," Hachitu said with a dull expression. Oh, then go buy it and leave it alone for now. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said a little weakly. This kind of thing is really difficult for him to change. The best result now is to let her have a good master. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has known this for a long time. Among the gifts Mu Zixu sent yesterday were 2 twin sisters. They must have been bought from such a trading place. Zhu Xiaobao ignored Hatchet's furious fight and left the trading place that upset him. Hatchet ran back in a hurry, stopped bargaining, and just threw away the money to get someone. The buyers who saw it were a little surprised. When did Hatchet become so generous? Not to mention, Hatchet bought them all for someone of almost this age. He wanted to flatter Zhu Xiaobao, but he had to make Zhu Xiaobao happy. After wandering around on the street again, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little better. He saw that there is another place here that Luofeng Island does not have, and that is the auction house. Many things are sold through auctions. Of course, these auction items are relatively valuable or rare. Those customers are willing to pay to compete. Hee hee. This is a good place. A good place to make a lot of money. Zhu Xiaobao immediately grinned and said, rare things are more valuable. As long as he comes up with some new things, he can sell them for sky-high prices. Why? Do you have any valuable treasures? Although the old apprentice has known about the existence of the auction house for a long time, he has not participated in it. He spent all the money he had on food and drink and did not even think about collecting any rare treasures. If there was anything he liked, he would just go and pick it up in the middle of the night. Many of Venerable Duibao's treasures were obtained in this way. It is very easy for a great venerable person to do some dirty things. Yes. If you don't believe it, put your reading glasses here for auction. I guarantee you can sell them for 100 taels of gold. Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. Less. I sold my reading glasses to Mu Zixu yesterday, and he spent 200 taels of gold. The old apprentice corrected in a low voice. It turned out that he had a spare pair, so he made some money. Besides, Mu Chunyi is very good at this senior brother, and she doesn't need to go through Zhu Xiaobao to help him make one. Damn it, old apprentice. You have really grown up. Do you know how to make money? Why do you need so much money? You don't want a wife, and you don't dress up? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, don't I want to treat master to a meal? The old apprentice also said smoothly. In fact, he wanted to buy some rare things for Mu Chunyi. Apart from Zhu Xiaobao, he had the most affection for Mu Chunyi. Of course, his feelings are purely between brothers and sisters. Humph. Let's go then. Let's go have a good meal. We really didn't have enough food at Venerable Duibao's place. Zhu Xiaobao was not polite and directly found the largest restaurant and went up to the second floor. Seating. I want to try the special delicacies here. The dishes here combine the characteristics of the western regions in China, but most of them are mainly from China. They are exquisitely processed and the taste should be very good. Moreover, the ingredients are fresh and the flavor is relatively pure. The hand-picked meat, grilled lamb chops, and pure kumis can still satisfy Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, the old apprentice next to him was more picky and complained. He always used Zhu Xiaobao's craftsmanship as a reference, so he was always not satisfied. From the lounge upstairs, you can see that in the hall on the first floor, there are already a lot of people making a loud noise. Many of them are holding cigarette rods in their hands and still puffing away smoke, which attracts the old apprentice. I couldn't help but light up a pack of cigarettes and smoke them with great enjoyment. But after eating for a while, Zhu Xiaobao realized that something was wrong. The diners downstairs gradually left, and no one came in to eat again. It should be mealtime now. But in the blink of an eye, the downstairs was already empty. Even the old apprentice discovered this and immediately became vigilant. Your Excellency has mobilized so many people. So why don't you please show up? Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while and suddenly said lightly, while the old apprentice stared at the room behind the shopkeeper. Ha ha! My Excellency, Lei Zhenzi, the head of the Perik sect, came here specifically to pay homage to the King of England. Chitos, I apologize for disturbing Chitos's elegance. The door curtain was raised, and Lei Zhenzi walked out with a smile and casual clothes. Although he is very easygoing, the aura of Wu Zun's cultivation is still revealed inadvertently, and he is tall and has extraordinary aura. Oh, I originally wanted to visit tomorrow, but now it saves trouble. How about inviting Master Lei Zhenzi to have a drink with us? Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised, but then he said calmly, a leader with martial master cultivation, and it won't make Zhu Xiaobao care too much. Okay, I've met my seniors. And I've met the King of England for 1,000 years. Lei Zhenzi walked to the second floor of the seating area, and first bowed to the two of them, and said salute. From what you can see, he was still very respectful to his old apprentice. Of course, he is a great venerable person. Don't dare to neglect. In fact, it was originally arranged to invite Zhu Xiaobao to Pilai Gate tomorrow. But he did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would be very angry at the slave trading market, which made Lei Zhenzi a little annoyed. Only then did I remember Zhu Xiaobao's experience. He was once sold as a slave, and it was funny to say that he was just an addition. Worthless. Therefore, Lei Zhenzi was very upset. The trading market should be closed these days, and reopened after Zhu Xiaobao left. Lei Zhenzi also set people to keep an eye on Zhu Xiaobao's every move in Shaohu City. It's not that I have any malice, but I'm afraid of any accidents. Now there is indeed an accident. As a last resort, Lei Zhenzi had to come forward in person. This restaurant was also the property of Pillaman, so he dispersed many diners, and then came out to meet Zhu Xiaobao. Lei Zhenzi has some ideas about Zhu Xiaobao, and he wants to cooperate with Zhu Xiaobao. In his view, Zhu Xiaobao's strength is rapidly expanding, and he is very optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao's development prospects. Originally he was on Jialanga's side, but now it seems that Jialanga's situation is not good. He can't defeat King Yu Xiaobao, and has a falling out with the eldest prince, although he has joined forces with King Ming. This time, they were disgraced and couldn't even take down the small Lingyu mountain. Think of a sect like Perak sect, which is actually a large processing workshop and not very powerful. Although fighting can make them a fortune, it also faces huge risks. If Jialanga loses, what we will face is King Yu's crazy slaughter. Just like back then. For Lei Zhenzi, he is constantly making choices. Once he makes the wrong choice, he is likely to be completely eradicated. Ha ha! Don't worry. Although Jialanga has suffered some setbacks recently, her strength cannot be underestimated. As long as she stays in her own territory, it is not easy to destroy her. You don't have to worry anymore. According to the current situation, it will not affect Shaohu City in the past 2 years. Zhu Xiaobao said very calmly. Although he had just fought with Jialanga, he was still relatively clear about Jialanga's strength. What I mean is that if possible, our Perak sect would like to cooperate with you and open a branch in Zirwei Kingdom. I am even more optimistic that Chitos can regain the southern Zirwei Kingdom. Lei Zhenzi's words are very smart. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao is sure that he can regain the southern Purple Rui Kingdom. In fact, even if he cannot recover it, Zhu Xiaobao may not be able to protect himself at that time. How can he still remember these words? But now it sounds very pleasant. We can't talk about cooperation for the time being, but there is definitely no problem in opening a branch. If Master Lei is really sincere, I can also provide you with a certain amount of gunpowder to solve the problem of your fuse burning too slowly, and the time being difficult to control. Question. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, then nodded and said, in this way, if each sect opens a branch in his own Zirui Kingdom, it will still be quite influential, and he is willing to give more help. And Zhu Xiaobao doesn't think Lei Zhenzi is talking nonsense. It is imperative to regain the southern Zirwei Kingdom. The King of England will live 1,000 years longer. Lei Zhenzi was immediately overjoyed. It was undoubtedly a huge favor to receive such a promise. Think about it. With Zhu Xiaobao's gunpowder, the missiles produced would be several times more lethal. The key is to do some research yourself, and see if you can crack the formula. Of course, Xiao Jiuzhou can only calculate in his mind. Lei Zhenzi will never say it out loud. Zhu Xiaobao then went to other sects and looked around. The headquarters of the Mecha sect moved to the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Highness. There was internal strife in Xindingfeng. Half of the people started a new business and went to Southeast County. So now there are 2 magic weapons workshops. But the Xindingfeng Guimo in Southeast County is much larger and has already become famous. Many people have almost forgotten that Shen Wepang started in Shaohu City. Zhu Xiaobao gained a lot from this trip. He gained a more detailed understanding of the characteristics of each force, and felt that his influence was constantly increasing. But he still needs the support of more people. Fighting is not only about money and food, but also the support of these sects and workshops. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the inn with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, he saw more than 20 girls standing there neatly. Everyone had washed up and changed into new clothes. He looked at Zhu Xiaobao passionately. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately confused, looking at the unkind looks from the female warriors around him. He didn't know where they came from. When he saw hatchets running over happily, He shouted excitedly as if asking for credit. My brother! I bought them all for you and washed them clean. Which ones are you going to use tonight? Get out. Zhu Xiaobao finally understood the origin of these girls and roared angrily. Chapter 546, Jialanga's Realm. Hachita suddenly felt dizzy. What day is it today? I didn't read the almanac when I went out. Why do I keep flattering and patting the horse's feet? The main reason is that this guy has been a little carried away in the past 2 days. So he thought that Zhu Xiaobao was like him, and wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was restraining him when he came out for a change. Although he was accompanied by Lu Tong and Lu Feng, the identities of these 2 women were somewhat different, and they would never dare to interfere with Zhu Xiaobao. But Hachita forgot that Zhu Xiaobao was not very casual about this kind of thing, and was extremely disgusted with this kind of slave buying and selling. Old Ha. This is the 2nd time today. Take these girls back to me quickly, and deal with them on your own. If you don't handle them well, don't blame me for demoting your Hacha tribe into slavery. Zhu Xiaobao, he yelled angrily with his hands on his waist, using such a loud voice mainly for the female warriors and female guards. Otherwise someone will inevitably report back to Zhu Rong, Yu Dan, and Wu Yu after they return. All of them can take care of all the little treasures. Sure enough, those female warriors and female guards all turned their murderous eyes on Hachitu, and they were all annoyed in their hearts. It was not their turn to have sex with Chitos. So what happened to these female slaves? You must know that these female warriors are very unrestrained. They can legally find men on Luofeng Island. Of course, this is also their way of passing on the family line. This incident passed without any danger. Zhu Xiaobao and the others had rested for 3 days, and were ready to leave for the royal court. This time Lei Junzi took several elders from Perik sect, and sent them out in person. Due to his identity, Venerable Duobao only showed up after leaving Shahu City. He wanted to give Zhu Xiaobao a poison avoidance bead, just in case he accidentally entered Venerable Thousand Poisons. Even in restricted areas, you can escape unscathed. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao refused, and Venerable Duobao suddenly remembered and said with a smile, I forgot. You have the blood of a divine beast and are immune to all poisons. So there is no need for this poison-avoiding bead. Thank you, brother. If you need it in the future, feel free to send a message to me, Zhu Xiaobao said seriously. The kindness shown by Venerable Duobao made him very happy. The other party is a great venerable, who, even the old disciple, has developed a deep friendship with Venerable Duobao. In the past 3 days, the 2 of them smoked together, played chess together, and tasted delicious food together. The 2 of them had a common language. Before leaving, the old apprentice also gave Venerable Duobao a jade chess set. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that Hachitu also wanted to follow people to Wangting. He wanted to do business in Wangting. And he also wanted to see if he could open his own car in Wangting. Semicolon. This guy's business acumen is not ordinary. Absolutely a genius. This time he had 6 carriages, 4 of which were full of goods, all of which were Zhu Xiaobao's goods, because these goods were the best-selling ones. Old Ha! There are unpredictable fortunes and misfortunes here. You have to think clearly. Zhu Xiaobao also admired this guy's business acumen, but still reminded him, my old man has already boarded your pirate ship. If you are in danger, even if I don't follow you, we will be annihilated in the future. It's a pity that my old man has no other skills, but he is very accurate in reading people. From the first time I met you on Luofeng Island, I have already seen that you will definitely be extraordinary in the future. At least you will be the king of one side. So, I am not afraid of any risks, Hachita said with a confident smile. Well, have those female slaves been dealt with? How did you deal with them? Did you enjoy it yourself? Zhu Xiaobao snorted. But in his heart, he still quite agreed with this old man Hachitu. Although this guy is greedy for money and lust, he is loyal, courageous, and very discerning. Wherever. They are all kept in my shop now. Alas, I don't know what to do with these girls. Let's wait until we return to Zerway Kingdom and let Princess Ing take care of them, Hachita said, pretending to be worried. In fact, he had already thought about it. As long as he handed it over to Zhu Rong, it would clear Zhu Xiaobao's suspicion, and it would also make Zhu Rong look at him in a different light. This would definitely kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hachitu will never suffer a loss when doing business. After coming out of Shahu City, it slowly started to become empty. In the vast prairie, you can often see the habitat of a certain tribe, herds of cattle and sheep, and the men grazing. many of whom are women, follow the horse riding to herd. And some couples are even grazing while they are riding and falling in love. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little envious. He had never experienced such a life. It looked quite romantic. TSK. TSK. It's really quite romantic. Which one of you wants to ride with me? Zhu Xiaobao also became interested and turned around to ask. He was actually asking Lu Tong and Lu Feng. But he didn't expect Lu Tong and Lu Feng. Tong, Lu and Feng were very shy and did not dare to answer. On the contrary, the female warriors all volunteered to ride together with Zhu Xiaobao. Even Yu Qing mustered up the courage to ask. Can I do it? Oh? So many people? Sisters, can I take back what I said? Zhu Xiaobao was a little overwhelmed. These female warriors were so bold and unrestrained. And they made themselves very embarrassed. No! You've already said it. And now you want to go back on it? Isn't that right? Sisters? The female warriors all laughed and shouted into a quarrel. Relatively speaking, the female guards were more reserved. Although they laughed together, they still did not dare to be so bold. Hee hee! How about setting up camp for dinner tonight? And I'll treat you to barbecue on stone slabs. And burn knives in a pot for each 3 of you. The price for recycling is not low. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to bribe these women with delicious food. Warriors. It's actually a pleasure to be with these female warriors. Even Hachitu, who was following behind, was very envious. Why were these decisive female warriors willing to sacrifice themselves when they saw Zhu Xiaobao being so affectionate? Hachitu racked his brains, but couldn't deceive a female warrior. There are many things that money cannot solve. However, this scene of cows and sheep in the meadows blown by the wind is always filled with an unharmonious atmosphere. The reason was that the tribesmen who saw Zhu Xiaobao and the others showed hostile looks in their eyes. Many people from these tribes also participated in the battle that just ended, and they all recognized these female warriors. Besides, the news about Zhu Xiaobao and his party had already spread, so they were not very friendly. Zhu Xiaobao also tried his best to avoid these tribes and try not to conflict with them. However, even if Zhu Xiaobao is very careful, trouble still comes. He saw 3,000 cavalry coming from the north, with dust flying in the air. Zhu Xiaobao used a telescope to see that it was Mu Xiong, who was rushing over with his own men and horses. Looking at the tribes in the distance, they also looked very nervous. Although this was in the territory of Jialanga, people like Mu Xiong were used to being domineering. Every time they met, they would not take away a few women by force. Let's give up. But this time, Mu Xiong didn't even look at these small tribes, and went straight to Zhu Xiaobao's motorcade. They all held up their shining scimitars, and let out wild howls. The leader Mu Xiong with a wave of his hand. His cavalry surrounded him in a fan shape. It looked like a fierce battle was inevitable. Mu Xiong, you are so brave. I have already agreed with Jialanga not to interfere with our schedule. Mu Xiong, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Zhuang Jialanga? Xiao Baiyan at this time. He stood up and pointed at Mu Xiong and asked. But his confidence was a bit lacking, and he didn't have enough confidence in speaking. Humph. So Wang Chitos promised you. But I didn't agree. They killed my second brother and crippled my third brother. Am I just going to let it go? Mu Xiong's eyes were red, and he shouted angrily. I'm afraid Jialanga doesn't know about your coming this time. Right. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, with just your 3,000 troops, I can guarantee to kill them all in half an hour. Zhu Xiaobao lowered his face and sat on the horse and said, Stop talking nonsense. Even if King's was 1,000 years old, he will not stop me and my brother from taking revenge. Zhu Xiaobao, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Leave all your belongings, as well as all the horses of Hachitu. And that woman named Yume. It was she who shot Mu Ba. In this case, I can let you go. Mu Xiong looked at Zhu Xiaobao, feeling a little guilty for no reason, because Zhu Xiaobao acted too calm. Those female warriors also acted too confidently, not showing any fear at all. On the contrary, they all looked very excited and ready to move, and even picked up the weapons in their hands. What frightened him even more was that Yume had already taken off the golden stone bow. What makes Mu Xiong angry is that behind Yume, Big Bear and Erxiong are also following closely, dragging the mace in their hands behind them. You two beasts! You actually surrendered to the enemy on the battlefield. Do you still want to attack me now? Mu Xiong was furious when he saw Big Bear and Erxiong. He still couldn't figure out why these two giant men suddenly surrendered to Zhu Xiong. Xiaobao, to say that Mu Xiong has really not treated them badly since he recovered these two silly guys. They are full of meat every time, although they are a bit cruel to them. It is also to train them. Sister, do you want to kill him? He has given us meat before, the two silly guys asked hesitantly. Not to mention, they should remember this benefit of Mu Xiong when they come. I can take care of him myself without you taking action. Jumei shook her head, facing a Mu Xiong. Jumei didn't take it seriously. Hee! These female warriors are clamoring to attack my Lingyu mountain and seize me. If you want to take advantage, you have to be prepared to suffer big losses. When you bullied the hardworking tribe, have you ever thought about their feelings? You want me to hand over Hachitu and Jumei, but that is absolutely impossible. Lao Ha and I are brothers, and Jumei is my closest confidant. I am most disgusted with people like you. Come on! I specialize in all kinds of things. I'm so dissatisfied, Zhu Xiaobao said with disdain, when Chief Chiefin cried in front of him. Zhu Xiaobao was very disgusted with the Muda tribe's bullying behavior with guns, because in his opinion, this kind of behavior was definitely not the behavior of a strong man. Okay. Since I gave you the chance and you don't want it, don't blame me for being rude. Come on. Kill all these people. Whoever gets the female warrior, well, kill them all. Mu Xiong hesitated. Suddenly, with a wave of the broadsword in his hand, Ben Ali still wanted to say that the Sui robbers were his. But after thinking about Zhu Xiaobao's words just now, he changed his mind again. And now he has no confidence that he can capture these female warriors alive. Whoosh! Jumei's arrow has already been shot. Fortunately, Mu Xiong is the one who is wary of Jumei. Apart from the old apprentice, Jumei is the most terrifying. His sword was so big that it almost blocked his whole body. So Jumei's arrow hit his sword and splashed a cluster of sparks. Mu Xiong was so shocked that his arms were numb. The strength of this female man was really terrifying. At this moment, another group of troops came from the north and blew the horn while they were still standing far away. Mu Xiong was immediately shocked. I didn't expect Jialanga to catch up so quickly. Looking at his men again, although they came with great momentum, no one dared to rush forward first. They were all intimidated by the momentum of the female warriors. Who can beat these women? Mu Xiong! Stop it! At this time, Jialanga came galloping on a war horse, with Mukue behind her, and 1,000 followers behind her. These 1,000 followers are all powerful bodyguards, and they can basically defeat female warriors alone. Arriving in front of Mu Xiong's horse, Jialanga waved his hand and hit Mu Xiong with a whip. The exchange between them was relatively simple and rough. Now Jialanga is furious and shows no mercy. Mu Xiong's face suddenly had a whip mark, and then blood slowly oozed out. But Mu Xiong did not dodge, nor did he dare to fight back. He just looked at Jialanga unwillingly. Asshole! Go back to your tribe right away. Without me, you wouldn't be the leader of the tribe. And you, don't you think death is not fast enough? Jialanga directed at Mu Xiong and him. The men scolded loudly. These people all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Jialanga. It turns out that Mu Xiong suffered huge losses this time when he came back, which caused strong dissatisfaction among the tribe. Many tribesmen wanted to choose another tribe leader. It was Kingswood Jialanga who personally came to support Mu Xiong and also sent 10,000 cattle and sheep as some compensation to the Muda tribe. So he reluctantly allowed Mu Xiong to continue to be the clan leader. In fact, in this battle, Jialanga's tribe did not suffer much loss, but the Muda tribe suffered the greatest loss, with nearly 70,000 dead and wounded. This can be said to be the biggest loss for the Muda tribe in the past few years. Moreover, we have not yet been able to capture Lingyu Mountain and have not gained anything. Of course, we cannot accept it from the bottom of our hearts. They have always bullied the weak with guns and taken things by force. This time, so many people died and nothing was gained. So even though Mu Xiong had been warned by Jialanga long ago, he finally couldn't hold back and brought his people to take revenge. However, Jialanga knew Mu Xiong's character too well, and had people watching him all the time. As soon as there was any movement, Jialanga immediately led his men to chase him out. Mu Xiong gave Zhu Xiaobao a hard look and left angrily. And he could feel that Jialanga didn't value him as much as before. Now he is very close to Red Copper. In fact, it's no wonder that the Muda tribe lost troops and generals this time, and its strength is no longer comparable to that of the Chihu tribe. Jialanga can provide 10,000 cattle and sheep to keep his position as clan leader, which is already considered very good. Sir Messenger, the 1,000-year-old king of England. I'm sorry to frighten you. It's okay now. Please come, Jialenga said lightly, even though there was a promise. And Zhu Xiaobao also sponsored her 20,000 days of food. But when we meet again, I still feel a little shameless. After all, I am considered a loser. Jialenga, like King Ming, looked down on Zhu Xiaobao, the British king. But now, he did not dare to offend Zhu Xiaobao, let alone whether he could kill Zhu Xiaobao. Once he offends Zhu Xiaobao, if he joins forces with King Yu, that will be Jialenga's biggest threat. So Jialanji had to show her goodwill. And she felt extremely aggrieved. Ha ha! Prince Wuqiantai. We meet again. With Prince Wuqitos personally taking action, I believe there will be no more trouble in the royal court, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and raised his hands. Kings Wuqiansui, I ask your troops to restrain the tribes along the way to prevent such incidents from happening again. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Qiu Baiyan returned to normal at this time and said arrogantly, Humph. I can definitely guarantee your safety in my realm. But if you leave my realm, I don't know. I won't accompany you. Jialenga looked at Qiu Baiyan angrily, and then led the others to show off and go. Alas! After all, she is a woman with a small belly. She is so ungraceful after losing for a while. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. Then he led the troops and continued towards Wang Ting. Hee! My brother! I didn't expect you to be so loyal. I really saw it right. Brother, I am very grateful. Hatcheta also caught up and said excitedly. Zhu Xiaobao declared, and Lao Ha is a brother. What a great honor this is. Especially, Hatcheta was a little nervous just now, fearing that Zhu Xiaobao would really hand him over. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao refused without even thinking. Lao Ha's heart is warm. Don't say it's useless. You will be the one to take care of the beef tonight. I know you just slaughtered 2 cows before you left. Zhu Xiaobao looked like it was natural. This rich man would not slaughter anything until he slaughtered it. Okay. I'll give you another 100 jars of burning knives. Hatcheta shouted boldly. And this time, he received a lot of praise from the female warriors. In the following days, the journey was indeed uneventful. The Boyuo people along the way had all received orders from Jialenga, and no one was looking for trouble. On the contrary, several tribal leaders quietly purchased a lot of goods from Hatchetu. Especially shredded tobacco and burnt knives are the most popular here. Although Jialenga was reported, he did not interfere, and she actually wanted to buy some. But she really couldn't bear to do it. I can only endure it. It was the Red Copper Society that came up with something. So I secretly bought an extra copy and sent it to Jialenga. Now is the time when he is most valued by Jialenga. So Red Copper is also stepping up his efforts to stay in Jialenga for one night. But after leaving Jialenga's territory, we were attacked immediately. Chapter 547 Mo Sang Xiaojian. Jialenga was at the edge of his own territory, watching Zhu Xiaobao's convoy that had entered Wangting's territory from a distance, with complicated emotions. Shitos, how about I go and assassinate this Zhu Xiaobao again? My condition has completely recovered. Mukue behind him asked in a low voice at this time, his tone still as cold as before. For him, every assassination has no difficulty. Only life or death. Oh, forget it. Even if I don't take action, many people are looking forward to his death. But they all hope that I did it. They all want to make a fuss about this kind of thing. Humph. I really want to hibernate for a while now. It's time. Jialenga sighed. In fact, Jialenga now least wants anything to happen to Zhu Xiaobao. And according to Fang Bindu's suggestion, she should join forces with Zhu Xiaobao in order to achieve better development. But Fang Bindu's idea is only from the overall perspective. And Jialenga has a lot to consider. At the same time, he had to take care of the emotions of his subordinate tribes. And he also had to consider his relationship with King Ming. It's not that easy. So although Zhu Xiaobao was traveling through her realm in the past few days, Jialenga never showed up again, but secretly told the tribes not to do anything to Zhu Xiaobao. He also sent his trusted guards to supervise each tribe. Even Jialenga himself is always paying attention to Zhu Xiaobao's schedule and every move. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was not only in no danger, but also started a business on the way, which made Jialenga a bit dumbfounded. The buying enthusiasm of those tribes is also very speechless. Jialenga suddenly understood why Zhu Xiaobao could rise so quickly. It was because his strength was based on economic construction and appeasing people's livelihood. It seems that he doesn't have many troops. But if necessary, He can mobilize all the people. This is the most solid backing. And like the Muda tribe, which uses force to intimidate small tribes, it seems powerful. But it can only leave huge hidden dangers. Isn't Chiefan's counterattack this time a good example? With this level of understanding, Gialanga made the most correct decision in recent years. She curbed her temper and began to rectify the tribes under her rule. At the same time, she also began to vigorously develop production, waiting for opportunities. From an overall perspective, the current situation is just the beginning, and the real war has not yet begun. After leaving Gialanga's territory, Zhu Xiaobao was quite satisfied. It was safe along the way, and the tribes, large and small, no longer made things difficult for them. Moreover, Hachitu also made a lot of business along the way, making a lot of money. The only thing that annoyed Hachitu was that he only had 2 trucks left of his 4 trucks. The other 2 carriages are now filled with various jewelry, jades, and genuine gold ingots. This made Hachitu both surprised and depressed. The people of these tribes are really down to earth. They all pay with real money and silver, and they don't know how to use silver notes. Now there are so many gold and silver jewelry, and they still have to give them away. People are on tight defense. Ha ha! Ha ha! You must be enjoying sleeping with so many gold ingots in your arms every night. Right. No one else will have this opportunity in their lifetime. Zhu Xiaobao sat on the horse and laughed teasingly. It was obvious that Hachitu hasn't had enough sleep in the past 2 days, and the circles under his eyes are dark. Oh, don't mention it. My biggest pain now is too much money. I can wait until I get to Wanting. There are money banks there, Hachitu said, very distressed. But this distress is also happiness and pain. Lao Ha is very willing to persist. Ha ha! Shopkeeper Ha's life is very enviable. He has no worries about food and clothing. And there are many beauties. Xiao Baiyan next to him also said with a smile. But in his heart, he didn't think highly of a businessman like Hachitu. He's a bit of a noble scholar. Although he doesn't have much money, he looks down on these businessmen who smell like copper. Where? I am just following my brother to get some glory. When I get to the royal court, please ask Mr. Chiu to help me, Hachitu said with a smile on his face. He didn't care about Xiao Baiyan's opinion, as long as it achieves its purpose. Chateaus. This area in front is where Gialanga infiltrated originally. Later, the cattle and sheep died here, and no grass grew. Xiao Baiyan no longer paid attention to Hachitu, but pointed to the lush vegetation in front of him. Said where the cattle and sheep flocked. Oh, this is the method of the great venerable 1,000 poisons? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. This area is not small. It can raise tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, which means that it can support 2 or 3 small tribes live here. Ha ha! That's unknown. Anyway, after Gialanga left, this place became full of life again. How far is it from the royal court? Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It seemed that the great master 1,000 poisons might not have done it himself, but it was probably his disciples who did it, because the great venerable Qian Du is the only great venerable who has a sect and disciples. This is the outskirts of the royal court. If you walk 100 miles further, you will reach the real royal court after crossing the Tsui River. I have already sent someone to deliver a message to my senior brother, and he will welcome Chitos at the Tsui River. Of course, Xiao Baiyan knows this place well, and his words are full of the intimacy of returning to his hometown. In fact, he is not from Shijue, but he has lived in Shijue for more than 20 years, and he has regarded this place as his hometown. My second hometown. I didn't expect that the area of Wangting is not very large. So, the area controlled by Prince Yu Sandstorm is the widest right now? Zhu Xiaobao secretly calculated the itinerary, then nodded and said, That's right. In fact, both King Zue and King Yu have expanded in recent years, and classified the areas that were directly under the jurisdiction of the royal court as their own areas. So, Xiao Baiyan said hesitantly, Oh, could it be that the old Khan actually allowed them to develop and grow? Zhu Xiaobao also heard about this, but outsiders have never been able to guess the reason. So it seems a bit confusing, especially in recent years. The old Khan has been reclusive and has not been seen for several years. Well, it's hard to say. You'll know when Chitos meets my senior brother. I can't say anything without permission, Xiao Baiyan said vaguely. Although Xiao Baiyan could not speak much along the way, Zhu Xiaobao also took in many details. The most obvious feeling is that the people here are not as fierce as the tribes of King Zue, but are relatively peaceful and stable. For the current life, the status is also relatively satisfactory. although the old Khan has not shown up for several years. The people of these tribes are full of confidence in the old Khan. It seems that there will never be a war here in Wangting. But Zhu Xiaobao also discovered a very common situation. Many people here have thick necks. And I heard that this state has been going on for many years. It has become worse in recent years. And some places are so serious that it has affected giving birth. This has led to a sharp decrease in the number of births in recent years. Ha ha! I've known about this strange disease for a long time. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. My brother, do you think this strange disease is contagious? I'm worth millions, so I can't get sick. Hachi too also saw this situation. And his thoughts were quite selfish. The first thing he thought about was his own safety. His goal was very clear. He must not die. And so much money has not been spent yet. No! I have already thought of your way of death. But in the end, you were crushed to death by too much money. Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. Impossible. Although I am greedy for money, I am sure of one thing. My money is your money. As long as you live a long life, I will be rich and live a long life. Hachita shook his head. He shook his head and said firmly, Clever! Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but raise his thumbs in praise. At this moment, a golden arrow shot towards Zhu Xiaobao from a distance of less than 100 steps, and hit Zhu Xiaobao's chest. The old apprentice behind him jumped up, and reached out his hand to catch the arrow. Jiumei, who was walking in front, had already shot an arrow with a golden stone bow, heading straight for a big tree in the distance. The arrow penetrated the tree, forcing a figure behind the tree to quickly flash to another side. Behind a tree, smoke was rising all around him at the same time. When he tried to sense the person's position, there was no sound, and even the old apprentice couldn't sense it. She must have escaped, the old apprentice said a little depressed, and Jiumei went straight to the assassin's hiding place, angrily trying to catch the assassin. But no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any trace of this assassin. It was as if he had never appeared before. Golden Arrow! This person should be Mo Sang Xiaojian, who is ranked number 1 in the western region. Right. Xiao Baiyan. Is this the royal court's greeting gift? Or is it a show of force? Zhu Xiaobao took the golden arrow and asked with a stern face. Although it was a near miss. It is not a happy thing to be assassinated like this all the time. Who knows what day? If any assassin succeeds? Wouldn't that be game over? Well, this is a bit unexpected. But this should be Mo Sang Xiaojian's personal behavior. She always likes to challenge masters. It is possible that she heard about Mukue's failed assassination, so she wanted to take action. Xiao Baiyan also did it. Embarrassed, he said hesitantly. The first assassin of Shijua has a weird temper and acts without rules. The key is that her identity is very special, and no one dares to offend her. What? What? One move. If she succeeds, won't I be dead? No. You must give me an explanation today and hand over this assassin to me. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. This thing is too dangerous and can kill people at every turn. Master! The arrow just now seemed to have no malicious intent. It was aimed at your breast shield. The arrow has been pulled out. The old apprentice whispered in Zhu Xiaobao's ear at this time. That won't work. If you scare someone, you will scare them to death. Xiao Baiyan, tell me, when can you hand over this assassin to me? Zhu Xiaobao still said reluctantly. Alas! Shitos, please don't embarrass me. Mo Sang Xiaojian has a noble status. Even if I want to bring her to justice, I don't have the qualifications. Otherwise, wait until you meet my senior brother and ask him to give you explain. What do you think? Xiao Baiyan said with a sad face. Humph. Everyone, listen. If you find any trace of Mo Sang's little arrow, you will be killed immediately. Zhu Xiaobao said angrily to his female warriors. Of course, Jiumei didn't need to say more. She had already thought about it. Kill the assassin who dared to shoot the piggy with one hammer. TSK. TSK. It's really an arrow made of pure gold. This assassin is the richest assassin I've ever seen. Hachita reached out and took the small arrow, looked at it over and over again, and said tis praised. This arrow is exquisitely made and made of expensive materials. It is really not something that ordinary people can afford, regardless of whether the other party had malicious intentions. Zhu Xiaobao was already on full alert, and Yu Qing immediately sent out several teams of elite soldiers to search the surroundings carefully. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while. I originally wanted to continue on my way, but now I have to set up camp temporarily. because it was getting dark at this time. Yu Qing was unwilling to take any more risks and, okay. In the Prime Minister's palace in the royal court, the great national advisor Qiu Baisheng was frowning, thinking about what would happen if he met Zhu Xiaobao. Did Zhu Xiaobao have the legendary and unpredictable skills? The situation in the royal court is too critical now. And King Zhou and King Yu are all ready to make moves in order to keep them in check. Qiu Baisheng had no choice but to allow Jialanga to infiltrate the royal court. He only gave him a warning. What puzzled Qiu Baisheng the most was that this suggestion was made by Venerable Qindu. Originally, he would not meet Zhu Xiaobao because he did not think Zhu Xiaobao could help the royal court. At least it's not the best time yet. But Qiu Baisheng was still very surprised by Zhu Xiaobao's various magical inventions. This was completely beyond the scope of a person's abilities. Even a smart person would not be able to cover so many aspects. The various inventions and creations introduced by Zhu Xiaobao have begun to change their lives, and have even begun to penetrate into Wang Ting. Now there is a chessboard and a stack of writing paper on Qiu Baisheng's desk. In addition, even the tea he drinks has begun to be replaced by this easy-to-brew green tea. Not to mention, Qiu Baisheng was holding a sterling silver cigarette rod in his hand. At this moment, he saw Mo Sang Xiaojian sneaking in secretly, and wanted to avoid him and go back to his room directly. Stop! What have you done? Qiu Baisheng suddenly had a bad feeling. This apprentice was not a cheap person. If someone wearing this outfit appeared and wanted to avoid him, then there must be something going on outside. Take action. Master! I didn't do anything. I just went outside to play. I'm so bored after staying at home all day. Mo Sang Xiaojian walked to Qiu Baisheng helplessly. But she did not kneel down and salute. Because of her high status, even Qiu Baisheng did not dare to be too harsh. Bring your arrow pot. Let me take a look, Qiu Baisheng said with a serious face. Master, what's so good about this? Mo Sang Xiaojian suddenly became a little nervous and said coquettishly, Hurry up! This time Qiu Baisheng did not pamper her, but shouted in a low voice. Sure enough, there is an arrow missing from Mo Sang Xiaojian's arrow pot. The person who can make Mo Sang Xiaojian unable to retrieve his golden arrow is probably not a mediocre person. Sure enough, this apprentice went out to cause trouble again. What Qiu Baisheng was most worried about was that she might cause trouble for Zhu Xiaobao and his group. Right? Tell me, who did you fight with? There is also a golden arrow. Could it be that you couldn't take it back? Qiu Baisheng asked angrily. There was only one person inside and outside the royal court who could make Mo Sang Xiaojian use it. Zhu Xiaobao just came here, but he didn't want this to be the result. Well, if that woman named Jumei hadn't shot too quickly, I wouldn't have missed it. Master, I never thought that there are so many capable people around this King of England. Especially that old man. He can actually catch my golden arrow. Although Mo Sang Xiaojian was a little scared, he actually looked very excited as he spoke. What? Did you really attack Zhu Xiaobao? You are so daring. Do you know that the old man is one of the 9 great lords? The fair-weathered lord. If he wants to kill you, it will be easy. Qiu Baisheng suddenly shouted in shock. I was just testing it. Did I kill him? My arrow was aimed at his goggles, and the arrow was pulled out. I saw that the King of England didn't react at all, but all of my men are really capable. Mo Sang Xiaojian muttered in a low voice, a little unconvinced. You say he has no real ability? Apart from anything else. He burned so much food and grass for King Ming. I still can't figure it out. They say it was his deeds that caused the fire from the sky. I don't believe it. But you have to if it's not Tianhua. His ability is even more terrifying. At least I won't offend such an opponent who can't see through it at all, Qiu Baisheng said angrily. Humph. I didn't hurt him. And I also gave him a pure gold arrow. Isn't it even? Mo Sang Xiaojian curled his lips and snorted. Hey, forget it. They will arrive tomorrow. Follow me to greet them. And then give them an apology, Qiu Baisheng said helplessly. This apprentice is very talented, but he can cause trouble. The ability is also very strong. Humph. If you want me to apologize, then it depends on whether he is so capable. Mo Sang Xiaojian still snorted unconvinced. Shut up. Go back to your room and follow me tomorrow without saying anything. Qiu Baisheng angrily drove Mo Sang Xiaojian back to her boudoir. The next day, his spies came to report that Zhu Xiaobao's motorcade was less than 10 miles away from the Suiyu River. Qiu Baisheng immediately took people to prepare to greet him. When he saw Mo Sang Xiaojian before leaving, Qiu Baisheng immediately became interested. Shocked. Unexpectedly, Mo Sang Xiaojian also wore a very revealing soft armor that was exactly the same as the female warrior. The only difference was that her soft armor was all dark gold, which looked very luxurious and full of mystery. Why are you dressed like this? Oh, forget it. Come with me, Qiu Baisheng said a little angrily. But seeing that there was no time, he had no choice but to leave it at that. Rushing to the Tsui River in a hurry, I saw Zhu Xiaobao and his party passing by the bridge from a distance, and they were about to meet formally. Chapter 548, Great Immortal Master A. Half a mile away from the welcoming crowd, the powerful horn blowing was already heard. This shocking welcome ceremony made people feel that the great master Qiu Baisheng was very sincere. Inexplicably, it will produce a feeling of excitement and exhilaration. When he saw Qiu Baisheng leading the civil and military people to win, Zhu Xiaobao also dismounted and returned the favor with a smile on his face. I am deeply honored to have the great master respond in person. He. The King of England is too modest at the age of 1,000. Now that the King of England has become famous, it is a great honor for me to have the honor to meet him, Qiu Baisheng said with a smile on his face and sincerity. Thank you, Grand Master. Thank you all. Zhu Xiaobao did not forget to bow his hands to those civil and military officials and said, these people are also important civil and military ministers of Shijue Kingdom, and they must not be underestimated. This is General Shunyong. This is Master Qianmu. And this is the 6th princess, Princess Mo Sang. Ha. The royal family members representing the royal court are here to welcome the King of England to his 1,000th birthday. Qiu Baisheng introduced Zhu Xiaobao one by one. When Mo Sang Xiaojian was introduced, Zhu Xiaobao's eyes paused on her, and then he almost laughed out loud. This is a small female warrior from Lingyu Mountain. She is small in stature, but her clothes are exactly the same as those of the female warriors, except that they are changed into dark gold. Mo Sang Xiaojian's figure is extremely petite. According to the average height of this era, men are generally over 1.8 meters tall, and women are also around 1.7 meters tall. This little Mozong arrow is probably not even 1.6 meters tall, but the lordosis and posterior curvature are all there, and they still look very prominent. Hey! Do you really want to laugh? Then don't hold it in. Huh? The Grand Master praised you to the extreme, but you look ordinary to me. Mo Sang hummed provocatively with a small arrow stuck in his waist. Yes. I am very ordinary. Others have spread rumors, and by the time it reaches your ears, I have become a monster. Mo Sang Xiaojian is pretty much what I thought. He is the #1 assassin of Shijue, and he is well deserved. This is you, right? Please keep it. It's quite expensive. Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly and said, and then handed the small pure gold arrow to Mo Sang Xiaojian. Humph. I just had a temporary itch yesterday. I tested it out, and there is no harm in it. But you, a big guard, want my life when you take action. Hey, why don't you come over and make amends to me? Mo Sang Xiaojian was very happy. Tricky. He struck first, put away his golden arrow, and looked up at Jume. Isn't she too petite? So when looking at her huge beauty, she can only raise her head. You dare to attack Xiaozu. I don't care if you have any malicious intentions or not. I will never show mercy. Jume ignored these absurdities and snorted domineeringly. The big bear and Erxiong behind him also stared at Mo Sang Xiaojian fiercely. The great national master Qiu Baisheng, who was standing by, could not help but be shocked when he saw it. He did not expect that the two giant men under the famous Mu Xiong were really subdued by Zhu Xiaobao. And they did not look like they could only follow the instructions in the legend. Acting on orders shows a strong awareness of protecting the Lord. And this beauty made Qiu Baisheng look at her with admiration. She was the one whom Master Qiandu named to invite. It can even be said that her importance ranks ahead of Zhu Xiaobao. Ahem! These are all naughty disciples. I have failed to discipline them well. I disturbed Qiantos. It's a sin! A sin! Xiaojian, why don't you come over and help Qiantos? Qiu Baisheng had no choice but to take the responsibility on himself. And then he glared at Mo Sang Xiaojian and shouted, well, let me apologize to you. Mo Sang Xiaojian was at a loss at this time. He couldn't dismantle his master. He reluctantly handed over his hand, but turned his head in another direction. Ha! It doesn't matter. I'm afraid of this kind of temptation. Once the lie turns out to be real, it won't look good. Zhu Xiaobao was amused by the appearance of Mo Sang Xiaojian. She had a bit of the original Yu Dan, but she was better than Yu Dan, even more unruly and willful. Ha ha. Thank you, King Kiantos, for your generosity. I have already arranged a wedding banquet for you, and I would like to ask Kiantos to take over. Xiao Baixing immediately went down the steps and said enthusiastically, Please! There were some routine understandings that day. Even Feng Yin seemed to be just a formality. And he was actually outside the palace. That is, in Xiao Baixing's mansion. There was also music. Playing, singing and dancing during the banquet. Although it was lively, it was a bit perfunctory. Especially the civil servants and generals, who were all absent-minded and said some nonsensical polite words. Of course, some generals were still curious and asked about the situation of the war with Jialenga. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao's answers were also vague. Back at the inn where he was staying, Zhu Xiaobao was still thinking about these strange behaviors of the officials in the royal court. Everyone seemed to be absent-minded, and they never mentioned anything about the great Khan and the palace. Could it be that the old Khan is no longer good? Or have disputes started to arise among them? But looking at Mo Sang Shijian's behavior, it doesn't look like there's any big internal strife within the palace. Otherwise she wouldn't be so willful. Before Zhu Xiaobao could figure anything out, Ha Chitu was already anxiously waiting in Zhu Xiaobao's study. My brother! You are back. When should we leave? I don't want to stay here anymore. You don't know. This is a place cursed by the devil. It's so scary. I went there and took a look around. Circle. Almost 30% of people have thick necks and are listless. Even if they look normal, they are also weak. It is said that if they continue to develop, they will become such thick necks. I don't want to stay there for a day. We're here. When are we going back? Hatcheta asked anxiously. And besides, if someone here gets such a strange disease, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Hey! Didn't you say you would follow me firmly? Why do you want to back down so quickly? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked a little funny. He doesn't panic once in a while, because he is confident in his heart. Those are two different things. Okay, I absolutely trust you. If you want money, take it. If you have to face a powerful opponent like Kingswood, I will risk my life with you. But I have never thought about this way of death. Lao Ha shouted angrily. Ha ha! Don't worry. I'm here to make sure you're fine. Just in time. Tell me what you saw and heard. Especially the news about the palace. Zhu Xiaobao sat down. And Lu Tong and Lu Fang immediately the freshly brewed tea was served. And at the same time, the old apprentice also walked in. He also saw that something was wrong here. But Hatcheta only knew about the people's livelihood in the royal court. And he really didn't know much about the internal affairs of the palace. Now the alleys in Wanting are actually very depressed. And the shops are all deserted. People don't go out much except for necessary purchases. This was very different from what Hatcheta had imagined. He originally thought that he would have to pay a high price to rent a shop. But he didn't expect that he could get a very good shop for basically a cabbage price. As a result, Hatcheta didn't dare to ask for it. Zhu Xiaobao sent Hatchetu and his old disciple away with a smile. He thought about it for a while in the room. Then took a shower and changed clothes. And had a good sleep. After being tired from traveling these days, he could finally sleep comfortably. Just got some sleep. At noon the next day, Xiao Baisheng sent someone to specially invite Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei to his house again. It could be seen that at yesterday's reception banquet, Xiao Baisheng was unwilling to say more and only said some irrelevant polite words. I want to talk to Zhu Xiaobao alone today. Moreover, after entering the Grand Master's house, Xiao Baisheng even proposed drinking tea and playing chess with Zhu Xiaobao alone, which seemed very limited. But just in case, he would always be with her. Xiao Baisheng didn't care, and just let Jumei stay outside the pavilion where they were playing chess. Unexpectedly, it was Mo Sang Xiaojian who helped Xiao Baisheng at this time. She took the initiative to challenge Jumei, and wanted to compete with Jumei in archery skills. The two women, one tall and one short, look a little funny. In fact, in terms of age, Mo Sang Xiaojian is 2 years older than Jumei, but his height only reached Jumei's waist. Ha ha! Come! Come! Drink tea. Let them have something to do. We can chat alone. Xiao Baisheng picked up the tea bowl and said with a smile. Okay, Grand Master. It was inconvenient to speak yesterday. Can you speak more clearly now? Zhu Xiaobao also took a sip of tea, and then asked lightly. Well, I'd like to ask Chitos. Was the fire that burned King Ming's granary really caused the fire from heaven? Xiao Baisheng first asked a question that he had been struggling with for a long time. Ha ha ha! Grand Master, do you believe this kind of thing? Since he is a think tank as famous as Duanmuqi, I am afraid that Sir has already made a conclusion. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing. Oh, I really hope that Chitos can really have such unpredictable skills, Xiao Baisheng said with a little disappointment. In fact, he already knew that what he was doing was just Zhu Xiaobao's booing. The purpose is to psychologically attack King Ming and Jialangde. Whatever the Grand Master wants to say, since I'm here, it doesn't matter. There is no conflict of interest between me and Wang Ting. What's more, Duanmuqi also respects Mr. Qiu very much. I also want to believe that the Grand Master is a strange man with extraordinary wisdom. Zhu Xiaobao said sincerely that Zhu Xiaobao would not dare to look down on anyone who could be valued by Duanmuqi. Ashamed! Ashamed! When it comes to discernment, I am far inferior to Brother Duanmu. Xiao Baisheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had long known that Duanmuqi had left Southeast County and would not go to anyone else. He just recognized Zhu Xiaobao. Facts have proved that Duanmuqi's choice was correct. Not only is he now at home, but he also has a wife and children. Afterwards, Xiao Baisheng continued with a solemn look. I think Qiantos must have noticed that my Wang Ting is now troubled by a strange disease. This disease has been around for a long time, but it has become more and more serious in recent years. Many people are suffering from it. The symptoms are obvious. And the most terrible thing is that even those women cannot give birth normally. So serious? Are the people in the palace unwilling to show their faces because of this disease? Is this the same for the old Khan? Zhu Xiaobao was secretly surprised. This is already a very serious situation. No wonder Wang Ting has been ignoring the various expansionary actions of King Zhou and Yu. It turns out that I have no power to interfere with him. So I really hope that Chitos can really have unpredictable powers. The situation of the Great Khan is even more confusing. Not only did he also suffer from this disease, but he also invited an immortal master to help him a few years ago. Refining the elixir is said to be able to rejuvenate youth and cure all diseases. It was indeed very effective at first. The pain on the Great Khan's body disappeared, and he became extremely vigorous. He wanted the queens and concubines to sleep with him every night. But this elixir was but he couldn't stop. Later, the Great Khan became inseparable from these elixirs. He couldn't do without this immortal master. But I always feel that this elixir may not be a good thing. Xiao Baisheng was very confused. He said, the immortal master now enters and exits the palace as if he is in a deserted place. On the contrary, it was very difficult for Xiao Baisheng, a great national master, to meet the Great Khan. Even if he did, the Great Khan was in a daze and had no idea what he was talking about. Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked when he heard this. According to Xiao Baisheng's description, this should be drugs. Unexpectedly, this era has already appeared. If you become addicted to this thing, it will be difficult. No wonder the royal family and nobles in the palace are reluctant to go out. I am afraid they are all addicted to drugs. What? Qiantos knows about this elixir? Xiao Baisheng asked in surprise when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's expression. According to what you said, this should be a highly dependent drug. It can make people addicted and can't live without it until the last moment. He has a loss of appetite and is skinny. I'm afraid the Great Khan is not interested in women now. Right. Although it's not poison, but it's more harmful than poison, and it's hard to get rid of. I'm afraid this immortal master himself won't take elixirs. Right. Zhu Xiaobao said with a solemn expression. He absolutely rejects this kind of thing. Once when I find out, I want to cut the grass and root out the roots, because he knows that this kind of thing is too harmful. Yes. The immortal master said that he was an immortal and did not need to take this elixir. The Great Khan allocated a piece of land for him, which was called the Immortal Garden, for him to refine the elixir there, as well as a large number of slaves and gold-silver jewelry. But not even the Great Khan can enter this fairy garden, and the surrounding area is heavily guarded. 12 girls must be donated to the fairy master every month, and there are many luxury goods, including the burning knives and knives produced by you, soap, toilet paper, etc. It is said to be used for refining elixir, but I always feel that this person's eyes are wrong and he is more like a drunkard and a womanizer. Xiao Baisheng nodded and said, Ha ha! I didn't expect that this immortal master is also greedy for wine and sex. This is a shortcut to amass wealth. Zhu Xiaobao said with some emotion. It took so much energy to make some money. But this immortal master casually you're already so rich when you open your mouth. Chitos, it seems that you know about this elixir, but don't know how to deal with it. If this continues, even Wang Ting will belong to this immortal master. It's a shame that I tried to investigate this immortal master several times, but failed. He was refuted by the Great Khan. Xiao Baisheng asked anxiously. He had long seen a huge crisis in this, but he had no way to deal with this immortal master. I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult. The Great Khan and the others can't do without this elixir at all. If they stop it all of a sudden, they might be worse than dead. This has to happen slowly. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and said, Please give me some advice from Chitos. Xiao is very grateful. The princes and princesses in the royal court can also escape from this person's control. Xiao Baisheng stood up, bowed to the ground, and requested very sincerely. Well, this is my first encounter, but I want to meet this immortal master first. I'm afraid I need to use your disciple Mo Sang's small arrow. Her concealment skills can be of some help. Busy. In this case, you let her. Zhu Xiaobao whispered his plan in Xiao Baisheng's ear. After hearing this, Xiao Baisheng nodded repeatedly, and then gritted his teeth and planned to risk it. If he didn't take action, I'm afraid he, a great national master, would also be fooled. Can't go down anymore. In the southeast corner of Wangting, this is the fairy garden of the great immortal master. The great immortal master is sitting in a sedan chair, admiring the scenery of the lakes and mountains. The scenery here is very good, and many of them are dug manually, just to satisfy the great immortal master. He did not hesitate to. It took a lot of manpower and financial resources to build. The sedan that the great immortal is now riding is carried by 16 beautiful girls. It is as wide as a bed and is surrounded by gauze. Inside, not only is the great immortal enjoying fruits and delicacies, but there is also a mere girl covered in gauze is waiting. The great immortal master didn't even have to do it himself. The beautiful girl fed him mouth to mouth. The great immortal master's hands were moving up and down the beautiful girl's body, and he was very busy. I'm reporting to the immortal master. The Grand Master has sent a message. The day after tomorrow, the Great Khan will go out of the palace to worship his ancestors. He asked the immortal master to prepare the elixir for 7 days. I also asked the immortal master to be sure to prepare it properly. At this time, a fairy under his command came floating in. Very soon she bowed down respectfully and saluted, saying that all women who come to her are called fairies. As for the inner garden of the fairy garden, the male soldiers guarding it are not allowed to enter. Humph! You old immortal! You can't live for a few days, and you still have time to go out to worship your ancestors? Well, will Princess Mo you go? Oh, what a pity! Such a beautiful woman has a thick neck, which is intimidating. Otherwise, you can get it now! The great immortal master said to himself in the sedan chair, and then said arrogantly, I know. I will prepare the elixir later, and you can send it to the palace. What kind of sacrifice? Zhu, this is disappointing. Go tell the old guy that refining the elixir has been too hard these days. So I won't go to the palace and ask them to send me this month's berries on time. As well as the toilet paper here. It's almost used up. And the burning knives will go into the altar 50 more. Yes, I will obey the immortal master's decree. The fairy said respectfully and saluted again. At night, in the inner garden of the fairy garden, the palace of the great immortal master was brightly lit. Dozens of beautiful women were covered with gauze, half hidden and half visible. The table was filled with fine wine and delicacies, and the great immortal master lay on his back, in the arms of several beautiful girls. He was enjoying his dinner. He was changing brides every day and groom every night, and he had several beauties to sleep with him every day. It's truly a magical day. But tonight, a petite figure slipped in from outside. Chapter 549, Great Immortal Master B. The defense of this fairy garden is not worth mentioning to Mo Sang Xiaojian. She wants to enter just as she wants, but this is the first time for Mo Sang Xiaojian to come here in such a long time. She was allowed to enter at will. And secondly, the Great Khan strictly prohibited anyone from entering at will. Although Mo Sang Xiaojian acted cunningly and willfully, she was very afraid of the Great Khan. The Great Khan had always kept his word and was very strict in disciplining her. This time Mo Sang Xiaojian was willing to take the risk because of her master's permission, and because she also had serious doubts about this immortal master, because her third sister, Princess Mou, was also addicted to this drug. The sixth Princess Mo Sang Xiaojian and the third Princess Mo Yu are biological sisters from the same father and mother. She has always hoped that the third sister can inherit the throne, and she also feels that only the third sister is qualified to inherit the throne. But now she has become very sick, and she smokes all day long. Because the cigarettes she smokes are mixed with the elixir powder of the great immortal master. And now Princess Ma you can't live without. But unexpectedly, Mo Sang Shaojian came to the inner garden of the great immortal master. And the scene inside made Mo Sang Shaojian blush with heartbeat, hair covered, and feet weak. She hasn't experienced human affairs yet, but she knows something about it. But she didn't expect the scene here to be so lewd and promiscuous. And the women all behave so slutty. This is so far from the fairy garden I imagined. This great immortal master is also naked. And he doesn't have the demeanor of an immortal master at all. He is just a lecherous middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Even a bit wretched. But those women were indeed vying for favor, making the great immortal laugh heartily. The large tea table is filled with all kinds of delicacies, as well as various high-end products on the market. Among them, Zhu Xiaobao's toilet paper is the most frequently used here. Mo Sang Shaojian felt that it was too extravagant and wasteful. Got it. She only spends twice a month on toilet paper, so she has to save some. This great immortal master is definitely not a good person. Mo Sang Shaojian couldn't help but want to take action. But after thinking about the master's repeated warnings, he still endured it, then quietly withdrew. This time she came here first to check the terrain and internal directions. And now she left the inner garden. Mo Sang Shaojian came to the outer garden again. A medicinal field dedicated to planting spiritual medicine. This place was also heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Even the soldiers guarding the medicine garden can only be outside the wall of the medicine garden. And the situation inside cannot be seen. Bypassing these guards, once Mo Sang Shaojian enters the medicine garden, there will be no defense. Not only was there a large medicine garden filled with plants she didn't recognize, but there were also 2 processing workshops, both of which were filled with girls who had been eliminated. These are the girls who pay tribute to the immortal master every month. Only those who can satisfy the great immortal master can stay in the inner garden. And these girls, who were not very satisfied after being enjoyed by the great immortal master, or did not know how to please the great immortal master, were sent here to farm or process elixirs. The purpose of coming here is to collect a medicinal plant here, because this is what Zhu Xiaobao specifically requested. Although Mo Sang Shaojian has no good impression of Zhu Xiaobao. But this time, for the sake of Wang Ting's future, Mo Sang Shaojian could only do what Zhu Xiaobao asked. But something unexpected happened to Mo Sang Shaojian. The elixir grown here was very beautiful. At this moment, she almost believed that this was really the elixir for refining the elixir. After looking at it for a while, I dug out 2 elixir plants and wrapped them carefully. Then I went to the processing workshop to have a look. It was midnight, and no one was working. There were only a few women rushing to pack. It seemed that they were going to be sent to the palace. Because of the tight time, they were so busy. Son! At this time, in Qiu Baixing's study, Zhu Xiaobao and Qiu Baixing were not sleeping. They were waiting for Mo Sang Shaojian. It's just that their expressions are completely different. The old master Xiaobao were drinking tea and playing chess here, while Qiu Baixing was uneasy. His chess skills used to be extraordinary, at least not inferior to Duanmuki's. But now, he was full of loopholes. Even his old apprentice was shaking his head. Chateaus, if it is true as you said, the elixir refined by this great immortal master has a strong dependence on it. Will it affect the health of the Great Khan? The Great Khan's body is already extremely weak. Oh, I'm afraid if the elixir is broken once, Qiu Baixing asked hesitantly. Ha! Now we have 7 days' supply. These 7 days are enough. If you want to refine this kind of elixir, I'm afraid I'm more proficient than that great immortal master. It's not difficult to ensure the supply. What's difficult is that how to get rid of drug addiction. Zhu Xiaobao shook his folding fan and said with a confident smile. He had already thought about it in all aspects. And it was not difficult to refine this kind of thing. But if you want to quit, you will have to endure some hardships. Without super perseverance, it is difficult for ordinary people to quit. Alas! I'm afraid the Great Khan can't quit. And there's no need for it. The old injuries he has accumulated over the years have long been out of control. If he hadn't relied on his advanced cultivation to suppress them forcibly, and with this elixir to relieve the pain, he would have been able to control it long ago. I estimate that the Great Khan will not be alive for more than a year, Qiu Baixing said in a low voice. Although this is top secret information, and it is also very taboo. No one except Zhu Xiaobao can solve this problem now. It had happened. So Qiu Baixing simply told the truth. Zhu Xiaobao didn't speak anymore. He actually didn't care much about Wang Ting's affairs, because it had no conflict of interest with him. He came here because of what Chiu Baisheng said about the bloodline of the mythical beast, as well as Jumei's life experience. But after seeing such a dangerous drug, he couldn't help but take action to put an end to this terrifying thing, because he was probably the only one who knew how harmful this thing was. Therefore, I have not proposed visiting Venerable Thousand Poisons for the time being. And Chiu Baisheng kept silent about it until he solved the matter. Back! Suddenly, the old apprentice said alertly, with his cultivation. Mo Sang Xiaojian had already heard it even 50 steps away. Oh! Great martial lord's cultivation is really unmatched, Chiu Baisheng said with a sigh. He almost didn't notice it until Mo Sang Xiaojian was 20 steps away. Zhu Xiaobao was not much better. It took him almost 30 steps to sense the whereabouts of Mo Sang Xiaojian. Master! I'm back! Mo Sang Xiaojian didn't know that her whereabouts had caused everyone to test her cultivation. Now she came back with a red face. And then she coquettishly told what she saw and heard. After saying it again, his face turned red at the end, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at the crowd, as if he had done something shameful. Ha ha! This great immortal master really knows how to enjoy it. No wonder you are so uncomfortable with it. You are inexperienced after all. Have you brought back the elixir I asked for? Zhu Xiaobao looked a little funny. Not expecting such a tricky woman, it was a bit surprising that the child was so frightened by this great immortal master. Humph! I think this great immortal master is just like you. He is also so lustful and wretched like you. Take it! Don't come to me for this kind of thing in the future. Mo Sang Xiaojian suddenly shouted in anger. Road. In her opinion, Zhu Xiaobao's appearance is really average. At least it is far worse than her standard. So when I saw Zhu Xiaobao smiling, I couldn't help but reply. Then I took out 2 wrapped elixirs from my arms and threw them over. Be presumptuous. Don't be rude and step aside. Chiu Baisheng immediately lowered his face and shouted, making Mo Sang Xiaojian reluctantly retreat behind Chiu Baisheng, but still stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Yes, it is indeed this kind of flower. This shouldn't be produced by your Shijuet. Right. It should be spread from the outside world. Zhu Xiaobao took a look, nodded, and said solemnly, That's right. This kind of fairy grass is definitely not from my western region. This is the first time I have seen this kind of flower. May I ask, Kiantos, what is the name of this flower? Chiu Baisheng looked at it carefully, then looked at Zhu Xiaobao and asked. He really couldn't see through it. How could such a flower and plant cause such great harm? The more common name is poppy. In some places, it is also called opium, big smoke, rice sh, elf flower, poppy, royal rice, elephant grain, rice bag, afarung, etc. And even more, some places call it the sacred flower, while some places call it the devil's flower. Zhu Xiaobao simply said what he knew. In fact, this was the first time he saw the real thing, and he couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful this devil's flower looked. Chitos is so knowledgeable and talented. He can even name so many flowers. What should we do next? Chiu Baisheng was surprised that Zhu Xiaobao could name so many names in one go. Among them, devil's flower. The name, Hua, made his heart tremble. It seemed to be a bit appropriate. Didn't my disciple just tell me that there are only 2,000 defensive soldiers in the outer garden? This number of troops should be nothing under your great national division. Right. Just to avoid attracting other people's ideas. I hope to win the battle quickly. This should be possible without exposing any news. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He believed that the strength of the guards would not be a problem. And these guards are even more vulnerable when they are unprepared. Are we really going to take action? Chiu Baisheng was a little hesitant. This was the great immortal master conferred by the emperor. So he really wanted to take action? It depends on your decision. If you wait until I leave, no one will be able to help you. If you don't dare to send troops, then please send me to Turtle Snake Mountain tomorrow. I will also go to see Venerable Thousand Poisons. Here! Zhu Xiaobao said, a little unhappy. This Chiu Baisheng is not as straightforward as Duan Muqi. Then when will we start tomorrow? Chiu Baisheng asked fiercely through gritted teeth. He himself had no idea. After all, the matter was too big, and he was a little worried. Of course it's night. It's broad daylight. If you mobilize so many soldiers and horses, wouldn't that make people suspicious? Well, tomorrow, at this time, I'll go with you. You'll be responsible for dealing with the guards, and I'll be responsible for dealing with the great immortal master. Don't worry. I promise not to reveal his true colors within an hour. What kind of great immortal master? Humph. I think he is just a scoundrel. Zhu Xiaobao hummed confidently. Then he cupped his hands and took his old apprentice back to sleep. Went! Unexpectedly. After leaving Qiu Baixing's study, Mo Sang Xiaojian chased after him reluctantly, as if he had grasped the handle and asked, "Oh, I know why you want to go at night. You just want to see those things. From the scene of lewdness. I can tell that you are not a good person either. Just like that great immortal master. Humph. Little sister, let me tell you, if I want to find a woman, all I have to do is wave my hand. If you see it, hundreds of female warriors will swarm over there. There is no need to look at other people's. Besides, this king's the harem is really full of beauties. But this does not prevent me from becoming the 1,000-year-old king of England, who is respected by everyone. To be honest, I really don't like you." Zhu Xiaobao was very arrogant, and Mo Sang Xiaojian hummed face to face. "You are looking for death. No one dares to say that to me." Mo Sang Xiaojian shouted angrily, reaching out and preparing to pull out a weapon. "Ha! In the dead of night. Old apprentice. Master, I want to teach this little girl a lesson." Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily. And he was not slow in his skills. He immediately took off his cloak and covered it. The moissanite arrow. Then Mo Sang Xiaojian was miserable. Her head was covered by Zhu Xiaobao's cloak. But she was beaten and slapped again and again. Most of them on her buttocks. The terrible thing was that she couldn't break free and turn around. The cape. Because the old apprentice was always helping Zhu Xiaobao to strengthen. Mo Sang Xiaojian felt that his hands and feet were not obeying his orders. And he was being beaten passively. Although it didn't hurt much. It was very embarrassing. What's more, she was wearing the same sexy soft armor as the female warrior. So her thighs, calves, waist and abdomen were all slapped by Zhu Xiaobao. When Mo Sang Xiaojian got rid of the cloak on his head angrily, all the masters and disciples of Xiaobao had disappeared. Mo Sang was so angry that Xiaojian wanted to cry loudly. But he immediately covered his mouth and changed to a low cry. Well, she didn't want people to know that she had suffered such a big loss. The next day, after midnight, Zhu Xiaobao arrived belatedly with 100 female warriors. These 100 female warriors are all the most capable. And Zhu Mei and his old apprentice are also following behind Zhu Xiaobao. Although Mo Sang Xiaojian's intelligence said there were only 2,000 guards. When it came to their own safety, Zhu Xiaobao was still very cautious. What if there were some masters lurking inside? It's not clear what the cultivation level of this great immortal master is. Zhu Xiaobao had a serious look on his face. And when he saw Mo Sang Xiaojian, he looked intently, as if he wasn't the one who did it last night. Mo Sang Xiaojian was so angry that he got angry on the spot. But when he saw Jumei's wary eyes, Mo Sang Xiaojian had no choice but to swallow his anger and lower his head without saying a word. "National Master, how many people have you prepared tonight?" Zhu Xiaobao asked directly as soon as they met. "Well, just in case, I have prepared 5,000 people," Qiu Baixing said with a solemn expression. "Oh? 5,000 people? The Imperial Master is really generous. To deal with 2,000 people, he actually has to use 5,000 elite soldiers and strong generals." Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Qiu Baixing was really cautious enough and prepared so many centaur. Of course, these are his most trusted subordinates. And they can definitely keep secrets. "In this way, I will lead these 5,000 troops and take down these guards according to Shijian's map. And then you will enter the inner garden. Xiaojian, lead the way for Chitos. And don't do anything willful." Qiu Baixing also thought in his mind. He was nervous. With such a big move, he had taken a huge risk. If it went wrong, it would be a serious crime that would destroy the 9 tribes. "Oh? Master, I want to be with you." Mo Sang Xiaojia suddenly became anxious and said coquettishly, "Nonsense. I'm just cleaning up the guards in the outer garden. The key is to rely on Chitos to expose the great immortal master. How long has it been, and you're still being willful?" Qiu Baixing immediately shouted angrily. Little did he know that his precious apprentice was stunned last night, but the sanctimonious Zhu Xiaobao next to him was severely punished. And now his buttocks are still burning. "Yes." Woo-woo. Mo Sang Xiaojian waited until Qiu Baixing left with his troops. Then hid in a corner and cried secretly. "Let's go! Are you going to cry if you can't beat me? Okay. The worst is, I won't take action today. and you will take action first, Jumei said carelessly from the side. How could she know what happened last night? When Mo Sang Xiaojian saw him coming, he was a little afraid of himself. Has your master ever beaten you? Don't you hate him? Mo Sang Xiaojian asked aggrievedly. Hit me! He beats me often. Xiao said that beating means kissing and scolding. But love, if he likes it so much, he will kick me. So he often kicks my feet. Hey, I'm used to it. Jumihun doesn't care, said. This is a common occurrence for her. Aw? I'd better lead the way for you. Mo Sang Xiaojian was stunned for a moment, and then said in a panic, Who are these people? Why are they so perverted? When we arrived at the fairy garden, we didn't expect things to go much smoother than expected. The guard surrendered without much resistance at all. The reason was that the two leaders on duty were having fun in a room. It turns out that in order to win over these guards, the great immortal master usually asked the girls he eliminated to serve these guard generals. Now all the guards in the palace know that the purpose of being on duty in the fairy garden is to enjoy themselves. Not only do they have fun, but they also get the gold and silver jewelry rewarded by the great immortal master. After clearing the obstacles, Zhu Xiaobao led the crowd into the inner garden majestically, causing a scream of surprise. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little uncomfortable with it. It's really like what Mo Sang Xiaojian said. The women here are all without clothes. At most they are wrapped in a light gauze. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were a little straight. Staring at these, the woman watched for a long time. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my immortal garden? Are you going to risk your life? You are not from my royal court in the west. Who are you? The great immortal also picked up the items in a panic at this time. He put a piece of brocade silk around his waist to cover up his shame, and shouted angrily, No one has dared to be so presumptuous in the past few years. When they come to his fairy garden, they always bring weapons. Hey, great immortal master, come here. Hang this great immortal master up for me. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao come back to his senses, and then shouted loudly with a wave of his hand. Chapter 550, Great Immortal Master C. At this time, Mo Sang Xiaojian was behind and did not dare to come forward, because there was a scimitar hanging on the back of the Great Immortal Master's desk, which was a gift from the Great Khan. It still had quite a deterrent effect on her. But Zhu Xiaobao and these female warriors don't care so much. Especially these female warriors. They are a little blushing and heart-pounding. Although they are usually very bold and unrestrained, there are still not so many people messing around together unscrupulously. Yu Qing did not dare to step forward to take action in person, because the great immortal master was now wearing too little, and only covered the key parts with a piece of brocade silk. It was Yu Dahong and several other more tough female warriors, who had no scruples, and stepped forward to pick up the great immortal master. They were a little cautious at first, for fear that he might have any special abilities. But when they caught him, he was limp in their hands. No effort at all. You and I, are all dressed up. What do you look like? Are you still a bit reserved as a woman? Zhu Xiaobao's eyes lit up when he saw it. But it was time to get down to business. So he immediately became serious and quickly let him go. These women wear all their clothes. Otherwise it will definitely affect their mood. Who are you? Mo Sang Xiaojian? You actually colluded with outsiders to plot against this immortal master. You have really committed a big crime. I will definitely sue you to the Great Khan, shouted. Humph. You plotted against my third sister, and I still want to settle the score with you. Mo Sang Xiaojian also snorted forcefully at this time. When she thought of her third sister's current state, she became very angry and worried. You are ignorant. I was saving her. Didn't you see that she can't live without my elixir now? Please let me go quickly. Otherwise, your third sister will die without the elixir. Yes. The great immortal master seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and began to threaten forcefully. He knew in his heart that without his elixir, these people would be worse than dead. Snapped. Following a loud slap, the great immortal master suddenly felt that his eyes were full of stars, and his brain was confused. After he recovered a little, he could see clearly that the young man standing in front of him was looking at him with a smile. The slap just now, he was the one who hit me. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Who are you? The great immortal master shouted in surprise and anger. Pa! Pa! 2 more slaps made the great immortal master's nose bleed and his cheeks began to swell. He shouted angrily. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Come on! Hit these people! Crack! 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 Zhu Xiaobao still smiled and said nothing, and slapped him 3 times in succession. This time, the great immortal master's cheeks were red and swollen, and the corners of his mouth began to bleed. Don't fight! I'm bleeding! Please spare me! The great immortal master no longer dared to be arrogant this time, but looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. This young man was too terrifying. He said nothing. Fa. It means being slapped back and forth. Who can bear this? Ha ha! Great immortal master? How can he bleed? Is this what the great immortal master is capable of? He doesn't even have any spells? Are you a great immortal master? I highly doubt you are a fake. I remember that great immortal masters are invulnerable and have magic spells. It reaches the sky. Come here. Bring me a knife and let me cut off one of his ears to try. Zhu Xiaobao said, very surprised. And he really took the short knife handed over by Yu Qing. And then one hand has already covered one of the great immortal master's ears. No! 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 Sir! Sir! I am not the great immortal master. I do not have invulnerability. You must not try it. I am just an ordinary servant who grows medicine. The great immortal master suddenly screamed in horror. This time he showed his identity first. There is no way. Zhu Xiaobao's methods are too violent. There is no room for negotiation and justification. Oh! Not the great immortal master? Then your crime is really big. If you destroy the 9 tribes, it shouldn't be too much to divide them into pieces. Right. Zhu Xiaobao also showed an exaggerated expression. And then the female warrior under his command suddenly came to the chair. And he sat down in front of the great immortal master. He picked up the tea bowl with determination and took a sip. Who are you? Although I am not a great immortal master, I can indeed save the life of the great Khan. Now many people cannot do without my elixir. The great immortal master said weakly. At least in this regard. He is still very good. Confident. He hopes to suppress Zhu Xiaobao through the needs of the great Khan and those in the palace. Still not giving up. You want to wait for the great Khan to come and rescue you? Ha ha. Come on. Pull up his rope. Zhu Xiaobao, the old god, said, and saw the great immortal master with a rope around his neck, being pulled up continuously by the rope. His feet were about to leave the ground. And then he stopped. But now the great immortal master's situation is too uncomfortable. He either touches the ground with his toes, and can barely support the weight of his whole body, or the rope around his neck is so stressed that he can't breathe. Anyway, it was extremely uncomfortable for everyone on the left and right. Help! What I told is the truth. Sir, please spare me. The great immortal master felt so uncomfortable that he would rather die than die. But he didn't want to die like this because he still had a huge amount of energy. As long as he can escape this disaster, he can still enjoy the glory and wealth. Well, tell me, what's the name of this flower? Where did you get it? Who taught you the method of refining the elixir? If you tell a lie, I will raise the rope another inch. Zhu Xiaobao asked as he took out a poppy. They call it the sacred flower, and some people call it the devil's flower. It is not native to the country. It was 2 outsiders who capsized their boat at sea, and then accidentally came here. By planting this flower, they slowly grew up. It developed slowly, and I was hired to help them grow this kind of flower. Later, I secretly learned their extraction method and came here. The great immortal master did not dare to hide it this time. And honestly, all accounted for. That's a bit reliable. What's your name? You don't look like you're from the Western Zhu Kingdom. Tell me about your origins. Also, where are the 2 outsiders now? How can we find them? Zhu Xiaobao nodded. If he could say, devil's flower. He seemed to be telling the truth. As for the outsiders he refers to, they should be what we often call foreigners. These 2 people must be found. Otherwise they will be a huge hidden danger. My name is Lao Delu. I was originally a military medical officer under the eldest prince Xia Ziming. I was captured while fighting against the Western Zhu Kingdom more than 10 years ago. Later, because I treated a great general, I was not demoted as a slave. Instead, I stayed in his house as a medical officer. Later, the general died in battle, and I escaped. Great immortal master Lao Delu said dejectedly. His story was exposed, and it immediately caused an uproar. Especially the girls were filled with grief and anger. I have been fooled by such a little person for such a long time, and I still try my best to please him. It turns out that I am really a liar. Mo Sang Xiaojian was even more angry. He didn't expect that this liar would dare to trick him into the royal palace. And he was so comfortable with him that he was regarded as a god. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't arrived today, I'm afraid he would have continued to be carefree. Go down. No. This guy had a sly look in his eyes just now. And he didn't tell the truth. The old apprentice suddenly shouted in a low voice at this time. He could distinguish the subtle changes in the expressions of ordinary people very clearly. So he immediately exposed Lao Delu. Come on. Raise the rope 1 more inch. Zhu Xiaobao ordered directly without any nonsense. No. Don't. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. In fact, I had an affair with the general's concubine. And the general discovered it. That's why I escaped overnight, because the general's power is too great. I had no choice but to escape into the virgin forest. And then I met 2 outsiders. This time, Lao Delu did not dare to hide it anymore, and confessed all his scandalous things. It turned out that in order to avoid being hunted, Lao Delu desperately fled into the primitive forest. He didn't know how far he walked. And then he met a very primitive tribe and settled there. Because he could see a doctor. He gradually gained some status in the tribe, and even had a wife and child. However, Lao Delu was not willing to be buried in this primitive forest. He always wanted to go back to the original world. Seeing that his son looked like an ape, Lao Delu was very upset. But it is very difficult to get out of this primeval forest. And you have to face many wolves, insects, tigers and leopards. The people of these primitive tribes were not willing to go out of the forest. So Lao Delu had to suffer in the tribe day after day. Then one day, 2 foreigners came to the tribe. They were originally going to be killed by the tribe. But Lao Delu saw hope in them. Because if they could walk in, they would be able to walk out. Moreover, although these 2 foreigners were lost, they kept detailed records of the places they passed. And Lao Delu actually recognized that one of the places was Shahu City. So Lao Delu saved them, saying that killing them would bring disaster of annihilation. So the people of these primitive tribes did not dare to do anything, and asked Lao Delu to send them away. So Lao Delu found an opportunity to break away from the primitive tribe. Later, the 3 people really escaped from the virgin forest. But the 2 outsiders did not dare to show their faces because the people here could not accept them. They had yellow hair and blue eyes, and were considered to be monsters. So they could only hide in the forest. They were eking out a living in a hidden place. But they brought poppy seeds with them. Not only did they grow them successfully, but they also refined a magical medicine. At first, it was just for the analgesic effect of this magical medicine. But later Lao Delu discovered that 2 foreigners could process and refine the magical medicine with higher purity, so that those who came to Lao Delu for medical advice could take it. Addicted. And they gradually made a little fortune. At first, the 2 outsiders refused to tell Lao Delu the secrets and processing and refining methods. But Lao Delu was as good as the devil. He struck first and knocked down 2 outsiders. He was a medical officer, and he was very good at using various medicinal herbs. How could these 2 outsiders expect this? It was miserable after being brought down by Lao Delu. The 2 outsiders could not withstand the torture and interrogation. Not only did they explain all the methods of growing opium poppy, but they also told the details of the extraction method. But in the end, Lao Delu has not let them go yet. In the end, he was killed and silenced. Finally, Lao Delu came to the royal court. After careful planning, he finally sneaked into the palace and became a great immortal master. Even Lao Delu himself didn't expect that he could live such a carefree and happy life. It was truly a fairy-like life. 2 outlanders are dead? This made Zhu Xiaobao somewhat disappointed. Originally, he wanted to get in touch with these 2 people and learn about the situation in other more distant countries. Unexpectedly, he had been silenced by Lao Delu. Zhu Xiaobao had almost everything he wanted to know. And then he handed Lao Delu to Mo Sang Xiaojian. But Zhu Xiaobao himself went to the processing workshop to have a look. After briefly asking some of the girls inside, I already knew the process and principles of processing and refining Lao Delu. But what is somewhat surprising is that the way lauder is refined is very primitive. But the purity is not very low. It's just that if Zhu Xiaobao improves these processing steps, the purity and yield can be greatly improved. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't say it out loud. He didn't want this kind of thing to survive. Back in the inner garden, I didn't expect that Lao Delu had changed beyond recognition. He had been beaten hard by Mo Sang Xiaojian. His buttocks were almost broken, and one of his legs was also broken. What was even worse was that Mo Sang's little arrow had beaten him hard. Sang Xiaojian held a knife in his hand and was about to castrate him. Ah! Please forgive me. I don't dare to lie to anyone anymore. I'm willing to hand over all my treasures, as long as I spare my dog's life. Lao Delu never expected that he would suddenly have and fell into H.L. The contrast is too great. Now it's almost impossible to save even one's life and livelihood. Tell me, how did you deceive my third sister into becoming addicted? How can I quit this kind of ghost thing? Mo Sang Xiaojian asked angrily. Qiu Baisheng next to him also looked at Lao Delu viciously. He didn't expect that he, a great master, would be deceived by this liar. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't told the truth, he still wouldn't have dared to take action against this great master. Woolen cloth. In fact, when Zhu Xiaobao was interrogating Lao Delu, Qiu Baisheng was already listening quietly from behind. He had kept an eye on it. If this immortal master really had any shocking abilities, he could shirk the responsibility. But after listening to Lao Delu's explanation, Qiu Baisheng felt that he had no shame to stand up. It was a great shame and humiliation. But now that the life of the great Khan is at stake, I really don't dare to kill Lao Delu. I said, I added some elixir powder to Princess Mo's tobacco. And then she gradually became addicted. Alas, once you become addicted to this thing, you can't quit it. If you kill me, I'm afraid that the great Khan and Princess Mo, you will also suffer disaster. Although Lao Delu was frightened, he still held on to a little fantasy, because these people really couldn't do without his elixir. It turned out that Lao Delu had been fascinated by Princess Mo since the first time he saw her. He had been thinking about it day and night. This third princess was so stunning. And she had great martial arts skills and a slim figure. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the West. She is simply a natural beauty. So Lao Delu has always been thinking about how to get the third princess. As his status gets higher and higher, his ideas become more and more urgent, and he becomes more and more confident. Because the third princess unfortunately suffered from a serious illness, which is elephant neck syndrome, which is actually the big neck disease that Zhu Xiaobao calls. Many people in the royal court had this symptom. Unexpectedly, even the third princess also suffered from this disease. She loves beauty by nature, so she no longer wants to go out. She hides in the palace all day long. Feeling depressed. Coincidentally, smoking suddenly became popular in the palace at this time, and tobacco sticks became a fashion. The third princess also used this to relieve her worries, and even got an exquisite cigarette stick when she had nothing to do. Used this to relieve boredom. This gave Lao Delu an opportunity. He sent someone to get the best shredded tobacco, secretly added elixir powder to it, and sent it to the third princess. This made the third princess also addicted to drugs. Mo Sang Xiaojian was so angry that he almost killed Lao Delu. If Qiu Baisheng hadn't stopped him in time, Mo Sang Xiaojian would have chopped him down with one blow. Because Qiu Baisheng is really afraid that if he kills Lao Delu, the elixir will be gone. Will the Hekin and the third princess really die too? Ha ha! Lao Delu, do you think you still want to use your primitive method of refining medicine as a threat? Let me ask you. You lined up so many bamboo tubes in the medicine garden to drip water constantly to increase the humidity of the medicine garden. Right. This kind of plant is suitable for growing in a warm and humid environment. Zhu Xiaobao came over and said with a smile, which immediately made Lao Delu feel chilled. Oh? Do you even know this? Yes. This is what the two outsiders taught me. Just to ensure the humidity in the medicine garden. Lauderlu said dejectedly. What else can he say? This young man seems to know all the secrets. Only now did Lao Delu know that this young man was the famous king of England Zhu Xiaobao. The high-end products he used were all made by Zhu Xiaobao. Even the cigarette rod on his desk was still on the sofa. It was obtained from the auction in Huqing, and it is said that it was designed and built by Zhu Xiaobao himself. Grand Master, please keep the things here strictly a secret. I will stay here tonight, and you can see the newly released elixir tomorrow. You won't need anyone else then. Just give it to the Grand Master to try. I promise that within 3 days, this great immortal master will be addicted. And then you will know that what I said is true. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and said to Qiu Baisheng again. I understand this. So please take care of Chitos. I will take care of the other things. Qiu Baisheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhu Xiaobao can refine the elixir, there will be no hope for him. The great Khan can also explain it. Zhu Xiaobao stayed here because he wanted to try his improved refining method to see how much it could improve. Secondly, the environment here is much better than the inn where he stayed. It was like a luxury villa. I would be sorry for myself not to live here. Oh Xiaobao, Can my third sister get rid of her drug addiction? Mo Sang Xiaojian waited until Qiu Baisheng left, then immediately chased after Zhu Xiaobao and asked. Yes. There's nothing impossible here. It's just more troublesome. You have to be tied up and naked. And you have to fight with fists and kicks if necessary. You can get rid of the drug addiction in 7 days. Zhu Xiaobao said in a very wretched manner. Huh? Naked? Are you going to fight with fists and kicks? Mo Sang Xiaojian suddenly looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a dull expression. Chapter 551. Quitting Drug Addiction, eh? Mo Sang Xiaojian looked at Zhu Xiaobao suspiciously. To be honest, the impression of the British King Chitos on her was not very good, and his eyes were not very regular, and he always looked at places he shouldn't look at. Humph. Then just tell me how to get rid of drug addiction, and you won't have to do the rest. Mo Sang Xiaojian snorted, and then stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Well, without a professional like me to guide you, it might be dangerous. How do you know when to use the rope and when to use your fists? There are specialties in this. Also, I have to open it for you. The medicine is to soothe the nerves and help her sleep. It can make her fall asleep during this period. That is the best state. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said. His words were true or false, which made Mo Sang Xiaojian a little confused. Should we bring third sister here and force her to detoxify according to Zhu Xiaobao's method? Well, just wait. I'll bring the third sister here, but I have to watch from the side to save you from using your brain. Mo Sang Xiaojian waited again and again, and decided to bring the third princess Mou here, because Zhu Xiaobao can't even enter the palace. Now, even if the great imperial master wants to enter the palace, he has to pass the message in and wait outside the palace. Most of the time, he cannot see the great Khan, and of course, he cannot enter the palace. After Mo Sang Xiaojian left, this fairy garden was completely occupied by Zhu Xiaobao. The girls inside were all taken away by Qiu Baisheng, except for a few who were processed and released. Of course, they won't be allowed to go home just yet. Even the guards of the fairy garden are locked up. So this was done absolutely seamlessly, and no one else knew about it. Zhu Xiaobao took his old apprentice for a tour around the fairy garden, and he really admired this Lao Delu. I really enjoy it. There is also a spring in this fairy garden, various carved beams and painted columns, small bridges and flowing water, as well as flowers and trees and rockeries. It is actually more luxurious and exquisite than the original Prince Wen's mansion, the most beautifully designed mansion that Bao has ever seen. Now in comparison, this fairy garden is even better. Master, your royal palace or the future palace can also refer to this design. When the time comes, let my junior sister Mujuni help you design and build it. It will definitely be better than this. The old apprentice was also amazed. Then he smiled and said to Zhu Xiaobao, apart from Zhu Xiaobao, the one that my old apprentice admires the most is Mujuni, who is absolutely ingenious and extremely intelligent. Yeah. Let the Princess of England decide this matter from now on. She is well informed and has great taste. However, I think that an environment that is too luxurious and comfortable is not necessarily a good thing. It can easily kill people's will. What I feel most is what interests me most is Lao Delu's processing and refining method. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. In fact, his greatest pleasure was these inventions and creations, as well as various novel processing methods. This was the moment he enjoyed most. Early the next morning, Qiu Baisheng hurriedly came to see Zhu Xiaobao. He wanted to confirm whether Zhu Xiaobao could really refine the elixir. Otherwise, something big would happen. Once the Great Khan loses this elixir, he will probably become angry. Or he will be angry at people like them. But what Qiu Baisheng didn't expect was that 4 female warriors were guarding the door. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao didn't rest last night and started refining and processing directly. He was busy until he went to bed this morning. So whose favorite is it now? In desperation, Qiu Baisheng had to wait here. He was anxious. Unexpectedly, instead of waiting for Zhu Xiaobao, Princess Mo Yu did. Princess Mo Yu was followed by 2 female guards in black. But they were all veiled and looked very mysterious. Mo Sang Xiaojian was also following behind, looking a little nervous. She spent a lot of effort last night to convince the third sister to come here to give up her drug addiction. In fact, Princess Mo Yu was a little frustrated and not very eager to quit this thing. Humph! Is this the King of England you are talking about? Are you still sleeping in? Princess Mo Yu snorted coldly, but it could be heard from her voice that she was lacking in energy and was weak. Oh, He really said that this thing is very harmful. If you are not deeply poisoned, it will be easy to quit. Mo Sang Xiaojian was very patient with his sister and supported her arm. Even if he quits, what's the use? If he doesn't still have this ugly elephant neck. Unless he can also cure my disease. Alas. Forget it. Let's go back. Princess Mo was disheartened. She said coldly that what she cared about most was her appearance. So ever since her neck became thicker, she had been hit hard, and she no longer wanted anyone to see her appearance. She also didn't want to leave the palace, feeling that everyone was laughing at her. I've met Princess Mou. Qiu Baisheng passed by and saluted. Imperial Master, you are so bold this time. But it is a blessing to get rid of this thief. I will speak for you to father. I don't know what father will think. Princess Mou still said to Qiu Baisheng very politely. Although she was addicted, she was also very angry with Lao Delu. It turned out that Lao Delu had almost succeeded while Princess Mou was in a trance. But when he saw Princess Mou's thick neck, he was frightened away because there were blue veins on the thick neck, completely subverting the fairy-like image of Princess Mou in his impression. Afterwards, Princess Mou was even more angry and embarrassed. But she did not dare to speak out about it. There is nothing you can do about laughter. The most important thing is that this incident was a huge blow to her. Even a villain like Lao Delu despised her. So Princess Mou became even more depressed. Thank you, Princess Mou. Yes, I think this matter is a bit reckless. But if we don't get rid of this thief, the royal court will be destroyed in his hands. Now King Zhou and King Yu are ready to make a move. And the situation is already very critical. Now let's see if these little treasures can also extract the elixir. In this case, at least it can ensure that the Great Khan will not be affected. Qiu Baisheng said gratefully. This third princess is actually thoughtful and a very far-sighted person. Even at this time, she could figure out the pros and cons. So she made her attitude clear as soon as she opened her mouth. She supported Qiu Baisheng. At this time, I finally saw some movement in Zhu Xuba's room. Lu Tong and Lu Fang were also busy bringing tea and water, and it seemed that they were starting to wash up. Humph. I know I didn't do anything good last night. I must be fooling around too. He's not much better than that immortal master. Mo Sang Xiaojian hummed, taking it for granted, looking down on the King of England even more. In fact, this was really an injustice to Zhu Xiaobao. He was very innocent last night. He had been busy improving the refining method and didn't fall asleep until dawn. Although Lu Tong and Lu Fang were with me, they slept in another bed. Uh-huh. Grand Master. So early? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise when he left the door. Humph! It's almost noon. Is it still early? Mo Sang Xiaojian immediately corrected angrily. Huh? Ha. I didn't notice. Good afternoon, everyone, Zhu Xiaobao said with a good-tempered smile. And then he saw that Lu Tong and Lu Fang had already served the food. Nong Sang Xiaojian grinned even more when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's food. What he was eating was too exquisite. With 4 dishes and 1 soup, the quantity was not much. But Mo Sang Xiaojian didn't recognize any of them. The dishes are completely different from the ones she usually sees. But it is so delicious that people can't help but salivate. Gulu! Mo Sang Xiaojian swallowed in disappointment and quickly hid behind Qiu Baisheng. The 1,000-year-old King of England. I wonder if the elixir has been refined. Although Qiu Baisheng was very resistant, what he was worried about was whether the refining of the elixir was successful or not. Yeah. That's it. Bring Lao Delu over and let him enjoy it. Zhu Xiaobao sat down to eat and asked his old apprentice to bring over a small cloth bag. There was actually a handful of it inside. Medicinal powder. Isn't this an elixir? Qiu Baisheng immediately shouted in disappointment. It was related to the life and death of many people. He was very nervous. He didn't expect that what he took out like a tiger's roar would be such a rough thing. Hey! This is the most important thing. The so-called elixir is just processing these medicinal powders into pills. I am letting you see the essence of the extract, Zhu Xiaobao explained. At this time, Lu Tong and Lu Fang also he sat down with the bowl in hand. You actually let them eat with you? Why are there no rules at all? Mo Sang Xiaojian was extremely surprised. This was simply incomprehensible to her. Even when she was eating, the servants were also she waited respectfully aside. And even the most trusted maid would not dare to eat at the same table with her. Is there anything wrong? They have been with me for several years, and have always been the closest people to me. Why should they be divided into masters and servants? Not to mention them. Even the female warriors outside the door can also communicate with me. Let's eat together and laugh together. Otherwise, wouldn't we live very lonely? Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Imo Sang Xiaojian, and then helped Lu Tong and Lu Fang to pick up the vegetables and put them in their bowls. The two little girls blushed immediately, but their hearts were filled with warmth. Well, let's not talk about this for now. How do you plan to use Lao Delu for experiments? I'm warning you. You can't kill him. I haven't vented my anger yet. Imo Sang Xiaojian suddenly felt a little panicked. He quickly changed the subject and asked, This is easy to handle. Bring Lao Delu up. Just as he was saying this, Lao Delu was brought up. He had suffered a lot this night. He had already broken a leg and was hung up all night. Basically, I didn't sleep much. And now I am exhausted and moaning. Lao Delu, you should know this stuff. Right. I've refined it to a higher purity than yours. I'll give you a chance to relieve your pain. You can suck this fairy powder right now. Zhu Xiaobao said lightly. Oh? How did you do this? If you and I don't smoke it, this thing will kill people. When Lao Delu saw the powder, he immediately became a little desperate. Since Zhu Xiaobao can extract it, then he had had no existing value. But when he heard that he was asked to smoke these medicinal powders, Lao Delu was still frightened. He has seen the terrible consequences for people who are addicted once they run out of powder. But Lao Delu's performance lifted Qiu Baixing's mood, which shows that this thing is the essence of the elixir. And it seems that Zhu Xiaobao's refining method is more advanced than Lao Delu's. Hey! It's not up to you! Imo Sang Xiaojian also saw it. So she immediately walked to Lao Delu's side, kicked him over, and then hit him on his buttocks, where his broken leg was. I stepped on it and rubbed it back and forth. Immediately, Lao Delu made a sound like a slaughtering pig. This was even more painful than when he was tortured yesterday. Ouch! Ouch! Please spare your life. 6 Princess. I suck. I suck. I'm willing to suck them all. Lao Delu said hurriedly, his whole body covered in cold sweat from the pain. Humph. You know what's going on. Come here. Imo Sang Xiaojian dragged Lao Delu like a dead dog to a stone bench, on which a candle and a very thin iron sheet had been lit. Although Imo Sang Xiaojian didn't know how to smoke this thing, Lauderloo had already skillfully picked up the iron piece, put the powder on it, and then used a pull to heat it underneath. And gradually a puff of smoke rose up. Lao Delu sucked them all in time. This is how the Great Khan drank the elixir. Sure enough, after a while, Lao Delu felt that the pain had gradually disappeared, followed by an ecstasy and excitement. It was his first time to smoke, so he was very excited. And there was actually something down there. Then he straightened up, his eyes still fixed on Princess Imo Yu behind Imo Sang Xiaojian, although she was covered with a gauze. Princess Imo Yu's beautiful figure still made Lao Delu unable to help but stare at her. Huh? It's really a harmful thing. I'll let you see it again. Imo Sang Xiaojian immediately raised his foot angrily and kicked Lao Delu far away. This time Lao Delu actually no howling at all, because he feels no pain now. How many days will it take for this thing to become addictive? Qiu Baixing immediately asked very excitedly, looking at Lao Delu's look. He knew that the medicinal powder prepared by Zhu Xiaobao must be successful, but he still wanted to see real results. Feed him more diligently, and he will be addicted in 3 days. When the elixir powder is gone, he will cry and roll on the floor begging you to give it to him. Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Is it really that scary? Can I quit? Princess Imo Yu asked a little worriedly after hearing this. Then it depends on whether you want to quit. This kind of addiction cannot be quit without super perseverance and firm determination. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Princess Imo Yu and said, feeling that she should be a very beautiful woman. At the very least, the sound is already very imaginative. But your method seems a bit too extreme. Right. You have to take off your clothes? Or even use fists and kicks? Princess Ma Yu is not so easy to fool. Her thoughts are much more careful than making a fool of Xiao Jian. Hey! That's because I can divert your attention this way. Hey! Speaking of which, you are also my patient. You should at least let me see your face. Then I can feel your pulse. Prescribe some medicine, and I'll take care of you. The medicine will cure the disease. You should know it if you ask carefully. Right. Zhu Xiaobao said in a sweet tone. Actually, he wanted to see Princess Imo Yu's peerless appearance. He had already heard that this was the most beautiful woman in Shijue. Really? Then come with me to the house. Princess Imo Yu said a little doubtfully, although she recognized that Zhu Xiaobao could treat doctors. She still didn't want to expose her thick neck in front of so many people. No problem. I am the great doctor named after Guzhen. Zhu Xiaobao jumped up with joy and led Princess Mou into the room. But Princess Mou lifted her veil and shocked Zhu Xiaobao. Her neck was too thick. It is in stark contrast to her stunning and beautiful appearance. In fact, Princess Mou's appearance has also lost a lot of weight now. Otherwise she would be even more stunning than she is now. Ha ha! Isn't it scary? Isn't it disappointing? When Princess Mou saw Zhu Xiaobao's expression, her heart felt painful. The most sad thing for her was that she could no longer show off her peerless appearance. Just because of that appearance, even she herself didn't want to take a second look at her fake neck and those bursting veins. No, no, no. Actually, this disease can still be cured with slow treatment. The top priority now is to get rid of the drug addiction first. Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head and said, Forget it. Even if I quit drug addiction, I'm still embarrassed by others. It's better not to quit. At least I still have someone to rely on. Princess Mou, you just thought it was Zhu Xiaobao comforting her, and said sadly, turned around and ready to go out, and quickly put on the veil again. Hey, 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 what I said is true. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Zhu Xiaobao also regretted a little. His reaction just now was too big, which made Princess Mou even more desperate. Can you cure my disease? Princess Mou, you turned around and asked with disbelief. Kick off your drug addiction first. I promise to cure this elephant neck for you. Let's do this. If it's cured, you marry me. If it's not cured, I'll just marry you carelessly. And I'll be worthy of you. Zhu Xiaobao started shaking his head again. Humph. If you can't cure it, I'll kill you. Princess Mou suddenly said angrily. It seems that little sister Mou Sang Xiaojian was right. This guy is not a good guy. What if it's cured? Humph. Wait until you cure me. The two came out of the room, and everyone couldn't understand what was going on. It seemed that Zhu Xiaobao had persuaded Princess Mou. So as soon as they came out, Zhu Xiaobao stretched out a hand. Hand it over. Please. What? Princess Mou asked a little surprised. The shredded tobacco given to you by the great immortal master Lao Delu. If you really want to quit drug addiction, of course you must throw it away first. Zhu Xiaobao still stretched out his hand and looked at Princess Mou and said, Here you go. Princess Mou was very decisive. She reached out and took off the purse from her waist and threw it to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao threw it directly into the stove without even looking at it. Mou Sang Xiaojian almost admired Zhu Xiaobao. But she didn't expect him to actually convince her third sister. So she asked, Then what should we do next? Yeah, the next few days are going to be scary. So just worry about it. If you can't hold her down, I can help. Chapter 552, Quitting Drug Addiction B. In the next 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao gradually became bored because he had completely mastered the refining method. Audience, no. It should be said that it has been improved a lot, greatly improving the purity of the drug, as if he had solved a difficult problem. He suddenly felt uninterested. In the past 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao regretted letting Princess Mou come here to get rid of her drug addiction. At the beginning, she still had some obscene thoughts. But when she really started to quit drug addiction, Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Princess Mou was tied to the bed, howling at the top of her lungs, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little nervous. Shudder. On the first day, Mou Sang was a bit at a loss even when the little arrow was being fired, and he actually asked Zhu Xiaobao for help. Zhu Xiaobao saw Princess Mou's miserable look. Her face was covered with snot, tears, sweat. She still looks like the most beautiful woman in the West. Zhu Xiaobao's dirty thoughts disappeared immediately. The beauty who dared to fall in love was so embarrassed when she got addicted. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao gave Princess Mou some herbs to soothe her nerves and help her sleep, which somewhat relieved some of his pain. At the same time, combined with the medicinal bath, it also played a role in alleviating the pain. The key is to provide her with adequate nutrition. Princess Mou is already very weak due to lack of food for a long time. At the same time, things haven't calmed down here yet. Lao Delu also started to cry and howl for the elixir. It turns out that on the 4th day, Zhu Xiaobao stopped the elixir for him, and this guy became this good man. Now the elegant environment in the fairy garden has been completely destroyed by Princess Mou and Lao Delu. Xiao Baisheng went to see the Great Khan in an anxious mood. When they met, he saw the Great Khan sitting on a chair with a calm expression and seemed to be in good condition. However, when he opened his mouth, Xiao Baisheng was shocked. Well, have you already taken action against the great immortal master? Well, actually, I originally wanted to take him with me when I die. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It turns out that you already knew about it. Please forgive me for overstepping my authority. Xiao Baisheng was suddenly shocked. It turned out that the Great Khan had known about it for a long time. But he had been waiting for him to take the initiative to report. Oh, it's nothing. I already knew it as soon as you mobilized your troops. If you dare to come to see me now, you must have mastered the art of refining. So your guilt has become merit. Sit down, the Great Khan said with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the throne. In fact, it's not that Wei Chen has mastered the art of refining, let alone Lao Delu who is willing to explain it. It's that the King of England and his little treasures are self-taught. After seeing those processing workshops, they have been able to refine the elixir. It's more pure. Wei Chen felt that he seemed to have known about this extraterritorial devil's flower for a long time and knew its huge harm. So he was willing to take action. Xiao Baisheng sat down and said with a slight embarrassment, this matter was indeed successful because I bet on Zhu Xiaobao. Oh, it really is a bit miraculous. Ever since this person was born, he has been able to do some incredible things wherever he goes. And this time, the great venerable Thousand Poisons wants to see him in person, which is really strange. What do you think of this person? The Great Khan picked up the tea bowl and took a sip, then asked curiously. Even the Great Khan has heard of the magic of Zhu Xiaobao. Now he is holding the green tea launched by Zhu Xiaobao. It is completely different from the traditional sicha, let alone the milk tea that they are proud of. Well, not only does this man have the blood of mythical beasts, but he also has unpredictable skills. Kings with Jialanga joined forces with King Ming, and they had an army of 2 million. But they lost soldiers and generals, destroyed all food and grass, and gained nothing. So Wei Chen thought, you can only make friends with this person as much as possible, and never be an enemy of him. And now even Princess Mo Yu is willing to get rid of her drug addiction. Although the process is very painful, what makes Wei Chen happy is that Princess Mo Yu should be able to get rid of her drug addiction. Addicted? The reason why Princess Mo Yu was able to regain her strength was because Zhu Xiaobao promised to cure her. Elephant neck, Xiao Baisheng said with some excitement. What? Are you serious about this? Even the Great Khan sat upright and became a little embarrassed after hearing this, and then said with a solemn expression, the elixir of the great immortal master endangered the palace. But the elephant neck, the disease has endangered the entire royal court. Does he really have a cure? I dare not make any rash assertions. But since he dares to promise, he should be somewhat sure. Moreover, in the conversation with him, Wei Chen also said that this disease is not a terminal illness. At first, I thought it was his casual remarks. It's perfunctory. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid he really has some tricks. But he just doesn't want to take action. Xiao Baisheng also stood up and said with fear, yes, Jialanga just fought with him. Speaking of Jialanga, he can still be regarded as the king of our Shijua kingdom. Of course he will not take action easily. You must handle this matter properly. Even if we want to get rid of Jialanga, we must show our sincerity. The Great Khan suddenly made up his mind and said decisively, although this move may force Jialanga to rebel, it is still more comprehensive than Wang Ting. Be strong if you fall. Wei Chen understands. In fact, we should have made preparations for the matter of Zhuang Yuang. Wei Chen has 2 other things to do when he comes, and I want to ask the king to decide. Xiao Baisheng was not surprised at all. It will be a matter of time, and he has been planning this for a long time. Well, tell me. The Great Khan looked at Xiao Baisheng, vaguely seeming to know what Xiao Baisheng wanted to say. The first thing is that now that the fake immortal master Lao Delu has been exposed and his refining technique has been mastered, how should this person be dealt with? Xiao Baisheng said the first thing first. This is not a trivial matter, because the great immortal master's influence in Wang Ting is also very great. If word spreads, it will definitely cause an unknown sensation. If the subjects knew that the Great Khan was also deceived by such a gangster, wouldn't it be a big joke? Ha ha! This matter is easy to handle. The great immortal master comes and goes without a trace, and it is normal to disappear suddenly. Just leave this matter to Yer to handle it. This guy still dares to take advantage of you. Then let Yer handle it. As for the servants and the enshrined girls in the fairy garden, let them go with the great immortal master. The Great Khan smiled lightly. But he also showed the ruthlessness of a king. Everyone in the fairy garden is equivalent to being sentenced to death. And they are the kind of people who die without seeing their bodies. Wei Chen understands. There is one more thing. And that is the heir to the Khan throne. Please decide on it as soon as possible. Now that King Zhua and King Yu are ready to make a move, there must be a response from the royal court. Xiao Baisheng was a little worried. Said, this matter should not be said by him. But now that the situation is urgent, Xiao Baisheng has no choice but to ask boldly. This matter? It depends on Yu's recovery. Don't rush this matter. Wait a few days. The Great Khan pondered for a moment, and then said slyly, in fact, it was difficult for him to choose between them. Prince Emohan and Princess Mou each had their own strengths. So the Great Khan had never made up his mind to whom to pass the throne to. Yes, that humble minister is resigning. Xiao Baisheng also understood what the Great Khan meant. So he stood up and resigned. On the streets of Wanting, Zhu Xiaobao and Hachitu were walking around in casual clothes, arm in arm, and went in to take a look at unique shops when they came across them, or even buy some unique things. Old Ha, don't be so sad. I told you that this elephant neck disease will never be passed on to you. Even if you get this disease, I promise to cure you. Zhu Xiaobao said on his side while walking. He was still comforting Hachitu, because Hachitu wanted to go back now. The goods he brought had been sold out long ago, and now he didn't want to open a shop in Wanting. So Hachitu stayed in his room with a few women when he had nothing to do. Eat, drink, be merry, and not go anywhere. He was afraid that he might also contract the elephant neck disease. My brother, I have inquired about it. You will contract this disease if you live here for a long time. What are you looking for? I will send someone to buy it for you. Hachitu said with a bitter face. Every time he saw those people with thick necks and depressed expressions on the street, Hachitu would be frightened. This thing was too scary. I heard that even if you were hiding in the palace, you would not be immune. Both the prince and the princess were infected with it. Sick. Oh, you take it as my original intention. I am here to treat Princess Mou, who told me to talk too much for a while. But now it has become a burden. I didn't expect that Princess Mou, you could really bear it. Now Mo Sang Xiaojin blocks my door every day, asking me to fulfill my promise. I have no choice. Zhu Xiaobao also said distressedly. It turned out that Princess Mo, you had gone through an unbearable 3 days. And finally she was able to resist her drug addiction. With the help of Zhu Xiuba's prescription, she was no longer so uncomfortable. His body is still very weak. But Princess Mayu's mind was more flexible than before. And she immediately asked Zhu Xiaobao to fulfill his promise. But she asked Mo Sang Xiaojian to come forward. She didn't want to see Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao saw the embarrassing appearance of quitting drug addiction 2 days ago. Now Princess Mayu is a little annoyed and a little shy. She also knows that in that state, she must look terrible. But what surprised Princess Mayu was that in the past few days, Zhu Xiaobao had been letting her eat the dried kelp that Zhu Xiaobao brought with him in the car. Although she didn't like eating very much, what surprised her was that her symptoms seemed to be alleviated. She didn't know if it was an hallucination. Anyway, those bulging veins seemed to be fewer and not as severe. In fact, this so-called elephant neck is caused by iodine deficiency, commonly known as big neck disease. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao arrived at Wanting, he had already concluded that the food here was deficient in iodine. Generally, seafood is rich in iodine. It is also found in various vegetables. But Shijue is not close to the sea at all, and the usual food is mainly meat. So this has resulted in the current situation. In fact, some tribes under King Zhua and King Yu also have this disease. But it is not that serious. Zhu Xiaobao is now looking for some dried fish, dried shrimp and other seafood. Now he can only rely on this kind of dietary therapy to help Princess Mayu treat her temporarily. Unexpectedly, all the shops in Wanting did not have dried fish and shrimps and other seafood. It was a hot day, and people here were not used to the salty smell. So in the end, they went to a very remote small shop. I found some shops. Some were moldy, but they were all bought by Zhu Xiaobao. Oh Xiaobao, let's see where you can hide. You promised my sister, but you didn't keep it. You will have to use your head to pay off the debt. As soon as he returned to the fairy garden, he met Imo at the door. Sang Xiaojian, with his waist inserted menacingly, seemed to be impatient with the waiting. Little sister, you have to be polite. I am King Chitos of England. Even your master has to be polite when he sees me. If you think calling me Chitos is too harsh, then you can call me little brother. I'm fine with that. Acceptable. Zhu Xiaobao was very good at dealing with this Mo Sang Xiaojian. He was not angry, and was always smiling. Disgusting. Who wants a brother like you? My royal brother, Prince Mo Han, is 10,000 times stronger than you. And you don't keep your word. And you didn't cure my third sister's disease. Mo Sang Xiaojian. Suddenly, I felt goosebumps all over my body, and shouted in disgust. Who said it's not cured? At least it's getting better. Okay. If you don't believe it, let's go and have a look now. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, and then rushed directly to the room where Princess Mou lived. What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't go in without my third sister's permission. Mo Sang Xiaojian immediately became anxious and quickly stopped in front of Zhu Xiaobao and yelled loudly. Xiaojian! Let him come in! Princess Maoyu's still weak voice came from inside the room. Hey! Did you hear that? Get out of the way right now. I'm going to ask questions. So don't follow me. So you don't interfere with my performance. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his hand and pulled away the small Mozong arrow. Feeling proud? Said. No. You're not a good person at first sight. Of course, I have to supervise you. Mo Sang Xiaojian still forcibly followed him into the house. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised to see Princess Mou again. He did not expect that Princess Mou was sitting on a chair, dressed in snow-white clothes. Although she still wore a veil, she still showed her exquisite and elegant figure. The key is that her eyes have become very bright, and she is looking at Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Congratulations to the third princess. You got rid of your drug addiction. You see? You have recovered a lot of energy now. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and cupped his hands, and then stretched out his hand. Here, give me your hand. Me. Let me feel your pulse. Well, are you sure you can cure my disease? Princess Mou frowned slightly, and then gave her hand to Zhu Xiaobao helplessly. Although the women from the West are much more generous than the women from the Middle Earth, she sees that looking at Zhu Xiaobao. I always felt that this guy wanted to take advantage. My heart is always full of vigilance. Yeah. The pulse is stable, but the body is still a little weak. This is caused by eating too little in the past. I can only make up for it slowly. Well, take off the veil again, and let me see how the disease is recovering. While Zhu Xiaobao touched Princess Mou's hand, he was still shaking his head and talking, and then made even more extreme demands. Isn't it enough to check my pulse? Do you have to look at my disease area? Princess Mou really had no choice but to ask Zhu Xiaobao, a little distressed. Hey! I've seen all the embarrassing scenes on the first day you quit drug addiction. And now you're embarrassed? Don't worry. I keep my promise. If you can't cure it, I'll take it all. Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile. Princess Mou is really distressed now. It seems that she has been passive from the beginning. Not only did he see all the indecent scenes, but she also had to cooperate with him and extend his hand to her. Now it is time to show the most ugly side. But Princess Mou was full of expectations, because her neck seemed to be getting better. Not to mention such a small change. Princess Mou noticed it immediately. She is too sensitive to her appearance. If she could get her original appearance back by getting married, then she would be willing to do so. The veil was slowly removed. Princess Mou's face was full of shyness and embarrassment. She closed her eyes and did not dare to look at Zhu Xiaobao. Even when he was groping back and forth on her neck, she did not dare to say a word. Ha. Look. It really works. If you don't take a look below, maybe there will be some improvement. Zhu Xiaobao said eagerly. His eyes had already caught sight of Princess Mou's breasts. TSK. You are still a little thinner. If you were plumper, you would definitely be at the level of a goddess. Among all the women, only Princess 19 and Zhu Rong can restrain Princess Mou in front of him. Zhu Xiaobao was still comparing in his mind while joking. Unexpectedly, he was so distracted, and with a flash of golden light in front of his eyes, Zhu Xiaobao actually touched a small golden arrow. And then he saw Mo Sang Xiao arrow staring at him eagerly. How dare you take advantage of my third sister? Cheap! I will kill you. What are you talking about? You have seen it. It has gotten better. Someone, bring in the dishes I carefully prepared. This patient. You must eat according to the dishes I prepared. You must not make any mistakes. And also only by maintaining the quality and quantity can a complete recovery be achieved. Zhu Xiaobao pulled away the moissanite arrow in dissatisfaction, then turned his head and shouted loudly toward the door. I saw the old apprentice and 4 servants bringing 4 dishes and 1 soup. Salted dried fish, squid, sea cucumber, shredded kelp, and a pot of shrimp and tofu soup. Although Princess Mayu usually doesn't like dishes with salty fishy smell, she is attracted now. Unexpectedly, the 4 dishes are all attractive in fragrance, and they don't have the fishy smell at all. Very appetizing. It's just that the amount is a bit too big. I can't eat so much by myself. Listen clearly. From now on, you will eat the dishes I ordered on time and in the right amount. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the treatment effect. If your neck loses half its weight and doesn't lose weight anymore, it will be too late to regret it. Starting tomorrow, just eat according to the recipes I arranged. I will do further follow-up treatment when I come back from Guishan Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao said without any excuse. The seafood he bought is enough for Princess Mayu to eat alone. Oh? You want to leave? Princess Moyu and Mo Sang Xiaojian were both shocked. Although this person was very annoying, they somehow felt uneasy leaving him. Yes. I'm going to Turtle Snake Mountain. Then what do I do? Restore the original appearance. Chapter 553 Turtle Snake Mountain A. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao leaving triumphantly, Mo Sang Xiaojian and Princess Mo Yu looked at each other, both a little unspeakably annoyed. It seemed that the 2 sisters had never taken any advantage from the beginning, and were taken advantage of by this guy. A lot of oil? Even Mo Sang Xiaojian's face was red. Wasn't she also beaten up by Zhu Xiaobao? Now that I think about it, my butt is still burning. Good sister. Thank you. If you hadn't been taking care of me, I really wouldn't have been able to cheer up. Princess Mo Yu hugged Mo Sang Xiaojian and said gratefully, they are biological sisters. Mo Sang Xiaojian has been running around seeking medical treatment for Princess Mo Yu since she became ill. This time, it was Mo Sang Xiaojian's strong persuasion that made Princess Mo Yu reluctantly agree to come to the fairy garden to give it a try. We are biological sisters. What can we thank you for? I really hope you can regain your health and inherit the throne. Otherwise, the throne will be inherited by your second brother Mo Han. Mo Sang Xiaojian also said he hugged Princess Mo Yu tightly and said emotionally, Ha ha! Let's not talk about this first. The most important thing is to cure this annoying elephant neck disease first. Well, good sister, you really have to do what he said and eat every meal. Is that much? This is too much. I can't eat that much. Princess Mo Yu is most concerned about restoring her health and appearance, but she is worried about the recipes arranged by Zhu Xiaobao. Well, you'd better do what this bad guy says. Otherwise it will really affect the efficacy. Well, let me accompany you to get rid of your drug addiction and practice martial arts at the same time. This consumes a lot of money and eats a lot. Besides, I haven't practiced martial arts for a long time. Mo Sang Xiaojian is quite clever and knows how to consume these foods by increasing the amount of exercise. Well, it's okay. It's time for me to resume training. Now think about how happy I was to be healthy before. Now I am really weak. Princess Mo Yu also nodded happily and smiled. Only after giving birth only a serious illness will make you realize the value of health. Princess Mo Yu finally understands it now. Zhu Xiaobao saw Qiu Baisheng and put forward his own idea. He came here originally to respond to the invitation of Venerable Qindu, not because of Qiu Baisheng. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao was forced to stay here because of some accident some time ago. Now that the problem is basically solved, it's time for him to meet the 1,000 Poisons Venerable. So urgent? Why don't we wait until Princess Mo Yu has completely recovered? Qiu Baisheng is very reluctant to leave Zhu Xiaobao now, because although the fake immortal master has been solved, another more serious disease is still counting on Zhu Xiaobao. It can be solved. No! It's been almost a month since I came out, and I can't worry about many things at hand. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. Besides, now that things here are over, the elixir I refined is enough for you to use for a month. So there is no need for me to stay here any longer. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said politely, Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. But when we get to Turtle Snake Mountain, only you and Jumei can enter the mountain, and no one else can follow. Qiu Baisheng was also a little helpless. He couldn't force Zhu Xiaobao to stay until Mo Princess Jade has completely recovered and let him go. He is also proficient in medical science, and knows that Princess Mo Yu's illness cannot be cured in a day or two. What? Can't even the old disciple follow me into the mountain? Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly shocked. His biggest support was the old disciple. Wouldn't it be very dangerous if he was not allowed to go in with him now? No! Xiao Baisheng, stop talking nonsense to me! We are all great venerables. Why don't you let me in? I'm worried if you let my master go in alone. At worst, we won't go to Turtle Snake Mountain. Unexpectedly, the old apprentice even more anxious than Zhu Xiaobao. He shouted angrily that he was no longer in awe of any great master. In his eyes, Xiao Baisheng was just a junior, and he didn't take him seriously at all. But senior, this is the master's order. I don't dare to disobey this junior, Xiao Baisheng suddenly said with a bitter face. Facing a great venerable, he really felt a little scared. These great venerables are the real ones. He is a worldly expert. But his temper is not that good either. Stop talking nonsense. When we get to Turtle Snake Mountain, I will argue with Venerable Thousand Poisons. It's not your turn to point fingers, the old apprentice said impatiently. Okay then. Just follow your wishes. Xiao Baisheng had no choice but to laugh and agreed. The next day, Xiao Baisheng personally led the way. And Zhu Xiaobao did not ride in the carriage again, but followed closely on horseback, wearing soft armor. There were 200 female guards behind him, and they all looked solemn. They knew they could only escort Zhu Xiaobao to the foot of Turtle Snake Mountain, and they were a little worried. However, Zhu Xiaobao had orders, so they could only wait at the mountain, underfoot. In fact, Guishan Mountain is not far from the Imperial Palace, only more than 70 miles away. It can be considered within the boundaries of Wangting, but the closer you get to Guishan Mountain, the sparsely populated, and the surrounding environment is still very good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing, and the fragrance of flowers. Although it is not as beautiful as the south, it is still very good. The climate here is dry, so the autumn air is crisp and refreshing. The journey was actually very comfortable, and many useful herbs were discovered along the way. But there is no one. It seems that the deterrence of the 1,000 poisons is still very strong. No one dares to come here to ask for trouble. Chitos, this path leads to Turtle Snake Mountain. I won't see you off anymore. If you walk along this path, someone will come to greet you. Xiao Baisheng pointed to a winding path and said, "This a small path leads all the way to Turtle Snake Mountain. The surrounding vegetation is lush, and you can't see the end at a glance, which makes it look a bit mysterious." Huh? Aren't you a disciple of Venerable Thousand Poisons? You can't enter either? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. Ha ha! I can't enter casually without being summoned by my master. Chitos, you can go into the mountain right now, Xiao Baisheng said with a smile, and he was very respectful to Venerable Qiandu in his words. Okay, Jiumei, let's go into the mountain. Zhu Xiaobao nodded to Jiumei, which meant that Jiumei should be careful. Now the two of them have a tacit understanding. Needless to say, Jiumei knew what he should do. What to do. Okay, little pig, follow me closely. Jiumei took the lead and walked in holding the golden hammer. Zhu Xiaobao followed closely, and the old apprentice was at the end. The female guards could only set up tents at the foot of the mountain and wait for Zhu Xiaobao to come back. After walking along this winding path for more than half an hour, the surrounding trees and flowers became more and more dense, and even the light was blocked, making it appear a little dim. However, the surroundings of the path gradually appeared here. The protagonist snake. There weren't many at first, and you could see a few snakes here and there. But as you walked inside, you found more and more snakes around. And there were also many big snakes 2 or 3 meters long. And there were also brightly colored snakes. Beautiful poisonous snake. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little wary when he saw it. Although he often processed snakes to make delicacies, this was the first time for him to see so many snakes. Even the old apprentice is carrying a kitchen knife in his hand, and he is not very adaptable to this environment. But what is surprising is that Jiumei didn't care at all. And when those shooters saw Jiumei approaching, they all moved away one after another, seeming to have a natural awe of Jiumei. Zhu Xiaobao was extremely surprised when he saw it. Going further, thousands of snakes appeared on both sides of the path, squeezing together, holding their heads high and spitting out messages, as if they were thinking of Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice to demonstrate. I only saw the huge beauty. No, probably feeling the aura of Jiumei. They all lowered their heads and stepped back consciously. But this battle formation was still very scary. The old apprentice could not help but tighten his grip on the kitchen knife and shouted loudly, "Master Qiandu, is this how you treat guests? Ha ha ha. The distinguished guest is here. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you from far away. I didn't expect that the venerable master of wine and meat is also here. It's really brilliant." Then an old laugh came from the other end of the path. The sound was not very loud, but it could be heard clearly, especially the snakes, who all retreated to both sides in awe. After a while, I saw a seat with wheels being pushed out. Unexpectedly, the great Master Qian Du came out in a wheelchair, with 2 children behind him pushing the wheelchair. An old man with a celestial spirit was sitting in a wheelchair, with a kind face and kind eyes. He was completely different from the imaginary Master Qian Du. He is just a kind old man. Ha ha. It's such an honor for the venerable Master Qian Du to come to my place. This is King Zhu Xiaobao. Right? He has the blood of a divine beast. So he is indeed extraordinary. The Master Thousand Poisons said with a smile, and finally looked at when he looked at Jumei. He said with a slightly excited face, "Are you Jumei?" "Look like. Really similar. Even taller and more muscular than her." "Who are you talking about?" Jumei asked, a little confused. But she could feel that this old man felt very close to him. And along the way, Jumei felt as if she was home. And she had an inexplicable impulse in her heart. Even those snakes felt very kind to her. She is the person I have always tried my best to protect. I just didn't expect that your blood is purer than hers. Lord Qiandu muttered to himself in a daze. Zhu Xiaobao stared at the great venerable Thousand Poisons, and was a little surprised. Could it be that this great venerable is actually disabled? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come in a wheelchair. Behind Master Qiandu, there is actually a giant snake more than 10 meters long. It is as thick as a bucket. Its eyes are like light bulbs. It is staring at Zhu Xiaobao and the old disciple. Similarly, this giant snake looks like a tiger. When facing Jumei, she seemed much more docile, as if she was meeting someone very close to her. Hey, Brother Qiandu, this big snake of yours is not very hospitable. Why are you always staring at me? The old apprentice shouted, very dissatisfied at this time. And he also stared at the giant snake. Oh. Haha. I am a little distracted. Little Ling, please don't be rude. Although you also have some divine beast blood. The blood of the divine beast in front of you is much purer than yours. Venerable Qiandu returned at this time. After coming to his senses, he quickly smiled and then bowed his hand to the old disciple. Master of Fairweather, I am unable to greet you from a distance due to my inconvenient legs and feet. Please forgive me. Huh? Are you really handicapped? No wonder you are wrapped in this giant snake and fight against people. The old apprentice said, a little surprised. The Thousand Poison Venerable rarely fights alone with people. Even if this is the case, it is still riding on the giant snake to fight with people, or being wrapped in the giant snake. Ha. I have forced the heavy poison into my lower body for many years, and now my legs have long been numb and have turned to stone. The great venerable Thousand Poisons did not hide anything, and still said with a smile, isn't it possible to resolve it? If so, I can help you perform surgery to remove the poison and ensure you don't suffer any pain. Zhu Xiaobao asked hesitantly. Ha. I know you have some wonderful skills, but I'm afraid you can't resolve these poisons. Not even me. So don't bother. There's nothing inconvenient now. It's still very safe here. The great venerable Thousand Poisons smiled and waved his hand. He was very clear about these poisons that had accumulated over the years. They were neither internal injuries nor external injuries, so they could not be cured or completely removed. At this time, Jumei touched the head of the giant snake, remembered something and said, I really want to remember you. You were not so long or thick at that time. This giant snake was also very docile and rubbed against Jumei's face. It seemed extremely happy. This giant snake was more than 10 meters long. It was much taller than Jumei when it was entrenched there. It lowered its head as much as possible and kissed Jumei. Big beauty making out. Ha. It seems that you can still recall a lot of things. Come on. Let's go back to the villa first. I have prepared a banquet for you to catch the wind and wash away the dust. The great venerable Qiandu said loudly and happily. It turns out that he is very concerned about Jumei. Turtle Snake Villa is not very big. There are only a dozen disciples of venerable Qiandu, and there are also some servants and servants. By that time, Guishan Villa was not short of money. Every month Wang Ting would send necessary living supplies to Turtle Snake Villa, with a great warrior sitting in charge of Wang Ting. This treatment was the minimum. The structure of the villa is simple and heavy, all made of thick logs. Except for the giant snake. There are no other snakes here. It seems that these snakes know the rules and don't dare to get closer after reaching a certain distance. Master Qiandu's reception feast was quite sumptuous, but it mostly consisted of vegetables and vegetarian food, with very few meat dishes. And there were no such things as barbecue. Overall, the food was very light and the taste was average. This is of course compared to Zhu Xiubao's craftsmanship. However, the great Master Qiandu had a special liking for wine, so he actually took out Zhu Xiubao's burning knife and soaked some snake gallbladder and herbs in it, turning it into a tonic medicinal wine. But the taste is relatively bad. But Jumei drank it very happily, as if she had a long-lost taste again, and she drank several bowls happily. This made Master Qiandu very happy, and he also drank several glasses of wine with him. Xiaobao Qiansui, I have a heartless request. Please accept it. Master Qiandu was in a very good mood, holding Zhu Xiaobao's hand and said, Well, great lord, just call me Xiaobao. If you have anything, just say it. Zhu Xiaobao and Tina said awkwardly. In fact, in the eyes of these great lords, such princes and princesses are just nothing at all. Even Zhu Xiaobao himself felt a little awkward when he heard it. Ha ha. I'm really happy that Jumei can come back. I plan to have a nice chat with Jumei tonight. You won't mind? Right? Don't worry. I prepared your room. I'm waiting for you. Everything is ready. The great venerable Thousand Poison said very politely. That's no problem. I can also see that Jumei is very familiar with this place. Or is close to it. There must be some connection with it. Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. Ha ha. That's good. That's good. I'm really happy that you can come. Master Qiandu said very happily. Well, what is Jumei's identity? Can you value her so much? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask. It's hard to say this now. It's better to let Jumei talk to you then. Anyway, Jumei is right to follow you. And Chateau's. It's a great blessing that you have Jumei. This is really God's will. Ha ha ha. Come. Have a drink. Cheers. It's such a happy day. I haven't been this happy for a long time, said the great venerable Qiandu with a hearty smile. This also made Zhu Xiaobao and the old apprentice have a strong interest in Jumei's identity. Jumei's identity has always been a mystery, and Jumei's unique talent has also made everyone very curious about her origins. Unfortunately, it is always no results can be obtained. Later, it was after Murong Feng came that she started to take notice of her. Later, even the great Master Wu Wei was impressed by Jumei. This time I brought Jumei with me. Speaking of which, Murong Feng and Master Wu Wei highly recommended her. After the banquet, Zhu Xiaobao and the old disciple were arranged in their respective rooms. It could be seen that they were well prepared. Even the old disciple's tobacco was placed on the table. Zhu Xiaobao is even more exaggerated here. There is actually a female disciple of the great venerable Thousand Poison serving him. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. How dare you act recklessly? These people are full of poison, and they don't dare to touch them. Although Zhu Xiaobao claims to be immune to all poisons, he is still very afraid in his heart. However, Master Qiandu's medicinal wine seemed to be very effective. It didn't take long for Zhu Xiaobao to feel tired, and he actually laid down and fell asleep. The next day, the great venerable Qiandu came to Zhu Xiaobao. After breakfast, he mysteriously said to Zhu Xiaobao, Xiaobao, I will take you to a place today, and only you can go there. Ah? Old man, where are you? How did you get here? Everything is so mysterious. Zhu Xiaobao said a little unhappily. This old man seemed to be playing tricks. You'll know this when you get there. The great venerable Qiandu was also stunned. Zhu Xiaobao was the first one who dared to call him, old man, directly. But there's nothing you can do about this guy. He had no choice but to say dumbfounded. Okay, let's go then. Zhu Xiaobao knew that the great venerable Thousand Poisons was so mysterious. So he just wanted to avoid his old apprentice. So he didn't call his old apprentice. But he still put the kitchen knife on his waist as soon as he reached out. Chapter 554 Turtle Snake Mountain B. To the north of Turtle Snake Mountain, there is a huge mountain col, but in the middle is a very vivid protrusion, which looks like a huge turtle back from a distance. Moreover, there is no grass growing on it. The color is green, and there are faint patterns unique to the turtle L on the back of the turtle, standing in a high place. It's like seeing a huge turtle lying there. At this point, Venerable Qiandu no longer sat in a wheelchair, but rode on the giant snake. This giant snake was very spiritual. The front half of its body was arched, and the back half was swimming forward, while Qiandu the Great Venerable sat on it very steadily. This person and the beast have already cooperated tacitly. But when we got here, even the giant snake, Shaoling, seemed to be in awe. The further it went, the slower it became. In the end, the giant snake stopped on its own, as if it didn't dare to move forward anymore. But Zhu Xiaobao felt a sense of déjà vu to this atmosphere. Just like the feeling of arriving at the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. The aura left by the mythical beast made all the blood in his body seem to be activated. Generally, Shitos, your bloodline is indeed pure, and there is no obstacle at all. But I can't go any further. The forbidden area inherited by the mythical beasts is not something that a great martial master like me can approach at will. This place is already the limit. Go in by yourself. Giant Beauty is also in it. I believe you have already been to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, so you should not be rejected. Only then did the great venerable Qiandu say with awe. Originally, he still had Zhu Xiaobao's divine beast bloodline. I was a little distrustful, but now this doubt has been completely eliminated. The sacred beast forbidden area has no effect on these little treasures at all. Jumei is also in there? Well, she is indeed of the bloodline of divine beasts. No wonder her martial arts and cultivation are so advanced. And her strength is far beyond ordinary people. I should have thought of it earlier. Zhu Xiaobao nodded thoughtfully and said, in fact, when Murong Feng came to Northern Zerwei Kingdom to serve as his military advisor, the clues had already been revealed. But Murong Feng never made it clear because the time had not yet come. But there is no need to explain it now. The facts are right in front of us. Jumei is a member of the Xuanwu clan, and is one of the only remaining clan members, and the one with the purest blood. There is actually a cave under the huge turtle's back. The closer Zhu Xiaobao gets, the more the restrictions in the turtle's forbidden area are triggered. This restriction does not have killing intent, but is just a defensive restriction. But this kind of restriction is still very powerful. The further forward, Zhu Xiaobao feels that it is difficult to walk, as if he is stuck in a quagmire, and his movements become slower and slower. The great venerable Qiandu, in the distance, also looked at Zhu Xiaobao with confusion. Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao couldn't get in? Doesn't it mean that he can already enter the Suzaku clan's forbidden areas at will? How is this going? At this moment, the blood of the divine beasts in Zhu Xiaobao's body was spontaneously activated, and a strong energy visible to the naked eye gradually formed around him, and became stronger and stronger. As a result, Zhu Xiaobao gradually regained his freedom of movement, and finally took the first step towards the cave. There was no light in the cave, but the light was very soft, just like under the bright moonlight. It turned out that the inside of the turtle's back was self-luminous, forming this soft moon-white light. The cave is very empty, and the ground is covered with turtle patterns. On a huge stone table, there are two ancient weapons, which are the golden armor hammer and the turtle shield. But they seem to have been covered with dust for a long time. It is an ancient mark modeled by vicissitudes of life. In front of the stone table, Jumei was sitting cross-legged, turning a blind eye to the arrival of Zhu Xiaobao. She was practicing the Xuanwu hard technique of the Xuanwu clan with her eyes closed. Murong Feng had taught her this technique a long time ago, but it was here that she really began to understand it. Now was the most critical moment. Zhu Xiaobao stood aside silently, not daring to interrupt Jumei's practice. But he could feel that Jumei's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Her back had already faintly shown the appearance of the turtle, and her body there is also a bluish-white aura surrounding it. Zhu Xiaobao waited quietly for half an hour, and then saw the Gang Qi on Jumei's body slowly dissipating, and the divine tortoise sign on her back gradually disappearing. After half a stick of incense, Jumei slowly stood up. When she saw Zhu Xiaobao, Jumei seemed a little surprised. It turned out that she had just discovered that Zhu Xiaobao had already entered here, so she was a little surprised. But then Jumei ran away uneasily. As she passed by like a gust of wind, Zhu Xiaobao smelled a stench. It turned out that Jumei's Xuanwu mind technique broke through the bottleneck and reached the 5th level in one fell swoop. The impurities inside were also forced out, forming a thick layer of dirt on the body, which is why it emits such a stench. Of course, Jumei didn't expect to be so embarrassed, so she ran out quickly. There was a spring of water outside the cave. She couldn't wait to wash off the dirt on her body. It's okay. This situation is normal. I'll wait for you. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing immediately. Jumei is still so simple and straightforward. But I felt something was wrong. Although Jumei's face was covered with dirt just now, her eyebrows seemed to have a clear and beautiful look. Is this impossible? Just when Zhu Xiaobao was thinking wildly, he suddenly found that his body was beginning to be imprisoned again, and he was unable to move even an inch. A large amount of bluish-white gongqi has also formed in the cave, and it is slowly pressing down on Xiaobao. What do you mean? Is it because Jiumei was here just now that you didn't do anything? Now you want to practice with me? Come on! Who is afraid of whom? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily, took out the kitchen knife, and then behind him a mini white tiger Dharma image was condensed. But it was this white tiger Dharma image that seemed to anger the divine turtle. And the gang chi in the cave gathered together to form a huge divine turtle Dharma image, which was dozens of times larger than Zhu Xiaobao's. The two tortoise eyes stared at Zhu Xiaobao very smartly. Ha! The Suzaku master used divine fire to burn me. What did you use? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became energetic. The two tiger claws of the white tiger master actually took action first and pounced on the divine turtle master. However, the divine turtle Faxiang did not have any substantial attack, but its huge turtle back slowly squeezed in, completely absorbing the attacks of Zhu Xiaobao, and then continued to squeeze slowly towards Zhu Xiaobao. But this kind of slow defense and waiting for attack left Zhu Xiaobao unable to fight back. They were slowly squeezed back and forth. Finally, the two divine beasts came out of the cave. Venerable Qian Du was a little stunned when he saw it from a distance. He didn't expect that the divine turtle's Dharma appearance would actually appear. And the first one to be squeezed out was a miniature white tiger Dharma appearance. Master Qiandu murmured, "He can actually inspire the Xuanwu Dharma? Although his white tiger Dharma is very small, it is so solid and lifelike. He is really the chosen one. What the H.L. is this move of yours? Are you acting like a rogue? Are you bullying others by relying on the huge appearance of the Dharma? I will fight with you." Zhu Xiaobao was squeezed out of the cave, and was still retreating passively. He couldn't help but he yelled angrily, casually took out the kitchen knife, and slashed at the divine turtle Faxiang. At this time, the scene became that the white tiger Dharma appearance was holding a shining golden kitchen knife, and slashing crazily at the turtle Dharma appearance. Surprisingly, the divine turtle seemed to be very afraid of this kitchen knife. He no longer pushed forward to crowd out the little treasures. Instead, a dazzling green light emitted from the turtle's back. The white tiger's kitchen knife chopped down these green beasts. Countless sparks burst out from the light. Each spark shattered the surrounding huge rocks. It was even more powerful than ordinary iron arrows. After only half a stick of incense had passed, the miniature white tiger's appearance actually escaped in a state of panic. At this time, the white tiger's appearance was already riddled with holes, and became more and more illusory. When Zhu Xiaobao ran away, at the place where the divine turtle's Dharma form was, he sat on the ground panting. Unexpectedly, this divine turtle's appearance is so powerful, and it is no easier to deal with than the vermilion bird's appearance. The only comforting thing is that my image is not that bad. I was burned by Suzaku Faxiang until all my clothes were burned off. The great venerable Thousand Poisons originally wanted to come forward to visit, but was stopped by the giant snake. Only then did he realize that Zhu Xiaobao was also sitting cross-legged at this time, as if he had some kind of realization. When I was doing my exercises, a white body of Gang Qi appeared on my body again. At this time, Jiumei washed her body in the spring water, put on a set of clean clothes, and then walked out. At this time, her body was refreshing and pleasant, and she also exuded a light fragrance, which was even more surprising. What's amazing is that her beautiful appearance has become very refined. Although she is still tall and strong, her facial features seem to have been carefully modified. And she is also beautiful, although the portion of this meal is a bit too much. However, Jiumei did not notice the huge changes in herself, but looked at Zhu Xiaobao dully. After having a deep understanding in the place of inheritance, Jiumei suddenly understood a lot of things, including the technique of 4 phases of divine veins. Thinking back to the scene she had seen of Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong during their dual cultivation, Jiumei suddenly felt a little panicked. But it was more of a kind of expectation and heartfelt desire. Zhu Xiaobao executed his tiger daring and ambitious mentality for a week, and then stopped. Then he stood up with a little surprise. I didn't expect that I could have such a realization here. I really believe it. The place of legend. Congratulations on being 1,000 years old. I'm so happy to have this enlightenment. Only then did the great venerable Qiandu hurriedly ran over, and said repeatedly with his hands in hand. The giant snake under its crotch also looked in awe, looking at Zhu Xiaobao respectfully. Alas, it's not enough. This level of understanding is far worse than the inheritance of the Suzaku clan. Zhu Xiaobao said, very unsatisfied. Seeing what he meant, he wanted to go into the cave again. Let's go back if Chitos doesn't have today. You have already condensed the white tiger dharma once. If you use the magical power again, I'm afraid it will consume too much. Let's go back first. Come back tomorrow. The great venerable Qiandu seemed to be very eager. Said, well, okay. Let's go back first. Jiumei. Shall we go? Jiumei. Why have you become so handsome? I didn't expect that our Jiumei is also a great beauty. Zhu Xiaobao he nodded, and then wanted to call Jiumei. But when he saw Jiumei, he screamed in surprise. I don't know either. I'm still Xiaozhu's. Jiumei shook her head and followed Zhu Xiaobao a little shyly. Of course. Who dares to steal my beauty? I will chop him alive. Zhu Xiaobao shouted domineeringly. Yes. Let's go back. Today's harvest is huge, and it deserves a good celebration. I have a jar of top-quality medicinal wine that can make your cultivation even further. It will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Let's go. I risked everything today. Take it out. Master Qiandu shouted very happily, almost losing his composure. And all the little treasures looked a little strange. Back at the Turtle Villa, Zhu Xiaobao was even more strange. The old apprentice seemed to know that they were coming back to celebrate. He had prepared a table of dishes early, and everywhere he looked, Jiumei liked to eat. The great venerable Qiandu was even more diligent in taking out the medicinal wine he had collected, and served it to Xiaobao and Jumiman very enthusiastically, and tried his best to invite them to taste it. Not to mention that the medicine here is really strong. When you drink it, you feel warm in your stomach and feel comfortable all over your body. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to invite the great venerable Thousand Poisons and his old disciple to taste it together. But these two great venerables refused resolutely. This is a top-quality medicinal wine that enhances the effect of cultivation. Just give it to us to drink. It's a bit of a waste. But if you two drink it, your cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. So powerful. Give me the recipe for this medicinal wine later, and I'll brew a few more. Zhu Xiaobao said with some surprise. No problem. Chitos. Please. I didn't expect that your white tiger appearance is so lifelike. This is the first time I've seen it. Come on. I'll give you another drink. The great venerable Qiandu said sincerely. It's a good drink, but it's a bit heady. Zhu Xiaobao drank several times and started to feel dizzy. Moreover, his body was even more hot, and there was still some kind of desire just around the corner. Why does this wine still have aphrodisiac properties? Zhu Xiaobao thought drowsily. After a while, before you knew it, Jiumei and Zhu Xiaobao were the only ones left in the room, and Master Qiandu and his old disciple had already slipped away without knowing it. But Jiumei was not drunk at this moment. She acted very reserved today and didn't eat much. Even if she drank a few more glasses of wine, she wouldn't be able to get drunk. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao looking a little dazed, Jiumei's heart was beating hard, and her face was red and hot. Although she knew the next step, she was still shy when facing Zhu Xiaobao. And even more so. Unbelievable. I really want to become Xiaozhu's person. At this time, a huge snake had poked out from outside the village, with the great venerable Thousand Poisons lying on it. The old man urged anxiously. Jiumei, hurry up. Remember you have to take the initiative. Otherwise you won't get any benefits. Yes. The purity of his bloodline is much better than yours. It's okay. This is a good thing destined by God. So don't hesitate. Okay. I got it. Jiumei looked at the snake head that came in angrily, then raised her hand and pushed the huge snake head out, and also pushed out the Thousand Poison Master. This old man is too ignorant of etiquette. Can you just watch this matter? Immediately, Jiumei raised her hand to pull down the window and lock it, and she felt relieved. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao stood up staggeringly, still shouting, Lu Tong and Lu Fang, where are you two? If you don't... Okay. Does this wine still have this effect? Tonight, both of you will come and sleep with me. Coming! Xiaozhu! I'm coming! Jiumei helped Zhu Xiaobao towards the bed. A little flustered. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao had already started to take action on his own. Huh? Why have you become so big after I haven't touched you for a few days? Have you grown taller? Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused at this time, but his senses were still very keen. It turned out to be such a big piece when he started. And it's so plump and strong that you can't even hold it with one hand. Little pig. I'm Jume. As I said, I'm yours. Whoa whoa whoa. Jume couldn't stand being caught. She was so excited that she couldn't help but whisper. Cried. Huh? Jume! Nonsense. Jume is mine. Wait. Let me climb up first. Zhu Xiaobao was in a trance and understood clearly. But at this moment, he could no longer control himself. But he didn't expect Jume is so strong. He actually feels like climbing a mountain. Ah! No! I have to take the initiative. Jume suddenly thought of the advice of the great venerable Thousand Poisons. With a strong effort, all the little treasures were knocked over again. What's going on? How did I get down there? Is this the top of Mount Tai? Huh? Huh? What's going on? Why is it different from usual? Damn it. It's crushing me to death. The great master Qiandu and his old apprentice were playing chess in the yard at this time. But both of them were distracted and paying attention to the movements in the room. Hey, brother Qiandu, is your method okay? Don't crush my master. Is this the only master I have? The old apprentice asked worriedly. He had already heard the miserable screams inside. Thinking about Jume's weight, the old apprentice is really worried. Don't worry. Jume won't act recklessly. Didn't you hear the screams of ecstasy and fear? The great master Qiandu shook his head and said with certainty. Really? Why didn't I hear it? The old apprentice asked in confusion. You've never experienced anything like this. So of course you won't move. Speaking of which, I experienced it several times before I was 20 years old. And this is what it feels like. The old god, the great venerable Thousand Poisons, said calmly. How about? Let's take a quick look. If anything goes wrong, how about we come to the rescue right away? The old apprentice asked, still very worried. Then take a look for a moment. The great venerable Thousand Poisons also asked in a low voice hesitantly. They both nodded at the same time and then laid down in front of the window. The screen on the window was not an obstacle to the two great venerables. A small hole appeared with just a push of your finger. The two great sages were concentrating and holding their breath, using their magic skills to see clearly what was going on inside. Master, hold on. I'll save you. Huh? Huh? After seeing this, the old apprentice shouted in horror, and was immediately blocked by the great venerable Thousand Poisons. Chapter 555, Xuanwu Bloodline A. The old apprentice was really anxious, and was covered by the Thousand Poisons. His hands were not hesitant, and he immediately struck with a back elbow. What the old apprentice is best at is being flexible and moving quickly. But this time he couldn't move, as his body was tightly wrapped around the giant snake. Although there was no malicious intent, at least his offensive was greatly reduced. The two great sages unexpectedly stretched out their hands outside the window. This giant snake, little spirit, didn't care about so many people. It actually carried the two of them to the backyard. There was no one here. The two great sages could fight to your heart's content. However, venerable Thousand Poisons had a giant snake to help him. So not long after the fight, the old apprentice was wrapped tightly around him, unable to move. Maybe it would be better if he had a kitchen knife in his hand. But now that kitchen knife is on Zhu Xiaobao's body, so the old apprentice has no choice but to catch him. Qiandu, what do you mean? Didn't you see that my master is in danger? You don't want to harm my master, right? The old apprentice asked in shock and anger. Ever since he followed Zhu Xiaobao, he was still the first time I was defeated so completely. It seemed like I was back to the original situation. He is still the last among the 9 great sages. Ha ha. Meat and wine. Don't worry. It was fine just now. You are worrying too much. The great venerable Thousand Poisons doesn't care about winning or losing. Originally, venerable meat and wine was ranked behind him. So even if he won, it would be okay. Nothing to be proud of. What's more, he never attaches great importance to this ranking. Who said that? I can see it clearly. My master's expression is very painful and uncomfortable. Can't you see it? The old apprentice is really anxious. He even doubts whether there is something wrong with the medicinal wine. Ha ha ha. I'm talking about being a drunkard. You're practicing boys' skills. You're an idiot in this regard. You don't understand at all. That's called ecstasy. It's the highest state of sexual relations between men and women. I think I also enjoyed it back then. I'm getting by, so I still have some experience in this area. Master Qiandu said with a smile. Really? But why do I feel so uncomfortable when I see my master's expression? And the weight of such a huge beauty is overwhelming. I can hardly find my master. I guess he can't even shout for help. The apprentice said very doubtfully. Humph. That's Zhu Xiaobao's creation. Our Jumei is a genius and a top-notch beauty with double cultivation. Don't be ignorant. If you don't believe it, let's go and have a look. Qiandu snorted very dissatisfied. Then let me go first. If my kitchen knife wasn't in my hand, you wouldn't have even thought about defeating me. The old apprentice nodded, and then said unconvinced, That won't work. Just go like this, and you won't be impulsive. And I will have to work hard to trap you again. Don't worry. I can't defeat you without Xiaoling's help. So you are not a loser. The great master Qian Du understood the old disciple's mood very well, and said with a smile, Humph. Let's go then. Zhu Xiaobao gradually began to wake up. But he was surprised and happy in his heart. What he was happy about was that his mental ability seemed to have increased by leaps and bounds. And he had now reached the 6th level of Die and Daring. What's surprising is that he hasn't figured out who the person next to him is yet. Zhu Rong? She's not that jerky, Wu Yu? She is not that fierce, Yu Dan. Even more wrong. She is petite. How can she be so overwhelming? She looks a bit like Ying Xiuxiu. But Ying Xiuxiu's body is full of fat and not so strong. Gradually he woke up. And Zhu Xiaobao felt that he was leaning on a very elastic body. And it was actually very comfortable. He reached out and touched his back. And then he was sure that this was not a dream. And that the body behind him was really very strong. Turning around cautiously, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, Jumei? How could you be you? No wonder I feel like a mountain is crushing me. Turns out it's you? Oh? Xiao Zhu. You don't want me? You said yourself that I am yours. And the 4 phases of divine veins. Also said that I must practice double cultivation with you. My senior sister also said the same. Jumei didn't thinking of Zhu Xiaobao's big reaction. He said a little stupidly, but Jumei's eyes were still a little moist. And there was a sudden cramping feeling in his heart, which had never happened before. Ah! No! 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 It's not that I don't want to. I originally wanted you to be prepared. But I didn't expect that I am not prepared now. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands quickly and said, With a beautiful temperament it's simple. Once disappointed, it will cause a psychological shadow. Besides, although Zhu Xiaobao is a little surprised, he can still accept it. He remembered the 4-phase divine veins very clearly. I just didn't expect that the descendant of the Xuanwu clan would be Jumei, not Merong Feng. Oh, I was scared to death. I thought you didn't want me. Well, I didn't expect that this 4-phase divine vein is really magical. My mental power has actually broken through to the 5th level. Jumei immediately he became happy and said happily, Huh? 5th level? What an incredible talent you have. Zhu Xiaobao was once again shocked by Jumei's talent. You must know that Zhu Rong has practiced so many times. And the time has been much longer than Jumei. And now she is only on the 5th level. Anyway, according to what Elder Qiandu said, I'll take the initiative and work harder. That's all, Jumei said frankly. Old man Qiandu? Did he teach you that? No wonder I felt so oppressed last night that I was in so much pain. No, now that I have mine back, I have to be on top. Jumei, come here. Lie down first. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily. He didn't expect that old Qiandu would give such an idea to Jumei. And he would have to be oppressed even more. But now that I think about it, it's really exciting. The super pleasure brought by pressure is definitely an extraordinary feeling. Oh, but apart from the movements drawn on the 4 phases of divine veins, I don't know any other movements. Besides, the technique of 4 phases of divine veins cannot be used so frequently. Jumei was as obedient as before. But she really doesn't know any other moves, and has no experience or skills. Who said you need to practice the 4 phases divine veins? I am now doing the most basic things between men and women. Well, Jumei, let me teach you well. In addition to practicing, there are actually many other things you must do. I know. Zhu Xiaobao regained control of the initiative and said proudly. But when he saw Jumei's strong figure, he was still stunned and felt very small. Outside the window, Venerable Qiandu said to his old apprentice, Did you see it? The two of them are so loving, so well matched, and have such a tacit understanding now. The old apprentice couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Is this called a good match? Is this called tacit understanding? You haven't seen how hard my master is. Ha ha! Let's go! Let's go! If you don't go, Jiumei will hear you. Her sensing ability is not much worse than mine. The great master Thousand Poisons dragged his old apprentice away happily. This time the two of them felt relieved and went back to sleep with peace of mind. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao held Jiumei's hand, and Jiumei followed shyly. It was so embarrassing last night. I didn't expect that there would be so many moves in this kind of thing. And it could be so exciting. What's more, I didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be quite powerful. I made it 4 times last night. But of course in the end Zhu Xiaobao couldn't bear it anymore. Jiumei's physical strength is definitely unparalleled in the world. So now Jiumei lets Zhu Xiaobao hold hands with her face flushed, not daring to say a word, but follows Zhu Xiaobao closely towards the place of inheritance. This time, there was no obstacle at all when entering the inheritance place of the Xuanwu clan. And the light in the cave seemed to be softer. Jiumei sat down and started running the Xuanwu mind technique. Sure enough, she had advanced to the 5th level of perfection. The image of the divine turtle behind him also became clearer. The same little treasures were also doing their exercises. And the white tiger appeared. And it turned out to be 1 size larger than yesterday. And even more powerful. It seems that it felt the super momentum of the two people. The magical turtle appeared. But it did not launch an attack. It just looked at Zhu Xiaobao and Jiumei in a humane manner. Especially when looking at Jiumei. She actually looked a little excited. And his attitude toward Zhu Xiaobao has become very friendly. Sure enough, this time after the exercise was completed, Jiumei and Zhu Xiaobao both released a layer of dirt. They both felt a little embarrassed and ran to the spring to take a bath. They immediately felt refreshed, and even the skin on their bodies became very smooth and delicate. Her beautiful appearance has become even more handsome. Of course, under the spring water, Zhu Xiaobao still took the opportunity to move his hands up and down, groping wildly, which made Jiumei blush again and be at a loss. Putting on new clothes again, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little strange, because Jiumei put on a set of soft armor uniforms worn by female warriors, exposing her round thighs. She immediately showed her powerful aura. After returning to the cave, Zhu Xiaobao understood what Jiumei was going to do. She wanted to activate the 2 magic weapons, the golden armor hammer and the turtle back shield. Zhu Xiaobao immediately looked at Jiumei with great interest. The most important part of accepting the inheritance was to take over these magic weapons. Thinking about the Suzaka clan's Suzaka spear, Zhu Rong has never been able to control it. It seems that her mental skills and cultivation are not up to par. But now Jiumei also wants to try to control these 2 magic weapons. Zhu Xiaobao is really looking forward to it, because Jiumei's bloodline is purer than Zhu Rong. But what disappoints Jiumei is that these 2 magic weapons still fail to activate, and even remain motionless. Even Jiumei's power could not be shaken. I want to practice dual cultivation again! Jiumei suddenly turned around and said firmly with eyes full of determination. Here? Now? But this dual cultivation of attributes requires a certain amount of time to be digested and consolidated. Frequent dual cultivation will have no effect. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. He didn't expect Jiumei to want to dual cultivate now. But I feel that my accumulation has not been fully released yet. Xiaozhu, just give it a try. Jiumei asked shyly in a low voice, her heart full of desire for the feeling of great improvement in mental skills. Then give it a try. Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed, and then shouted into the cave. I'm warning you. Don't peek. I know you can see it. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao is issuing a warning to the turtle's remaining consciousness. Being able to inspire the Xuanwu Dharma sign means that it still has some remaining consciousness. There is no doubt about this. Unexpectedly, although no one answered him, the light in the cave suddenly became darker and softer. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Can this guy really see it? No matter how many things there are, Zhu Xiaobao made a mistake. Anyway, this is not the first time that he has practiced dual cultivation in the land of inheritance. For a thick-skinned and old-faced person like Zhu Xiaobao, it is not a big deal at all. In this soft and ambiguous environment, it actually aroused his desire. Zhu Xiaobao began to undress Jiumei without restraint. But Jiumei looked very shy. He closed his eyes tightly from the beginning to the end, dared to look directly at Zhu Xiaobao. But as soon as the double cultivation began, Zhu Xiaobao felt an irresistible force helping the giant beauty, because he was lying underneath again. And this time he was imprisoned on the ground, and he could not feel the huge weight of the giant beauty. It's here. But the huge figure still covers all the little treasures tightly. Everything that can be felt is that Jiumei is more proficient than yesterday, and the use of the 4 phases divine veins is also becoming more and more proficient. After a while, This time, the double cultivation was over. Although it was not as exciting and enjoyable as the usual love. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Jumei's absorption ability was definitely the strongest among several women. She could almost absorb it. The dual cultivation effect of more than 4 cities was lost. But Zhu Rong could only get a little more than 30%. And Yu Dan could only get less than 30%. After Jumei completed the dual cultivation, she immediately started to run the Chuanwu mental technique. To Zhu Xiaobao's disbelief, her mental technique improved again, and she broke through to the 6th level. The divine turtle form condensed behind him turned out to be twice as big as before. And it's a lot more solid. Jumei seemed to have entered a special state, turning a blind eye to the things around her. She stood up suddenly, and walked slowly towards the stone table. It seemed that she still wanted to try to control these 2 magic weapons. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jumei's back, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jumei's figure to be so toned. There was no fat on her body. Just strong and powerful muscles. Even the breasts stood proudly upright. Although they were large, they did not drop at all. The divine turtle image behind him is still emitting green light. Zhu Xiaobao was a little stunned. Is this my wife? If so, I'm afraid she is also the most powerful among the wives. Fortunately, Jumei has always been very obedient and has no aggressive behavior. On the contrary, Jumei admires Wei Yu and Zhu Rong and has always followed them as role models. At this time, Jumei had no idea that Zhu Xiaobao was thinking wildly. She just stared at the 2 fitness guys on the stone table and reached out to get the golden armor hammer. This time I was able to move a little bit, but it was still impossible to rotate the golden armor hammer as I wanted. Jumei just held the handle of the hammer with both hands, barely able to pick it up, and then put it down out of strength. It's too heavy. I'm afraid it weighs 400 to 500 kilograms. Jumei shook her head secretly in her heart. Jumei then turned her attention to the turtle shield, which shouldn't be very heavy. Sure enough, she could pick up the turtle back shield with one hand. But it was also very heavy. At this moment, the divine turtle form behind Jumei glowed with green light, and another giant turtle form appeared from the top of his head. The 2 divine turtle forms turned out to be one, and Jumei's back it exudes a dazzling green light. What does this mean? Power blessing? Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded and murmured to himself, looking at the turtle back shield in Jumei's hand. It suddenly emitted thousands of green lights, and the mottled old marks on it also dissipated. It seemed that she felt some kind of call, and there were still traces of green light on the turtle back shield. A series of bright gilded inscriptions were displayed, and those green lights were emitted from the gaps in the turtle patterns on the turtle's back shield. Quick! Jumei, use your blood to drip on it, and let the magic weapon recognize its master. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted loudly at this time. Jumei seemed to have heard Zhu Xiaobao's reminder, and without using any sharp weapon, she casually slapped her palm open against the sharp edge of the turtle's back shield, and a series of blood drops dripped in. Suddenly, there was a buzzing roar in the entire cave, and the dazzling blue light illuminated the cave as if it were daytime. The turtle back shield also emitted a strong green light again, and the gilt inscriptions on it also circulated rapidly on the turtle back shield. At this time, Jumei stretched out her arms, raised her head to the sky, and muttered something in her mouth, as if she was completing a ritual. At this time, all the green light was concentrated on the turtle back shield. As if it was absorbed by it, the flowing inscriptions gradually faded away, and the turtle back shield automatically covered Jumei's back, up, and then disappeared. After a while, Jumei then turned around and smiled at Zhu Xiaobao. Little pig! I succeeded! I really succeeded! I am the only descendant of the Xuanwu divine beast! Where is your turtle back shield? Zhu Xiaobao asked stammeringly. This thing is so amazing that Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused when he saw it. Look! It's here! And it's not heavy at all! As if it was specially made for me! Jumei stretched out her hand, and a simple turtle back shield appeared in her hand. Uh-huh! It's so amazing! My big baby! You are really talented! Zhu Xiaobao once again saw the magic of Jumei, couldn't help laughing, and then said in a very vulgar way, Baby! It's time for you to put on your clothes! Although I would like to see you like you are now. I don't want that old turtle to see you too. Ah! I forgot. Turn around! Only then did Jumei remember that she was still naked. She couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly put the turtle shield in front of her. Unexpectedly, the turtle shield the first time I used the shield was to cover myself up. What was even more unexpected was that Zhu Xiaobao's words clearly angered the divine turtle. A huge Dharma image forced Zhu Xiaobao out of the cave. And this time, it was very rude and directly hit Zhu Xiaobao. It flew high and landed hard not far from the great venerable thousand poisons. Ah! It hurts me so much! Ah! I'm so angry! Old turtle, do you want to fight? Let's see if I don't chop you to death. Zhu Xiaobao got up from the ground in embarrassment and pulled out the kitchen knife angrily. Rushed up. Chapter 556, Xuanwu Bloodline B. This time Zhu Xiaobao did not attack again. He rushed a few steps with a kitchen knife and was blocked by an invisible force. Yi Yan at this time. A huge layer of Gang Qi was formed around the entire Shendong, isolating the little treasures like a defensive shield. And Jumei didn't come out either. Xiaobao Qiansui. Don't be angry. This is Jumei accepting the inheritance. Of course. I won't let you in again. Farther away, the great venerable Qindu said cautiously. I'm afraid Zhu Xiaobao is the only one who can act so wildly here. Humph. Old man Qindu. I was just looking for you. Tell me, was the medicinal wine you gave me a premeditated plan? Otherwise, after just a few glasses of wine, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between east, west, and north. You can't tell who is sleeping next to you? Zhu Xiaobao was already in a bad mood, and he became even more unhappy when he saw the great venerable thousand poisons. I immediately thought that what happened last night must have been planned by this great venerable. No wonder the great venerable thousand poisons was anxious to go back by himself yesterday. It seemed that he had already planned it. This wine is indeed very helpful in cultivation. Otherwise, you would have improved your cultivation level by another level. As for the other side effects, they are just a little bit. Really, just a little bit. In fact, this is all inevitable. The 4 phases divine vein comes from here. And Jumei, do you think it will appear next to you so coincidentally? And Murong Feng? The great venerable Qindu is very cunning. He smiled and said, now he no longer has that fairy-like demeanor. Instead, he looks a bit vulgar and a bit flattering. Huh? Are you saying that you arranged this all by yourself? Just for the blood of the divine beast in me? Zhu Xiaobao thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there were really many coincidences, especially Murong Feng, who traveled thousands of miles to join him. And then the great master Wu Wei also appeared. It seemed that everything happened around his own divine beast bloodline. No! The old man is just sitting in Turtle Snake Mountain, guarding the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan. He knows very little about the rest. We still have to ask the great venerable Wu Wei about many things. The great venerable Qiandu waved his hand with a smile. Then he sat on the floor, seemingly waiting for Jumei to come out before leaving. Humph. Then tell me what you know. At least Jumei is now my double cultivator. Zhu Xiaobao also sat down, then kicked the giant snake and shouted, Get out of here! You were not a good person last night. You brought 2 old men to take a peek. Don't think I don't know. Get out of here. The giant snake, little spirit, looked at Zhu Xiaobao in a grieved manner, and could only swim away in despair. It now had absolute respect for Zhu Xiaobao. The purity of the blood in this person was too strong, giving it a sense of awe or even fear. I don't know anything about the demise of the mythical beasts back then. I was only responsible for guarding the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan. To be precise, I am not a member of the Xuanwu clan, just a guardian. The Xuanwu clan has very distinct characteristics and a long lifespan. Reproduction is very difficult, so there are only a few members of the Xuanwu clan, and they do not gather here to reproduce. In the end, they can only rely on their blood to be inspired to find their way back here. The great master Qindu said with a serious expression at this time. But I didn't find Jumei by myself. She can come here because of Murong Feng and great master Wu Wei's strong request. So I brought her out. Could it be Murong Feng? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't press Yuar at this time. After interrupting the great venerable Qindu, he suddenly thought of the most important person among them. Murong Feng. Yes. In fact, after returning from Luofeng Island, Murong Feng got your help to cure her illness. And it also inspired her divine beast bloodline. She found this place on her own. Then I don't know what revelation she got in the inheritance place. But I know the secret book of 4 phases divine veins. Then she decided to go to you, because she can sense the existence of her own people. This is why Jumei will trust you beside you. The reason for Murong Feng, because they are from the same clan. In fact, Jumei's name is Murong Mei. The great master Qindu then told Zhu Xiaobao the origin of Murong Feng. and at the same time also revealed the origin of Jumei. Name: Murong Feng. Murong Mei? Well, I still like to call her Jumei. No. When you first saw Jumei, you said she looked similar to someone. Who is this person? Could it be the woman you admire? Zhu Xiaobao murmured, and then remembered the surprised and excited expression of Master Qiandu when he saw Jumei for the first time. So he asked in confusion. Ha ha! You are thoughtful. But it is not what you think. I am just a guardian. I said that the woman who looks like Jumei is the previous successor. Jumei's mother. She is extremely talented and has practiced the Chuanwu mind technique to the 6th level. But she has not been able to make any progress since then. In desperation, she had to leave the place of inheritance to find opportunities for her to thrive. You know that you have to find someone who can match their Xuanwu skills. It is difficult for people of this clan. So she never came back once she left. This was already 40 years ago. Unexpectedly, this Murong Mei who came back 40 years later was actually more talented than she was back then. They also look alike. It's just that Jumei is stronger and taller. Her bloodline is also purer. But I didn't expect that Jumei's mind seems to be a bit out of whack. The Qiandu clan could only say with joy and a little regret. Nonsense! Jumei is just a bit simple and straightforward. And there is absolutely no problem with her intelligence. Zhu Xiaobao immediately angrily corrected him. He didn't think Jumei had any flaws. Now they have become a pair of Taoists. Zhu Xiaobao protect Jumei even more. It's obvious that Jumei has become very smart since she advanced her mental skills and has begun to understand. She even begins to understand things between men and women. Ha ha! Of course. Of course. Otherwise Jumei would not be recognized by the Xuanwu divine beast and has inherited a divine weapon. Master Qiandu said with a smile quickly. He also believed that it would only take time for Jumei to return to normal intelligence. Question. Well, old man, do you really plan to stay here for the rest of your life? Don't you feel aggrieved? Zhu Xiaobao was still very grateful to the great venerable from the bottom of his heart at this time. But he also asked a little doubtfully. Aggrieved? Why do you feel aggrieved? It is my greatest honor to see someone from the Xuanwu clan accept the inheritance. I am very happy about this. The great venerable Qiandu asked in even greater surprise. But you are a great venerable. One of the 9 great venerables in the world. You are a highly respected existence everywhere. Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in disbelief. Great master? He is just a step further than the ordinary sages. There is nothing to be proud of. If a truly powerful person appears, he will be the one who can bring trouble to the world. By then, he will be the great master. They are also vulnerable. The great venerable Thousand Poison suddenly became worried and said, What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Is there anyone more powerful than the great venerable? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhu Xiaobao was even more confused when he heard it. Didn't he mean the great venerable? Are you already at the pinnacle of martial arts? As for the martial saint and the martial emperor, they are just legends. You don't need to know this now. Someone will tell you when you have collected the 4 phases of the 4 phases divine veins. Well, you have collected the 3 phases now. And there is still 1 Qinglong missing. They are a couple of bloodline monks. The great venerable Thousand Poisons returned to the appearance of the old god, and said with a smile, The Qinglong clan? Where are they? Zhu Xiaobao felt that he had entered a huge puzzle. It seems to be operating according to a mysterious plan. And these people are vigorously promoting this mysterious plan. Well, it's not hard to find members of the Qinglong clan. But what's difficult is that the inheritance land of the Qinglong clan has not been discovered yet. This is the most confusing thing. But don't worry. Your cultivation is still too weak. When you can start the inheritance of the White Tiger Divine Beast, you should be able to sense it. The great venerable Thousand Poisons said slowly. Hey, old man. Why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? Zhu Xiaobao said very dissatisfied. Ha ha. The secret must not be leaked. I know very little, so I can only tell you so much. The great venerable Thousand Poisons smiled and played with push hands again, apparently not wanting to say more. At this moment, the aura that enveloped this place of inheritance gradually dissipated, and the place returned to its usual appearance. But from the gradually dissipating green light, a man walked out with his head held high. A woman wearing a soft armor battle suit is absolutely beautiful. The difference from before is that she has a eternal shield behind her back, and the expression on her face is resolute and confident. It was only when she saw Zhu Xiaobao that she showed a hint of shyness and a happy smile. I'm back. Let's go back. Jumei walked up to Zhu Xiaobao and stretched out her hand proactively. She still wanted Zhu Xiaobao to hold her hand. What a beauty. How much inheritance have you inherited? Master Qiandu asked eagerly. Well, just this turtle-back shield and the golden armor hammer. I haven't been able to shake it yet. But a basalt essence was injected into my body just now. I'm afraid it will take a long time to integrate this essence and penetrate it. Jumei is still there, he said honestly, still a little unwilling to be able to control the golden armor hammer. Xuanwu essence? This is incredible. Over the years, you are still the first to receive the Xuanwu inheritance. This is already a very amazing achievement. Next, you should refine the Xuanwu essence. According to reports, my guess is that once you have completely refined this essence, you should be able to take over the golden armor hammer. Master Qiandu said in surprise. This was far beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Jumei's talent to be so great. Well, it was also the 6th level of the Xuanwu hard technique. But her mother could not get any inheritance and could only leave sadly. Unexpectedly, Jumei not only got a magic weapon, but also got a trace of Xuanwu essence. This is the biggest gain. Haha. Let me tell you, my big baby is extremely talented. It's only a matter of time before he gets that golden armor hammer. Jumei. Let's go! Zhu Xiaobao took Jumei's hand and couldn't help but sing loudly. When the sun comes out, I climb the hillside, climb to the top of the mountain / I want to sing. The song floats to my sister. She laughed when she heard my singing. Give that one a hug. Give that one a hug. Holding the moon. It bent over with laughter. Give that one a hug. Give that one a hug. Hold my sister in your arms and get on the sedan chair. Not to mention, Zhu Xiaobao's sentences were quite long and powerful, which made Master Qiandu a little curious. This was the first time he heard such a rhythmic song. Jumei was even more elated when she heard it and laughed loudly. It's so nice. I like this song. Xiaoling, come here and take us back. Jumei waved to the giant snake, and the little spirit swam over obediently, and obediently let Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao ride on it, while the great Master Qiandu had to sit in the back half of the snake. Zhu Xiaobao sat in the front. Jumei sat behind him, hugged Zhu Xiaobao with his arms, and put his head on Zhu Xiaobao's back a little dependently, still listening to Zhu Xiaobao singing loudly. Now Jumei suddenly feels that she is no longer a slave, nor a servant, but a real person of Zhu Xiaobao, and she has become very confident and powerful due to her Xuanwu bloodline. What makes Jumei even more confident is that her appearance has become more and more heroic. The only flaw is that she is still much taller than Zhu Xiaobao. Jumei is almost 1.9 meters tall, and Zhu Xiaobao is now trying his best. The ground has grown so fast that it is only less than 1.8 meters tall. Back at the Turtle Villa, the old apprentice's eyes widened when he saw Jumei. He is a great expert. At first glance, he realized that Jumei had changed a lot. From the inside out, the powerful aura was definitely second to none, due to the existence of the Great Venerable. Moreover, the turtleback shield also made the old apprentice a little frightened. That kind of simple and mysterious temperament is definitely a magic weapon. Ha ha! Apprentice, I'm back, and I've gained a lot this time. Do you want to try our magnificent martial arts? Zhu Xiaobao shouted proudly, and proactively handed the kitchen knife to his old apprentice. No! I'm afraid of hurting Jumei. The old apprentice shook his head, and instead of taking the kitchen knife, he used his green bamboo stick to attack Jumei directly, one-on-one. This definitely puts Jumei in a very high position. Okay, Xiao Zhu, look at me! Jumei suddenly became energetic. This was not the first time she had practiced with her old apprentice, but this time she was very confident. The Great Venerable Thousand Poisons and Zhu Xiaobao were all standing around watching carefully. The Great Venerable Thousand Poisons were still very amazed at the old apprentice's various moves. To be able to rank among the 9 Great Venerables, the old apprentices, he still has a lot of skills in Kung Fu, the most notable of which are his flexible movements and quick moves. Jumei seemed slow at this time, but is thick and steady, like a castle, indestructible, and this magical turtle back shield blocks all of Jumei's vital points. Not just the back. As long as Jumei holds a hand, she can reach it at any time. It appeared in her hand. Not only was it a shield, it could also be used as a weapon to attack. The sharp edges around the shield on the back of the turtle actually made the old apprentice very afraid. Jumei's left hand was still holding an imitation golden armor hammer, but this golden armor hammer seemed to have been blessed by divine weapons, and its power was greatly increased. Under Jumei's dance, It would emit a golden light from time to time. Even the old apprentice didn't dare to take it hard. Although she has an absolute advantage on the scene, Jume is not afraid at all. The key is that although she is at a disadvantage, she is extremely well protected by the turtleback shield. She can defend and attack, and can also hit a fierce attack without warning. Attack! Watch out! I'm going to do it for real! The old apprentice got excited and took the kitchen knife from Zhu Xiaobao. He didn't want it just now, but now he got it back because he felt that he really couldn't defeat Jume for a while. Damn it! This is so embarrassing for you. I didn't want it, and now you've snatched it from me. Zhu Xiaobao sighed speechlessly. Fortunately, the old apprentice is as thick-skinned as him now, so he just pretends not to hear. I'll cut! 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 The old apprentice repeated his old tricks again, with a kitchen knife flying up and down. He was a little dazzled when he saw the master thousand poisons, and he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Hands, I'm afraid I really can't beat him. Unless, of course, I use poison attacks. At this time, Jume's expression was solemn, and the turtleback shield in her hand also emitted a faint green light from time to time. Where it collided with the kitchen knife, sparks burst out. But the old apprentice felt that the rebound force was very huge. He could also limit his attack speed, as if his attack has been slowed down a bit. But Jume is also feeling a lot of pressure at this time. The Xuanwu essence in her body has not yet been fully integrated. Now she can only rely on her own bloodline to try her best to control the turtleback shield. In the end, Jume's golden armor hammer was chopped off by the old apprentice. Jume had no time to pull it back, so she had to let go. Otherwise her left hand would be cut off. This means that Jume still lost. Oh! Lucky! Lucky! Jume, I didn't expect you to be so good. I can't beat you. Although the old apprentice won, he was not as proud as before. Jume's potential made him know that it will only be a matter of time before the beauty surpasses me. Well, I still can't beat you. Jume pouted and said dissatisfiedly. In fact, the relationship between Jume and his old apprentice is quite good. Since coming to Zhu Xiaobao, Jume has spent the most time with his old apprentice. Because at that time Jume was very willing to follow his old apprentice. Not only could he learn a lot of kung fu, you can also eat a lot of delicious food. Ha ha ha! Jume, just give me some face. If I can't even beat you, how can I survive in this market? The old apprentice said with a laugh. In the evening, Zhu Xiao cooked the meal himself. He was so happy that he must reward Jume well. This is simply a miracle. Looking at the world, Jume is the first person to inherit the legacy of the mythical beast. When Jume looked at Zhu Xiaobao, she was also excited, and her eyes were burning. What she was worried about now was whether she could enjoy some more sex at night. After Zhu Xiaobao finished cooking, he came to the table and toasted a glass of wine to Master Qiandu very respectfully. Senior Qiandu, thank you very much for everything you have done for me and Jume. I toast you. Yes. I plan to go back to Lingyu Mountain tomorrow. Huh? Do you want to know how to master Lingyu Shan? Come on. Come on. There is something unfinished. Oh. What's the matter? Chapter 557, Prince Emohan, eh? Zhu Xiaobao saw that Jume's matter had come to an end, so he was already planning to go back to Lingyu Mountain. Unexpectedly, the great Master Qiandu didn't agree very much. Wait a minute. Xiantai, you still have something unfinished? Oh. What's the matter? Zhu Xiaobao could vaguely guess what it was, but he didn't want to take the initiative to bring it up. Ha ha! Chitos is such a noble person who forgets things. Have you forgotten your promise to treat Princess Mayu? The biggest threat to the royal court now is this disease. There is no reason at all, but it is getting worse. If this continues, I'm afraid the Shijua kingdom will really change its dynasty. Although Master Qiandu was still smiling, everyone could see that his smile was rather forced. Xiao Baishan was his disciple, and he was also very concerned about the safety and welfare of Wang Ting. Well, I have fulfilled my promise. Princess Mou's illness should be improved now. This disease cannot be completely cured in a day or two. It needs to be treated slowly. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, I knew that the great Master Qiandu was talking about this matter, but Zhu Xiaobao really had nothing to do now. Even if he could, he would have to go back before he can start preparations. The conditions are simply not met here. Besides, what Zhu Xiaobao is most concerned about now is his own territories, especially the northern Zirui country. He had been away for several months. Although Marong Feng was there to take charge, he still felt uneasy. No, I'm not talking about Princess Mou alone, but the entire royal court. Master Qian Du said anxiously. Isn't this none of my business? Although doctors are benevolent, I can't necessarily cure them. And then the Shijua kingdom will join forces with Kingswood to attack Lingyu Mountain. Right. Zhu Xiaobao said somewhat unhappily. Isn't it because Jialangda and King Ming want to capture his Lingyu Mountain when they come out of the northern Zirwei kingdom this time? Although it was Jialangda's personal intention, Wang Ting did not express it. It was not until the end that he sent a messenger Qiu Baiyan to convey the order for Jialangda to withdraw his troops. But that was because Zhu Xiaobao had already secured victory. The two sides can sit down and talk about this. But this disease affects the lives of millions of people in the royal court. Add in the tribes around the royal court, and it affects tens of millions of people. Qian Du the great master said a little embarrassedly. After all, Wang Ting did not stop Jialangda from sending troops, but chose to remain silent. Now it's not an exaggeration for Zhu Xiaobao to think so. What's there to talk about? Whoever is stronger these days has the right to speak. This matter is non-negotiable, and I don't owe them anything. I'm here mainly for Jumei's business, Zhu Xiaobao said very simply. But have you ever thought that once the royal court is destroyed and Kingswood and King you no longer have any scruples, there will inevitably be swords and swords everywhere. And in the end, it will involve Guishan Mountain and the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan. Only then can Jumei win a small victory. Part of the inheritance. The great venerable Qian Du stopped talking about it here, which meant that Zhu Xiaobao could think about it by himself. Okay, old man Qian Du, you have already made the plan, haven't you? Sure enough, all the 9 great sages are cunning. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. It was about Jumei, so he had to reconsider this matter. Something happened. Ha ha! Now that the world is in chaos, it is better to have the support of Wang Ting than to have multiple opponents. Right. Besides, although Wang Ting has disappeared in recent years, the prestige and influence of Wang Ting are still far beyond those of Zhuo Wang and Yu Wang. Yes, if Wang Ting also fully supports you, your influence will be greatly increased. At least Lingyu Mountain will have no worries. Well, one more thing. Prince Imohan and Murong Feng had a relationship. I'm afraid you don't know this. Right. The great venerable Thousand Poison still said with a smile. What? What? That paper person actually recovered from his illness and fell in love? Damn it. He probably didn't like her. So he came to me in despair. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in surprise. That's not true. Senior sister went to Beiziri country because of me. Jumei whispered to the side at this time. You know about this? Then why didn't you tell me? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jumei unhappily and said. I don't know either. Senior sister never told me these things. Besides, I didn't understand much at that time. Jumei said a little aggrievedly. In fact, she really didn't know about Murong Feng's personal affairs. Okay, let's not leave now. I want to see what kind of character this Prince Imohan is. Zhu Xiaobao shouted very unhappily. He didn't know what his mentality was. He just didn't want the woman beside him to leave him. Although he never thought about anything happening with Murong Feng. The most he could do was tease her. Ha ha! Chitos Mingjian, if you know more about Wang Ting, there will be no harm in whether you are a friend or an enemy in the future. In this case, Chitos might as well stay here for a few more days. If Jumei wants to integrate the Xuanwu essence, she still needs to be here. The place of inheritance is the most effective. It can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. The old man also wants to ask Chitos for some chess tricks. In return, the old man intends to give the remaining 2 jars of medicinal wine to Chitos. Master Qian Du said with a satisfied smile. That medicinal wine of yours? Isn't it an aphrodisiac? Who else do you want to match me up with? Zhu Xiaobao asked, rolling his eyes. Well, this is an unfair accusation. My wine is really a magical elixir that can assist cultivation. I'm afraid you don't know that among the 9 great sages, I am the only one who relied on the assistance of medicine to be promoted to the great sage. That's why my medicinal wine is very precious. Back then, Venerable Duobao used the 1,000 poison snake staff to exchange for a jar of medicinal wine. Just like this, I still feel that I have lost money. Venerable 1,000 Poisons is very proud. Said, do you want to give me the formula as well? Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was more shameless and greedy than imagined, and actually wanted the formula. This made the great master Qian Du have a new look at the British King Qiantai. Examine it. I'm afraid this won't work. Even if I give you the formula, it will be useless. Most of the elixirs are produced in Turtle Snake Mountain, and there are several elixirs that only little spirits can find. So even if I give you the formula, it will be useless. It will help, said the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, shaking his head. Okay, then I'll just stay here for a few days. Zhu Xiaobao was not very disappointed. After all, many things are hard to come by. In the next few days, Jumei went to the inheritance place to refine the essence every day, and also tried to shake the golden armor hammer, but failed. The Great Venerable Qiandu was also very interested in learning the chess routines from Zhu Xiaobao. Although he was killed and defeated repeatedly, he never tired of it. He did not expect that the attack and defense in it would be so exciting. The Great Venerable Thousand Poisons is now completely addicted to this, and even hopes that Zhu Xiaobao can always live on Turtle Snake Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao is also consolidating his mental skills in his spare time. Not to mention that this medicinal wine is really very effective. It makes Zhu Xiaobao feel that the speed and efficiency of cultivation have increased a lot. In fact, the first one he took was the jar medicinal wine is just another medicine added. It is a real medicinal wine. The old apprentice's life is relatively hard, but he is quite happy during the day. He can also play chess with the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons. His current chess ability is still far superior to the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, which gives him a very sense of accomplishment. But at night, he became more distressed and had to teach Jumei how to read and write, because Zhu Xiaobao discovered that Jumei was actually illiterate. Murong Feng asked her to memorize the contents of the 4 phases of divine veins. She couldn't understand it at first, but she didn't understand it until she reached the place of inheritance. She understood the meaning, but she still couldn't read. So now the old apprentice has an additional task, teaching Jumei to read and write. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Jumei had an outstanding memory and learned very quickly. Only then did he remember that although Jumei was relatively simple and straightforward, his memory had never been wrong. So it's actually very fast to learn now. Moreover, the words written by Jumei are as strong and powerful as those cut with a knife and an axe. Although they are still a little immature, they have already shown the same characteristics as hers. The words are really like the person she writes. 5 days have passed like this, and Jumei has made no more progress in refining Xuanwu essence in the inheritance place. So far, she has only refined 30% of it, and the rest will depend on her cultivation and physique. Strengthening can be refined slowly. The essence of an ancient beast is not so easy to refine. This time, Zhu Xiaobao, Jumei and his old apprentice were really leaving. The Great Venerable Qiandu kept his word and really gave the remaining 2 jars of medicinal wine to Zhu Xiaobao. This medicinal wine was not a one-time sex is over. You can add new wine again after drinking it. It will still be effective given time. Old man, don't send it. It's not like I won't come. I'll send you some good wine later, Zhu Xiaobao said casually. He didn't have any sensible at all. He and the Great Venerable Qiandu were like old acquaintances, and he spoke very casually. But just such casualness made the Great Venerable Qiandu very useful. Usually those disciples, they are all respectful. He lives too lonely. Now I still feel a little reluctant to leave. But fortunately, now that I have a new sustenance, I can study chess without any problems in the future. Once I get into this thing, it will be endless fun. Once they reached the small road, the Great Master Qian Du stopped seeing each other off. Zhu Xiaobao left Turtle Snake Mountain and finally met up with his female guards. These female guards were a little depressed waiting for them, finally burst into cheers of joy. This also made Zhu Xiaobao very happy. The atmosphere with these female guards was still lively. Returning to the fairy garden, I didn't expect that Princess Mayu was still living there and had never left. And Mo Sang Xiaojian came over immediately. Hey, why have you been here for so long? How can you treat people like this? Huh? What's wrong? Is there no curative effect? Zhu Xiaobao was immediately surprised after hearing this. This disease should not be difficult to cure. No. The effect is there. But it's too slow. My third sister can't wait. Can you make some pills to speed up the effect? Mo Sang Xiaojian said quickly. Even treating Zhu Xiaobao, her attitude has become a bit flattering, because Princess Mayu's condition is gradually improving. Huh? It's only been a few days. I already said that this disease needs to be treated slowly. There's no point in rushing. Go back. I'm tired. I need to rest. Zhu Xiaobao impatiently planned to treat Mo Sang Xiaoji and was sent away. Hey! I'm warning you. You are not allowed to treat this kind of disease for others. Mo Sang Xiaojian returned to his usual domineering tone. What do you mean? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. staring at Imo Sang Xiaojian. It's not interesting. I'm just reminding you. Imo Sang Xiaojian suddenly said with a guilty conscience. And then hurried away. Imo Sang Xiaojian returned to Princess Mou's room and immediately told her what she had done. Princess Mou immediately frowned and said, Little sister, how can you do this? Although I have disagreements with Emperor Brother Emo Han, I can't hinder his treatment. If this spreads out, wouldn't it be disgraceful? I just want you to inherit the throne and then treat Brother Emo Han. This will save him from competing with you for the throne. Imo Sang Xiaojian muttered in a low voice. You think Xu Xiaobao is our personal doctor? Are you at your mercy? Really? He always brings me trouble. Princess Mou rolled her eyes at Imo Sang Xiaojian, then turned back and started looking in the mirror. She is now the most important thing is to look in the mirror and see herself recovering day by day in the mirror. She feels very happy and full of expectations. Finally, there is hope to return to the former charm of all sentient beings. I'm not thinking about you, Imo Sang Xiaojian said very depressedly. In fact, she and Emperor Emo Han also had quite a relationship. But when it came to the throne, she firmly stood by Princess Mou. This way. Yeah, I know. My little sister is the most considerate to me. Well, let me think about it. This Xu Xiaobao seems to be really worthy of us using our brains and having a good relationship. This guy has so many novel things. I really doubt how he got it. Princess Mou stroked her neck. Now her neck has gradually begun to recover, and the blue veins on it have faded and become thinner. Princess Mou has begun to show elegance again. What a pretty face. Hey, my dear sister, you don't really want to marry him, do you? Imo Sang Xiaojian was startled and asked quickly. This seems unlikely. He looks too ordinary. He is not what I imagined. If he is willing to be a prince-in-law, I can still consider it. Princess Mou shook her head in disgust. Xiaobao's image is really hard to accept, especially since the Shijua people admire tall, strong and sturdy men. That's what women like the most. Xu Xiaobao was in a hurry to drive Imo Sang Xiaojian away, mainly because he wanted to indulge Jume in his own bedroom. Because the giant snake in the turtle villa was so annoying, and would surround Jume when he had nothing to do. The room is guarded, always peeking. In fact, this spiritual snake really wanted to follow Jume down the mountain, but because the great master Thousand Poisons couldn't live without it, so the giant snake was very tangled and sad before leaving. Fortunately, it knows that Jume will come back. This is the reluctant separation from Jume, now that he has finally returned to his own realm. Although he is temporarily living in the fairy garden, he is surrounded by his own female warriors to protect him. So Xu Xiaobao feels much more relaxed. However, Lu Tong and Lu Feng were a little uncomfortable with it. Unexpectedly, Jume often said, I belong to Xiaoyu. This sentence turned out to be true. And now, he has really become Xu Xiaobao's double cultivator. This made the two girls a little uncomfortable and a little jealous. But seeing Jume becoming more and more heroic in appearance and body, they also felt heartbroken. Jume was really strong. On the contrary, Xu Xiaobao doesn't think that much about the harem. He has too many things to consider now. Anyway, Zhu Rong has always taken care of the harem. Among all the women, Zhu Rong is the most convincing. Among all, she can always balance all aspects of the relationship very well. So now everyone unanimously agrees that the master of the harem is Zhu Rong. But Xu Xiaobao still felt the dissatisfaction of the two little girls today. When they helped him bathe, they both pouted and looked aggrieved. Xu Xiaobao also had the kind words to comfort them. Don't worry. You have always been by my side. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance? Jume will be the one to do big things by then. What are you worrying about? No. It's just that I'm not used to it. The two girls suddenly burst into laughter and said a little delicately. When Xu Xiaobao was waiting for Jume in the room with great expectations, he realized that Jume was still taking a bath. Xu Xiaobao was stunned. This body was too big, and it would take too much time to wash it. Moreover, Jume loves to be clean now. She has to wash her clothes every time before she gets up when she is satisfied. At this moment, unexpectedly there was a little commotion at the door. Jume was wearing a loose bathrobe, and was actually holding someone in her hand. Humph! Who are you? How dare you come here to act so arrogantly? Jume yelled angrily. Unexpectedly, these two people could avoid the defense of the female warriors, and get close to Xu Xiaobao's room, which made Jume very angry. Wait a minute! I'm here to meet King Chitos of England. We have no ill intentions. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to catch me. Unexpectedly, the man Jumei caught was very calm and said calmly. But Jumei's eyes were fixed on another person. That person's cultivation level was very high. One was that of martial lord, standing not far away, looking at the giant beauty with eager eyes. Meet my master? Then why don't you come in the daytime openly? Sign up and come in. Jumei's speech is now quite good, and it is actually clear and coherent. At this time, the female warriors were also alarmed. They did not expect that someone could touch this place, which made them very angry. My name is Imohan, and I am the prince of the Shijua kingdom. I would like to invite King Qiantai to come out and meet me. Prince Imohan said loudly to Zhu Xiaobao's room. This calmness were very heartbreaking. Prince Imohan? Well, please come to the study to talk. Zhu Xiaobao had been alarmed for a long time. Now after listening to the other party's words, he pondered for a moment, and then said in a low voice. At this time, the old apprentice was already standing beside the martial lord. As long as he dared to move, the old apprentice would be ready to take action. Chapter 558, Prince Imohan B. Now that Zhu Xiaobao had spoken, the female warriors had no choice but to give up and take Prince Imohan to the study. Entering the study, Prince Imohan was a little surprised. The study of the great immortal master Lao Delu was really very particular. They were made of the best red gold with desks and bookcases. Don't look at how Luo Delu spent the whole day living and drinking. But there is no shortage of them in his fairy garden, and they are all made of the best materials. Prince Imohan sat in the study and waited for half an hour. But the prince did not show any impatience at all and waited there patiently. The servants were very attentive and brought tea and a jar of top-quality roasted knives. After a while, they even brought 4 plates of side dishes to go with wine. It seemed that the British King Chitos was quite hospitable. But why did it take so long? In fact, you really can't blame Zhu Xiaobao. It turned out that Jumei wanted to show off her potential as a woman, so she had to help Zhu Xiaobao change into clothes herself, without Lu Tong and Lu Fang helping her. This made Zhu Xiaobao suffer a lot. After working for a long time, I didn't get dressed yet. In the end, Lu Tong and Lu Fang came to help, and Zhu Xiaobao was tidied up. He was wearing a white gown and had a bookish temperament. These are also the clothes Zhu Rongdu customized for him, because wearing a white gown best shows off Zhu Xiaobao's temperament. Today, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to compete with Prince Imohan. He was always a little aggrieved that this guy dared to have a romantic relationship with Murong Feng, which made Zhu Xiaobao very unhappy just thinking about it. So Zhu Xiaobao, intentionally or unintentionally, stayed away from Prince Imohan for a while. Now that Zhu Xiaobao is the king of England, it's not an exaggeration to show some airs. The martial lord outside the door was also sitting on the stone table in the yard at this time, drinking with his old apprentice. He was also quite helpless. Who would have thought that he would meet a great lord as soon as he arrived here? And now, he only can be the one who accompanies the old apprentice honestly. Zhu Xiaobao was pacing, holding a folding fan in his hand, and walked into the study slowly. When they met, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Prince Lao Mohan was drunk. I'm very sorry. Don't dare. Don't dare. Visiting late at night is very abrupt. I hope Chitos won't take it personally. Prince Imohan was very polite, and the return gift was solemn, which made Zhu Xiaobao somewhat fond of him. But when he saw the appearance of Prince Imohan, Zhu Xiaobao was immediately a little discouraged. He was wearing a light blue gown, with a delicate appearance and a slender figure. He was standing there with a jade tree in the wind. There is no way I can compare myself. Comparing one person to another will lead to death. Just throw it away when comparing goods. Damn it. I deserve to be thrown away. Zhu Xiaobao thought angrily. I wonder if the prince is here late at night. What advice can you give me? Zhu Xiaobao no longer maintained his demeanor, sat down and poured himself a cup of tea before asking. I have heard for a long time that Chitos is very knowledgeable and talented, and Imohan came to ask for advice. Imohan has always been very partial to the poetry and songs of the Central Plains. Prince Imohan said it very politely, but his speech and behavior were very similar. The Central Plains scribes are a bit like the original Qingwen, or a bit like the original Jijishan. On the contrary, he doesn't look like a Western prince. Oh, this is interesting. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised, and he wanted to test whether he had real talent or learning. So he held a tea bowl and said, A cup of tea can quench the thirst for energy. Unexpectedly, Prince Imohan's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment, and immediately replied, 5-character poem. The gift of a benefactor. Huh? Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Prince Imohan's reaction was very fast. He was not much worse than Ji Jishi back then. No wonder he dared to seduce Merong Feng. Zhu Xiaobao thought darkly, and then looked out the window. In the moonlight, another couplet appeared. The moon! 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 The moon are bright. The moon is bright. The moon is bright. The moon is bright. The mountains and mountains in Wushan are very beautiful. Prince Imohan was still able to face him neatly, although it took some time. However, the prince was not to be outdone, and immediately launched a counterattack. Since Chitos is named after the moon, there is also a couplet below. The moon is full in the sky. The moon is half on earth. The moon is full, and the moon is half. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. This first couplet is very clever. Today happens to be the first half of the month, so this first couplet is a bit difficult. But this is not a problem for Zhu Xiaobao, the top student. Moreover, there are still a lot of eternal absolutes compiled by predecessors in his belly. Ha ha. The end of this year, the beginning of next year, the end of every year, and the beginning of next year. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao calmly read the second couplet, and then stretched out his hand to signal Prince Imohan to please sit down. This is already a recognition of the prince's talents. Wonderful, Prince Imohan suddenly said in surprise. Then he also sat down, took a sip of tea, and said with some unfinished thoughts, I have another couplet, which I did not make, but it is quite difficult. The full moon and the waxing moon. The moon is waxing and waning. The moon is waxing and waning. Year after year. Twilight and morning. The sun will not appear until the end of the night. Oh, it is indeed a bit difficult. Since it is not your work, then find someone else to match it with the second couplet later. Does this first couplet also imply a certain mood of the prince? Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. But he didn't say the second line, because he also had to spend some time thinking about it. But now he is thinking more. Oh, that's right. Chitos must know that my visit this time is definitely not to antagonize Chitos's poetry. Instead, I have something important to ask. The joyful look on Prince Imohan's face immediately disappeared, and was replaced by he had a melancholy look on his face. Yes, of course I know. If the prince has anything to say, please tell me in person. Zhu Xiaobao sat there and said calmly. Now he has become quite knowledgeable, and facing these princes and princesses, his momentum is not at all inferior. Has my third sister, Princess Mou, cured the elephant neck disease with you? Can this disease really be cured? Prince Imohan asked a little excitedly. It should be said that he is recovering gradually. It is too early to say that he has been completely cured. What? The prince also has this disease? But it doesn't seem to be very serious. Zhu Xiaobao said very cautiously. He would never finish his words. There must be some room for everything. This is great. Chitos, can you sell me your recipe? No matter how much gold you have. This will definitely save all the people from misery. Imohan is here to thank the King of England Chitos. Prince Imohan stood up and wanted to give great gifts to all the little treasures. Slow down. Slow down. I didn't say I could cure everyone. I don't have the conditions now. I can't bear your gift. Zhu Xiaobao stopped Prince Imohan and shook his head. Said, Chitos, what conditions do you want? Just say it. And don't worry. I will never retaliate. I know you still have a grudge against what Kalanga has done. But I swear, Wang Ting is really not involved in this matter. To put it bluntly, we here have no ability to interfere in this matter. Prince Imohan said anxiously. That's not the reason. To be honest, I don't care about Jialanga's strength. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said arrogantly. And then further explained. This kind of disease. In fact, it's the lack of a substance called iodine. As long as the normal absorption of iodine can be ensured, this disease will be cured without treatment. Iodine? What is this? Where can I buy it? Prince Imohan asked a little confused. This is really difficult to explain. So, do you know what will happen if there is a lack of salt? Zhu Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. This thing is really not easy to explain. We can't give the prince a few days of chemistry lessons first. Well, so I have to use salt as an analogy. I know this. If there is a lack of salt, you will feel weak, dizzy, and in severe cases, you will vomit and coma. Prince Emohan is still somewhat knowledgeable and knows basic common sense. But he didn't understand what the disease had to do with salt. Yes, a lack of salt will cause weakness all over the body, and a lack of iodine will cause the elephant neck syndrome. It's just that the iodine I'm talking about is not something that can be seen and touched like salt. Zhu Xiaobao felt that this explanation is really laborious, but it should make the prince understand. I seem to understand a little bit. But how did you cure Sanmei's disease? Do you still carry this iodine with you? Emohan was still a little confused. But the simplest way is know how Princess Emo you was cured. Ha ha! No, I just gave her more seafood. And these seafood are rich in iodine. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and shook his head. Are you saying that all the dried fish and shrimps you buy everywhere are for my third sister to eat? Prince Emohan asked in surprise. Oh, it seems that the prince already knows every move I make. Zhu Xiaobao said a little unhappy. In fact, he also knew that his every move must be monitored. But he didn't expect that the prince would actually have just came out of my mouth. Please forgive Chitos for this. It's not that we are spying on you, but that we are always paying attention to the third sister. Prince Emohan said with a little embarrassment. Ha ha! You guys have a deep love for each other as brothers and sisters. Zhu Xiaobao said sarcastically. Emo Sang Xiaojian had warned him not to treat other people as soon as he came back. He was probably referring to Prince Emohan. Oh, let me tell you clearly. My third sister, Princess Mayu, and I are both fighting for the throne. We have different political views. I prefer King Wen's method of developing the economy and people's livelihood and strengthening the country's strength. The third sister, on the other hand, tends to use force to intimidate. So we have always been tit for tat. Chitos, what do you think? Prince Emohan lowered his head and said a little depressed. King Wen has been destroyed. Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. Yes, I know this too. But it is almost impossible to pacify the Shijue by force now. So my point of view is to balance King Zue and King Yu. Actively develop the economy, increase the population, and wait until the national power returns to its peak before taking action. Ping Ding Zue Wang Yu Wang. Prince Emohan said very distressedly. Let alone economic development. There are less than half of the people who are healthy. Wang Ting is already in danger. This is a matter for your royal court. You should discuss it with the Grand Master. As for who will inherit the throne between you and Princess Mou, you shouldn't talk to me. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, indicating that he was not interested. He still wanted to go back early to make things worse. But only you can cure this disease. Now most people in the royal court are suffering from the disease. It's just different degrees. So I asked Chitos to help me and save all the people from the fire and water. As long as this disease can be cured, I will not hesitate to give up my position. Emohan said eagerly. Oh, it's a bit noble. But I still say that I won't make any promises. Prince Emohan, please come back. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and then made a sign to see off the guests. Is Chitos really unwilling to save her? Emohan asked a little unwillingly. Ha ha, this is not a big deal. It's not that serious. Besides, haven't I told you the treatment method? Eat more seafood, and it will be effective. Princess Mou is a good example. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Ah, is this the treatment? What does Chitos have to say about the political views of this prince and Princess Mou? Prince Emohan was a little confused. Where did they get the large amount of seafood here? Even if they were sold and shipped back, they wouldn't be able to solve much of the problem. Human needs. And on a hot day, even dried fish and shrimp cannot guarantee that they will not spoil. Political opinions? Well, I think you should reach a consensus first. To deal with foreign affairs, you must first settle the domestic affairs. Develop the economy internally. Deter the king and support the king externally. And maintain the three-legged power first. Okay, that's all I have to say. It's my humble opinion. Just think I'm talking nonsense. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while before expressing his thoughts. In fact, he is more optimistic about Prince Emohan now. Because now the royal court simply does not have the strength to calm down King Zue and King Yu. In order to fight against the outside world, we must first settle down the inside? To stand on 3 pillars? Ah, thank you Chitos for your kind words. Prince Emohan murmured for a while. then exclaimed with a little joy, saluted repeatedly, and excitedly led his martial lord to protect him. Left. Is what I said so clever? To make him suddenly enlightened? No way. Zhu Xiaobao said to himself a little doubtfully. At the residence of the great imperial master Qiu Baisheng, Prince Imohan excitedly told the story of his visit to Zhu Xiaobao, and then said, National Master, I think he is right. For the survival and development of the royal court, I am willing to assist third sister. Let her be open to the outside world. And I will manage the economic development of Wang Ting. When everyone is cured of their illnesses, we can send troops to quell the civil strife. In order to fight against external forces, we must first settle down the internal forces and establish 3 pillars. Yes, it does coincide with my idea. Prince Imohan, your idea is very commendable. But you really think that you can cure everyone's elephant neck? Is it a disease? Qiu Baisheng muttered it over and over again for a while, and then asked with a wry smile, What? Is there any problem? Hasn't third sister's condition improved significantly? Prince Imohan asked a little puzzled. Alas, my prince, even if I send all the chariots and drivers in the royal court to purchase dried fish and shrimps and other seafood, tens of millions of people will still have to come and go without any risk at all. We have been transporting it for several years, not counting whether we have so much financial resources. Do you know how many kilograms of seafood Princess Mayu has eaten? Qiu Baisheng shook his head and sighed with a wry smile. Princess Mayu had eaten dozens of them by herself. We have kilograms of dried shrimps and dried fish, and it looks like we will continue to eat them for a few more months. Now Princess Mayu wants to vomit when she sees those seafood. Aw, what should we do? I didn't expect this. Prince Imohan also said a little dull. To untie the bell. We have to tie the bell. We still have to take action from this little treasure. He must have other ways. Just to see what price we have to pay. Qiu Baisheng is still cunning, and he has also obtained the 1,000 poison master. The message sent by His Holiness is quite reasonable. Zhu Xiaobao got up relatively late today because he just came back yesterday and had a nice swim on the bed with Yume. When he woke up in the morning, he each practiced his mental skills for a while and didn't go out until noon. Zhu Xiaobao first went to see Lao Delu. This guy was really miserable now. He usually gave him some fairy medicine every few days, which helped him really get rid of his drug addiction. Therefore, Lao Delu is in a state of despair these days. Without the elixir, his nose and tears were extremely uncomfortable. After taking the elixir, although he was temporarily relieved, he had no place to face the rising desire. Vent. Now the ones who usually guard and take care of him are the girls who came as tribute. These girls hate him deeply, and they will torture this former great immortal master in various ways. Chateaus! Chateaus! Let me die! I really can't bear it anymore. I beg you. Just let me die quickly. As soon as Lao Delu saw Zhu Xiaobao, he wanted to rush over and burst into tears. Said, In the past 2 days, I have stopped using the elixir, and my limbs have been hung up. Even thinking of committing suicide has become a luxury. Ha ha! There's nothing we can do about it. You haven't seen how much these girls hate you. This is what you brought upon yourself. After you have enjoyed the blessings for a few years, you will have to suffer for a few years. Enjoy it. Zhu Xiaobao, but there is not much sympathy. This guy deserves it. Now Zhu Xiaobao is hesitant to destroy all these poppies. This thing is really harmful, but it does have other unique functions. The extract can quickly relieve pain, and it can also relieve diarrhea, dysentery, and nausea. It seems a bit of a pity that everything is really ruined. Holding a beautiful poppy flower in his hand, Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't make up his mind. At this moment, unexpectedly Princess Imo, he was fully armed and was chasing Prince Imohan. The two fought evenly. This is the first time Zhu Xiaobao has seen Princess Imo use martial arts. Unexpectedly, it is really very high. Now it seems that she is at least better than Prince Imohan, which means that her body has not recovered yet. I can't keep up with my physical strength and am a little out of breath. But the moves he made were definitely like those of a master. Hey! What are you doing? I have the final say here. Zhu Xiaobao shouted dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, when Princess Imo saw Zhu Xiaobao, she actually gave up on Prince Imohan and went straight to Zhu Xiaobao. You are not a good person either? If you want to trade with me, let's see if you have any of this ability. What are you talking about? Who wants you to make a deal? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. But the giant beauty next to me has already taken action. Chapter 559. Is it that simple? Jumei's fighting power is not ordinary. But now Jumei can understand Zhu Xiaobao's meaning better. Now it is not a real life and death fight. So it is just a lesson. But even so, Princess Mayu is no match for Jumei. There is a Mo Sang Xiaojian behind who is also aiming at Jumei with a bow. But Mo Sang Xiaojian didn't dare to shoot the golden arrow. She could feel that Jumei was always guarding her. And Jumei's kung fu seemed to have improved a lot. This is a feeling of an expert. Although the two of them have not fought each other since Jumei came back from Turtle Snake Mountain. Mo Sang Xiaojian has already felt that Jumei is much stronger than before. Don't hurt my sister. Unexpectedly, Prince Mo Han came back at this time and rushed towards Jumei. Although the two brothers and sisters usually had different opinions, it did not hinder the brother-sister relationship between them. Princess Mo uses two swords. One sheath and two swords. They are shorter than ordinary swords and lighter in weight. The sword technique is light and changeable, and requires flexible movement. But in the face of Jumei's impeccable defense, Princess Moyu's double swords seemed a bit clumsy. No matter where they struck, they were blocked by Jumei's turtle-back shield. Finally, the giant tortoise-backed shield pushed forward, knocking Princess Moyu away, and flew towards Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, Prince Mo Han had just approached Jumei. He had not even brought any weapons, and was directly lifted into the air by Jumei's hand. He kicked his legs wildly in fear, but it was useless. A dignified prince. It was so awkward to be lifted in the air. Ha ha! Princess Mou, you are very unfriendly. What I don't like the most is fighting and killing. If you want me to check for you, don't you use this method? Zhu Xiaobao caught it. After meeting Princess Mou, he easily removed his veil, and held her slender waist tightly with his other hand. Zhu Xiaobao's current kung fu is not bad. At least much higher than that of Princess Mou in front of him. What's more, Princess Mou is still weak in physical strength, so she was caught in Zhu Xiaobao's arms, and couldn't break free. Let me go! I didn't expect you to be more rogue than a legend. And you actually wanted to betray me, so that Mo Han could inherit the throne. Princess Mou squirmed fiercely in Zhu Xiaobao's arms, and shouted angrily. But it was very low, as if afraid that others would hear it. Hey! I admit that I'm a bit of a rogue, but I won't interfere in your battle for the throne. Besides, I'm not interested even with your big neck. Am I? Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise. At this time, he had already seen the peerless face under the veil, but the symptoms of the elephant neck were only half recovered, and the proportions of the head and neck were still a bit disproportionate, destroying the beauty of Princess Mayu's golden ratio. What's even more exaggerated is that Zhu Xiaobao pushed Princess Mou away in disgust and rubbed his hands on her body, as if he was afraid of being infected. This made Princess Mou even more embarrassed and angry. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao with both eyes, he almost burst into flames. She was actually disliked by this ordinary-looking Zhu Xiaobao? You all stop. What's the decency of this? At this time, the great national master Qiu Baisheng hurriedly caught up here. From a distance, he saw Prince Mo Han being lifted up in the air. He was shocked and shouted angrily. Road. Even though they are princes and princesses, they all learned martial arts from the great master. Qiu Baisheng's words are still very shocking. National preceptor. It's him who wants me in exchange for the cure. And wants me. Princess Mo, you first cried to Qiu Baisheng, feeling aggrieved and annoyed. It turns out that Prince Mo Han came up with the whimsical idea of marrying Princess Mo to Zhu Xiaobao in exchange for a cure for the elephant neck disease. I have to say that Prince Mo Han is sometimes a bit nerdy, and his ideas are a bit simple. So as soon as he said his idea, Princess Mo was so angry that she took action without saying a word. Prince Mo Han was so frightened that he fought and ran away. He couldn't figure out why he had angered this third sister because he had a good idea. Hey, it's my fault in discipline that makes Qiantos laugh. Qiu Baisheng first apologized to Zhu Xiaobao repeatedly, and then said in a low voice, Qiantos, please calm down. Can you put Prince Mo Han down first? Ha ha. Okay. Brother Mo Han, the jade in his mouth is indeed like jade. Zhu Xiaobao was really amused when he saw Prince Mo Han's current embarrassment. But he did have a good impression of this guy. Although he is a bit nerdy, but he still knows how to turn around and help Mou at critical moments. This shows that he is not a calculating person. But on the contrary, he is still a very simple and straightforward person. So I just picked it up casually and came up with a first couplet. Oh, there is no intention in the audience. It's all my random thoughts, and it has nothing to do with MOU. Mo Han's reaction was quick, but he was a little downcast. He thought Princess MOU would be very happy, but she didn't expect it. It angered Princess MOU. Okay, Jiumei. Let him down. Don't get tired after lifting him for such a long time, Zhu Xiaobao said casually, not forgetting to feel sorry for Jiumei at the end. Huh? I'm giving you an advantage. Jiumei was in a great mood when she heard that Zhu Xiaobao still cared about her. She actually slowly put Prince Mo Han down instead of throwing it directly to the ground. Finally, he glanced at Mo Sang Xiaojian. At this moment, Mo Sang Xiaojian didn't dare to take action. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's me who didn't come in time to speak clearly. Chitos, please move on. I have something important to discuss. Xiao Baishang was finally relieved at this time. And then he handed over his hand again and said he wanted to talk to Zhu Xiaobao alone. Well, okay. Let's go to the study and talk about it. How about it? Zhu Xiaobao nodded, then ignored the prince and princess, waving the folding fan, and walked calmly towards the study. At this time, Princess Mayu picked up her swords angrily, and saw that one of the swords already had 2 gaps. This was her most proud pair of swords. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by the huge turtleback shield. It was shattered. This makes Princess Mayu very distressed. He turned back to look at Mo Sang Xiaojian and snorted dissatisfied. Why don't you take action? Well, that giant beauty just now didn't have murderous intentions. If I take action, she will really kill her. So I'm not afraid that you will really get hurt. Mo Sang Xiaojian said a little uneasily. With his attainments in martial arts, she is far superior to Princess MOU and Prince Mo Han. Humph. Were you right on the second line just now? You have some real skills. Princess MOU hummed softly to Prince Mo Han again. Although she was a little dissatisfied, Mo Han was able to turn around and help her at that time. So she still let him. She was a little touched. The two had different political opinions, but the relationship between brother and sister was still very deep. Brother you. This is just a trick. It's not worth mentioning, Prince Mo Han said with a little pride, and then apologized to Princess MOU again and again. I didn't expect that he has some literary talent. He must have memorized it a long time ago. Right? Princess MOU snorted with some disdain. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could produce such a first couplet. Oh. No. I confronted him yesterday. He's so quick thinking. And those couplets he made at the 19th Princess's mansion are absolutely eternal. I can't think of anything that can compare to them even now. The second line. So I thought you would be very happy if I married you to him. Prince Mo Han started shaking his head again. Huh? Are you really not here for the throne? Princess MOU asked a little doubtfully. She knew the character of this royal brother very well. He was definitely not a vicious villain. On the contrary, he was still a very upright person. A bit nerdy. Absolutely not. I have told the Grand Master that as long as I can exchange for his healing method, I am willing to give up my position. Besides, asking you to marry him does not mean that you have to follow him back to Zerwick Kingdom. It's absolutely fine. Let's imitate Princess Yu Dan of the Lingyu tribe. Isn't Princess Yu Dan the official island owner now? Prince Mo Han finally explained clearly. When Princess Mo was furious just now, he didn't even have time to explain before he started fighting. Got it! So that's it? Who told you not to explain clearly? Well, it still doesn't work. He is too ordinary looking. And I don't like it at all. Princess MOU's mood recovered at this time. But when she thought of all the Xiaobao's disgusted look just now made her very angry. Now I want to regain a sense of superiority right now. But in my heart, I feel a little panic for no reason. In the study, Xiao Baishang was discussing business matters with Zhu Xiaobao. He was also anxious to cure his increasingly serious illness as soon as possible. Xiaobao Qiansui, for the sake of my master, the great venerable Qindu, you must give me an answer. I know you must have other ideas. As for the conditions, just say it. I will never let you down. Xiao Baisheng had no choice but to express his attitude now. Because Zhu Xiaobao has never expressed his attitude. Whoever takes a stand on this kind of thing first will be very passive. Yeah. Okay. Grand Master, I want to ask one thing clearly first. If Wang Ting's illness is cured, how do you want to deal with Prince Zui and Prince Yu? Zhu Xiaobao pondered for a while, and suddenly asked an unrelated question. Oh, that's right. My plan is to maintain the status quo first. as Chito said, to form a three-legged force. Then slowly reduce their strength. If necessary, we can protect one family and destroy the other. What? Is Chitos against Jialan? Are you still worried about Jia's attack this time? Do you want our Wang Ting to take action to destroy her? I'm afraid this is a bit embarrassing. Qiu Baisheng frowned and said, how can Wang Ting have such strength now? If Xu Xiaobao insists on taking revenge on Jialanga, this will be a very difficult thing to do. No. 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 On the contrary, I want to keep Jialanga. Although I hate this woman, her position is too important. Moreover, her strength is not very strong. But she is between the eldest prince, King Ming, King Yu and Wang Ting. Her situation is not optimistic. Although she is now joining forces with King Ming, this kind of cooperation is not worth mentioning at all. There is a gap now. What I want to say yes. Try to keep Jialanga. At least until I take Shiyuan City. Jialanga must not be destroyed. Otherwise, my Lingyu Mountain will also be in danger. Xu Xiaobao waved his hands, and then said he said solemnly, you still want to take back Shiyuan City? How is this possible? Qiu Baisheng said a little surprised. Nothing is impossible. The position of Shiyuan City poses a great threat to me. I can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. And although Prince Ming may seem powerful, he is actually the most dangerous among the princes. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight with me. Jialanga teamed up. Xu Xiaobao seemed very relaxed at this time. Because although Shiyuan City was in the hands of King Ming, he did not have a powerful naval force. And instead, he was like a worthless existence. Oh, I still underestimate you. But I don't know if this is your idea or Duanmuki's foresight. Qiu Baisheng asked a little doubtfully. If Xu Xiaobao can have such foresight again, it will be too much. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's almost Duanmuki's plan, Xu Xiaobao said with a guilty conscience. This was indeed not what he came up with. He couldn't see that far yet. Duanmuchi had warned him before leaving. But taking back Shiyuan City is truly his own idea. Duanmuchi has no such plan. Or he does not have the conditions now. Okay, this is best. The position of Jialanga is indeed very important. Even if King Yu Xiaobao wants to dominate, Jialanga must be destroyed first. This matter is definitely not allowed by the royal court. So the request is exactly what we have to do. No problem. Qiu Baisheng nodded and said firmly. Okay, then I don't have any requirements. Xu Xiaobao also nodded. What's the cure for the elephant neck disease? Qiu Baisheng asked expectantly. This was the issue he was most concerned about. Where does the salt you eat now come from? Or is it produced by yourself? Xu Xiaobao asked. They all come from Shahu City, but they are directly controlled by the government. Other vendors are not allowed to operate. Qiu Baisheng asked very puzzledly. Could this treatment method have something to do with salt? That's okay. Wait until I go back. Well, starting next month, I will supply all the salt to Wang Ting. The price is twice as expensive as the original price, because the salt I provide is iodized. That's it. Just use it as usual. I guarantee that within half a year, everyone's illnesses will be cured. As long as you keep using the salt I provide, there will never be a chance of recurrence. Xu Xiaobao said confidently. It seems like the price has only doubled. But this is a long-term huge profit. And in a sense, he also controlled the royal court. When it comes to making money, Xu Xiaobao is even smarter than Hachitu. Is it that simple? Are you kidding? Qiu Baisheng asked in disbelief. He originally thought that he would have to pay a huge price. But now the price seems to be so small that it can be ignored. It's definitely affordable for half a year. Huh? You have to pay tens of thousands of taels of gold to feel at ease? Don't worry. I won't harm you even if it's the inheritance place guarded by the great venerable thousand poisons. Xu Xiaobao couldn't help laughing loudly. Does this kind of iodized salt have any side effects? Qiu Baisheng asked, still uneasy. The safety of tens of millions of people was at stake. So he had to act with caution. Absolutely not. I promise to restore your royal court to its former vitality. But you have to ensure the absolute safety of my caravan. Xu Xiaobao said loudly and confidently. It's a deal. At this point, Xu Xiaobao is planning to leave the royal court. Qiu Baisheng said 10 silver checks worth 200,000 taels the next day, which was considered the first month's deposit. It can be regarded as showing his sincerity. Hachitu was a little jealous when he saw it. He got 2 million taels of silver so easily. These little treasures' methods of amassing money are much more powerful than his. However, Hachitu is also very smart, and has already bought 3 shops in Wanting. He has absolute faith in Zhu Xiaobao's ability, so he will not let go of this opportunity to make a fortune. Of course, those girls who process and refine the elixir have also been handed over to Qiu Baisheng. Now they are still needed to refine the elixir to meet the needs of the Great Khan. As for the future, these girls, who have mastered the art of refining, can only be imprisoned in the palace for life. This kind of refining technique must never be spread out. Zhu Xiaobao's female warriors are busy cleaning up. It has been more than a month since they came here, and they all want to go back. To be honest, the life here is really not comparable to the life in Lingyu Mountain. There were not too many cars driving back. Qiu Baishan gave a lot of gifts and specialties, and loaded several cars. Not to mention Hachitu, who sold more than a dozen cars of goods. He would never let the caravan leave. If it's empty, you'll make money every time you go back and forth. Zhu Xiaobao was also in a very anxious mood. After all, he was going back, and he was still thinking about the affairs of Beizuri country. Unexpectedly, Prince Imohan came to Zhu Xiaobao in a hurry at this time. When he came to the study, Prince Imohan asked with great concern, "Brother Xiaobao, I want to ask, is that Murong phone still here?" "Okay." "Ha ha. You finally couldn't help it anymore? I thought you didn't know how to ask," Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. "Alas, how could you not ask? I have been in love with such a woman my whole life, but I didn't expect that she would leave me anyway," Prince Imohan said with some pain. It turns out that in the past few years, several important figures in Wangting have been living in a simple way and not paying attention to worldly affairs. The Great Khan cannot show up due to health reasons. Princess Mayu is unwilling to show up because of her image. Prince Imohan, on the other hand, was trapped by love and disheartened, hiding in the palace and unwilling to come forward. "Well, Murong Feng is very good now, and is the military advisor of Northern Zirwei Kingdom. But she never mentioned anything about you." Zhu Xiaobao was a little unhappy at first, but now he sympathized with Prince Imohan. Unexpectedly, this prince is still a love interest. "I know. She looks down on me because she thinks I don't have the ambition to dominate the world. Nor do I have the superb martial arts skills like my father. Alas, I'm just a playboy who covets comfort." Prince Imohan was very frustrated. Said, "Brother Imohan is too modest. You are full of knowledge, and kindness. You can definitely make the royal court prosperous. The most important thing for the development of a country is to develop the economy. There is no future by relying on force alone." Zhu Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. He felt that Prince Imohan really missed the former Kingwen. "Chitos, can you let Murong Feng come back?" Chapter 560, Love Token? After hearing Prince Imohan's unreasonable request, Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head firmly. "No, Murong Feng is my military advisor now. How can I let her come back? Besides, this place doesn't belong to her in the first place. Home. Besides, if she leaves you, she definitely doesn't like you. Aren't you asking for trouble if you let her come back?" Although Murong Feng was born in Shijue, her mother was from Daxia. She was not born in the royal court, but in Jialanga's tribe, and she was Jialanga's half-sister. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao never regarded Murong Feng as a native of Shijue, but as a native of Daxia. His appearance also inherited more of the characteristics of Daxia people. "No, we are in love with each other. Why did she leave me for the blood of the mythical beast? Otherwise, she would not have left me." Prince Imohan shouted excitedly, and took out a sweat towel from his arms. There is also a word, maple, embroidered on it, which should be Murong Feng's thing. "Well, you have already said that you are incompetent and have no great ambitions. This is the most important thing. These days, if you don't have any real ability, you will really be looked down upon if you do something great. At least now Murong Feng has done an outstanding job and is already well known. Even if I let her come back, wouldn't you be under even greater pressure?" Zhu Xiaobao said with a sigh. If Prince Imohan really has such a loving relationship as a son and daughter, the hero is short of breath. Not to mention Murong Feng. Even Zhu Xiaobao looks down on him. At least, I won't be depressed for several years because of a woman. No. If she comes back, I will definitely work hard and do something great. Prince Imohan hurriedly waved his hands and defended. Then make some achievements first. You have a prominent status. As long as you do it seriously, even in the Zirwei Kingdom, Murong Feng will know it. It's not an if. This is what you found for yourself. It's just an excuse, Zhu Xiaobao said with a stern face and shook his head. But, Prince Emohan was stunned for a moment. And then, he was a little unwilling to say anything more. Stop it. Adjust yourself to the best condition first. And then focus on Wang Ting. I think Wang Ting's situation is more critical now. And it is more important than your love for your son and daughter. Just imagine now. If the royal court is gone, you, the prince, will probably have no better outcome than the original king one. Right? Zhu Xiaobao interrupted Prince Emohan's words and said very rudely, but he was also a little touched in his heart. In fact, I am not much better. Sometimes I also covet a comfortable and leisurely life. At the same time, I am also facing huge challenges. Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, Princess Island, and Beiziri country need someone to take responsibility for these. And that person is me. I understand. Thanks to Chitosa's kind words, Emohanru was enlightened and awakened. Indeed, I have been too decadent in the past few years. This could only make her look down on me even more. I must be like Chito's same. Work hard to rebuild the glory of Wang Ting. Prince Emohan suddenly realized that now is indeed a very critical moment, and the situation of Wang Ting is in danger. As a prince, he indeed failed to fulfill his responsibilities. Seeing Prince Emohan's upright and awe-inspiring departure, Zhu Xiaobao touched his cheek in confusion. Take me as an example? Isn't this too flattering to me? Am I such an inspirational idol? No way. Have I become so great? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little touched for himself. Back in his room, Lu Tong and Lu Fang had already prepared dinner. And Jumei was also eating here. The three of them are getting along harmoniously now. Mainly because Jumei is very popular. And she is willing to put an effort in doing things without any airs. So Lu Tong and Lu Fang are not so jealous of her. Jumei, do you think I'm great? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask. Still thinking about the question just now. What is greatness? I don't understand. Jumei shook her head. She had not yet understood the word. So she was a little confused. Hey, Lu Tong and Lu Fang. Tell me, do you think I am very domineering? Like Xiaju, the great Khan. And you want Feng? Is that what people call a great hero or an overlord? Zhu Xiaobao asked again. Asked Lu Tong and Lu Fang. This time he was more specific. It's not like that. You don't want to be an emperor at all. And those emperors are in charge of court every day. So they have to worry about a lot of things. Lu Tong and Lu Fang shook their heads in unison and said, Ah? Then what do you like about me? Zhu Xiaobao was hit once and asked in frustration. It seems that Prince Emohan misunderstood, and he was still the not-so-diligent cook. Because you are very smart. You can always come up with something that others don't think of. Sometimes you are very rogue, which is quite endearing. Lu Tong and Lu Fang said in a low voice, with a little shyness on his face. I remember that Zhu Xiaobao often peeked at them bathing and took advantage of them secretly. Because of this, Wu chased and beat Zhu Xiaobao more than once. Ah? Is my image so bad? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a sad face. Very frustrated. No. We all think it's great and like it very much. Those so-called heroes and overlords are so inhumane. Anyway, I don't think there's anything good about it. Lu Tong and Lu Fang said with a smile. The happiest thing about following Zhu Xiaobao is that Zhu Xiaobao never regards himself as his master and treats them all equally. It seems that now everyone sits at the same table and eats together. They were not used to it at first. Alas, Prince Emohan, you really got the wrong person. I'm not as good as you said. I almost believed it just now. Zhu Xiaobao sighed, then shook his head and recovered with a playful smile on his face. His hands began to wander back and forth under the table again. At this moment, Mo Sang Xiaojian broke in. Zhu Xiaobao, my third sister wants to invite you over. She has something to ask you. No time. Didn't you see me eating? Zhu Xiaobao rejected Mo Sang Xiaojian without even raising his head. This little girl was a bit too presumptuous and didn't even knock on the door when she came in. Fortunately, my cultivation has improved. Otherwise those very unsightly behaviors just now would have been seen. Hey, you don't keep your words. You promised my third sister to cure her illness. Mo Sang Xiaojian shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, this Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to see me at all. Come back politely. Huh? Why can't you keep your words? Hasn't your third sister's illness improved? This means that I have fulfilled my promise. But your third sister has not yet fulfilled her promise. Right? I am afraid that she is really cured now. But she's going to marry me. Now she's only half done. She can still regret it. Zhu Xiaobao snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. That's what you said yourself. My third sister never agreed. Mo Sang Xiaojian shouted angrily. She didn't think much of Zhu Xiaobao in her heart. But now she really wanted something from others. So I had to swallow my anger and say, just go there. My third sister really has something to tell you. Well, this attitude is pretty much the same. So let your third sister come to my place. We are having dinner. And she should be counted as one. Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly nodded and said, just now, he was mainly talking to Mr. Mo Sang. Arrow was a little dissatisfied with her attitude. So he consciously made things difficult for her. Ah? How can this be done? We are not familiar with you. Mo Sang Xiaojian said, a little surprised. In fact, she couldn't bear to see Zhu Xiaobao, Lu Tong, Lu Fong and other servants eating together. But as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao's downcast face and sniffed the alluring fragrance, Mo Sang Xiaojian immediately changed his tone. Okay. I'll go and invite my third sister. But you have to count me in as well. Chair! Seeing Mo Sang Xiaojian running away quickly, Zhu Xiaobao whispered a few instructions. Lu Tong smiled and nodded, and went out too. Jumei also smiled, and went to find her old apprentice. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao took the other party's status into consideration, and decided not to let Jumei and the others eat together. After all, Jumei is not very good at talking yet. And given the other party's status as a princess, Lu Tong, Lu Fong and the others would not sit there either. Nature. Princess Mo, you came over not long after. She put on a light green dress today. I have to say that she has a very slim figure. This long dress really adds a bit of freshness and purity to him. Temperament. Even her face was still covered with a gauze. It can be seen that Princess Mo, you is very concerned about her Rongmai. And she does not want anyone to see any flaws. Ha ha! Princess Mo Yu is here. Welcome. Please sit down. I haven't touched my chopsticks at this table. So don't worry. Zhu Xiaobao stood up and pretended to cup his hands with a smile. What about me? Mo Sang Xiaojian asked, a little out of place among the group. Uh-huh. Sit down. Sit down. Zhu Xiaobao said vaguely, and reluctantly asked Mo Sang Xiaojian to finish it. Thank you so much. King Qian's Wei. This is a small gift I have prepared. Please accept it. Princess Mo Yu hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Only then did she realize that she was holding a box in her hand. Oh, what is this? Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. Boots. Wangting is most famous for its combat boots. And among the major workshops in Wangting, the combat boots produced by my third sister's Mo Yu workshop are the best. Humph. My third sister is willing to give them to you. It's really a great job. Mo Sang Xiaojian said proudly. It turns out that Princess Mo Yu also has a workshop that specializes in producing combat boots. But they are not generally sold, and are only for her own use. So this time, it is quite a favor to Zhu Xiaobao. Oh! Let me take a look. TSK. The workmanship is really exquisite. The materials are carefully selected. It is thin and soft. Thank you very much. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about that, and opened the box on the spot. Zhu Xiaobao is very knowledgeable in this regard. And he can tell at a glance that these are very good boots. In fact, the combat boots produced by Wangting have long been famous all over the world. This time, almost all the female warriors bought a pair. And some have already worn them on their feet. Some female warriors even asked Zhu Xiaobao to borrow money, hoping to bring a pair back to their sisters. In the end, Ha Chitu was very generous. He paid for both pairs for each person. Well, are you leaving now? In fact, I am very grateful to you this time. My illness has improved a lot. I just want to ask, how long will it take for me to be completely cured? Do I still need to continue to eat those dried fish? What about shrimp? Princess Mo Yu also sat down and asked in a very low voice. Come! Don't just talk. Eat the food. You haven't tasted my cooking. Have you? Although these dishes are not made by me, they are already 70% cooked. Come on. Try it. This is dongpa pork. Fat but not greasy. Melts in the mouth. And it is rich in collagen, which can make a woman's skin more delicate and smooth. Hey, just take off your veil. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Zhu Xiaobao was very enthusiastic said. So fat? Can you eat this? Mo Sang Xiaojian picked up a small piece with disgust. and then carefully put it into his mouth. Hey, it's really not greasy at all. Sister, you can try it too. This guy is really a good cook. Yeah, it's really good. It seems that the rumors are true. Chitosa's cooking skills are really the best in the world. Princess Mou also tasted a piece and couldn't help but praise. Wow, it turns out your life is so good. There are so many delicious food every day. Mo Sang Xiaojian was not as reserved as Princess Mou. When she was happy with her meal, she couldn't help shouting loudly. SOSO. If you want to eat well, you have to do it yourself. Zhu Xiaobao was somewhat proud, but he was still quite humble. If you can perform at this level every day, you might consider becoming my brother-in-law. Mo Sang Xiaojian was eating his food in an inconspicuous manner, and he was still saying heartlessly, well, this is a good suggestion. You finally said something fair. Come on, let's have a drink. Zhu Xiaomao raised his glass with appreciation and said, Little sister, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to sell your sister after just one meal? Besides, he hasn't cured my disease yet. Princess Mo, you suddenly shouted in anger. Ha ha! Princess, don't you just come here to ask about the follow-up treatment. I have already said that as long as you eat more seafood and replace it with the salt I provided, I will ensure that all your symptoms disappear, and I will give you a month's rest. Shame on the peerless appearance. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but said with a smile. Really? Thank you then. Princess Mo, you was immediately elated and shouted happily. She hasn't been in such a good mood for a long time. Now I can't help but lose my composure. Immediately, Princess Mou asked hesitantly. Xiaobao Qiansui. Brother Mo Han also came to see you just now. Right. Who do you think is more suitable to inherit the throne between me and Brother Mo Han? Huh? I think you should not care about who can inherit the throne now, but should unanimously communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, when the royal court falls, who inherits the throne will be a joke and meaningless. As for who can inherit the throne, that is, I have no interest in your family affairs at all, and I won't comment on it. In fact, you two are both civil and military. If you work together, you will complement each other. But if you separate, you will lose both. Hee hee. Besides, if a woman is always thinking about power and position, then she is unfeminine. Yeah. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. In fact, he was disgusted with women being too obsessed with power. No. I'm not trying to compete for this position. But Emperor Mo Han has been too decadent in recent years, ignoring everything, and is really embarrassed to hold such a heavy responsibility. Princess Mo, you quickly shook her hands and explained. Then you can rest assured. When he came here just now, he suddenly realized that he must follow my example, work hard, and revitalize the royal court. Coupled with the assistance of the great national master Qiu Baisheng, I believe he can make a difference. You just wait peacefully and wait for getting married, and that's it. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and laughed. Bah! Who wants to marry you? Princess Ma Yu shouted in a low voice, a little annoyed. Huh? I said you can wait peacefully to get married, but I didn't say you wanted to marry me. Are you overthinking it? To be honest, I really don't like you Western women very much. You all have vaginal discharge. Sheep flavor/taste. Zhu Xiaobao said, seemingly in a dilemma. Who said we smell like sheep? You're talking nonsense. Do I smell like sheep? Princess Mou shouted angrily. Even Mo Sang Xiaojian next to her jumped up. It's about the Shijua woman. With dignity. Neither of them will do it anymore. Huh? It seems like there really isn't one. But I can smell the milky silky soap I made. It's really fresh and pleasant. It seems that you are not repelled by these products of mine. Why are you so repelled? What about me? Zhu Xiaobao sniffed hard, and then said in surprise. His expression was really exaggerated. I won't tell you anymore. Xiaojian, let's go! Princess Mo, you was really confused. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was really a rogue. Hey! Don't go! Haven't I finished speaking yet? Zhu Xiaobao stretched his neck and shouted from behind. Unexpectedly, the two sisters walked faster. Ha ha ha! I really didn't expect that these princes and princesses are no match for my prince. Come on! Bring me another jar of wine. These two princesses are also very good at eating. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao remember. He wasn't full yet, so he couldn't help but shout loudly. Princess Mou and Mo Sang Xiaojian had just returned to the room. Unexpectedly, Lu Tong and Lu Fang knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Princess Mou." My prince said, "It is not rude to come and go. I have prepared a gift for Princess Mou. Please accept it. Also, this is my prince's short sword. The princess's sword was damaged last time, so this sword is considered a gift to the princess." Lu Tong and Lu Fang put down the gift box, then bowed and walked out calmly. The two princesses in the room were left in a daze. I quickly opened the box, and it turned out that there were still the soaps, tea leaves, and 2 pieces of writing paper inside. These were all top-quality products that could not be bought on the market. They were beautifully packaged and made people fall in love with them just by looking at them. But the most attractive thing is the dagger, which actually has the words, "Little Treasure Sword," engraved on it. It is really the dagger that Zhu Xiaobao carries with him. "Ah, that's great. Each person can get half of these things." "Right," Mo Sang Xiaojian said happily. Lu Tong just said it was for Princess Mou. It's just that Mo Sang Xiaojian hasn't had time to attack yet. She was attracted by these gifts. "Yeah. Okay. Why are our sisters so clearly distinguished?" Princess Mou said generously. "Then give me this dagger, too. You know what I'm good at. I usually use a dagger like this," Mo Sang Xiaojian said very cautiously, because she had already taken her own knife to try it out. Unexpectedly, this dagger cut off his own dagger in one fell swoop. This made Mo Sang Xiaojian very jealous. "No! He already said that this is compensation for me. I can't give this to you." Princess Mou immediately shook her head resolutely, and then retracted the short knife very neatly. "Humph! Stingy! I said it was compensation for you, but I didn't say it was a love token." Mo Sang Xiaojian suddenly shouted angrily. "You can't control it." Chapter 561 Return A. Finally it was time to leave. Early in the morning, Qiu Baisheng came with civil and military officials to see him off. This was already a very grand ceremony. But this time the great Khan Mo Kun never showed up. I have never even been to the Golden Dragon Palace in the royal court. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao also knew the reason. He was not here mainly for the royal court this time, so he didn't care about these things. However, the great national master Qiu Baisheng was very cautious and asked his junior brother Qiu Baiyan to continue escorting him. After getting the first batch of salt, he would return with the convoy. Who would have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous salt has now become the most important resource of Wangting, which is related to the revival and rise of Wangting. But today, Zhu Xiaobao clearly felt that these civil and military officials were very excited. The reason was that both Prince Mo Han and Princess Mou showed up. This was the first time that they had left the palace in several years and appeared in front of all the civil and military officials. Prince Mo Han also put on a military uniform today and looked very energetic. His previous listlessness and sluggishness had gone away, and he seemed to have returned to the high-spirited and guiding Prince Mo Han. Princess Mou is also wearing dark green soft armor, and she looks heroic, although she still wears a veil. It can be seen from her agile movements that she has regained her previous ability. On the contrary, no one paid much attention to Mo Sang Xiaojian, who is wearing a hot and revealing battle uniform. Everyone is happy that Prince Mo Han and Princess Mou have revived. Even the great national master Qiu Baisheng was a little surprised that these two people had changed so much overnight. With the return of these two people, Wangting's situation will soon be reversed. So Qiu Baisheng couldn't help but look at Zhu Xiaobao. Is it because Zhu Xiaobao changed the two of them? Because he also knew about Prince Mo Han and Princess Mou going to Zhu Xiaobao last night. "Ha ha! I would like to send you my warmest greetings. I will take my leave now." Zhu Xiaobao cupped his hands and said politely. Zhu Xiaobao was very satisfied with being treated by so many officials. At least it shows that these officials still take themselves very seriously. Of course, it also showed once again that Wangting and himself were friends rather than enemies. With Wangting as his backing, Jialenga should never have any more thoughts about Lingyu Mountain. Lingyu Mountain will be safe for at least 1 or 2 years. "Chateaus! Bon voyage! I'll see you off not far away," Qiu Baisheng also said with his hands in hand. "Xiaobao Qiansui, don't worry. As long as Mo Han is around, Wangting will be your friend, and that will never change. Tell her, I will never let her down," Prince Mo Han said sternly. "Ha ha! Then I'll wait and see. Thank you, Prince Mo Han, for the BMW." Zhu Xiaobao also laughed loudly. It turns out that Prince Mo Han also specially sent a BMW. But he actually entrusted Zhu Xiaobao to give it to Murong Maples. Of course, Some words between the two of them could only be understood by them. When Zhu Xiaobao got on the carriage, he couldn't help but glance at Princess Mou. Unexpectedly, Princess Mou was silent. As if she hadn't seen it, she lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Following the order, the convoy began to set off. Just like when it came, there were many carriages and people, adding Hatchet's carriages, horses and entourage. There were almost 2,000 people, set off in a mighty manner. Xiao Baisheng and the civil and military officials were still returning greetings. Prince Mohan asked a little strangely, "Royal sister, why don't you say anything? Are you embarrassed? Can you care? I'm just too lazy to pay attention to this Zhu Xiaobao, who looks like you, and you still regard him as a role model. I tell you, learn from others. Don't learn to be a scoundrel like him." Princess Mou was very rude. Humph. In fact, Prince Mohan's performance today had surprised her very much. But this prince really didn't know how to talk. So he asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. Prince Mohan was a little embarrassed when he was disappointed. But then Princess Mou threw him a piece of writing paper with a couplet on it. The moon is full, and the moon is waning. The moon is waning, and the moon is full. Year by year. Twilight and morning. The sun will not be seen until the end of the night. Flowers bloom and fall. Flowers fall and flowers bloom. Summer. Summer. Autumn. Summer and cool. Spring comes after the harsh winter. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had matched the first couplet from last time on the gift list he gave to Princess Mou yesterday. So now Princess Mou threw it to Prince Mohan with a bit of disdain. This shows that it was still Zhu Xiaobao. Even better. Prince Mohan had been thinking about the first couplet for several years. And he found it in just a few days. "Oh? We really matched up? Well, the match is neat and perfect." Prince Mohan held the pair and repeated it several times before sighing. The civil servants also came over to watch. And he was full of praise. And even Xiao Baisheng shook his head and had nothing to say. He knew this first couplet. But he couldn't get it right so neatly. Everyone started to walk back while discussing enthusiastically. Zhu Xiaobao's wonderful pairs were still being passed around among them. And the atmosphere was very lively. And those military generals are all following Princess Mou. They are all biased towards Princess Mou. Although Princess Mou is charming, she still focuses on ruling the world with force. While those civil servants are biased towards Princess Mou. Prince Mohan. "Stop looking at me! Everyone go back. The royal court will undergo earth-shaking changes soon. You should all prepare as soon as possible." Princess Mou waved her hand and said, "Yes." These generals immediately replied loudly and excitedly, then whipped up their horses and galloped away. Only Princess Mou and Mo Sang Xiaojian were left. Mo Sang Xiaojian looked at Princess Mou a little stupidly. "Shall we go back too? Aren't you leaving yet?" Unexpectedly, Princess Mou suddenly hit the horse. And the horse rushed out like an arrow, chasing Zhu Xiaobao's motorcade. It didn't take long to catch up with Zhu Xiaobao's driver. Zhu Mei originally wanted to stop him. But as soon as he saw the short knife in Princess Mou's hand, Zhu Mei wisely let her pass. "Oh, Xiaobao! Come out!" Princess Mou shouted domineeringly. Even the female warriors were a little surprised. No one dared to greet Zhu Xiaobao like this now. "Oh? Huh! Princess Mou! Why do you want to say goodbye again? You are too polite." Zhu Xiaobao got out of the carriage, and was happy when he saw Princess Mou. "Who wants to say goodbye to you? Let me ask you. What do you mean by giving me this knife?" Princess Mou suddenly shouted angrily. Oh! Come on! Come on! I'll tell you quietly." Zhu Xiaobao quickly mounted his horse, and walked towards where everyone was standing. Humph! Although Princess Mou was very puzzled. She didn't want to be heard by these female warriors. So she had to follow to the edge. Hee! You have already lost the bet. But you refuse to admit it. So I have to leave a way out for you. If you can't find the right one in the future, and you can't marry, you can come here with this knife. I still admit it, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Huh? That's what you mean? Princess Mou was immediately disappointed. She originally thought that Zhu Xiaobao would take the opportunity to express his feelings. But she really wanted to think about it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the escape route left by myself. That means I have to follow him. So he immediately became angry. Zhu Xiaobao, you are too self-righteous. Let me tell you, even if I can't get married, I won't come back to you. Come on. After Princess Mou finished speaking, she whipped Zhu Xiaobao's horses but hard. and the horse immediately jumped out in shock. Then Princess Mou whipped her horse, and walked away. Zhu Xiaobao was knocked upside down. It took him a while to get the horse under control, but he was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Master, do you want me to catch up and teach her a lesson? Jumei rushed over and asked angrily. No, I never care about such trivial matters. Zhu Xiaobao dismounted and prepared to get back on the carriage. As he walked, he continued to say, It's still wonderful. Princess Mou is such a fierce horse. It's not easy to tame. Let's get in the car together. Jumei? No. This car is too small inside, and there will be too much noise, which is not good. Jumei shook her head seriously. I didn't say you have to do it when you get in the car. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly blushed and hurriedly got into the carriage. This beauty is too straightforward. The female warriors next to me were already laughing out loud. After a moment, Zhu Xiaobao poked his head out of the carriage again and said with a thick-skinned face, What are you laughing at? Are you thinking wrong? I mean, get in the carriage and give me a massage. I ask again, who is willing to get in? Car? Hey! Everyone booed at these little treasures in unison. Princess Mou urged her horse and ran back. Seeing Mo Sang Xiaojian still waiting there, she angrily threw the short knife in her hand to Mo Sang Xiaojian. This knife is for you. Humph. Yeah. Really? That's great. Sister, do you really don't want it anymore? Mo Sang Xiaojian shouted in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Come back with me. Princess Mou urged the jockey club to go to the palace without looking back. Is this a failed confession? On the way back, except for a day's stop in Shahu City, there was no other delay. There were no obstacles at Jialanga, and the journey went smoothly. When they arrived at Lingyu Mountain, they saw Yu Dan and Duanmuqi leading people to greet them from afar. In fact, it took a long time for Zhu Xiaobao to go this time, and Duanmuqi was a little impatient to wait. They were worried that something might happen to Zhu Xiaobao. But now that they saw Zhu Xiaobao back safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hatchatu also returned to his tribe with his own people and vehicles. This time, his work was not in vain. He moved 3 batches of goods back and forth, and also bought 3 shops in Wanting, which was a small gain. But as soon as this guy came back, he kept an eye on Zhu Xiaobao. He wanted to take over the job of transporting salt. Not only would this be a huge profit, but he could also bring some of his own goods with him. It was definitely the best of both worlds. But as soon as Zhu Xiaobao came back, he started to get busy. In addition to having a meal with Duanmuqi and others that day, the next day started to get busy. Duanmuqi was the most depressed during this period. He still had many things to report to Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao would be nowhere to be seen when he came back. In fact, the situation has really changed during this period. Letters came from all parties. Both Princess Island and Northern Zirway Kingdom experienced several small-scale battles. Among them, Princess Island suffered the greatest losses. Because of the invasion, the navy led by Yang Badi were proficient in water warfare and were very familiar with the geographical location. Although Wu Yu had the trump card of colorful ships, he was still a little powerless when facing more than 200 warships that appeared all at once. In the end, more than 50 warships were lost and they retreated to Princess Island. The stalemate lasted for half a month. Later, Yu Xuan and Yu Shui rushed to support with their warships, and they were able to barely hold on to Princess Island. So when Duanmuqi found Zhu Xiaobao the next day, Zhu Xiaobao was leading a group of female warriors to salvage seaweed and transport it back boat by boat. Duanmuqi looked a little confused, wondering what Zhu Xiaobao wanted to do. Yesterday when we were having dinner, we were busy talking about Jumei inheriting the inheritance of the divine turtle, so we didn't have time to talk about Wang Ting, also because it was kept secret. After all, this matter is related to Wang Ting's recovery. If other powers find out, they will definitely try their best to obstruct it. Hey, my chateaus, what are you doing? Princess Island and Northern Z-Ray country are in a tight situation right now, especially Princess Island. Wu Yu and the others have already suffered a lot. As soon as Duanmuqi arrived, the 3 lucky treasures shouted dissatisfied. Well, I already know. It's okay. Didn't you send Yu Xuan and Yu Shui to the rescue? Then it's no problem. I'll rush back after I finish my work here. Zhu Xiaobao also he said calmly that he already roughly knew the whole story. He failed to kill Yang Badi at the beginning, which resulted in such a hidden danger. But why are you salvaging so much seaweed here? How is Wang Ting's situation now? I need to know the details before I can decide whether to bring Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others back. Duan Muqi said very tangledly. Now Lingyu Mountain's manpower is a bit stretched, so Duan Muqi must make a decision as soon as possible. Don't worry. The 200,000 troops I brought now are enough. Jialanga and the others will never attack Lingyu Mountain again. Now we just need to be on guard against King Ming. Zhu Xiaobao was very sure. Said. At this point, Zhu Xiaobao told Duan Muqi the details of Wang Ting. Duan Muqi was a little stunned when he heard it. Can eating salt cure diseases? Never heard of this before. But looking at Zhu Xiaobao now, he is definitely not joking. The key is that Qiu Baisheng has already paid all the banknotes to Zhu Xiaobao. The next 2 days are a bit empty, because the seaweed must be dried first before it can be burned into seaweed ash. It is these seaweed ash that really contain iodine. Zhu Xiaobao is anxious to recruit a group of craftsmen. Although the 4 elders of the Du family are not here, there are already many reliable craftsmen here in Duanmuki. In order to ensure supply, even the production of salt in Lingyu Mountain must be greatly increased. Now the salt eaten in Lingyu Mountain is self-produced sea salt and refined salt, because the salt on the market is relatively coarse salt, which Yu Xiaobao is not used to. There is also a factory in Lingyu Mountain that specializes in purifying refined salt. Processing workshop. Now it comes in handy. Now the entire Lingyu Mountain is becoming lively again, and everyone is busy producing salt, salvaging seaweed, and kelp and other seafood. Zhu Xiaobao not only provides iodized salt, but also runs a seafood business. Hatchet also saw huge business opportunities in this. He was the one who was most willing to do this. The cost of this seafood is low, and if it is dried, it will be very profitable. Almost everyone was very busy. The female warriors also took the opportunity to earn coupons, and the civilians and slaves were not to be outdone. They could also redeem coupons. Think about it. A small Lingyu mountain has to provide salt for nearly 10 million people. So of course it is very busy. Duanmuki calculated carefully and found that the profits were quite astonishing. And they were long-term. However, the key process of refining elemental iodine is only operated by Zhu Xiaobao. And no one else understands it at all. So even if they look at it, they can't understand the principle. So Zhu Xiaobao has been working very hard these days. But thinking about this good deed to save all people, he feels quite proud. Zhu Xiaobao worked hard for nearly 10 days before he extracted several hundred kilograms of iodine, pressed it into powder, and mixed it with table salt. He added iodine at a ratio of 10,000 to 1. The first batch of 200,000 kilograms of salt has been prepared in the past few days. There were more than 200 cars loaded, and there were more than 100 cars loaded with dried seafood, half of which belonged to Hatchitu. This thing can cure the elephant neck disease? Then should we also supplement the iodine you mentioned? Duanmuqi looked at the gray salt in his hand and asked a little doubtfully. It turns out that in order to improve the curative effect and make more money, Zhu Xiaobao also mixed seaweed ash into it. So the salt in his hand is now gray. This guy is still a profiteer at heart. Just by messing around like this, I made tens of thousands of taels of silver. Of course. But we don't need to supplement iodine. We usually eat more vegetables and seafood, which is enough. Everything must be done in a moderation. Exceeding a certain amount is not a good thing. Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. He said proudly that he could already see the white money flowing into his pocket. Oh, I understand. But with such a huge convoy, will there be any safety risks? Duanmuqi, and you asked a little worried. There must be no problem at Jialanga. Besides, Qiu Baiyan is also following the car back. But before arriving at Shahu City, we are not far from King Ming's fiefdom. This needs to be escorted. Zhu Xiaobao thought. After thinking about it, he said, well, I will arrange this matter. Right now, Prince Ming is at war with the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince. He probably doesn't have time. And he doesn't want to offend us, Duanmuqi said with a smile. Oh, is there really going to be a fight? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao asked excitedly. Once a fight breaks out, it will be a good opportunity to take back Shiyuan City. Not necessarily. But you should focus on the Northern Zirwei Kingdom now. I guess the battle between the Northern and Southern Zirwei Kingdoms is not far away. Only by unifying the Zirwei Kingdom can you really have a reliable foundation. Land. Otherwise, Nan Zirwei Kingdom will always be a huge threat. Duanmuqi said seriously. Yes. I plan to return to Northern Zirwei country in 3 days. I will also go to Princess Island to have a look. Zhu Xiaobao also said in agreement. That's fine. I have prepared the necessary materials for you. They are all what you need most. Oh. What material? Saltpeter. Chapter 562 Return B. When Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he was immediately surprised. He was not concerned about these trivial matters. But Yi Qinghong. Ever since Jialanga and King Ming joined forces to attack Lingyu Mountain, Yi Qinghong's situation has been very difficult. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao supported them with a lot of food. But Yi Qinghong also completed the seemingly impossible task for Zhu Xiaobao and burned all the food in Prince Ming's 2 counties. Therefore, Yi Qinghong's help to Zhu Xiaobao has always been very great. Old apprentice, send the signal. I want to meet my sister Qinghong. Zhu Xiaobao and Yi Qinghong have a very unique way of contacting each other. They do not send letters through flying pigeons, but through fixed locations. I left letters to contact you. Ha ha! I admire you very much as a sister. Many of her messages are faster than mine. Alas, she is always in danger, which is very worrying. Duan Muqi also said to Yi Qinghong the rating is very high. Now that they are preparing to return to the northern Zirwei Kingdom, the 200,000 troops brought by Zhu Xiaobao have also begun to pack up and prepare to set off. The army will be dispatched. The necessary preparations alone will take several days. But before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao inspected these troops. After the baptism of this battle, although some people were lost, the spirit of these troops was completely different. The fearful killing spirit. Moreover, these men and horses are not idle either. They practice with the female warriors, and their close combat capabilities have also been greatly improved. Being able to train with the female warriors, it is difficult not to make progress. Although most people have experienced the ferocious violence of the female warriors, and some have even been injured, it has also benefited them a lot. Some good ones can now withstand a female warrior with 2 people, but most people still need 3 people to be able to block the sharp attack of a female warrior. The one who benefited the most from returning this time was Yu Dan. Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills and martial arts have been greatly improved. And Yu Dan can be regarded as the owner of half of the Divine Beast bloodline. They are mutated White Tiger bloodline. So continuously 3 times of dual cultivation actually made Yu Dan's cultivation reach the realm of a great martial artist. Before, she had always stayed at the realm of a first-level martial artist. It's just that Yu Dan doesn't look very happy now, because Zhu Xiaobao is leaving again. In the past few months, he has been able to spend too little time alone with Zhu Xiaobao, and Yu Dan feels a little depressed. Boring. When will days like this end? I don't care. When you unify the Zirui Kingdom, I will hand over the management of this place to the eldest sister. I want to stay with you, Yu Dan said coquettishly. Zhu Xiaobao has been living with Yu Dan for the past 2 days. He hopes to have an offspring like Duan Muqi. But the reality is very cruel. There are so many women in Zhu Xiaobao, but none of them can conceive a child. This makes Zhu Xiaobao wonder if it is his own problem, or the consequences of the blood of the mythical beast. Oh, I know. This is a last resort. Don't you see that if you are not strong enough, you will be invaded by forces like Jialanga? I would like to live a free and happy life, but these people are always thinking about these are my territories. So the best way is to destroy them all, once and for all. Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said, such a back-and-forth battle is indeed not the life he wants. But now it is. Not involuntarily. He has to worry about every place. Then how many years will it take you to regain Nanzirwei Kingdom? Yu Dan also knew that Zhu Xiaobao was in a difficult situation now. So he stopped being petty and asked seriously. 1 year. No more. The great Khan of Shijia only has 1 year to live. Once he dies, who knows what kind of impact it will have? It is very likely that he will threaten Dowling Yushan by then. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out a finger with mixed emotions. He always felt like he was being rushed by time. Well, then I'll wait for you to pacify the southern Zirwei Kingdom. And then I'll move to the Zirwei Kingdom. I don't like being the owner of this island, so I'd better let my second sister be the island owner, Yu Dan said in a low voice. Recently, Yu Dan said Li's performance on Lingyu Island was very good, and she has been recognized by most of the female warriors. It's just too early to hand over Lingyu Mountain to Yu Li's current position. Zhu Xiaobao still wants to bring him back to northern Zirwei country this time, so that she can make further achievements and establish greater prestige. I know this for myself. Let's not talk about these troublesome things. Let's practice harder. We have to get a little baby out. Duan Muqi is preparing for the second child. You should all work harder. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Dan rolled onto the bed, still saying unwillingly. Duanmuchi now not only has a baby daughter, but also has a concubine, ready to add more fragrance to the Duanmu family. I have worked very hard, Yu Dan also shouted in annoyance. At this moment, their efforts were interrupted again, because Yi Qinghong is here. She doesn't need to announce her visit to Lingyu Mountain now. Those female warriors all know her, and are very enthusiastic about her. Someone who can burn down King Ming's granary is still very awe-inspiring. Xiaobao, I'm here today specifically for the Tu ceremony. You have to make me a delicious meal, Yi Qinghong said with a smile as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao. This is not a problem at all. I will personally cook some of my best dishes for you later, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Zhu Xiaobao was a little unhappy at being disturbed, but when he saw Yi Qinghong, he immediately felt happy. Heo shouted. Even Yu Dan had to salute Yi Qinghong, and followed Zhu Xiaobao to call her sister. I didn't want to come. You know I don't like saying goodbye to people. Tell me, is there something wrong? Do you want to set another fire and burn Prince Ming's food? Yi Qinghong still happily said. Well, you've been having a hard time there, haven't you? Why don't you come back to Northern Zirwei country with me and live a more stable life? Zhu Xiaobao said distressfully when he saw Yi Qinghong's thin cheeks. Forget it. I still like my current life, and I can help you a lot here. When I get to Beiziri country, I can't help you with anything. Oh, by the way, since the last battle, our living environment is much better now. There are basically not many troops in Shiyuan City. The civilians and families of all sizes are almost gone. Now everywhere in Shiyuan City is deserted, except for some small groups. The bandits are our world. Yi Qinghong still shook his head and said, Oh, this is good news. At least the threat from me here no longer exists. Zhu Xiaobao said a little surprised, and was still thinking about whether to take back Shiyuan City now. I advise you not to think about it. Moving to Shiyuan City now will definitely waste people and money, and will also anger Prince Ming. Yi Qinghong saw Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts, and immediately shook his head and said, Hey, that's all I thought. This is the main reason why I came to you. Zhu Xiaobao handed a token in his hand to Yi Qinghong. This was given to me by Lei Zhenzi from Perak Sect. Take this if you need anything. Just go to Perak Gate to get it. The cost will be charged to my account. This should be of some help to you. Really? I didn't expect you to have a relationship with Pillaman. This is great. Many things from Pillaman are what I need very much. I used to think it was too expensive and it didn't matter. But now it's better. This has helped me a lot. Yi Qinghong exclaimed in surprise. They often have to operate in the dark, and many things in the Pilot Gate can help them escape and hide. At noon, Zhu Xiaobao actually cooked himself and made several special dishes to entertain his sister. Duanmuchi was also invited to eat together, because Duanmuchi is also interested in Yi Qinghong's information. And now Yi Qinghong provides him with a lot of information. Therefore, Duanmuchi is also quite enthusiastic and respectful towards Yi Qinghong. After dinner, Yi Qinghong left simply. She really didn't want to see that scene of separation, so she left resolutely. Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmuchi sent them out together. Yi Qinghong has walked a long way, but Zhu Xiaobao is still waving. Brother-in-law, are you really not going back to Northern Zirwei country with me this time? Zhu Xiaobao waited until Yi Qinghong was no longer visible, then asked in a deep voice. No need. I feel relieved when Murong Feng is here. Besides, I can't be separated from here now. Duanmuchi shook his head and said that although he really wanted to go to Northern Zirwei country, someone needs to be in charge here. Well, do you really think Murong Feng can do it? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little worriedly. After all, Duanmuchi is more experienced than Murong Feng, and his reputation is far higher than Murong Feng. Don't worry. Any ingenious plan will be vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Besides, many of your ideas are now very good. Even I can't figure out many of the plans. So feel free to let it go ahead and do it. Duanmuchi laughed while twirling his beard. Humph. I know you don't want to leave your wife and children. Is this a hero short of breath? Zhu Xiaobao said a little annoyed. Hey! Of course it doesn't count. When it's time for me to take action, Duanmuchi is absolutely bound to do it. Now, I'm just enjoying some family happiness by the way. Then when will you take action? Wait until you target Daxia Kingdom. On the third day, it was finally time to set off. Yu Dan's eyes were red, and it looked like he had cried in the morning. But Yu Li was determined to follow Zhu Xiaobao back. She felt more and more that she still needed experience. And she didn't really want to be the island owner now. What's even more amazing is that she still misses Tao Shiqian a little bit in her heart. 200 troop transports and 200 warships line the coast densely. There are also 100 cargo ships loaded with iron embryos, saltpeter, and other materials. These are all urgently needed by northern Zerway country. This time Hatcheta didn't go with him. He was already too busy with all the seafood. But this guy is really good at being a good person. And he gave Zhu Xiaobao 2,000 sets of high-quality leather armor and combat boots. Xiaobao, I will tell you two things. First, Yu Xuan, Yu Shui, and the others should just follow you back to northern Zerway country. Since we want to unify Zerway country within a year, you don't have to let them I'm back first. The security here will definitely be no problem within a year. Second, if there is a war with the southern purple country, try to avoid large-scale hand-to-hand combat. The losses would be too painful and not conducive to post-war recovery. Duanmuqi whispered to Zhu Xiaobao before leaving. He had seen such large-scale battles. It can be said that there is no winner in such a battle that relies on the accumulation of numbers. I understand. It's best to defeat the enemy without fighting. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, conquering the enemy without fighting? This sentence is very insightful. Isn't it? I didn't expect you to be able to summarize it so brilliantly. Duanmuqi was stunned for a moment, and once again looked at Zhu Xiaobao with admiration. Hey, I didn't summarize it. I saw The Art of War written by a man named Sun Tzu before. I'll copy it to you when I have time. Zhu Xiaobao said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. No. Copy it to me now. I'll wait here. Unexpectedly, Duanmuqi seemed to have discovered a treasure, grabbing Zhu Xiaobao and insisting that he copy The Art of War. Come down and let him go. Okay. Then I'll make a copy for you. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment. And there was no harm in copying this to Duanmuqi. So I returned to the cabin, thought about it for a while, and smoothly copied The Art of War to Duanmuqi. There are 13 articles in total, with more than 6,000 words. Zhu Xiaobao wrote for almost 2 hours. Duanmuqi looked on with great interest as if he had found a treasure, and was amazed by the stage table from time to time. What a great book. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be in danger of 100 battles. That's so well said. Xiaobao, you didn't come up with those fantastic ideas after reading this book on the art of war, right? Duanmuqi was already a little carried away while sitting aside. Little did he realize that Zhu Xiaobao's warship was about to set off. Brother-in-law, I'm leaving now. Are you still getting off the boat? Zhu Xiaobao asked in a low voice. Zhu Xiaobao still admired Duanmuqi's persistence and research. Go? Where to go? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here. Don't bother me. Okay then. Let's sail. After half an hour, Duanmuqi climbed out of the boat panting. When he found out, he was already 20 miles away. In the end, we had to take a boat back. Even on the boat, I couldn't put it down and savored it carefully. Hey! The old man was fascinated by just one copy of The Art of War. It seems that I really have a lot of good things. I have to let Murong Feng take a good look at it when I get back. Maybe I can get it. Nanziroi Kingdom relies on this art of war, Zhu Xiaobao said with emotion. But he still didn't want to study it himself, but wanted to give the art of war to Murong Feng. Fighting isn't Murong Feng's business. The first stop of this trip was to Princess Island. This time Yang Beatty's men had the advantage. Princess Island lost 30,000 troops, so Zhu Xiaobao felt a little anxious, wondering how Wu Yu was doing. Of course, what is the situation of the 19th princess now? Among all the women, Princess 19 is always the one that Zhu Xiaobao cares about the most because she is currently the weakest. However, it would take several days to get to Princess Island. On the sea, Zhu Xiaobao did not study any art of war, but practiced hard with Yume. The biggest gain this time is that the mental skills have been greatly improved. Correspondingly, the various organs and muscles and bones of the body have become stronger and stronger, and the lines on the body have become stronger and tougher. Now Zhu Xiaobao can also pick up the huge and beautiful copycat version of the golden armor hammer and dance it a few times. But it is still too heavy. Now Zhu Xiaobao is still in the realm of a great martial artist. But now, this great martial artist is a relatively awesome great martial artist. No matter in terms of strength or speed, he is already much more powerful than the average great martial artist. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Yuli are dueling each other, and they can go through more than 20 rounds with their weird body skills. Yuli has now recovered to the cultivation level of Wuzun. The cultivation level that was damaged by Ji Jihui was fully restored this time because of the medicinal wine brought back by Zhu Xiaobao. Not to mention, the medicinal wine of the great venerable thousand poisons is really helpful. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Jume each drink a small cup before the double cultivation. When the double cultivation is over and they practice the mental method again, the effect is actually 20% higher than before. This is already quite an incredible effect. Generally speaking, these few days on the boat are not boring, because you can practice your own mental methods. And Jume works very hard. Although she is relatively straightforward and simple, she works hard and has great talent. So she progresses faster than anyone else. Now it is very difficult for Yuli to challenge Jume alone, because the attack is ineffective at all. And the defensive power of Jume's turtle-back shield is too strong. If it weren't for Yuli's strong physique and strength, she would have been defeated long ago. Now we can barely maintain a tie. And the strange thing is that Jume has no obvious cultivation characteristics, which means that no one can see her cultivation. They can only speculate that her cultivation should be that of Wuzun. Or maybe it's Wuzun perfect, because she's too strong. Well, this is an unexpected surprise. The biggest difficulty in recovering the Southern Zirway Kingdom is that Yuhua Feng and Yu Shichan are too strong. Now with Jume's assistance, this time the chance of winning should be increased by 30%. Zhu Xiaobao nodded secretly and thought, Master, I think you need to improve a bit if you want to deal with the Yu family and his son. At least cultivate your mental skills to the 7th level. Otherwise, Jume will be greatly suppressed in the inheritance land of the White Tiger clan. Yes, you will have to rely on yourself when the time comes. The old apprentice reminded him seriously. I have thought of this too. So after I go back, I will go to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan to see if I can break through my mental skills to the 7th level. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. And now, my understanding of the bloodline of mythical beasts is already very deep. Many things can already be sensed. Unconsciously, we have arrived at Princess Island. Before reaching the shore, Zhu Xiaobao had already seen Princess 19, Wu Yu, Yu Xuan, Yu Shui and others waving on the shore. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Princess 19 was also wearing a light green dress. And the style was exactly the same as Princess Mou's. But when he saw Princess Mou, he was not very excited. But when he saw the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart. And his heart was beating wildly. Chapter 563 Return C. If Zhu Xiaobao was excited and happy when he saw the 19th princess, then the 19th princess was surprised when she saw Zhu Xiaobao. Because Zhu Xiaobao has changed so much. You can feel his obvious changes every time we meet. Now Zhu Xiaobao has grown taller and has a strong figure, almost catching up with the average height of this era. This is also the biggest feeling brought about by not being together often. Especially this time. Zhu Xiaobao benefited a lot from being in the inheritance place of the Xuanwu clan. Not only did his mental skills improve significantly, but his physical condition also improved greatly after returning. Even Zhu Xiaobao's appearance became more handsome. Point. Not only the 19th princess, but also Mei, who was next to her, was a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao was now taller than her, and the aura of king exuding from his body is getting stronger and stronger. Don't look at me in a daze! Aren't you ready to come up and give me a hug? To express your gratitude? Zhu Xiaobao opened his arms and laughed loudly as he stepped ashore. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately returned to his original rogue appearance and became even more wanton. Huh? Even the King of England is still so annoying. Princess 19 immediately scolded her angrily, but her heart was warm. Zhu Xiaobao came to her specifically first, which showed that he was interested in her attention and concern. Moreover, the moment Zhu Xiaobao opened his mouth, she felt very friendly. He was still the same Zhu Xiaobao as before. Why? Do you have to be happy if I act like the King of England? Yeah. You should be fine. Come on. Come here. Zhu Xiaobao said loudly, and also directed at Wu Yu spread his arms. The 19th princess brought her own civil and military ministers, and Chief Wu was also among them. The old man felt a little blushing, but he was still very happy in his heart. Zhu Xiaobao did not dislike Wu Yu no matter what his status was, which made him feel very relieved. Although Wu Yu was a little embarrassed, she still couldn't help but walked over and let Zhu Xiaobao hug her in her arms. Wu Yu burst into tears inexplicably, lying in Zhu Xiaobao's arms as if she was suffering from the heavens. It's the same as a big grievance. The more you cry, the sadder you become. It turned out that Wu Yu had spent the past 2 months too hard. He had experienced a brutal battle and was injured. If Yu Shuang and Yu Shui hadn't arrived in time, Wu Yu might not have survived until the end.
Oh, it's all my fault. If Yang Beatty hadn't been let go last time, there wouldn't have been this war disaster. Don't worry. I have reserved Yang Beatty's head, and I will definitely give it to you when the time comes. Bring it.
Zhu Xiaobao patted Wu Yu's back and said with a little distress.
Well, I don't want you to make a reservation. I have to get this head myself.
Wu Yu finally stopped crying and stood behind Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed because she realized that everyone was watching. As for her, of course most people look at her with envy, especially those female warriors and female guards. Even the 19th princess is a little jealous in her heart. Wu Yu can do this, but she can't. She can only do many things forcefully. She is the 19th princess. The owner of the entire Princess Island is someone who can compete with the first prince, Prince Ming, His Highness the 6th prince, and the 7th princess. However, although the 19th princess behaved very reservedly, she could not resist Zhu Xiaobao's rogueness. He took Wu Yu's hand with his left hand, as if naturally, and his right hand actually took the initiative to hold the 19th princess's hand. Regardless of the 19th princess, the princess was secretly trying to break away from Zhu Xiaobao's hands. But Zhu Xiaobao walked forward without any scruples, greeting the civil and military officials along the way, but did not notice anything. On the contrary, the 19th princess passively had to follow her, with a smile on her face. Smile? As if you don't care? After returning to the princess mansion, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and said there was no need for any reception banquet. He just wanted to sit down and have a good chat with the 19th princess and Wu Yu. So the time-consuming reception banquet was saved. After entering the living room of the princess's mansion, the 19th princess shouted angrily,
If you don't let me go, how long do you want to hold me back? If you keep bullying me like this, I will ignore you.
I didn't expect that the 19th princess would end up. Her words were a bit coquettish, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel very good. He let go of Princess Jizhou's hand, and then shouted loudly,
Come here. Bring up all the gifts I've brought. These are the gifts I brought specially for 10th
princess, and Wu Yu prepared it.
At this time, Lu Tong and Lu Fong led several servants to carry several boxes up. It turned out that the soft armor and combat boots specially customized by Zhu Xiaobao were inside. They are all made of the best materials. They are not only light, soft and breathable, but also very beautiful, because many parts were modified and designed by Zhu Xiaobao himself. And the most surprising thing is that the styles of these soft armors are similar to those on Zhu Xiaobao, which is what Zhu Xiaobao calls
couple costumes.
Compared with Wu Yu and the others' joy, the 19th princess was a little depressed, wondering whether to wear the soft armor or not. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's triumphant look, Princess 19 was really a little annoyed. This guy did it on purpose. However, he did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao was far more domineering than the 19th princess thought. So without any discussion, he directly asked Lu Tong and Lu Fong to accompany the 19th princess into the boudoir to change clothes. Of course, Wu Yu also happily followed in. The remaining Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were a little unhappy.
Hey, Zhu Xiaobao. We can be considered relatives after all. Right? We two are not. Are you going too far? Shoo. Who said no? All yours are at Yuli's place. Go find her yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly made an exaggerated gesture and sent the two sisters away. After waiting for half an hour, Princess 19 and Wu Yu came back. Zhu Xiaobao's eyes immediately lit up. They were indeed very handsome and heroic. Both sets of soft armor are dark green, the same color as Zhu Xiaobao's body. This was Zhu Xiaobao's inspiration from the soft armor worn by Princess Mou. Dark green can make people look more mysterious and sexy, but this set of soft armor is a bit revealing, making the 19th princess a little uncomfortable. There are too many exposed parts, but I have to admit that it is indeed very comfortable and beautiful to wear.
Why am I dressed a little awkwardly? Besides, we are about to eat. How can we sit down to eat when we are dressed like this?
Princess 19 scolded with a slight blush, because Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were staring at her all the time. Look, and I feel like I'm going to be a bit drunk.
Don't worry. We will have barbecue in the yard today. It is all fresh beef and mutton that I brought back from Shijue, so that you can taste the authentic Shijue flavor.
Zhu Xiaobao, however, had been prepared for it and had already let him go. The old apprentice is ready. Now a fire has been lit in the yard, and even the mutton and seasonings are ready. When everyone came to the yard, the three sisters Yuli and Yushuang Yushue also came in a friendly manner. They asked them to find Yuli in order to let Yushuang, Yushue, and Yuli restore some sisterly affection. Now these three sisters have already there is almost no gap left. General Manager Wu also changed his clothes and came here again. Now he was discussing military affairs while eating. This is Zhu Xiaobao's favorite way of discussion. Everyone can speak freely as they wish without any scruples. This time we lost more than 30,000 troops. General Chum also died in the battle. And Wu was injured. When she got down to business, Princess 19 felt a little sad. General Chum was the one who originally found out from Xia Zixio and followed the 19th princess. He didn't expect that he would be shot by an arrow during this offensive against Yang Beatty and died. Oh, I didn't expect that General Chum would die here. Zhu Xiaobao also sighed, and then said, well, it's a coincidence that Xia Zixio also died this time. He committed suicide. It was for Ma Songju. Actually, I wasn't planning to kill him. I already know. Maybe he really has feelings for Ma Songju. In this way, the matter between me and him is completely settled. Princess 19 also said sadly. In fact, she admired Xia Zixio very much at the beginning. Yes, I didn't expect that Xia Zixio was useless and fell in love with Ma Songju. In the end, he did not hesitate to leave Shiyuan City and stay with Ma Songju. At that time, Princess 19 was very passive. After careful discussion, Zhu Xiaobao realized that the main reason for this defeat was that the 19th princess divided half of her troops to support Murongfeng. That is, they sent them to the northern Zirwei kingdom. So this resulted in the lack of troops on Princess Island. Now more than half of the civilians and several big families on Princess Island have migrated to northern Zirwei country. Because Princess Island is too small and has not developed much. I think we should give up on Princess Island and go back to northern Zirwei country with me. Even a county is much bigger than Princess Island. Zhu Xiaobao said again. No. The spices and tobacco here are what you need most. I can't give up these specialties. Besides, if I can't even defend the Princess Island, then why should I compete with Seventh Sister and the others for hegemony? 19 The princess still shook her head persistently and said, actually, Xiaobao, the key issue now is not Princess Island, but the 36 islands in the southeast. Now these islands have been almost integrated by GZE, and this is the biggest threat. GZE is really a bit weird. Not only has his martial arts improved rapidly, but he can also firmly control the 7th princess. In fact, this time Yang Batty dared to attack. It was also Ji Jisheng's order. He still doesn't give up on the princess. At this time, Chief Wu was slightly worried. Said, this stupid Ji Shishi is really going to turn the world upside down? How did he practice? He doesn't have the blood of a divine beast? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Ji Shishi became bigger and bigger and became a huge threat. It's just weird. Although there are 2 great sages around him, there is no reason why his cultivation has improved so fast. It is said that he has been promoted to martial master. Now the 7th princess also bows to him. Wu Yu shouted angrily. She had always wanted to improve her cultivation level again. But her progress had always been slow, and she had stayed at the realm of a great martial artist for a long time. Although Wu Yu usually works very hard. So, please leave me alone for now. Unify the Zirwei kingdom first. And then when Dasha kingdom has a full-scale civil war, we can take the opportunity to take over the 36 southeastern islands. Speaking of which, Zirwei kingdom, it is closer to the 36 islands in the southeast. Once it is controlled by us, it will be easy to prevent it. The 19th princess looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said at this time, many things depend on the development of Zhu Xiaobao. The influence of this British king has become greater and greater. Princess 19 felt that even she had to rely on Zhu Xiaobao's development to achieve anything. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned again after hearing this. Now everything was related to him. Originally, I just wanted to be a carefree and hands-off shopkeeper. But now I am being praised more and more. And I can only make decisions based on my own development. Moreover, this trend cannot even be avoided. It is operating in this direction. Alas! I have become the hope of the whole village. How could it be like this? Zhu Xiaobao said with a depressed sigh. It immediately made everyone laugh. They all thought Zhu Xiaobao was joking. But in fact this was Zhu Xiaobao's truest thought. With the presence of Zhu Xiaobao, I was very happy to eat this meal. Especially Yu Shuang and Yu Shui.
The two of them could drink freely today. So they were very happy. I usually have a little money, but I don't dare to be so extravagant. After drinking to the fullest, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui jumped up to spar with Ju Mei. What's surprising is that Ju Mei's cultivation has improved so rapidly. Facing the cooperation of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, she didn't fall behind at all. The most important thing is that the defensive ability of her turtle back shield is too abnormal. This somewhat surprised Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They competed with Ju Mei frequently, and they always had the upper hand. But this time Ju Mei's progress was so great that they could only fall behind. The 19th princess also found it unbelievable. But when she saw the giant turtle back shield, she understood a little bit. Because both the Great Venerable Wu Wei and the Great Venerable Ice and Fire mentioned the matter of Murong Feng and Ju Mei. They never expected that Ju Mei was the descendant of the Xuanwu clan. Wu Yu felt even more depressed. She didn't expect Ju Mei to be so powerful now. But thinking about herself, she had been stuck in the realm of a great martial artist for more than a year without making any progress, which made Wu Yu very upset. The competition between Ju Mei and Yu Shuang Yushua ended in a draw. In fact, Yu Shuang and Yushua also knew that they actually lost. Ju Mei's golden armor hammer had no real power at all. Once her golden armor hammer flew out, it would kill people. Finally, taking advantage of the wine, Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu jointly used the Mandarin Duck Sword and Ju Mei's moves, which allowed Wu Yu to regain some feelings. At least with their weird steps, they were able to suppress Ju Mei, but their special moves were useless at all. Ju Mei turned around, and all the offenses were in vain. The turtle back shield blocked all the killing moves. Not coming. Not coming. Ju Mei, your defense is too perverted. There is no chance at all. Wu Yu finally shouted angrily. Ha ha. That's fine. Let's stop here today. Let's get some rest early after we've had enough wine and food. Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. Wu Yu next to her suddenly blushed and her heartbeat was beating. Since she was not going to reunite with him, she must be sleeping in the same room with him. Even the 19th princess looked at the two of them deeply, and then left calmly. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to help Wu Yu improve his cultivation. He took Wu Yu's angry expression into consideration just now, so he somewhat wanted to help Wu Yu. Manager Wu didn't say a word and followed the 19th princess away. Returning to her boudoir, Wu Yu coquettishly let Zhu Xiaobao hold her. And now she could really feel like a little bird clinging to someone. Because Zhu Xiaobao was already taller than her, and his physique was getting stronger and stronger. The strength is also growing rapidly. But this time Zhu Xiaobao did not rush to start, but asked Wu Yu to drink some medicinal wine she brought back. After all, it was very effective for him and Ju Mei. But he didn't know if it had such a good effect on Wu Yu. The room next door is still the room of the 19th princess. When she has nothing to do, Wu Yu simply sleeps with the 19th princess. So now the 19th princess is not used to it. Listening to the moans coming from the scene, it makes her feel uncomfortable. The 19th princess couldn't sleep well again, because Wu Yu acted too crazy today. Even Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect that Wu Yu would be so crazy. As if she wanted to eat him. She bit him hard on the shoulder and said angrily, "Don't think I don't know. You and what a beautiful thing. Otherwise he could progress so fast. I hate you so much. Alas, things are really not what you think. She is a descendant of the Xuanwu clan. If I want to practice the 4 phases of divine veins, I must practice with her. I originally wanted to find a time to talk to you, but I didn't expect that you have already got it," Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly, wondering in his heart. Lu Tong and Lu Fang should have reported to the 19th princess. They were originally the 19th princess's personal bodyguards, and had always treated the 19th princess loyal. I don't care. Anyway, my martial arts skills are getting worse and worse in front of them now. You have to help me find a way. Humph. This time, I was almost seriously injured by Yang Beatty, Wu Yu shouted arrogantly. Sure enough, there was still an obvious scar on Wu Yu's back. The wound had healed, and new flesh had grown. This was scratched by Yang Beatty's short halberd. If Wu Yu hadn't dodged quickly, his back would have been cut open. I know. Didn't I just let you drink a cup of medicinal wine? When the dual cultivation is completed, you can practice your mental method immediately. It should have the effect of accelerating your cultivation. Zhu Xiaobao quickly comforted him with distress. Seeing that Wu Yu was injured, Zhu Xiaobao felt really distressed. Wu Yu was one of the women he cared about most. Really? That's great. Hurry up. I want to try it now, Wu Yu said immediately overjoyed. The 19th princess heard an even more intense roaring sound. accompanied by Wu Yu's ecstatic scream. The 19th princess was so angry that she grabbed the quilt and covered her ears tightly. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu would start another expedition early the next morning. And it was still so intense. Because Wu Yu discovered that this medicinal wine was really effective. And her cultivation bottleneck began to loosen a little. And with the help of various small with Bao's essence, she actually opened up 2 acupoints. When Princess 19 yawned and walked out of the boudoir, she saw Zhu Xiaobao standing at the door with a smile on her face. And she immediately rushed to greet her with strong energy. Chapter 564, 1-Year Appointment. As soon as Princess 19 ran out the door, she screamed and backed away, closing the door. It turned out that she was still wearing a nightgown, and her beauty was revealed inadvertently.
Why are you running? Isn't it pretty?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a little regret. I had no choice but to wait outside. After a while, I saw the door of Princess 19's boudoir opened again. The 19th princess is already dressed. She is still wearing the same soft armor as yesterday, but with an extra red cloak.
Let's go! Go to Misty Rain Peak.
As soon as the 19th princess came out, she asked someone to fetch the horse and flew on it without looking back.
Hey! 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 I haven't had breakfast yet.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to get on the horse and follow behind, shouting a little dissatisfied.
Humph. Don't worry. Although I don't have that much delicious food here, I won't let you go hungry. Someone will bring it to you when the time comes.
Princess 19 snorted in front of her. And with a whip, the war horses galloped away like arrows. After running one after another for a short time, we reached the highest peak on Princess Island. This is the favorite place of the 19th princess. Standing here, you can overlook the entire island. A pavilion was also specially built here. Usually when the 19th princess is in a bad mood or indecisive, she likes to come here to relax. So the path at the foot of the mountain is still guarded, and ordinary people are not allowed to come here.
You will be at the top of the mountain, and you will be able to see all the small mountains. But when used on the Misty Rain Peak, it seems to lift this small mountain.
Zhu Xiaobao stood on the Misty Rain Peak, looked around, and then couldn't help but think of this sentence poetry. It's just that this Yanyu Peak is too small, and it can't be said to be a panoramic view of all the mountains.
Humph. Whose poem are you copying?
Princess 19 has long been accustomed to Zhu Xiaobao's magical writing, and she has long guessed that his origins are different from ordinary people. That's why I'm not so surprised. The most important thing is that she is still a little angry when she wakes up. She didn't sleep well all night last night, and now she is still a little sulky.
Did I quarrel with you last night? Actually, you really can't blame me. Who doesn't have youthful passion? Don't you think so? Besides, we were doing business last night. I did it for Wu Yuaneng. It took me just one night to improve my cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile without any shame.
You said you were young and passionate at first, and you said it was cultivation later. It's inconsistent. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?
The 19th princess didn't seem to have slept well, but she was quick thinking and caught the slightest flaw.
That's why you're a craftsman who sharpens his sword and chops firewood. What I said is true. I gave Wu Yu some medicinal wine brewed by the great venerable Thousand Poisons, which can improve her cultivation. Now Wu Yu is still here, I'm practicing my mental skills. Otherwise, how could I come out alone?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly explained, shaking his head. But this time it was true. Wu Yu was indeed practicing the mental method. Wu Yu was in an anxious mood. So when she got such an opportunity, she worked very hard. She practiced double cultivation early in the morning, and then started to practice the mental method. She wanted to improve her cultivation as soon as possible.
Huh? Is it useful?
Princess 19 couldn't help but ask curiously.
To be honest, she doesn't have the bloodline of a mythical beast. So the auxiliary effect of this medicinal wine is not that obvious. It can increase her cultivation effect by 10%. If there are no adventures or rare treasures, Wu Yu's cultivation level is at best, I can be promoted to the rank of martial master.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a little regret. Wu Yu did not have any special bloodline. That is, he got the guidance of the great master of ice and fire. Coupled with his own diligence and hard work, he was able to train to the level of martial master. The martial arts master is already very impressive. I think back then, Chief Wu was not promoted to the great martial arts master until he was 40 years old.
Well, it's already great to be promoted to martial lord. Do you think it's that easy to be promoted to great lord? Tell me, what's the matter with coming to me so early?
Princess 19 stood there. Behind her his cloak was blown to one side, looking very aloof and cold. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that the 19th princess had become more mature and more feminine. After the past 2 years of experience, she no longer looked as fragile as before.
I wanted to bring you some of this medicinal wine. Besides, I was busy talking about military aircraft and other things last night. I didn't have time to talk to you properly. So I wanted to come here. I want to talk to you.
Zhu Xiaobao walked up behind the 19th princess, pushed down the cloak blown by the north wind, and put his hands on the 19th princess's waist.
Xiaobao.
Princess 19th's body stiffened, then softened, leaned back gently, and said softly,
I'm really a little tired. I thought I could do what Seventh Sister was like. But I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I can't even deal with Ji Jisheng now. So how can I compete with the first and second emperors? So, I want you to give up Princess Island and move to my place. Any county I give you will be many times bigger than this one.
Zhu Xiaobao smelled the fragrance coming from the 19th princess, and his mind swayed. Every time he smells this feminine fragrance coming from the 19th princess, it makes him feel a little relaxed and happy. But I feel a little distressed. Princess 19 has never had a stable and comfortable life in these years. She has always survived and developed tenaciously in a dangerous environment.
Alas, I'm not from the Zirwei Kingdom. Even if you don't care, Yu Qianru won't be relieved. Besides, I still can't let go of Daxia Kingdom, especially Daxia Kingdom's imperial city, which concerns us, the blood of the Wu family. So I will persevere no matter how hard it is.
Princess 19 shook her head gently, then closed her eyes, leaned on Zhu Xiaobao's chest, and said almost inaudibly,
Stop talking. Just let me lean in quietly for a while. Just for a while.
After the rustling wind, there was no other sound on the misty rain peak. The two stood like this for a long time. Zhu Xiaobao did not move anymore, but stood there with the 19th princess. He felt that he also needed some quiet time. The silence was broken only when the 4 maids of the 19th princess, Lu Tong and Lu Fang, brought breakfast. Princess 19 left Zhu Xiaobao's chest a little embarrassed, and then said with a smile,
I'm much better now. I was just a little depressed just now. It's like this every time. Just come here and have some fresh air.
At this time, the 19th princess discovered that Jume was also following not far away, and there were 2 giant men behind Jume, Big Bear and Erxiong. These 2 giant men are now practicing martial arts with Jume every day. Although they have been, she gritted her teeth after being beaten by Jume, but she still listened to Jume.
TSK. I didn't expect Jume to be so powerful now. And her thinking is clearer than before. It seems that this is also your credit.
The 19th princess said with a little envy. She didn't have such a powerful giant. Nor did she have a giant. Such a genius.
Actually, I want to explain to you about Jume.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed. Well, you already knew this. How could the 19th princess not know about it?
No need to explain. Everything is God's will. I also know a little about the technique of 4 phases of divine veins. Besides, Jume is indeed gifted. Even the great Lord of Ice and Fire admires her very much.
Princess 19. However, there was no reaction like Wu Yu's, but she was very understanding. This made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. The 19th princess actually knew about the
4 phases divine veins.
Did Master Wu Wei also tell the 19th princess? And there is a very strange thing. Although Princess 19 is not as diligent in cultivation as Wu Yu, her cultivation level has not fallen behind. Now she is also the cultivation level of a great martial artist. This is quite surprising.
What mental method are you practicing?
Zhu Xiaobao asked doubtfully.
I won't tell you. At least it's not the time yet.
Princess 19 said with a sweet smile, and then waved to Jume, asking Jume to come over and have breakfast with her.
Sister Princess, let me say hello to you.
Jume came over and was as respectful to the 19th princess as before. At the beginning, Jume was bought by the 19th princess, and then she was transferred to Zhu Xiaobao after arriving at the cave Heaven Paradise. So Jume has always been very respectful to the 19th princess.
Ha ha! Just call me sister from now on. If I had known your current achievements, I wouldn't have given you up to Xiaobao. Come, sit down and eat together. Lu Tong and Lu Fang, you two should sit down to eat.
Princess 19 said with a smile. But seeing Jume's outfit and tall figure, Princess 19 still found it very impactful. Then he saw that he was also wearing soft armor, and he seemed to have turned into a child in an instant. Fortunately, The two giant men didn't follow them. Otherwise they would have blocked the sky and the sun. When these people sat down, they really seemed to have returned to the feeling they had when they were in the 19th princess's mansion. Except for Jumei. Everyone else was once a member of the 19th princess, including Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, I can't believe that it has been 6 years in the blink of an eye. And you all have a destination. Xiaobao has also become the king of England. But I feel that I still have accomplished nothing.
Princess 19 sighed with emotion. She felt that time went too fast, however. I still don't have any particularly noteworthy achievements.
Princess, I've always been waiting for you. Don't forget that we have an agreement. Whether we are consorts or concubines, we will always be together.
Zhu Xiaobao saw that they are all close confidants, so they speak unscrupulously. However, his words still made the girls here widen their eyes in surprise. Except for Jumei. She only listened to Zhu Xiaobao's words. Everything Zhu Xiaobao did was right.
Well, yes, but don't forget, what did you promise me? Let's make a 1-year agreement. If you can regain the Southern Zirwei Kingdom within 1 year, I will give up the option of being a prince-in-law. How?
Unexpectedly, Princess 19 did not avoid this question, but said calmly, looking at Zhu Xiaobao with a bit of slyness in her eyes. She couldn't wait any longer.
Okay, it's a deal. 1 year from now, I'll invite you to the imperial city of Nanzi-Rui Kingdom to see the scenery.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted with pride. And in an instant, a wave of emotions burst out from Zhu Xiaobao. An extremely powerful momentum. A domineering spirit that defies the world.
Xiaobao, are you so powerful?
Princess 19 exclaimed in surprise. At this time, even she felt a sense of awe and submission.
Waking up to hold the power of the world. Lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. I never thought that the little treasures, would have to fight for this.
The little treasure stood up and looked up to the sky and shouted. Another day passed, and Zhu Xiaobao was preparing to return to Northern Zirwei Kingdom with his troops. The night before leaving, the courtyard of the princess mansion was very lively, because Wu Yu was competing with Yu Shui in a duel. Both of them are great martial arts masters, but Yu Shui's fighting ability is much stronger. Wu Yu was now able to fight Yu Shui alone for more than 50 rounds before she was defeated by an iron claw from Yu Shui on the shoulder.
Oh? Wu Yu. Okay. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. If it weren't for the advantage in weapons, I would really be in a little trouble.
Yu Shui exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, it has only been 3 days. Wu Yu has made great progress. So much progress has been made in just 1 month. This was something she never expected. The 19th princess was also a little envious of Wu Yu. She also drank the medicinal wine brought by Zhu Xiaobao. But without the cooperation of the two cultivators, the effect was very little. Otherwise, how could the great venerable Qiandu have only reached 70 years old after drinking it for so many years? The one who was promoted to a great venerable.
Humph. This knife is already too light. If it were heavier, I could still hold on for 20 more rounds.
Wu Yu said with a frown. This Ling Yu's small sword was her favorite. But with the strength, the increase is already too small.
Ha ha. No hurry. No hurry. I will make a new one for you as soon as I get back. It must be better than this one.
Zhu Xiaobao said quickly to please. Wu Yu can make so much progress all at once, which is already impressive. Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised.
Yeah, but I still have to engrave the words Ling Yu's little treasure sword on the sword.
Wu Yu said a little tangled.
No problem. I will use this knife to reshape it. There is a knife here in Jumei. You can use it first. The weight should be more suitable for you.
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little touched. For this knife, he and Wu Yu had to fight for it. There are still many good memories. The next morning, Zhu Xiaobao and his men were finally setting off. Wu Yu's eye circles were still a little red. She had already cried early in the morning. The time together was too short. Wu Yu was really very sad. A bit reluctant to give up. This time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui stayed on Princess Island, temporarily helping the 19th princess to guard the place. But Yuli followed Zhu Xiaobao back to Northern Zirwei Kingdom first. The 19th princess was also a little bit inseparable, but her performance was much stronger. She was still calm on the surface. She also said goodbye to Yula Jumei and others one by one, and finally said goodbye to Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't forget it's our 1-year appointment. Ha ha. Don't worry. As long as it's something I want to do, I've never failed.
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently, although he wanted to hug again. He saw Wu Yu behind the 19th princess. even with red circles under his eyes. Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to be so presumptuous. When Zhu Xiaobao's fleet set off, the 19th princess was still waving goodbye with her people. Wu Yu asked curiously,
Princess, what is the 1-year agreement? Why didn't I know? Well, you don't need to know. You just need to know that your sister is still your sister. That's it.
Princess 19 rolled her eyes at Wu Yu, turned around and left proudly.
What do you mean? I didn't say you were not my sister. Even though we have been arguing a bit these past few days, there is no need to treat me like this. Right.
Wu Yu thought a little stupidly, and then quickly turned around and followed the 19th princess. The journey went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any pirates. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao hoped to meet Yang Bai, so he took care of them. But it seemed that his huge fleet, even 10 Yang Bai, couldn't do it, dare to provoke. After driving for a few more days, I finally saw Beiziri Kingdom through the telescope, and saw that Yu Qianrou had led the civil and military officials to block the shore to greet them. There are 20,000 soldiers with bright armor behind them. They should be regarded as a guard of honor. They look very solemn. There were even more gongs and drums beating in the surrounding areas, and many people came spontaneously to welcome the King of England's 1000th anniversary. Now Zhu Xiaobao is quite popular in northern Zirwei country, because in the past 2 years, people's lives have really improved. And this is what the people most want to see. But as soon as he landed ashore and saw Yu Qianrou, he immediately gave Zhu Xiaobao a bad look. Regardless of the presence of so many officials, Yu Qianrou grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's ears and said through gritted teeth,
Are you looking for death? You went to the royal court alone. Do you know how worried I am?
You just want to make your sister angry to death to be happy.
Right?
Yo. It hurts. It hurts. Sister, can't you save some face for me? With so many people watching? After all, I am also the 1000-year-old King of England.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted with his teeth bared. More, it was the performance element that made him feel quite touched. Although this third sister was a bit unreasonable. She really cared about herself.
Humph. I'll take care of you when you get back.
Yu Qianrou let go of her hand and said with satisfaction.
Then turned around and yelled loudly.
Why don't you say Hello to the King of England? I have seen the 1000-year-old King of England. Congratulations to the 1000-year-old King of England for his success and return in triumph.
All the civil and military officials bowed and saluted and sang in unison.
No gifts. No gifts. Thank you all.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled casually. In fact, he didn't like this kind of scene. But Yu Qianrou was very particular about this. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao see Murong Feng standing at the back of the crowd. So he walked over with a smile and said,
Why are you here and don't stand in the front? I'm not an official of Zirui Kingdom. I'm just your military advisor.
Murong Feng said with a faint smile. But when he saw the soft armor on Zhu Xiaobao's body, he was a little surprised.
Have you met Princess Mou? Huh? How do you know?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, even more surprised.
Humph. I designed this set of soft armor. Can't I still tell? I even chose the color.
Murong Feng said, a little depressed. It seems that the matter between himself and Prince Imohan has been settled by Xiaobao. New. At this moment, people suddenly heard shouts of surprise, because they saw 2 huge men walking off the boat. Even Murong Feng was surprised when he saw them. What surprised her was not the 2 giant men, Big Bear and Erxiong, but the huge beauty who came ashore later. Chapter 565. Senior sister is angry? Murong Feng was dumbfounded when he saw Jumei. Jumei had changed so much. It was as if she had become a different person. Not only was she more heroic, but she was also more confident and proud than before. It's that satisfying and proud feeling of having your wish fulfilled. Behind Jumei was leading a horse. This horse looked very familiar to Murong Feng. It was a green horse, but its 4 hoofs were snow white. It was one of the best BMW horses in a million. Moreover, she was very familiar with this horse. She and Prince Imohan watched its birth together. Moreover, this horse is also very spiritual. When it saw Murong Feng, it even raised its head and hissed loudly. It could also recognize Murong Feng.
The horse that Prince Imohan gave to you at this time was killed in the battle. So I rode it back and gave it to you. What a horse!
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile.
Humph. Why do you want to be so meddlesome? I never said I would take this horse.
Murong Feng snorted in annoyance, then walked directly to Jumei and left Zhu Xiaobao aside. Fortunately, Zhu Rong walked up from behind slowly at this time, and led the servants to bow and salute in a formal manner.
I have seen the King of England 1,000 years old. Ha ha. Why are you standing so far behind? Forget it. Don't do those cumbersome etiquette. You know, I don't like this.
Zhu Xiaobao felt calm when he saw Zhu Rong. And there was nothing wrong with him. Without any scruples, he took Zhu Rong's hand and walked towards the car behind him. Just like when he arrived at Princess Island, Zhu Xiaobao also cancelled some reception banquets. These were the things he hated the most. Yu Qianru did not force herself, and waved her hand to send all the ministers back. However, Princess Zhu Rong of England was very thoughtful and sent each minister a gift, which she had already prepared. It turns out that Zhu Rong had already considered that Zhu Xiaobao would cancel the reception banquet, so she prepared it in advance. This undoubtedly made Yu Qianru very satisfied. The British princess was indeed very knowledgeable and good at doing things. So the ministers left very satisfied.
The master of the harem is really not a fool. He does everything without leakage. What should I reward you with?
Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong's hand and whispered. There really was no special preparation this time. Of course, the soft armor, and we also prepared a set of combat boots for Zhu Rong.
Well, then I'll be waiting. Tell me if you've made up your mind. Let's see if it's what I want.
Zhu Rong said with a gentle smile. Being held by Zhu Xiaobao's hand so tightly, she felt a little bit in her heart. Strange. Look at Zhu Xiaobao again. He has changed a lot in just a few months. He seems to be stronger and taller. And his aura is also stronger.
I have already thought about it. Let's go to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan tonight.
Zhu Xiaobao said quietly.
Oh? So urgent? Are you going tonight?
Zhu Rong suddenly asked with surprise, joy, and a little puzzlement.
Well, the harvest this time is huge, but I still feel it's a bit slow. So I'm going to strike while the iron is hot and try to improve my cultivation again. Time waits for no one. I'm afraid Yu Shichang can't sit still.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a very solemn expression.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make arrangements right away.
Yu Qianru is easy to deal with. She is busy counting the materials and banknotes that Zhu Xiaobao brought back. Now Beiziri country is still short of money. Moreover, she hid in the palace and secretly wore the set of soft armor that Zhu Xiaobao gave him. She also practiced in the backyard for a while. But she always felt that it was too revealing and not suitable for her as an emperor. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao is busy with Zhu Rong now. And she can understand it. After all, they have been separated for such a long time. Always give them some time to be intimate. Mirong Feng also chatted with Zhu Mei for a long time. And she asked more carefully. After all, it is related to the inheritance of their Xuanwu clan. It was indeed beyond Mirong Feng's expectation that Zhu Mei could gain such a huge harvest this time, and also activate the turtle shield. There is still a bit of envy and jealousy in my heart. It seems that the descendant of the Xuanwu clan is not me after all. But Zhu Mei.
What? He actually cured that elephant neck disease? How is this possible?
Mirong Feng was stunned when he heard the news that Zhu Xiaobao promised to cure all Wang Ting's increasingly serious illnesses. Who is this guy? How come you always do something unexpected? Doesn't this mean that Princess Mo's illness has also been cured? Mirong Feng and Princess Mo, you had some grudges. If not for Princess Mo's obstruction, she would not have left the royal court and Prince Mo Han so resolutely. Because Princess Mo, you initially disliked Mirong Feng's thin physique, and felt that Mirong Feng was not worthy of Prince Mo Han. Of course, Princess Mo you also has her own selfish motives. If Prince Mo Han gets the assistance of Mirong Feng, he will probably have an advantage in the fight for the throne. So when Mirong Feng later learned that Princess Mo, he was also suffering from this disease, and was staying shut in, she still felt a little gloating.
Yes, Xiao said that they have such symptoms because they lack something. These things are all in seafood. I don't know what they are specifically.
Zhu Mei said. It's a bit vague. But this is already expressed very clearly. And it's many times better than before. But Mirong Feng was still confused. He had never heard that eating some salt can cure diseases. But Zhu Xiaobao cured Princess Mou, which made her very unhappy. But what made Mirong Feng even more depressed was that Zhu Mei couldn't sit still at night and wanted to go back to Zhu Xiaobao. I can't help but feel a little annoyed. It's true that women are not allowed to stay in college. Even Zhu Mei is restless now and wants to go back quickly.
Zhu Mei, please stay with me tonight. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Ying have gone to the inheritance place and will not come back tonight.
Mirong Feng could only discuss it and said,
Oh? That's not possible. I also want to go to the inheritance place. I am Xiaozhu's person now. I will go wherever he goes.
Jumei was not moved at all, and said without any scruples.
They are practicing dual cultivation there. What are you going to do? Besides, you can't get in there.
Murong Feng shouted angrily.
Then I'll wait outside. Senior sister, I'm leaving first.
Jumei stood up very resolutely and left in a hurry. Murong Feng was left there angrily with the urge to curse. Jumei hurried to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, and was immediately stopped by the Suzaku clan members, who almost started a fight. Fortunately, the old apprentice was also waiting there. He arrived in time to let Jumei follow the old apprentice and wait outside. After waiting for a long time, a burst of red light burst out from the place of inheritance. Then, the white tiger Dharma appearance condensed by Zhu Xiaobao was burned by a huge Suzaku Dharma appearance and escaped in embarrassment. But this time the mini white tiger Dharma form can already hit several counterattack tiger claws. Suzaku Dharma also paused for a moment. But in the end, there was still a huge difference in strength. And Zhu Xiaobao was burned again and escaped naked. But Zhu Rong didn't follow. She was still comprehending the secrets inside and improving her mental skills. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao was already prepared. He brought several sets of clothes with him when he came, and he immediately changed into a new set of clothes. But when he saw Jumei, he was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that Jumei would find this place. Seeing Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had a very novel idea. What would happen if the bloodlines of 3 divine beasts merged? Now Zhu Xiaobao is the most experienced in this aspect. The attributes and talents of each divine beast bloodline are different. Jumei has the earth attribute, showing strong strength and defense capabilities, while the Suzaku clan has the fire attribute. What is displayed is the powerful ability of Brahma Boiling Sea to destroy local areas. As for Zhu Xiaobao, he has a metallic nature, showing a killing power, a sharp attack, and an indestructible character. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao is still very weak now, and the killing aura he displays is still average. But he is very special, because his body has integrated part of the fire and earth attributes, so his defense is now much enhanced. Otherwise, he would not have escaped so easily this time, and he would have been fighting when Suzaku was in the Dharma phase. He still had some ability to fight back.
Do you want me to help you fight it?
Jumei didn't understand that Zhu Xiaobao was looking straight at her, not knowing what he was thinking, and asked a little doubtfully. Even though Jumei was very direct, she could also feel that her fighting power was no match for this Suzaku Dharma Prime.
No. I was thinking about something else. Let's wait here for Zhu Rong to come out. Her cultivation level should also improve a lot.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then sat down with Jumei, while he was practicing his mental skills while waiting for Zhu Rong to come out. After a night, Zhu Rong came out of the place of inheritance, but she failed to activate the Suzaku Spear, the magic weapon inherited by the Suzaku clan. It seems that her cultivation is not enough. But to Zhu Xiaobao's surprise, Zhu Rong's appearance became more charming, younger, and more charming, and her aura also increased a lot. She must have advanced her mental skills.
I want to consolidate my cultivation here. You should go back first. In 3 days, I want to practice double cultivation again.
Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said softly. She looked very calm compared to the huge beauty, and the dirt discharged from her body. It has been cleaned in the inheritance place, so it looks radiant when it comes out. It's not as embarrassing as Jumei's.
Okay, then I'll come back in 3 days.
Zhu Xiaobao knew that now was the critical moment for Zhu Rong to consolidate her cultivation, and he must not disturb her. So he immediately left with Jumei and his old apprentice. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level has not improved much. After all, this is the inheritance place of other divine beasts. He only incorporates part of the fire attribute. So after he came back, he had digested and absorbed it in 1 night and consolidated it to perfection, stretching out 2 palms. After exercising his skills, Zhu Xiaobao can also stir up 2 true fires in his palms, but they are not lethal and cannot sway large flames that will like the Suzaku Dharma appearance. There are also faint tortoise-like lines on his back, as if he is carrying a layer of tortoise ls. He is so beautiful that he is surprised.
Little pig, you are so powerful. You can already form a tortoise shield.
Already? Yeah. It just adds some defensive capabilities, but it's far worse than your real turtle back shield.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, already very satisfied. He didn't sleep well all night, but Zhu Xiaobao was still full of energy. This is one of the signs that he is getting better now. He can often stay awake for several days in a row and still maintain strong energy. When he came out of his room, it was almost noon. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao think of business. He hadn't had a good understanding of the situation in Beizuri country in the past few months. So Zhu Xiaobao put on the clothes of the King of England, then came to the meeting hall of Yingshuan County. In fact, this should be the place where Zhu Xiaobao is in charge. But this guy rarely comes here. Murong Feng was usually here to deal with matters related to the British King's fiefdom. Anyway, those officials are now used to it and know that Zhu Xiaobao's spokesperson is Murong Feng. But today it was quiet here,
and there was no one. Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion.
Why? You don't usually discuss matters? Why is there no one? Huh? It's time for lunch now. My King Qiantai.
Suddenly Murong Feng walked out from behind the screen and said a little mockingly, then bowed and saluted.
I have seen the King Qiantai.
Although there were many dissatisfactions, Zhu Xiaobao's identity was still there, and Murong Feng could not lose his rules.
Oh, I'm telling you. Hee. It's my fault. I didn't figure it out.
Zhu Xiaobao was very happy to see Murong Feng, and quickly stepped forward to support her.
There are no outsiders. Just stop engaging in these common etiquette. I don't dare to take it. I'm so scared. I'm afraid that if the King of England is not happy, he will send me to the royal court to be someone else's wife.
Murong Feng hummed a little aggrieved, and inexplicably kept his hair in a circle. Hong, seems there is something sad? Or maybe I didn't sleep well last night.
Huh? Where do you start talking about this? When will I send you to the royal court?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused and looked at Murong Feng in confusion, and then looked at the giant beauty behind him. Zhu Mei also quickly shook her head, saying that she didn't know what was going on.
No. Why did you bring the green horse here? Why did you treat Princess Mou? You also took the beauty away from me. I'm the only one left alone.
You.
The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Murong Feng became. At the end of the sentence, she actually started crying. This was the first time for this female military advisor to cry like this in front of others.
Where is this going? Prince Emohan asked me to bring that horse back. If you don't like it, you can give it to me. My war horse just happened to be beaten to death. What's wrong with treating Princess Mou? Did I offend you? Do you have a grudge?
Zhu Xiaobao was even more confused when he heard this, and shouted a little annoyed.
You have nothing to do with it, King Chatos of England. Tell me, what do you want from me?
Murong Feng wiped her tears at this time, and then asked stiffly with a straight face. But she stopped crying.
I want to discuss with you how to recover the Southern Zirwei Kingdom within a year. Do you think it's feasible?
Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously.
I don't know. I'll tell you when I know it,
Murong Feng said stiffly, then turned around and left. Zhu Xiaobao, who was a little dull, was left standing there at a loss.
Hey! You are my military advisor? What are you talking about?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily behind Murong Feng.
I'm telling the truth. Whether you can win the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom depends on your attitude. If you know about dual cultivation all day long, you won't be able to win the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom in 2 years.
Murong Feng said angrily, even shaking his head. No reply.
I'll wipe it. Did you take the wrong medicine? What did she tell you yesterday?
Zhu Xiaobao turned around and asked Zhu Mei in a daze.
I didn't say anything. I just heard that you were treating Princess Mou, and I wasn't happy.
Zhu Mei still shook her head stupidly and said,
Oh, then I'd better ask my elder sister.
Zhu Xiaobao said in frustration. Zhu Rong used to be the most expert in handling this kind of matter. But now Zhu Rong is not around. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to go find Yu Qianrou. After all, Murong Feng was the key figure in regaining Nanzi Rui Kingdom. When the carriage arrived at the palace, it was already dark. But Yu Qianrou was still very happy to see Zhu Xiaobao. But she was a little surprised when she saw the huge beauty behind Zhu Xiaobao. The chief executive felt a little strange. Why Zhu Xiaobao will take the huge beauty into the harem? This big girl is too strong. Can his younger brother bear it? However, Yu Qianrou did not interfere too much in Zhu Xiaobao's personal affairs, thinking that he just wanted to have some excitement. It wasn't until Zhu Xiaobao explained Zhu Mei's identity and talent that Yu Qianrou suddenly realized that the more she looked at Zhu Mei, the more she liked her. But when talking about Murong Feng, Yu Qianrou felt a little helpless. Until now, Murong Feng only admitted to working for Zhu Xiaobao and was not considered a member of the Inner Zirwei Kingdom. Therefore, Yu Qianrou was also a little helpless. Anyone with the ability was so unique.
Could it be that she also wants to marry you? Right? It's hard to say it clearly. So just take this method?
Yu Qianruo said hesitantly.
No. We have never felt that way. She said before that she wanted to be like Muchuani. Do something she likes. And don't have to worry about it anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. Although he was so a bit lustful. But he really had no idea about this paper man.
Wait. What did you just say? You gave Duan Muqi a set of tactics? He was so fascinated by it that he didn't even know it had spread?
Yu Qianruo thought of the interesting story Zhu Xiaobao told him just now. And suddenly got an idea.
Well, what's the matter? I was thinking of sending you a set too.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He didn't hide it at all. Anyway, there is no property rights in this thing. You can give it to whoever you want.
Who? You silly boy. You are so confused. What's the use of giving it to me? Hurry up and give one to Murong Feng. Then.
Yu Qianruo immediately had a brilliant idea.
Huh? That seems to be the case. Then I'll go tomorrow. No. You go now.
Chapter 566 Resolving the Knot. After hearing what Yu Qianruo said, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Qianruo also regarded Murong Feng as so important. But if you think about it carefully, the great changes in Northern Zirwei Kingdom have almost all occurred under Murong Feng's single-handed governance. Although she did not admit that she was a military advisor of the Zirwei Kingdom, many of the regulations and measures promulgated by Yu Qianruo were also made by Murong Feng. In fact, Murong Feng's current role is equivalent to Duan Muqi's role in Lingyu Mountain. And even more important,
silly boy, if you want to regain Nan Zirwei Kingdom, you can't fight at all. You have to rely on military advisor Murong.
Yu Qianruo said, tapping Zhu Xiaobao's forehead.
Then what should I tell her? I don't know why she is angry.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very depressed. He had not treated Murong Feng badly. So why did he become like this after he came back?
Be honest and listen.
Yu Qianruo said 4 words. And then explained.
Being honest means telling her all your thoughts. Listening means understanding her true thoughts. Okay. I'll go first then.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and had no choice but to get on the carriage and rush back. It was already almost midnight. When we arrived at Murong Feng's residence, the place was heavily guarded. There are 3 lines of defense inside and outside. Not only are there 4 teams of patrolling guards, but the house is also densely covered with agencies. Because Murong Feng's martial arts is not very high, and she does not practice martial arts diligently. So she relies more on guards and agencies to ensure your safety. Although it was the middle of the night, the patrolling guards did not relax at all, and were still patrolling back and forth. Since Murong Feng came to Northern Zirwei country, he had been assassinated several times. It was because of the precautions he took that he had no danger. It also fully explains the importance of Murong Feng. When we arrived outside the house, we were immediately spotted by the patrolling guards. But once they saw Jumei, they did not interfere. Jumei used to live here, and there are probably not many people who don't know Jumei now. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao behind Jumei again, the guards were even more stunned. What kind of fuss was going on in the middle of the night?
Shoo! Don't make any noise. Just continue patrolling, and we'll go in by ourselves.
Zhu Xiaobao made a silent gesture and said with a smile, and then followed Jumei in, with Jumei leading the way. There was no threat from those traps. Jumei was familiar with the roads, so he made a detour to the inner courtyard. There was also a group of guards patrolling here, and they were sent away by Zhu Xiaobao. When they entered the yard, they found that Murong Feng was not sleeping, but was riding the green horse in the yard, circling slowly, as if sitting on the horse thinking about something.
Who?
When Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei were already close to him, Murong Feng was startled and shouted sternly. And then 3 crossbow arrows were fired. It turned out that she was carrying a sleeve crossbow with her for self-defense. Now that it appeared in front of her without any notification, of course she fired 3 crossbow arrows without hesitation. However, this unexpected attack did not pose any threat to Jumei. Jumei protected Zhu Xiaobao and turned around. 3 crossbow arrows were shot on her back,
and she was hit by the turtleback shield. Block it.
What a sharp hidden weapon.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but praise it. At a glance, he knew that it was written by Muchuani. It was not only small and exquisite, but also very lethal.
Huh? Is it you? What are you doing here so late? Let's talk about it tomorrow.
As soon as Murong Feng saw it was Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao, he said with a serious face.
No. Just like you. I won't be able to sleep unless the problem is solved.
Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile.
TSK! What's wrong with me? I'm just thinking about arranging troops.
When Murong Feng saw Zhu Xiaobao's look, he scolded him a little angrily.
Yes. I was also thinking about arranging the troops. We both thought of going together. Jiumei, go and get the gift I gave to the military advisor.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly and said, and then asked Jiumei went outside and brought in the gift box she had just prepared.
What gift? Didn't you already send it to me? Didn't I already accept this horse and that set of soft armor?
Murong Feng said angrily.
No. That set of soft armor is taken back. And I have prepared another gift for you that you need most. I guarantee you won't be able to put it down.
Zhu Xiaobao started shaking his head again.
Humph. Since you said you and I want to go together, then come with me.
Murong Feng still said coldly, and then took the lead to go to her study, where there was also a huge sand table. It turned out that Murong Feng, when Feng returns to his residence every day, he often demonstrates it on the sand table to see if his idea is reasonable. Of course, this sand table is also made by Mu Juni. In fact, here, besides Jiumei, Murong Feng's best friend is Mu Chunyi, because they are somewhat similar in that they don't like to practice martial arts. He likes to do research and calculations, but Mu Chunyi lives a simpler life than Murong Feng.
Tell me, King Chatos, where do you plan to start? How many troops will be divided into? How to distribute light and heavy weapons? How many troops are needed? Where is the weakest point of the opponent?
As soon as he entered the door, Murong started to attack like a barrage of attacks, saying Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. How could he be prepared for this?
The formation of troops is the business of military advisors. I won't interfere. But it's definitely not the right time yet. Murong Feng, if you have anything, you can tell me. We can be honest with each other. In fact, I have always been I treat you as one of my own. Now that you are like this, I am really worried. Why?
Zhu Xiaobao did not look at the sand table at this time, but just stared at Murong Feng and said sincerely,
Really? There's nothing wrong with me.
Murong Feng was a little afraid to look at Zhu Xiaobao at this time, lowering his head and losing the aggressive aura just now.
Yes, senior sister, if you don't want me to move out, then I'd better stay here.
Jiumei also came back with a gift box and followed behind, saying with some compromise. This is what Zhu Xiaobao asked her to say. Otherwise Jiumei's upright temperament would definitely not say anything against her will.
Yes. As long as you say it. I promise you anything.
Zhu Xiaobao said happily as soon as he saw the door was open, and then ordered the servants outside the door to prepare some food and drinks.
After traveling such a long way, I'm a little hungry too. Let's drink and chat. We won't talk about state affairs today, but our thoughts. Who wants to talk to you?
Murong Feng rolled his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, then took Jiumei's arm and sat down in the yard. Of course, a servant had already served the cup of tea. After drinking a few glasses of wine and opening up the conversation, Zhu Xiaobao gradually understood why Murong Feng was like this. It turned out that she was a little unsure of her position. From birth to now, she has been wandering around in Jialanga's tribe, because her mother is from Daxia. She is not welcome. Later, when he arrived at the eldest prince's place, he was reused but guarded at the same time. Later, when I went to the royal court, I was rejected by Princess Mou again. Only when she arrived at Zhu Xiaobao did she truly feel that she belonged. But yesterday Zhu Xiaobao brought back a gift from Prince Mohan, which made her hesitate again. She doesn't know where to go. I still have a good impression of Prince Mohan in my heart. And now she sees Jiumei inheriting the inheritance, which makes her a little disappointed. Although she has long known that Jiumei's talent is better than hers, she still has a fantasy in her heart, hoping that her bloodline will be inspired in the future. Inheritance. Then I saw that Jiumei had someone to belong to, but he was alone. I feel a little aggrieved.
Ha! In fact, home is where I feel at ease. No matter where you are, as long as you feel comfortable, that's fine. If you feel lonely, you can let Jiumei come back, or let Mu Chunyi live here, as long as she agrees.
Only then did Xiaobao finally understand why Murong Feng was angry. It turned out that he was somewhat disappointed and aggrieved. Now that I think about it, she is just a girl after all, not as strong and calm as she appears.
Well, okay. I still like to get along with Mu Chunyi the most. Jiumei should follow you. I know her temperament.
Merong Feng was finally a little happy.
Well, there's more. I don't want to interfere with Prince Emohan's affairs. You can make your own decision on this matter. I mean, this person is not that bad. But he is just starting to cheer up. You might as well wait and see. Don't you really cheer up? He is not worthy of you in his current condition.
Zhu Xiaobao reiterated his point of view again.
Yeah, I think so too. His performance in recent years has indeed been very disappointing.
Merong Feng also nodded. Indeed, Merong Feng still had another tangled matter. And that was the matter with Prince Emohan. Ever since she left, Prince Emohan had been very decadent and shut himself up. So this was also what disappointed Merong Feng. She didn't want Prince Emohan to end up like Prince Wen, who would end up very tragic.
Ha ha! Okay, we finally talked it out? How great! We are a family again! If you have anything to do in the future, just tell me, brother, and I will help you solve it.
Zhu Xiaobao, he started to smile triumphantly again.
Bah! I don't have such a brother who is younger than me.
Merong Feng suddenly scolded. She is 4 years older than Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, let's take the soft armor I gave you. This set of soft armor is indeed not suitable for you. I have prepared a big gift for you. I guarantee you will like it.
Zhu Xiaobao said while the iron was hot. That set of soft armor is too revealing. And it is only suitable for people with plump figures. It is really not suitable for a thin figure like Merong Feng. And she is a military advisor. So it is not very dignified to dress like this.
Take it!
Merong Feng didn't like this set of soft armor either. But she was curious about what Zhu Xiaobao gave her this time. When he opened it, it turned out to be a military book. Merong Feng was immediately attracted after reading the first few paragraphs. Like Duan Muqi, he was so fascinated by it that he even forgot that there were 2 people beside him.
You wrote this? It's so insightful.
Merong Feng looked at it for a while, and then raised his head and asked in surprise. In her eyes, this is more valuable than Zhu Xiaobao's inventions.
Anyway, it was installed in my head. Old man Duanmu is just like you. He can't put it down as soon as he sees it.
Zhu Xiaobao really admires his elder sister Yu Qinro now. She actually knows that Merong Feng's favorite is this military book.
You guys go back first. I'm going to study this military book all night long. It's so well written.
Unexpectedly, Merong Feng actually started to issue an order to expel guests.
Hey! 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 At least I can help you with your advice.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily.
No need. I'm afraid you still can't understand the essence of this. Only those who have truly experienced hundreds of battles can understand the essence of it. Many things are not mechanically applied.
Merong Feng still looked at the Book of War. His head, he said without raising his head.
Hack! You look down on me?
Me. Just as he was talking, the face of the giant beauty beside him changed. He spread his arms, and directly pulled Merong Feng and Zhu Xiaobao away. After being protected, there was a burst of intensive shooting. Dozens of steel nails were driven into Jumei's back. And Jumei's right arm was also shot by 2 steel needles.
Assassin?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately woke up, took out his kitchen knife, and flew out. However, as soon as he came out, he was hit by more than a dozen steel nails. At this time, it was too late to dodge. But Zhu Xiaobao's body flashed with blue light, slowing down the speed of the steel nails, but still hitting him. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have time to think too much and chased him out angrily. The people on the opposite side were also a little surprised. It was a sure thing. But Zhu Xiaobao was not seriously injured. What he didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao's movement skills were so fast. And he was already in front of him. What was even more unexpected was that a white tiger appeared behind Zhu Xiaobao. With Zhu Xiaobao's offensive, 2 tiger claws went straight towards each other. And there was a hot red light on these 2 tiger claws.
Puff! Puff!
2 palm prints appeared on the assassin's chest. And the clothes in these 2 places were burned. But the opponent was not seriously injured. He reacted quickly and took advantage of the opportunity to turn back. Got out. Just from this skill, you can tell that the opponent's martial arts is quite high. And he is already at the level of a martial master. At this time, Jumei also chased after her. She didn't bring her golden armor hammer with her. But it didn't matter anymore. She was just as powerful without the golden armor hammer. The opponent was not interested in fighting at all. After being hit twice by Zhu Xiaobao, he used his extremely high qigong and ran away. With his weird body skills, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't catch up with this assassin. At this time, the guards outside the door had just arrived.
No need to chase. This is Nandong Chishu, the most powerful assassin under Yu Shicheng. He rarely shows up. I didn't expect to show up here today.
Only then did Murong Feng come back to her senses. She was also so frightened that her face turned pale. She had just wanted to if she wasn't Yume. She would be a dead person now.
He is even more powerful than Imo Sang Xiao Jian. He can get as close as 30 steps to me.
Yume also said a little surprised. This man's ability to conceal his aura is comparable to that of his old apprentice. But the old apprentice has the cultivation level of a great venerable.
Junior sister, take a look at your arm. Nandong Chitu's steel nails are extremely poisonous.
Murong Feng shouted in panic.
Huh? It's okay.
Yume looked at the 2 steel nails on her arm, and then pulled them out. You could see black blood coming out of the wound. But after a while, it all turned into the normal bright red color. After a while, the bleeding will stop. It turns out that Yume has a special physique and is immune to all poisons. Similarly, most of the dozens of steel nails that attacked Zhu Xiaobao were nailed into the soft armor on his chest, while the 8 steel nails directly opposite the door were knocked away by Zhu Xiaobao's 2 palms. So Zhu Xiaobao is actually safe and sound. Collecting all the steel nails, there are exactly 72. This person must be Nandong 72. But Zhu Xiaobao and Yume were both in shock. Especially Zhu Xiaobao, who had considered Murong Feng's safety.
You should move to my place? With the old disciple here, at least no one dares to act recklessly.
No. It's because I'm in the yard today. Usually if I'm in the study or bedroom, there are traps. So it's not easy to get in. And the other party seems to be targeting you. The King of England, Chateaus.
Murong Feng said very confidently. Today because we were drinking and chatting and sitting in the yard, we gave the other party a chance to sneak attack. And the servants coming in and out also made the guards at the door slack off.
Oh. It seems that I was sitting in the carriage. But Yume was running with the carriage. So the other party had no chance to take action.
Zhu Xiaobao then remembered that the other party's target really seemed to be him. And just because the existence of Yume means there is no chance to take action, it seems that the other party should start following me along the way.
Understood? Now they have begun to panic and want to get rid of you. There are so many people defecting from Nanzirui Kingdom. And there are inevitably a lot of spies and assassins among them. This is what worries me the most recently. It's something.
Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said, it seems that without Yume by his side, Zhu Xiaobao's situation is really not reassuring.
Humph. When I destroy them, it will be over once and for all.
Nandong 72 hurriedly fled back to Nanzirui country. He did not need to take the sea route, but could pass through the mountain streams of the 2 countries. Although the 2 countries have deployed defenses in the mountain streams,
they are unable to detect the whereabouts of Nandong Chiji at all. His concealment skills may not even be matched by the Great Master. Returning to the forbidden area behind the palace, Nandong 72 bowed and saluted, and reported to Yu Shicheng.
Reporting to the second prince, I failed and couldn't kill Zhu Xiaobao, but I should have injured that Yume. I guess she should at least have to. An arm is broken. Failed? Do you think there are still capable people around Zhu Xiaobao?
Yu Shicheng asked with a slightly dissatisfied frown.
No. But his martial arts far exceeded my expectations. He actually activated the law and hit me twice. Moreover, his offensive also contains some fire attributes of the Suzaka clan, and his defense, but it bears the characteristics of the Xuanwu clan. How is this possible? It seems that it is necessary for me to meet this Zhu Xiaobao in person.
Chapter 567. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After returning from Murong Feng, Zhu Xiaobao began to strengthen his precautions. Now he has been paid more and more attention by his opponents and potential opponents. The corresponding risks are also increasing. Just like the old Fairweather Great Master, the higher his cultivation level, the more concealed his whereabouts are. Because his opponents are getting stronger and stronger. Zhu Xiaobao feels this way now. Murong Feng did not dare to be willful after experiencing this assassination. As the Northern Zirwei Kingdom became more and more powerful, people like Yuan Feng and Yu Shicheng are getting more and more crazy. Compared with the current strength of the 2 sides, Nanzirui Kingdom is still stronger. After all, it has a profound foundation. It won't be a problem for the North Purple Country to hold on securely. But it's still a bit hard to regain the South Purple Country. At this time, assassinating the opponent's most important person is undoubtedly the most effective method. From this point of view, Nanzirui Kingdom has shown a strong foundation. They have assassination masters, like Nandong Chishu, and many masters who have not shown up. The Northern Purple Rui Kingdom lacks such a trump card. Or there is no such master at all. Murong Feng's house immediately doubled its defense. And Yu Li was also arranged to stay with Murong Feng. With her here, it would be much safer. After all, Yu Li's current cultivation level has returned to martial master. And her combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Yu Qianruo in the palace has done a very good job in this regard. She has had experience in this area a long time ago. So her precautions have always been relatively strict. She also has several stand-ins. And those who usually sleep in the dormitory are not herself. Except for the great Yuan. No one knows where Yu Qianruo is hiding. In Prince Ying's mansion, Zhu Xiaobao has also stepped up his precautions. Of course, since there is an old apprentice here, he is relatively safe. Ju Mei never leaves. She has always been grudged against her. She thinks she can defeat the assassin. But the assassin won't fight her head on.
Oh, Ju Mei, that's the point of these assassins. No matter whether they succeed or not, they just want to hit with all their strength and then run away. These people are the most troublesome. So I still have to improve myself as soon as possible. In cultivation, it is often better to seek help from others than to ask for yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, the carefree days in the past seem to have gone away from him, replaced by increasing responsibilities and crises. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao took Ju Mei with him to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. This was what he had agreed with Zhu Rong, and he wanted to practice double cultivation again. Before setting off, Zhu Xiaobao had a double practice with Ju Mei. He wanted to try out his new ideas. So after finishing the double practice and sitting in the carriage, he was taking all the time to practice his mental skills. When they arrived at the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan, they did not expect that Ju Mei was already struggling 100 steps away from the entrance of the cave. It turned out that her divine beast bloodline had repulsed the remnant soul of the Suzaku in the inheritance place. Ju Mei can walk 100 steps, which is already very good. The old apprentice can only walk this far at most. So Ju Mei had no choice but to go back and start sitting cross-legged to practice the mental method. Because she had to protect the little treasures on the way here, and she hadn't had time to practice the mental method yet. When Zhu Xiaobao entered the inheritance place and saw Zhu Rong, the two of them had a clear understanding of each other. Needless to say, they immediately started practicing together. This time, it was obvious that Zhu Rong was extremely aggressive. It is possible to absorb more of the special effects of dual cultivation. Almost half of the effect is absorbed by Zhu Rong, which is also the highest in history. After 2 consecutive double cultivations, Zhu Xiaobao merged the attributes of the 2 divine beast bloodlines into his body. When he sat down to practice the mind method again, he felt that the 2 attributes were constantly being merged, and his room for improvement was constantly expanding. It seems that it can absorb and grow endlessly. But my cultivation level is too low, and I am unable to cope with it. Like a young eagle. The sea is vast, and the sky is high for him to fly. But he is not strong enough, and cannot fly high or far. With a clear whistle, Zhu Rong slowly opened her eyes, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little shyly. Because she had also eliminated a lot of dirt, and her mental skills had broken through to the 5th level. But unfortunately, Zhu Rong still failed to start the inheritance, which shows that her cultivation level still did not meet the requirements. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao is also practicing his mental skills with his eyes closed. Without knowing it, Zhu Rong then quickly went to take a bath, changed a new set of clothes, sat down and waited quietly for Zhu Xiaobao. By the time Zhu Xiaobao finished practicing, his mental skills had not been able to break through, and he was still at the 6th level of perfection. However, his fire and earth attributes had increased a lot, and the operation and cultivation of his mental skills had become smoother and more comfortable. Got it. This is the biggest gain. In order to prove their strength, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong both condensed the Dharma appearance and began to compete in the place of inheritance. At this time, the White Tiger Dharma appearance was able to launch an offensive with scorching flames, causing Zhu Xiaobao's the Tiger Claw is more threatening, and its lethality is greatly improved. Zhu Rong's Suzaku Dharma has also become much more solidified. But the gap in mental Dharma is still a bit big, so Zhu Xiaobao can easily defeat Zhu Rong. At the beginning, the Suzaku Dharma appearance in the place of inheritance did not take action. It was not until Zhu Rong could no longer hold on that it showed a huge Dharma appearance, merged with Zhu Rong's Suzaku Dharma appearance, and began to launch a counterattack. Zhu Xiaobao was beaten again and escaped from the place of inheritance. Zhu Rong behind him put away the Dharma sign and followed out with satisfaction. looking at Zhu Xiaobao's embarrassed appearance. He couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering.
Hee! What are you laughing at? Didn't you see that I am becoming more and more able to withstand beatings? Now that Suzaku Dharma Prime can no longer defeat me so easily.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled nonchalantly. In front of Zhu Rong and with a beautiful face, she changed into a new set of clothes without any scruples. On the contrary, both women were a little uncomfortable with it. But they were also surprised that Zhu Xiaobao's current figure was actually strong and toned, with no fat at all like that little fat guy back then. What's even more surprising is that his height is still growing, and is now close to 1.8 meters. Seeing the Dharma aspects of the two people competing, Jumei also wanted to condense the Xuanwu Dharma appearance and fight with them, but was stopped by Zhu Rong. The sudden appearance of another divine beast Dharma appearance would make the Suzaku Dharma appearance hostile. Yes, although he recognized the existence of Zhu Xiaobao now, he did not recognize Jumei.
Alas! It's a pity that my mental skills still haven't been able to break through to the 7th level,
Zhu Xiaobao said a little regretfully. Then he took the hands of the two of them and smiled.
Let's go! It's time for us to go back. This time is considered a success. The harvest has been huge. It's time to be content. Well, okay. It's time to go back. You go in front. I'll talk to Jumei.
Zhu Rong also said very gently. And then she held Jumei's hand to whisper something.
Hey! Is there anything I can't hear? You don't need me to avoid it. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao said a little dissatisfied.
Oh, you are walking in front,
Zhu Rong said a little coquettishly. That is to say, Zhu Rong would only occasionally show the coquettishness of a little woman when there was no one around. She was usually very elegant and solemn.
Sister Princess, you are so beautiful,
Jumei said a little uncomfortable. She had always regarded the Princess of England as aloof, noble and elegant, whom she admired very much. But she suddenly became like a sister relationship, which makes it difficult for Jumei to adapt.
Oh, I envy you. You have the highest talent. With you by Xiaoba's side, I feel more at ease,
Zhu Rong said with a gentle smile. Despite Jumei's decisive killing on the battlefield, she took action ruthless. But in normal times, she never bullies the weak and works very hard. So everyone likes her very much. Just as he said this, Jumei suddenly stood still and looked at a place not far away, fully alert. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong also discovered that three people were walking quickly towards the opposite side. And the leader turned out to be Zhu Xian. The two people behind her were even more surprising. One turned out to be His Royal Highness Yu Shichong from Nanzurui Kingdom, and the other was wearing a mask and dressed in black. But Jumei could immediately recognize him from the purple energy on his body. This person is Nangong Qiji. Unexpectedly, they would come to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. This was beyond Zhu Xiaobao's expectations. Even Zhu Rong didn't expect it. It turns out that Zhu Xian is a member of the Suzaku clan after all. Although she has turned her back on the Suzaku clan, she still has her own family. And the attitude of these people is not so determined. Seeing Zhu Xian come back, he showed a non-interference attitude, pretended not to know, and let Zhu Xian and others pass. They still have an illusion in their hearts that if one day Zhu Xian succeeds in cultivation and comes back to accept the inheritance, that is also possible. At present, the Suzaku inheritance has not been started. Yu Shichong and others also crossed over from the mountain stream. They were all martial masters. This obstacle would not trouble them, and they would not be discovered by the soldiers guarding them. The mountain stream between the two countries was dozens of miles long, so it's very convenient to find a suitable landing place. However, the three of them were very cautious when entering the northern Zirwick Kingdom. After all, once they were discovered, they would be besieged. Those female warriors were very powerful. Moreover, there are at least 2 great sages in northern Zirwick Kingdom. Therefore, with the help of spies stationed in Beizirui Kingdom, the three of them waited until dark before entering the Suzaku clan. With the indulgence of Zhu Xian's family members, they arrived at the Palace of Inheritance smoothly. But they could only ambush here, because going forward, except for Zhu Xian, Yu Shichong and Nangong Qiji would be in trouble.
Ha ha! Junior sister, I didn't expect that you are really talented and can cultivate your mind to the 5th level, but you really shouldn't come back. Wouldn't it be great to be your princess? We can also do it. Water does not interfere with rivers. When it comes to cultivation, you are always far behind. After all, you have been wasted these years.
When Zhu Xian saw Zhu Rong, she said a little sarcastically. But she was very jealous in her heart. This junior sister has been eye-catching since she was a child, and her beauty far exceeds hers. I thought that she would never come back after going to Dasha Kingdom. But she didn't expect that she would come back. And now it seems that her cultivation has improved very quickly.
Well, you don't need to worry about this. What do you want to do with bringing outsiders here this time?
Zhu Rong said lightly. Her temperament was elegant and completely different from Zhu Xian's. Standing there already made Zhu Xian feel a little ashamed.
Huh? Outsider? Isn't this Zhu Xiaobao an outsider? I'm here to kill him. Of course. If you don't know the truth, I don't mind getting rid of you too.
Zhu Xian said viciously. She's seeing Yu Shichang's eager eyes looking at Zhu Rong, which he had never seen before. He couldn't help but feel filled with jealousy and murderous intent.
Zhu Xiaobao, we meet again.
And we should put the grudge of the broken arm to rest.
Yu Shichang withdrew his eyes from Zhu Rong, then stared at Zhu Xiaobao and said bitterly. When his arm was chopped off by Zhu Xiaobao, it was always the greatest shame.
Oh, it has actually grown? Do you think you are a bitch? The scar has healed, and you have forgotten the pain. Now that your arm has grown, you want to get stabbed again? It's okay. I have this kitchen knife with me today.
Zhu Xiaobao, he said nonchalantly. But in fact, he was very wary in his heart. He could feel that Yu Shichang had made rapid progress in more than a year. And what was surprising was that his arm was fine at all. And today he dared to provoke. Which means that he was somewhat sure of it.
How reckless. Zhu Xiaobao. Today I will show you the power of the mind after you have cultivated it to the 7th level.
Yu Shichang shouted angrily. And then he did not give Zhu Xiaobao any chance to use this kitchen knife. And directly he condensed his own white tiger dharma. As soon as they saw the white tiger's dharma appearance, Zhu Xiaobao's heart sank. This guy had actually broken through to the 7th level. And the dharma appearance he had condensed was lifelike. And it was larger than the white tiger dharma appearance condensed by Zhu Xiaobao. Double. It turned out that although Yu Shichang's
4 phases of divine veins
was incomplete, he also found some ways to do it. After absorbing all the female warriors who had deceived him, he looked around for women with advanced cultivation skills, especially when he also found several women who had mutated and returned to their ancestors. They had the same physique as Yi Qihong, and they had restored the characteristics of the Lingyu tribe after a generation. Moreover, Yu Shichang adopts one-way tonic harvesting. This dual cultivation technique is very cruel. It only takes 2 times to drain the target of the tonic. But the effect is indeed very good. Therefore, Yu Shichang has also made rapid progress, and has now reached the 7th level. He has already tried to open the inheritance place, but he has not succeeded. As soon as Yu Shichang's dharma appearance came out, Zhu Xiaobao immediately condensed his own white tiger dharma appearance, which was much larger than the dharma appearance when he met Yu Shichang in the mountain stream. But compared to Yu Shichang's dharma appearance, it was still half smaller. Yu Shichang is a martial arts master with a 7th level of mind. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, has the cultivation level of a great martial artist, and has cultivated his mind to the 6th level of perfection. There is a big difference in every aspect. But Zhu Xiaobao is not very panicked. He wants to try whether the 2 attributes he has just merged can bring him extra bonuses. As for Zhu Rong and Zhu Xian, they also condensed the Suzaka Dharma and began to fight. Both of them were martial masters, and their mental skills had also reached the 5th level. But Zhu Xian has been in this realm for several years, and Zhu Rong has just advanced. So between the 2 of them, Sister Zhu Xining's Suzaka Dharma is more solid, and the flames she releases are hotter and sharper. As soon as they fought, Zhu Rong was at a disadvantage, trapped by Zhu Xian, and exhausted. As for Zhu Mei, she was staring closely at Nandong 72. She did not condense the Divine Turtle Dharma, because Nandong 72's movements were weird, and he did not fight her head-on. Instead, he was wandering around and dealing with Zhu Mei. The beating made Zhu Mei feel a little frustrated. 3 versus 3. They were at a disadvantage overall, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little depressed. He didn't expect that not bringing his old apprentice here today would be a huge mistake. It's very passive now. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao discovered at this time that the place chosen by Yu Shichang and the others was very good. The female warriors outside this place could not enter because their cultivation was not enough, and the Suzaka Dharma in the place of inheritance cannot reach here. Besides, the Suzaka Dharma appearance in the place of inheritance has no distinction between right and wrong. It only looks at the level of cultivation and talent. If Zhu Xian wins, it is very likely that the Suzaku Dharma appearance will be recognized by that Suzaku Dharma appearance. Zhu Rong was completely at a disadvantage. But Yu Shichang did not have the absolute upper hand, because Zhu Xiaobao's offensive actually contained fire attributes. And the two tiger claws turned out with red light. Each move was not only fierce and sharp, but also carried a flame. Although this flame, its power is not as powerful as that of Zhu Rong and Zhu Xian. But it is very difficult to be caught in the tiger's claws, which makes Yu Shichang a little uncomfortable, although he often sparred with Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian didn't have such strong and sharp tiger claws. After more than a dozen blows, Yu Shichang's clothes were burned in several places. Although he was not injured, he was very embarrassed. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao's defense ability is still very strong. He received 2 slaps, but was not seriously injured. This made Yu Shichang a little confused. But as time went by, Zhu Xiaobao's situation became worse and worse, and the flames in his palms became weaker and weaker, while Yu Shichang's offensive became stronger and stronger. After being promoted to the 7th level, the white tiger's largest change is that the tiger tail has doubled in length and can now be used as a soft whip, giving it 1 more attack point than Zhu Xiaobao. And his speed was faster than Zhu Xiaobao, forcing Zhu Xiaobao to be a little confused, dodging frequently due to his small size. In terms of endurance and explosive power, it can't compare to Yu Shichang's martial arts cultivation. At this time, the members of the Suzaku clan came over to watch from a distance, but they couldn't get close to hear, and the female warriors were jumping around in a hurry. Originally, several elders of the Suzaku clan could still get close to hear, but they were stopped by the Suzaku in the inheritance place. It was watching quietly in the inheritance place, and it didn't care about the right and wrong. It just takes seeing the results and talent. So invisibly it is maintaining the state of war between the two sides. Oh! No! If this continues, all 3 of us will probably die here. Zhu Xiaobao was a little anxious now, seeing that Zhu Rong, who was not far away, couldn't resist it, and that Zhu Xian was ruthless. At first glance, it was clear that he wanted to kill Zhu Rong. Zhu Xiaobao forcibly shot out a burst of flame, forcing Yu Shichang back, and then shouted loudly, "Both of you, come to me!" Zhu Mei raised her turtle back shield, and a flash of blue light blocked Zhu Xian's flames. She protected Zhu Rong and immediately arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's side. Chapter 568, One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. B. Zhu Xiaobao was the first to put away the Dharma. His energy and spirit were far inferior to those of Yu Shichang. This was due to their cultivation. Although the destructive power of condensing the Dharma to fight is huge, it also consumes a lot of energy and spirit. Now Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger Dharma appearance was somewhat illusory, so he had to take the lead in putting away the Dharma appearance. At this time, Nandong 72 also appeared. The 4 people had condensed their Dharma forms just now. Even with his martial arts cultivation, he could only avoid it as much as possible. Zhu Mei's super strong fighting power and keen senses also made him dare not rely on him. They were too close, and now the 3 of them stood together, already showing a situation of being surrounded. Only then did Nandong Qiji dare to show up. And at this time, Zhu Rong's Dharma images were also put away. Ha ha! Zhu Xiaobao, even if your bloodline is pure, but in the face of the real strength gap, it is all in vain. You must die today. Yu Shichang also put away the Dharma, and Zhu Xiaobao's performance surprised him. Can you persist for such a long time? And Zhu Xiaobao's progress is too fast. How many years has it been? He has already cultivated his mental skills to the 6th level. Thinking about Zhu Xiaobao's age, this is too scary for Yu Shichang. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he came in time this time. Otherwise, given time, it would be a matter of time before Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level surpassed his own. So he waved his hand, and the 3 of them formed a siege, surrounding Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Huh? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Your Taoism is not qualified enough. Zhu Xiaobao put away the Dharma sign, took the opportunity to recover and adjust, looked at the 3 people who were slowly surrounding him, and said lightly. Then Zhu Xiaobao exchanged glances with Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. The 3 of them understood each other and immediately knew what to do. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobao and the others changed their fighting methods. They all used the footwork of the Yuanong sword. And this time, Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, and Zhu Mei used this weird footwork at the same time. This is equivalent to 2 Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagrams. And Zhu Xiaobao is moving around Zhu Rong. And at the same time,
Jumei is walking around Zhu Xiaobao along the other Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram in the outermost circle. Sure enough, Yu Shichang was quite afraid of this weird footwork. Zhu Xiaobao relied on this weird footwork to cut off his own arm. He still remembers it fresh. Therefore, he was on guard against this kind of footwork and had thought of many countermeasures. But he could never figure out the rules of this kind of footwork. Now it suddenly turned into two more complicated Yin and Yang Tai Chi diagrams, which made Yu Shichang feel even more dazzled. He could only watch Zhu Xiaobao's whereabouts cautiously, because among the three people, Zhu Xiaobao is still the main one. And now Zhu Rong is in the middle, which is the safest and has a small range of relative movement. Among the three of them, even though Zhu Rong is already at the level of martial lord, the combat effectiveness of the Suzuka clan is enhanced by the fire attribute. There is no advantage in purely fighting alone. They must rely on the Suzuka sword in their hands to enhance their combat effectiveness, because the fire attribute sword light released by the Suzuka sword can greatly increase its power. Jumei, on the other hand, is wandering around Zhu Xiaobao. In comparison, Jumei has the largest range of movement, and Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao's cooperation on the Yuanong sword is not very tacit, far less than that of Zhu Rong and Zhu Rong. Wu Yu. This is also a big hidden danger, but with the presence of Jumei, she also blocked most of the attacks. Her turtle back shield has super strong defensive capabilities. This makes Yu Shichang and others a little helpless. Why is this female men's defense so abnormal? Now Yu Shichang and the others also have a clear idea. They avoid Jumei, let Zhu Rong go, and mainly attack Zhu Xiaobao. And as they gradually got used to this weird footwork, Zhu Xiaobao's pressure became more and more intense. What's terrible is that Nangong Qiji can get through the gap between him and Jumei and fire steel needles at him. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very uncomfortable. This guy's movement is very flexible. The knife didn't even touch a corner of his clothes. Of course, Nandong 72 was also very frustrated. Every time he got inside, he had to face huge risks. The giant beauty's reaction was too fast, and the golden armor hammer combined with the turtle's back shield had a huge damage area, making it difficult for him to avoid. Originally, you only need to move one step away to dodge. But when you encounter Jumei, you have to move 3 steps away to dodge the fatal blow. Although Zhu Xiaobao is under a lot of pressure, he is already much better than before. After all, he can now deal with Yu Shichang and the others. He is waiting for the opportunity to use his Nirvana. As long as one hit is successful, the opponent's siege will be resolved. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao waited for the perfect opportunity to use his Nirvana. He suddenly became energetic, shouted loudly, stepped into the fish eye of the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, and slashed out with a kitchen knife in his hand. But at this time, a shocking accident happened. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was about to perform his special move, Zhu Xi and Suzuka Dharma suddenly appeared, and as a ball of flames was generated, Zhu Xiaobao was thrown into the dragon's claws. In flames. Everyone was stunned. And then Yu Shichang was overjoyed. This was the manifestation of Zhu Xian's mental skills breaking through to the 6th level during the battle. This kind of flame group that can be formed alone is the symbol of the 6th level of mental skills. Zhu Rong, you can't cast this kind of flame ball. This flame pattern can exist alone for a moment, but in just a short period of time, it can change the situation of the battle. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately trapped in the flame ball, and the opponents in front of him could not see clearly. The most terrible thing was that Jumei could not see Zhu Xiaobao in the flame ball, but relying on the trajectory just now, Zhu Xiaobao's sword has already struck out, and Yu Shichang still couldn't dodge it. However, Zhu Xiaobao's sword was obviously influenced by Zhu Xian, and it was a little deflected. Yu Shichang, he twisted his body forcefully, and his left arm was scratched by the blade of the knife. But it failed to cut off, and it only opened a wound deep enough to show the bone. But Yu Shichang's other tiger claw also hit Zhu Xiaobao's chest hard, and immediately there was the sound of bones breaking. Nandong 72 also seized the opportunity and hit Zhu Xiaobao's chest with all 72 steel nails. Zhu Xiaobao groaned in pain, flew backwards, and landed at Zhu Rong's feet. But at this time, Jumei was really anxious, and used her magic form in surprise and anger. The huge basalt turtle appeared in front of everyone. It protected Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong under its body. The green light on its back was shining, and the inscriptions on the turtle's back were flowing, blocking all the subsequent attacks. Next, Yu Shichang was also a little stunned. This was even more surprising to him than Zhu Xian being promoted to the 6th level. Unexpectedly, The basalt turtle form from the beautiful sister Ning turned out to be so huge, twice as big as his white tiger form. But at this time, Yu Shichang had no time to think too much. He immediately condensed the white tiger Dharma image, and a pair of tiger claws attacked the turtle Dharma image with all its strength. Boom! With a huge and dull sound, the huge and beautiful Xuanwu Dharma appearance was hit hard. It staggered and then managed to stand firm again. The Xuanwu divine turtle also showed some signs of being injured. Wherever the two bearded men were, the Dharma appearance was both it became illusory and dim, and it took a while before it regained its solidity. Hundreds of flame attacks followed Zhu Xian. But the divine turtle Dharma didn't seem to care much about Zhu Xian's flame attack, and the golden armor hammer penetrated these flames and directly scattered Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian looked at the divine turtle in fear. She did not expect Yumei's defense and attack to be so huge. With just one hammer, her own Dharma image was shattered. Yu Shichang also recovered his true form. His face turned a little pale. The all-out attack just now consumed him a lot. But he didn't expect to be defeated by this turtle. But Yu Shichang said to Zhu Xian fiercely, "Come again! It is also injured. We cannot give it a chance to breathe. We must work together to kill them." "Yes, yes." Zhu Xian gritted her teeth and persisted. She had just been promoted to the 6th level, and her aura was extremely unstable. But now she couldn't care less. She must not let go of this opportunity, as long as this magical turtle was eliminated. With the defense, both Xiaobao and Zhu Rong will definitely die. This risk is definitely worth taking. Zhu Mei also stared at Yu Shichang closely. She felt that the other party's Dharma was indeed very powerful. She had been severely injured just now. Now she was just holding on with a strong force. But she knew that she could not hold on for long. The Dharma image will dissipate. What she has to do is, while the Dharma image of the turtle has not dissipated, fly out the golden armor hammer and kill him with one blow. Zhu Rong was holding Zhu Xiaobao a little sluggishly at this time. She no longer had the slightest will to fight, and her face was full of tears, because she could not feel Zhu Xiaobao's heartbeat and no breathing. She suddenly felt that everything was lost. I don't care about the next strangulation at all. At this time, Yu Shichang's white tiger Dharma appearance and Zhu Xian's vermilion bird Dharma appearance were condensed again, and they were huge and dazzling. They mobilized all their energy and spirit to display the most powerful Dharma appearance. It was necessary to succeed in one blow. The tribesmen and elders, who were watching the battle on the periphery, were shocked and angry, and wanted to rush in for rescue. The female warriors also joined forces to rush in. But what made them despair was that they were defeated within a few steps. The powerful aura of the land has returned, and Yu Shichang's white tiger Dharma appearance already has two huge tiger claws with a white light, shooting fiercely and sharply towards the divine turtle Dharma appearance. Immediately, thousands of red flames followed closely and attacked the divine turtle Dharma Prime Minister. At this moment, from inside the place of inheritance, the Suzaku Dharma appearance suddenly appeared, covered in a red light that covered the sky and the sun. The surrounding temperature was rising sharply, and a huge red wind blew from the place of inheritance, spread across the ground. It turned out that neither the White Tiger Faxiang nor the Suzaku Faxiang could continue their offensive. The two Faxiangs were forced back hundreds of steps before they stopped, and those members of the Suzaku clan and female warriors were thrown directly to a place 300 steps away. And then they got up in embarrassment. Many of them were injured, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian also stood up again in horror. Their Dharma signs were blown away, and they could still feel the murderous intention of the Suzaku Dharma sign in the inheritance place. But now they were outside the scope of the inheritance place. It just can't be chased out. It turned out that the remnant soul of Suzaku in the place of inheritance was originally surprised that Zhu Xian could break through the mental skills in the battle. But when he saw the flame ball displayed by Zhu Xian, he immediately became angry, because the power of this kind of flame has not increased much. According to convention, it should be able to increase the temperature and penetration by at least 30%. However, the flame mass displayed by Zhu Xian can only be said to be similar in appearance. This shows that Zhu Xian's cultivation method is evil and crooked, which leads to this situation. This is not the successor that the Suzaku Divine Beast needs. It turns out that in order to quickly improve her cultivation, Zhu Xian also adopted the same method of single supplementation as Yu Shichang. Not only did she dual cultivate with Yu Shichang, she also dual cultivated with Yu Huafeng. They had no taboos about ethics and so on. Not only that, because she couldn't give more cultivation effects from Yu Shichang, Zhu Xian also went out to find targets for her tonic. As long as her cultivation level was that of a great martial artist, she could collect tonics. So she secretly harmed him. Many warriors. And Yu Shichang didn't interfere with her evil deeds at all. For Yu Shichang, what he needed was a thug who could help him quickly improve his cultivation. The rest was not important. Therefore, the flames that Zhu Xian is now displaying make the Suzaka Dharma very angry. This is definitely not the mentality of the Suzaka clan. It has already brought a third degree of evil. That's why the Suzaka Dharma Prime took action in anger and drove away Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian. If it hadn't been able to leave the place of inheritance, it would have come out to clean up the family on its own. Of course, there is another reason. That is, the huge and beautiful Xuanwu Dharma also made it feel a little threatened. So it took action to drive away these people.
What should I do? Your Highness!
Zhu Xian's face was pale at this time. Her energy and blood were surging. And she was very uncomfortable. She had just broken through to the 6th level. And before it was consolidated, she was using her spells vigorously. So she was already a little unstable, and was about to die. I can't hold on any longer.
Forget it. This Suzaka Dharma is too powerful. Even if I inherit the heritage of the White Tiger clan, I am no match for it. This time Zhu Xiaobao should be almost done. Nandong, are you sure the poison on your steel nails is there no antidote?
Yu Shichang also asked a little unwillingly.
Don't worry, Your Highness. No one who has been poisoned by my steel nails will survive. Even if he takes my antidote, his martial arts will be completely useless. What's more, all 72 of my steel nails hit him. With the circulation of qi and blood in his chest, he will definitely not survive.
Nandong Qiji said very confidently.
Okay, let's go too. I didn't expect that with such a huge advantage. I was still stabbed by Zhu Xiaobao. It's just a pity that I couldn't take the knife away.
Yu Shichang held his injured left arm, and said very a little reluctantly. I looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who was 100 steps away, lying there, with a kitchen knife lying quietly next to him. But Yu Shichang and the others ignored one problem. That is, although the huge and beautiful divine turtle image was blown away, Zhu Xiaobao and the other 3 were not thrown out, and were still lying there. It turns out that the strong wind, just now, was indeed unable to shake Jumei's divine turtle Dharma appearance, because its defensive ability was too strong. But later this Suzaka Dharma appearance was able to throw Jumei and the others out of the inheritance place. But this Suzaka Dharma appearance sends the fire attribute of the Suzaka clan and the earth attribute of the Xuanwu clan from Zhu Xiaobao. This is a state where you have achieved some success in cultivating them.
4 phases divine veins.
Therefore, this Suzaka Dharma appearance no longer rejects Jumei and the others, but observes in the place of inheritance. Seeing Zhu Rong's sincere concern for Zhu Xiaobao, the Suzaka Dharma image focused its attention on Zhu Rong. Because although Zhu Rong's cultivation level was not as good as Zhu Xian's, she practiced extremely formally, and the progress is very fast. What's more important is that Zhu Rong's bloodline qualifications are better than Zhu Xian. But how could Zhu Rong know these things at this time? She was just holding Zhu Xiaobao sadly. She was a little at a loss. And the Jumei next to her was crying loudly, which made her even more flustered. Without Zhu Xiaobao, she didn't know how she could live. Jumei's crying made Zhu Rong calm down. After seeing Yu Shichang and the others leaving hesitantly, Zhu Rong immediately stopped crying. She was very sad at first, but later she did it deliberately to show Yu Shichang. Yes, she was still the wise princess after all. She must not let Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian have any doubts.
Jumei, come and help me carry Xiaobao to that cave. This is the safest place now. Yu Shichang and the others can't get in here,
Zhu Rong said calmly. After carrying Zhu Xiaobao to the cave, several elders of the clan also sent a lot of cotton wool, bedding, and necessary daily necessities. Although they didn't know what Zhu Rong was going to do now, they all consciously stood on Zhu Rong's side. Because Zhu Xian will definitely not be able to inherit it.
You all go out. If anything happens, I will come to you. Tell those female warriors to keep silent for the time being. Just stay where you are,
Zhu Rong said calmly. After all the elders left, Jumei asked with a sad face.
Sister Princess, what should I do now? If Xiaohu dies, I will not live either. Shut up, Jumei. He is the chosen one. He can't die so easily. You suck out the steel needle from his chest first.
Zhu Rong gave Jumei a warm and angry look, and then said calmly,
Oh, I'll help him suck it out right now.
Jumei doesn't care about poison at all. As long as she can save Zhu Xiaobao, she is willing to do anything. Not to mention, only Jumei can do this. Because the steel needles washed out are all blue, and the blood flowing out from the needle holes is pitch black. Even if ordinary people are contaminated with this kind of poison, they will poison to death. But Jumei didn't do anything. Not only did she wash out all 72 steel needles, she also sucked out the venom inside through the needle holes. Finally, a smile appeared on Zhu Rong's face, and Zhu Xiaobao's face began to turn rosy. There is also a faint breath in the nostrils.
Jumei, please continue. He is not dead. He is really the chosen one. He will not die.
Zhu Rong could not hide her excitement at this time, so she grabbed Jumei and shouted repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Jumei was in an even more anxious mood. She opened her arm and poured her own blood into Zhu Xiaobao's mouth. Chapter 569, Bluffing A. Although Zhu Rong didn't think Jumei's method had any special effects, she was moved by Jumei's method. She really only lived for Zhu Xiaobao and didn't care about anything else. When it was confirmed that the poison in Zhu Xiaobao's body had been removed, and that although Zhu Xiaobao's breath was still very weak, it was already very stable, this made both women feel more relieved. At this time, Zhu Rong immediately thought of the most critical issue. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise it will inevitably cause instability in the hearts of the people in the Zirwick Kingdom. Although Yu Qianrou is the emperor, everyone knows in their hearts that the actual impact, the biggest one, is Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Rong immediately asked her tribe to put Zhu Xian's family under house arrest, and then sent people to pick up Murong Feng overnight. When such a big thing happens, of course there must be a plan to deal with it. The female warriors who followed Zhu Xiaobao here did not go back, but were stationed here. At midnight, Murong Feng and his old apprentice quietly came to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. It could be seen that the old apprentice was also impatient, but Murong Feng was more calm.
Huh? The pulse is stable, and the heartbeat is strong. It doesn't look like a serious injury?
As soon as the old apprentice saw Zhu Xiaobao, he took his hand and tried it, and then said a little surprised,
"A strong heartbeat?"
Even Zhu Rong was a little surprised. She had been busy dealing with trivial matters in the clan for the past few hours. Zhu Xian's sudden return this time also made many clan members show their stance. So Zhu Rong immediately dealt with these matters. Many people were reemployed by her, and some were placed under house arrest by her. So she didn't notice Zhu Xiaobao's condition in the past few hours. Now when she heard what her old apprentice said, she immediately stepped forward and tried. Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao's breath had returned to normal, and his heartbeat was strong.
Then why hasn't Xiao woke up yet?
Jumei still shouted dissatisfied.
I'm afraid there are still internal injuries. It will take a certain amount of time to wake up. This is normal.
The old apprentice was also a little confused. According to this state, he should have woken up long ago.
It should be fine. He is the chosen one. His talent and purity of blood exceed anyone else. He will definitely be fine.
Murong Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately thought about how to deal with this kind of situation now. Condition.
Commander Murong, please move. I think there are some things that we must prepare for immediately.
Zhu Rong whispered to Murong Feng, but her eyes were a little evasive. Murong Feng and Zhu Mei had brought about the dual cultivation between her and Zhu Xiaobao in the first place. It was still very embarrassing to say that it was almost like being raped. So Zhu Rong tried her best to avoid Murong Feng. Even now, she is still blushing and heart-beating.
Well, Madam Princess, please speak,
Murong Feng said calmly. In fact, she also knew Zhu Rong's embarrassing mentality, and she was a little funny in her heart. But she never showed it on her face. She still admired Zhu Rong very much. Her dignified and elegant temperament sometimes made Murong Feng a little envious.
I think, now that Xiaobao has not woken up, you must take precautions and be prepared for everything. Now Nanzarui country is watching our reaction. I hope we can start a chaotic situation from within. So this paragraph time depends on you. Moreover, your safety must be strengthened.
Although Zhu Rong was a little embarrassed, she was still very thoughtful and had thought of the possible consequences.
I have thought of this too. I will handle this matter, and I will never allow chaos in the fiefdom.
Murong Feng also nodded. Zhu Rong's thoughts coincided with hers, which made her dissatisfied with this princess. Madame pays more attention to it. It is indeed not easy to be calm in the face of danger, and to think so far.
Well, you can take Jumei back. Normal warriors here can't come in, so it's still very safe. Also, let the venerable Lord of Wine and me go there too. I guess there will be assassinations against you. With the presence of Lord of Wine and Meat Venerable, it will be much safer.
Zhu Rong looked at Jume and the Fairweather Venerable again and said,
Okay, I really need them there. Let's rush back overnight and start deploying immediately.
Murong Feng also said decisively, although Jume didn't want to leave. She still absolutely believed Murong Feng's words. And the next assassination target was most likely to be Murong Feng, which Jume couldn't tolerate. Sure enough, news of Zhu Xiubao's murder began to spread the next day. And there are many versions. It can be seen that Nan Ziruigwa has also done enough in this regard, and is not willing to involve Yu Shicheng. So various versions have appeared. Murong Feng's methods were also very quick. Zhu Xiubao's cultivation has advanced rapidly, and the news that he is practicing in seclusion has been spread out immediately. Most people are more willing to believe that Zhu Xiaobao is practicing in seclusion. Murong Feng also took the opportunity to eliminate several hidden strongholds of the southern Purple Rui Kingdom here. As Zhu Rong expected, assassinations against Murong Feng also followed one after another. But none of them were extremely skilled. 3 consecutive batches of assassins were easily killed by Jume. Yuli also captured one alive. But she didn't get any useful confession. The assassin only knew the mission, not the mastermind behind it. But after 5 days, Zhu Xiaobao still didn't wake up. This made the old disciple a little worried. He had to ask the great Venerable Wu Wei for advice. The whereabouts of the great Venerable Wu Wei were mysterious. After Zhu Xiubao's accident, he showed up again. The 2 great sages actually came to see Zhu Xiaobao together. The great Venerable Wu Wei was also sure that there was nothing wrong with Zhu Xiaobao. But why he hadn't woken up yet made him scratch his head a little.
Is it because he wants to enter
level? No. This is too fast. It's simply impossible. Advancing again? Impossible. The speed is too fast. Which is not a good thing.
The old apprentice also quickly shook his head. The biggest drawback of advancing too fast is that it is not stable enough, which will be detrimental to future cultivation. It will have a huge impact.
Well, let's do this. If he still doesn't wake up on the 7th day, I will use my inner strength to forcefully wake him up.
The great master Wu Wei nodded and prepared for the worst. Because this kind of forced activation by internal force will damage the meridians of Zhu Xiaobao. In Nanzi Rui Kingdom, Yu Shicheng was in a pretty good mood. Even today, he was not busy practicing. Instead, he was drinking with Yuan Feng. There were a group of dancers singing and dancing below to add to the fun. Zhu Xian beside him had just come out of seclusion. In order to consolidate her newly promoted cultivation, she practiced in seclusion after returning. And now she is finally stabilized. Seeing that her appearance has become more delicate and delicate, Zhu Xian is also very happy. But she is also a little regretful. That is, she is still not as good as Zhu Rong, or even far behind. But Yu Shicheng was already very satisfied. He reached out one hand unscrupulously to Zhu Xian's lapel, and said with a smile,
"Ha ha ha. Beizuri Kingdom is just bluffing now. What kind of seclusion and cultivation will last forever?
I can't even get out of the barrier. Ha ha. What Yu said is that this time, he unexpectedly penetrated into the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan and killed all the little treasures. It is indeed very exciting. But now there is Murong Feng. It is best to get rid of him too. Get rid of it to avoid future troubles."
Although Yu Shiren was the emperor of Nanzirwei Kingdom, he said to his brother with a smile and flattery, "There is no way. The emperor Yu Shicheng didn't want to do it, so he left it to him. He is more like the steward of Nanzirwei Kingdom. He can't make the decision on many things by himself."
"TSK! Boss, you are so out of character. You sent out 3 batches of killers even though you knew it was the time of greatest security. What now? None of them have come back." "Right. I tell you, as long as I am here, you can rest assured. You're Xiaoyao Emperor. That Murong Feng can still make trouble without Zhu Xiaobao as her backbone. It won't be long before I open the inheritance land. Won't it be easy to regain the northern Zirwei Kingdom?"
Yu Shicheng snorted with disdain. He has no respect for this eldest brother. He has been the center of the family since childhood, and there is no place for this eldest brother at all, now that he can sit on the emperor's throne. Yu Shicheng also thinks that it is his charity that is given to Yu Shiren.
Yes. But I just don't worry. The North Zirwei Kingdom is developing too fast now. Moreover, Zhu Xiubao's death has angered them. Will they send troops to take revenge at all costs?
In fact, Yu Shiren is most worried. What's more, Zhu Xiaobao is not dead. He has a hunch that Yu Shicheng's natural nemesis is Zhu Xiaobao. although he also thought that Zhu Xiaobao was dead. He believed that Zhu Xiaobao was practicing in seclusion, once out of quarantine. Wouldn't it be a disaster? But seeing Yu Shicheng's confident look, he didn't dare to express this intuition.
Ha ha ha. Shuren, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Right. That Murong Feng only recognized Zhu Xiaobao and was not considered a military advisor of the Zirui Kingdom. Now that Zhu Xiaobao is dead, she will no longer be considered a military advisor. Even Yu Qian, even if Ro wants to use her, she won't be willing. Maybe it's possible to defect to us in a few days.
Yuan Feng, who was rare today, did not reprimand Yu Shiren, but laughed and laughed.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yu Shiren didn't dare to say any more. This had already given him a lot of face. Usually, he was not qualified to participate in this kind of banquet. But today was an exception, because the next steps to rectify the Zirui Kingdom and regain the northern Zirui Kingdom have to be handled by him. Coming out of the forbidden area, Yu Xian cursed bitterly in his heart.
Bah! What the H.L.? The three of them are all higher in cultivation than others. And they came back with injuries. And they still have the nerve to brag about it. Damn it.
You don't even think about it. I take it seriously. If Zhu Xiaobao is really not dead, I will be the first one to surrender. This emperor, I will quit.
Back in the harem, Yu Shiren was even more annoyed because Yu Shicheng generously sent 2 half-dead female warriors. Because now that Zhu Xian's cultivation level had improved again, he no longer needed these female warriors. He was almost sucked into being hacked. And now he was rewarded to Yu Xian. What made him even more annoyed was that this was the third skill. Because Yuan Feng also used it to practice several times, but felt that it had no effect. So he threw it to Yu Shiren.
Ah.
Bah!
Let me eat your leftovers. I would rather stop practicing.
Yu Shiren cursed in anger, and then shouted fiercely. Come here.
Throw these 2 half-dead women to me. Go to the kennel to feed the dog. Etc. Forget it. Let's find a place to keep it first.
Although he was very dissatisfied, Yu Shiren still did not dare to feed the 2 female soldiers to the dogs. If Yu Shicheng and Yuan Feng found out, wouldn't it mean that he did not know how to appreciate it? However, Yu Shiren did not intend to use these 2 female warriors for dual cultivation, because they were already badly damaged. Without explanation, it would be impossible to tell that these 2 were actually famous female warriors. Just 2 wizened old women. Jiumei and Yuli came back from outside at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled.
Jiumei asked, "How many did you kill?" "I didn't leave anyone behind. There were 17 people in total, and none of them ran away." "Haha. Then I'm not as fast as you. I killed 6 and brought back 3 alive, so I can find more lurking strongholds,"
Yuli said with a smile. It turned out that according to Murong Feng's arrangement, the 2 of them went to pick up a lurking point here from the southern Purple Ray Kingdom. It's just that Yuli is more thoughtful than Jiumei, and she even brought back 3 alive.
Very good. I didn't expect that this time by spreading these rumors, we could find out so many lurking points. It seems that Yu Shiren has spent a lot of energy, but I heard that Yu Shiren is not favored by Yuan Feng, and is often full of complaints.
Murong Feng looked at Yuli approvingly, and then said with a smile,
"Oh, what does the military counselor mean?"
Yuli's heart moved after hearing this. This Murong military counselor was something she admired very much. It was Murong Feng who conquered these black SHL pirates, and Yuli was completely defeated at the beginning.
Victory in 100 battles is not a good thing. Subduing the enemy's army without fighting is a good thing.
Murong Feng said a little enigmatically. This is because she has been studying
Sun Tzu's Art of War
recently, and it has reached the level of obsession. Many times I just open my mouth and come.
What do you mean?
Yuli asked a little dull.
Oh, I will tell you when I have the opportunity. This will only be possible after Xiaobao comes back.
Murong Feng said a little worried. Because it has been almost 7 days, and Zhu Xiaobao still hasn't woken up. Not only Murong Feng, but also the great Master Wu Wei and his old disciple were a little out of breath at this time. It had been 7 days. Zhu Xiaobao still had no reaction, but all the physical signs on his body were completely normal. This was so strange.
Lao Jiao, let's go take a look. Shall we? Don't let any accidents happen.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said a little uneasily. He now wondered if Zhu Xiaobao would be beaten into a fool again. He has had this experience before, which means he has the root cause of the disease.
Could it be that he was beaten into a fool again?
The old apprentice was more straightforward and raised his doubts. because he had seen such a thing before. And he was beaten into a fool. And he was in good health. The martial arts is still there. But I just don't understand anything.
That's what you said. I didn't say that.
Master Wu Wei said seriously.
Even if he becomes a fool again, I will not abandon him.
The old apprentice said firmly. Even the great Master Wu Wei was a little moved. This strange master and disciple really have feelings for each other. Both of them hurried on in silence, because they were a little uneasy in their hearts. They had placed too much hope on Zhu Xiaobao. It is not a problem for the two of them to enter the realm of the Suzaku clan. Even entering the cave where Zhu Xiaobao is currently staying is no problem. At most,
it can only hinder the realm below Wuzun. There is no hindrance to them. But before reaching the cave, I saw a strong white light suddenly burst out from the cave, followed by a loud noise, as if the entire cave had been exploded, and rubble collapsed everywhere, exuding a halo with a radius of hundreds of meters. A terrifying momentum rose into the sky, and a figure flew out, flying towards the old apprentice. The old apprentice cautiously clapped his right hand to remove the momentum, and then he saw clearly that it was Zhu Rong. She was also in shock at this time, and she never expected that she would be thrown out by a huge force. If the old apprentice hadn't released this huge force, she would still be flying forward some distance.
What's going on?
Master Wu Wei didn't have time to see Zhu Rong's injuries, and asked in fear. Even he felt that this aura was terrifying. If it had been him, he would have been thrown out too.
I don't know. I was thrown out without any warning. Oh, Xiaobao. Xiaobao is still inside.
Zhu Rong was still a little shocked. She had fallen asleep next to Zhu Xiaobao just now. Who knew it would happen in the middle of the night? Suddenly something terrible happened. She is even more worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety now.
Don't worry. I'm afraid this kid is responsible for such a big noise.
Master Wu Wei suddenly said with anticipation in his heart.
Is it true that he has advanced as you said?
The old disciple immediately understood what Master Wu Wei meant and asked in surprise and joy.
Shu, don't talk. We just watch.
Looking at the cave that was bombed into ruins, the white light gradually converged. But when it converged to about 1 foot, it no longer converged. There was a person sitting cross-legged among them, and those white lights seemed to be emanating from his body. On his back, a purple tiger head appeared, and there was a purple gold king pattern on his forehead, with gilt inscriptions flowing slowly on it. It was Zhu Xiaobao who had been sleeping unconsciously. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao didn't seem to know what was happening around him. He just closed his eyes tightly, as if he hadn't really completed the advancement yet. But the white halo around him began to gradually twist and change, and slowly condensed into a little white tiger. This little white tiger was also slowly growing. Zhu Rong nervously grabbed her old apprentice's hand and bit her lips. She was afraid that she could not control her voice and affect Zhu Xiaobao. The old apprentice's hands were also trembling slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful advancement scene. This momentum is even more amazing than when he was promoted to Great Martial Lord. At this time, the Suzaku Dharma appearance in the Palace of Inheritance also appeared. It was also looking at Zhu Xiaobao vigilantly. But it did not launch an attack, because it feels that the power contained in this white light can destroy its appearance. Chapter 570, Bluffing B. At this time, almost all the people from the Suzaku clan came out and watched from a distance. Their expressions were both envious and a little regretful. They were envious that Zhu Xiaobao could be promoted to the 7th level of the mental method. Unfortunately, Suzaku, it has been 200 years since there was a clan member who could cultivate their mental skills to the 7th level. Jume was filled with joy at this time. But she also asked anxiously,
Is this a breakthrough for Xiao? How long will it take? I'm so nervous. Ha ha. The 4 major divine vein heart techniques are divided into 9 levels. Starting from the 7th level, they are high-level mental techniques. It is very different from the 6th level, so it is not so easy to advance successfully. And even if it is advanced, success requires a consolidation period of at least 7749 days.
Great Venerable Wu Wei has always been kind to Jume, and answers almost all questions. Because Jume's talent is so good, Wu Wei the Great Venerable One also appreciates the beauty very much. The old apprentice also murmured to himself,
You know this master well? When I was this age, I didn't have half of the achievements of master.
Even the Suzaku Dharma appearance restrained its hostility, and looked at these little treasures quietly. Zhu Xiaobao is considered an acquaintance here. The elders of the Suzaku clan knew about his relationship with Zhu Rong. Not to mention the Suzaku Dharma appearance. Close. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao is still successful in cultivation, and has integrated part of the fire attribute and earth attribute. This is a sign of small achievements in the cultivation of
4 phases of divine veins.
Therefore, this Suzaku Dharma appearance does not reject the little treasures now. It also hopes that the little treasures can help Ju Rong improve her cultivation level quickly.
Ha ha! This little guy is not very diligent in other things, but he is very diligent in cultivating the 4 phases of divine veins.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said with a teasing smile. This made Ju Rong next to her a little embarrassed. Isn't it? The rest of these guys are not very diligent, but they are very diligent in cultivating them.
4 phases of divine veins.
However, Zhu Xiaobao didn't know about their conversation at this time. He was still doing his exercises with his eyes closed to complete the final breakthrough. Those white lights are still rolling and twisting, and the white tiger formed is also changing various movements, as if it is looking for the most powerful explosion point, preparing for the final explosion. What's surprising is that the 200 female warriors stationed here couldn't help but move forward and almost touch the outermost edge of the white light. Not only were they not rejected this time, but they could also feel the energy and blood in their bodies. It seems to have resonated with him. And his own mental skills are also improving rapidly. They were originally a mutated branch of the White Tiger clan, and they were essentially members of the White Tiger clan, so they also benefited a lot at this time. These female warriors have also entered a state of selfless cultivation, completely ignoring the things around them. What's even more surprising is that after another half an hour, these female warriors also emitted a shallow white light. But the white light emitted by the 200 people merged into a large one, setting off Zhu Xiubo's. The dazzling white light gradually gathered towards Zhu Xiaobao, and the white tiger became more solid and restless, like a trapped beast, wanting to break out of its confinement in one fell swoop.
Roar!
With a tiger roar, the white tiger finally raised its head to the sky and let out a shocking tiger roar. At the same time, the tiger's claws also hit the tiger palm with thunderous power towards the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan. Even the Suzaku Dharma Prime in the place of inheritance was frightened by this palm, because this palm was comparable to the blow of the real divine beast White Tiger. There's no way it can withstand it. The great Venerable Wu Wei and his old disciple were also frightened by the sight. This palm could kill a great venerable like them. Could it be that the power of the divine beast is so terrifying? At this time, Zhu Xiubo's body once again burst out with a dazzling halo, illuminating the entire inheritance land of the Suzaku clan like daylight. This strange scene lasted for a stick of incense. The white tiger image gradually integrated into the bodies of the little treasures and disappeared. The white light and halo also slowly disappeared. Suddenly, the scene was completely silent, and everyone was looking at Zhu Xiaobao intently. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao slowly opened his eyes and stood up, as if he didn't believe what had just happened. He stood there thinking about it for a while, and then slowly walked over. Coming closer, Zhu Xiaobao first bowed and saluted the 200 female warriors.
Thank you, sisters, for your help. I broke through the confinement in one fell swoop and successfully advanced.
The female warriors bowed down and saluted with gratitude and respect.
Swear to follow the son of inheritance to the death.
The mental cultivation of these 200 female warriors is low. In terms of the extent of improvement, their improvement is even greater. Many people's mental cultivation has been raised to 2 realms at once. Among them is Yu Qing. She is the most qualified among these female warriors, so she benefits the most. Her mental cultivation has reached the 4th level without any side effects. The advancement of mental skills can greatly improve vision, hearing, smell, mental strength, and reaction ability. It can also improve the ability to recognize illusions, thus greatly improving combat effectiveness. For example, when shooting arrows, you can see farther, detect hidden weapons earlier, and your opponents hiding in the dark can also greatly shorten the sensing distance. Even the food you eat will taste more delicious, because your sense of taste will also be enhanced accordingly. So these female warriors were very happy that they followed Zhu Xiaobao this time, and they had such unexpected gains. Many Lingyu people can only cultivate their mental skills to the 3rd level throughout their lives. Female warriors with outstanding qualifications like Yuli, Yu Xuan, and Yu Shui have only reached the 4th level. Now among the Lingyu clan, the mental skills of the one who has reached the highest level of cultivation is Yu Dan due to her breakup with Zhu Xiaobao and her excellent qualifications. Her mental cultivation is only at the 4th level of perfection. Haven't been able to break through to the 5th level yet.
Everyone, get up. Seize the time to consolidate your cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled and nodded, then bowed his hands to the great Venerable Wu Wei. and then smiled at Zhu Rong and his old disciple.
Xiao Bao, how did you achieve the advanced method just now? With the help of many tribesmen, you broke through in one fell swoop. This is the first time I have seen it. And was that last palm your true combat power?
Wu Wei the Great Venerable asked a little doubtfully. If that palm was the true power of Zhu Xiaobao, wouldn't it be able to kill the Great Venerables like them instantly? This is too scary.
With their assistance to break through the cultivation level. I don't know what happened, but I naturally resonated with them. I feel that I should have understood the
4 phases of divine veins
as an advancement method. As for that palm, that it is a kind of catharsis for the final breakthrough in cultivation. It is not something I can control, and I do not have the ability to destroy the world. I feel that the palm was sent by the white tiger beast.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, if he really had such ability, he wouldn't have to wait any longer. He could just go to Nanzirui country and kill Yuan Feng, Yu Shichang and others.
Well, that should be the case. Otherwise your meridians and bones wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful ability. On the contrary, these female warriors have gained a lot this time. This kind of opportunity can only come when your mental skills are advanced. It will appear. I don't know when it will wait until next time.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at these female warriors and smiled. Those female warriors felt even more fortunate. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao did not forget to give a deep salute to the Suzaku Dharma Prime Minister at the Place of Inheritance, and said loudly,
Thank you, Senior, for your tolerance, allowing me to advance successfully here. If there is any crisis in the Suzaku clan in the future, I will definitely go all out.
Help.
Regarding Zhu Xiaobao's expression, the Suzaku Dharma appearance was still very satisfied. He stared at Zhu Xiaobao for a while, then looked at Zhu Rong, and then slowly retreated into the Place of Inheritance.
Xiaobao,
I'm so happy. Zhu Rong was a little hesitant at this time. She wanted to hug Zhu Xiaobao, but in front of so many people, she was a little embarrassed, so she could only hold Zhu Xiaobao's hands affectionately. He said sincerely. At that time, Zhu Xiaobao was hit hard, and she felt as if she had lost her soul. Like Jumei, she felt determined to live and die together. This kind of feeling didn't exist when we were together with King Lin. At that time, we treated each other with respect. But now there is a feeling of dependence, sustenance, and concern. I'm so happy too. Jumei didn't care about this. She spread her arms and hugged Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong tightly. Although her appearance became more beautiful and her brain became smarter, her temper still didn't change. So careless, no matter in front of so many people. The female warriors around are hiding their mouths and enjoying themselves, because now their King Chitos is in a very embarrassed state and is tightly hugged by a huge beauty.
Okay, Jumei, I'm also very happy, but please let go first.
Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to say helplessly, and then ordered,
Jumei, go and invite military advisor Morong here. The matter must be kept absolutely confidential, and no rumors will be spread for the time being. Well, the female warriors will also stay here with me first. I still have a 49-day consolidation period. Well, this is really a troublesome matter. Oh, I know. I'll go right away.
Jumei immediately let go of Zhu Xiaobao and ran towards Prince Ying's mansion resolutely. Although it was midnight, Yu Shichang was also awakened by the earth-shattering tiger roar. This was directed at the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan, and even the elders and guardians of the White Tiger clan felt it. They all changed their expressions involuntarily. Under the coercion of Yuan Feng, they had all decided that Yu Shichang was the best candidate to inherit the inheritance. But this tiger roar made many people doubtful. This sound is definitely something Yu Shichang can't do. And seeing the vague white light on the horizon made them yearn for it.
Who is this? Can he advance to the 7th level of the mental method? Is it true that Zhu Xiaobao is not dead and is really in retreat to break through the cultivation level?
Yu Shichang jumped up from the bed in shock. His mental method he has been promoted to the 7th level. So his feeling is very obvious. This person's secret method has definitely been promoted to the 7th level. But why is there such a big movement? Thinking about when I was promoted to the 7th level, there was only white light in a radius of 500 steps. Not to mention the shocking sound of a tiger roaring.
Zhu Xiaobao? Did he also advance after experiencing a big battle? This is incredible. That is the 7th level of mental skills.
Zhu Xian also got out of the bed. She was now being Yu Shichang fell in love with her, and slept together every day to facilitate Yu Shichang's cultivation. Make sure you can pull it over anytime and anywhere to use it. Hasn't she been promoted to the 6th level? Now the effect of dual cultivation with Yu Shichang has been greatly enhanced. So even Zhu Xian herself felt a little elated. Because at this height, Zhu Rong might never be able to catch up with her again.
Shut up, bitch. It can't be Zhu Xiaobao. Or it could be that the Suzaku Dharma master refined Zhu Xiaobao's body. And this would happen.
Yu Shichang scolded in anger, and then put on his clothes, hurriedly left the palace. At this time, Yu Huafeng also arrived, as well as Feng Zun's, and Nangong number 72. He was sent to him by Yu Shichang. Yu Shi originally wanted to come, but he didn't get permission. So he had to wait in the palace and constantly sent people to inquire about the news. He also noticed the movement coming from the northern Zirwei kingdom just now. After all, he also has some white tiger blood. Speaking of which, his blood is much purer than those female warriors.
Chang'er, what's going on? Is there anyone who can be promoted to the 7th level?
Yu Huafeng felt extremely depressed. He immediately thought of Zhu Xiaobao, but he was unwilling to admit it.
Nangong, tell me, what's going on? Didn't you say that he must die?
Yu Shichang asked angrily.
This. There should be no chance of survival. Your Highness, you also saw that all 72 steel nails were driven into his chest. Can you, the White Tiger clan, be immune to all poisons?
Nangong 72 also said a little incredulously.
We are not afraid of poisons in general. But we cannot say that we are immune to 100 poisons. Only the blood of the Xuanwu clan is truly immune to 100 poisons. Is it that giant beauty? Oh no. I ignored her.
Yu Shichang suddenly thought of her, with a huge and beautiful turtleback shield. Isn't it the inherited treasure of the Xuanwu clan?
Chang'er, if it's Zhu Xiaobao, then he should still have 49 days to consolidate. Should we go there again and kill him completely before he is fully consolidated?
Yu Huafeng said with a gloomy expression.
Alas, it's impossible. We can't enter the realm of the Suzaku Dharma, and it already has murderous intentions towards us. Besides, my left arm was chopped by Zhu Xiaobao, and it will take at least a month to recover. They are all these damn bitches.
Yu Shichang sighed and said, and then slapped Zhu Xian viciously in the mouth. If it hadn't been for seeing through Zhu Xian's
4-phase divine veins
and entering the devil's path, this would never have happened. Maybe Zhu Xian can become the inheritor recognized by the Suzaku Dharma.
But Chang'er, I have a bad feeling. This Zhu Xiaobao is really not dead. He will also pose a huge threat to you.
Yu Huafeng said reluctantly, thinking that he could not compare to his own relatives. Brother Yu Wanqiang.
And his own son is not as good as Yu Wanqiang's son. This is simply a mockery. He drove away Yu Qianrou, only to have another Yu Xiaobao appear.
Humph. It's not that easy.
Although our 4 phases divine vein
technique has entered the demonic way, the speed of practice has also been greatly improved. Zhu Xiaobao has just advanced. If you want to compare with me, you are still far behind. It's very far. The progress on the 7th floor is not as easy as the first 6 floors.
Yu Shichang gritted his teeth and said harshly, then grabbed Zhu Xian's hair and tried to drag him towards the palace like a dead dog.
Let's go! Bitch, don't waste the time to practice. If you are surpassed by Zhu Xiaobao, I will be the first to suck you dry. Yes, Your Highness, I understand.
Zhu Xian bent over and followed Yu Shichang in embarrassment. Still saying nothing. Yu Shichang has always been so fierce and domineering, and he will not care about her face at all. In another cave, Murong Feng had already arrived. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's increasingly handsome face, she felt relieved. If Zhu Xiaobao really died, she didn't know whether she should still stay here. Now that she was fine, Zhu Xiaobao was really the chosen one. Such a severe injury actually allowed him to break through in cultivation. As expected, not an ordinary person.
Congratulations! You've advanced again!
Murong Feng said with some relief.
Uh-huh. Come on. Come on. Sister Military Advisor, I have something to say to you.
Zhu Xiaobao teased with a smile as soon as he saw Murong Feng. The relationship between this is really interesting. Zhu Rong tried her best to avoid Murong Feng, but Murong Feng was most afraid of Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao treated her and bullied her a lot. So they all stayed behind. Psychological shadow. And what was most difficult for Murong Feng to accept was that Zhu Xiaobao actually called her a paper person. So when she sees Zhu Xiaobao, She is always a little panicked.
Who is your sister? She keeps trying to take advantage of me. If you have anything to say, tell me quickly. I'm still busy.
Merong Feng scolded angrily. She is 4 years older than Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, I'm going to consolidate my cultivation here for 49 days. During this period, you have to step up your guard against Fafang and Zirwei Kingdom taking the opportunity to cause chaos. And help me check on Yushuren's situation and what kind of things are around him. Master?
Although Zhu Xiaobao likes to fool around, he said it very seriously at this time.
Our security there is fine. Don't worry about that. But why do you want to know Yushuren's situation? He is just a puppet emperor with no real power.
Merong Feng asked, a little surprised.
Ha ha. After I finish consolidating my cultivation, I plan to visit him. At least his brother has already come to see me. So we should reciprocate,
Zhu Xiaobao said in an understatement.
It's useless to kill him. Yuan Feng won't care at all. He only cares about Yu Shicheng.
Merong Feng said, still a little confused.
Who said I was going to kill him? After all, he is from the same family. I just went to visit and recognize his relatives.
Zhu Xiaobao began to shake his head proudly again.
What's the purpose?
Merong Feng asked calmly, as he wanted to kick him.
A good soldier is the one who conquers the enemy without fighting. Have you read the art of war I gave you? Huh? You mean that?